Chapter 1 Hyuga Shame, Under the Branch House. The plot of Hyuga's genocide is in Chapter 15, and the previous plot is a foreshadowing. I admit that I am making headlines. The author is pretending to be a tomboy for everyone in the comment area, so please be gentle. The number of points in the comments is very important to me, a new author, so please be merciful. Please put your mind here, the author will take care of it for you. Asterisk. Konoha 48 years. Advertisement. Hyuga Hayashi's father knelt in front of Hyuga Hayashi. I am willing to be punished by clan rules. I just ask you to let my son and wife go. Hayashi is a genius, and he will definitely be able to awaken his white eyes in the future. He will not bring shame to the family. Hyuga Hayashi said without leaving any room, you will be punished by the clan rules, and they must die too. As a Hyuga, we don't allow blood to flow out. In front of Hyuga Kai's father, Hyuga Hayashi opened his eyes and used the technique 8 trigrams air palm. The blow landed on Hyuga Kai's mother's head. At this time, Hyuga Kai was in his mother's arms. How could she, an ordinary person, block such an attack? Hyuga Kai's father had no time to take action. As you can imagine, the result was that the 3-year-old child was covered in blood and flesh. Under such strong stimulation, the child was frightened and fainted. At this time, the soul of a different world quietly merged with the child's soul. Enough! A loud shout sounded, and an old man walked out of the door. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi who took action. Behind him were dozens of Anbu. He walked up to Hyuga Kai and picked up Kai, who was already frightened. Isn't there enough trouble? The children are innocent no matter what. Seeing Hokage take action, Hyuga Kai's father knelt down in front of the 2 men and buried his head deeply in the soil. I know that my crime cannot make up for it, and I am willing to die to apologize. I just hope that Kai can live. The child is innocent. After that, the father slapped himself on the temple and died on the spot. Now that the Hokage has spoken, let's end this matter today. Hyuga Hayashi then changed the topic, but this child must live in the Hyuga clan. Once the Byakugan awakens, he will be engraved with the caged bird curse seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this was the bottom line of the Hyuga clan, so he nodded decisively in agreement. He only needs this child to live, which is the biggest blow to the rules of the Hyuga clan. He has been dissatisfied with this rule for a long time, and the rule that puts the family above the village should have disappeared long ago. 2 years later, Konoha's early 50th. In the corner, Hyuga huddled up in a ball, and several figures around him kept punching and kicking Hyuga. UBD. Living in this world is the greatest humiliation to us. If you don't even roll your eyes, what qualifications do you have to be named Hyuga? There's not even a mark that symbolizes Hyuga? That's right, how could ABD be engraved with such a mark? Advertisement. This group of branch house teenagers kept yelling and swearing and continued to beat the teenager in front of them. Hyuga didn't dare to act rashly because fighting back would only lead to more bullying. These people had just been engraved with a cursed seal called a caged bird. When they learned the function and meaning of the cursed seal from their parents, their hearts were filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. They did not dare to confront the Zone family, nor did they dare to violate the rules. However, they thought of a way to vent their anger. Isn't there a Hyuga tribesman in the Hyuga family who doesn't even roll his eyes? At this time, people's bad nature is fully demonstrated. When they are at the bottom, they want to resist, but when they find that there are people with lower status than themselves, instead of uniting to resist together, they double down on the oppression. And Hyuga Kai is the lowest member of the Hyuga family, not even a member of the Hyuga branch house. Hold him up and let him see the power of a white eye. One of the oldest children said. Let him see the power of branch house. Hyuga Kai, who was beaten and unable to stand up, was pulled to his feet by 2 branch house tribesmen, each carrying 1 arm on his shoulders. The blood vessels on both sides of the Hyuga clan's white eyes jumped. This is our Hyuga's Byakugan. UBD will never have it. After you get down, just complain to your BD parents. Gentle fist method 2 palms. Even the physical skills were used, which was a fatal move. 2 fingers pointed at Hyuga Kai and spit out a mouthful of blood. Now he can't even fight back. No one teaches him how to practice. He can't even refine the most basic chakra. Stop. At this time, a stern shout sounded, and Hyuga Kai no longer had the strength to look at the person. Is this the honor of being your branch house? Bullying a Hyuga tribesman who doesn't even roll his eyes. But go back and practice. Yes, Hisashi-sama. Several people left the fainted Hyuga and fled here as if flying. Hyuga Hisashi asked someone to help Hyuga Kai up, but he couldn't help but frowned when he saw his miserable condition. Send him home, and his future living allowance will be the same as that of the children in the branch house. Sir, this. The follower was very puzzled. The clan leader had explicitly forbidden helping this shameful Hyuga, so why did Hyuga Hisashi still help him? Although his father violated the Hyuga clan rules, he still has some friendship with me. The patriarch won't punish me for these things. Take him down. By the way, give this to him. Hyuga Hisashi took out the scroll. This is ninjutsu that his father once developed. It was considered deviant. Let's return it to him today. Advertisement. Yes. When Hyuga woke up, he had returned to his home. Ah! Hyuga Kai couldn't help but wailed as soon as he moved his body. After much effort, Hyuga Kai finally managed to sit up against the wall. As soon as he stood up, he saw the scroll lying next to him. Carefully pick it up and unfold it. Now every movement of the body is accompanied by sharp pain. The title is a combination of ninjutsu and gentle fist. It records a lot of relevant knowledge about gentle fist and ninjutsu, and proposes methods and possibilities for combining the two. Finally, it attaches several successful cases of the author, most of which are C and B level ninjutsu. The signature at the end turned out to be Hyuga Kaina's father, Hyuga Takuma, whom he had never met a few times. I gave it to ninjutsu, but I didn't even use the chakra refining method. As if in response to Hyuga Kai's words, another booklet fell out of the scroll. Picking up the brochure and flipping through it, Hyuga's chakra refining method and instructions were written on it. Hyuga was overjoyed. With this thing he could truly become a ninja. He couldn't wait to start practicing immediately. After carefully reading the meditation method above, Hyuga adjusted his sitting posture and tried to refine chakra. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Hyuga Kai felt an energy being extracted from the cells in his body to his danshin. Even the body feels refreshed, and with the flow of chakra, the edema on the body is gradually receding. How amazing! This is the legendary chakra. It said that the extraction speed is faster after training, and now Hyuga Kai also grasps the pain and practices quickly. Hyuga Hisashi? I will definitely repay this kindness. Hyuga thought of the voice that saved him. Without Hisashi's words, he might have died. If he was beaten to death like this, those little beasts might not even be punished, and their parents would even pat them on the shoulders and praise them. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kai looked ferocious. Hyuga clan, wait for me to slowly play with you. Hisashi patted his pregnant wife Hyuga Yun's back and comforted him. Don't worry, I have sent the training method to Takuma's son. And I also gave him treatment as a branch house member, with a monthly subsidy of 10,000 taels. He will live a good life. Hyuga Yun moved and bowed to Hisashi. Thank you. Don't be so polite. That child is your brother's son and also my nephew. Let's raise the baby peacefully. After Nisi is born, I will bring Kai to be his companion. Good. Chapter 2 Nine Tails Rebellion. 50 years of Konoha. With the birth of Ninkai, Hyuga Kai's life became much better. Hyuga Hisashi kept Hyuga Kai at home on the grounds of looking for a reading companion. But in fact everyone knows that this is to protect Hyuga Kai. If Hyuga Kai is beaten like this again, something will happen sooner or later. And Hyuga Kai also knew that Hyuga Yun was his sister-in-law, and Hyuga Hisashi was his uncle-in-law. The newly born Niji is his cousin. Advertisement. Next, Hyuga Kai's life became much easier. He lived and ate with his uncle's family, and he also had someone to teach him from time to time during training. And his little cousin Nisi can't even walk, let alone what he has to do. Then Hyuga Kai heard that the Battle of Konoha broke out and that the memorial monument had Obito's name on it. But Hyuga Kai knew that Obito had been picked up by Madara, and the Eye of the Moon project was about to begin. Konoha 51 years. After a year of training, Hyuga Kai's strength improved rapidly. Not only did he practice Hyuga Gentle Fist, but he also learned several C-level ninjutsu from his father Takuma. During his training, Hyuga Kai also found that his talent was extremely high, and he could often learn ordinary ninjutsu very quickly, and it was also extremely easy to refine chakra. Comparing myself with my peers, my chakra amount is already 2 or 3 times that of my peers. Hyuga Kai has some doubts that he also has the blood of the Senju family in his body, but it is very thin, but it is also reflected in Hyuga Kai. His mother might be a Senju descendant. The Senju clan advocates intermarriage with common people, and the Senju bloodline has developed to this day. Many families can trace their origins to have some Senju bloodline. Since this year, Hyuga Kai has heard one after another that the chiefs of the major ninja clans have given birth to children, which also means that the Nine Tails Rebellion is approaching. And Hyuga Kai clearly remembers that the birthday of the world's protagonist Naruto Uzumaki is October 10th, which is also the anniversary of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. At that time, all the young civilians, genin, were going to take refuge, and they might be able to take advantage of the chaos and make a fortune. Hyuga's restless heart was just fermented but was quickly extinguished by himself. With his own strength, the first thing he had to consider was how to survive. And in the original work, Niji's mother never showed her face, and she probably died in an accident. Many civilian ninjas died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. The extent of destruction caused by the Nine Tails Rebellion to Konoha was second only to Pain's invasion. After all, it ushered in a period of reconstruction after that. It was at that time that the Uchiha tribe was moved to the edge of the village. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kai shuddered, and a tailed beast came over. Don't say you are a genin like Hyuga Kai, even if you are a cage level, you have to run away. That night Hyuga Kai had been a little worried since the morning, and his face that always had a smile on his face also frowned. Hyuga Yun also asked worriedly, Chi, are you okay? You're not sick, are you? It's okay, aunt. I'm just a little uneasy and think something bad has happened. Suddenly Hyuga felt like he was being held in a warm embrace. Do you feel better? Your father always likes to comfort me like this. Thank you, I feel much better. Hyuga smiled. Auntie, let me take care of Niji tonight. Is that okay? He is very naughty and often cries at night. It's okay, I can handle it. Okay, that's troublesome. Advertisement. Niji now often makes troubles that make it difficult for people to sleep peacefully. It doesn't matter. I hugged 1-year-old Hyuga Ningji. Little Ningji has learned to walk, but he still wants to be held. Niji also grew up next to Hyuga Kai. He was very close to Kai and rubbed himself in Hyuga Kai's arms again and again. Brother, Xiang. Tonight is the chaos of 9 tails. If you bring Hyuga Niji, you can react quickly and bring Niji to a safe place. This way I can take care of Hisashi and Yoon. In the evening, Hyuga sat beside Niji's bed, closing his eyes and concentrating. Whenever there was an explosion, he would immediately wake up his aunt with Niji and quickly go to the wartime shelter to hide. And Hisashi happens to be attending the clan meeting tonight. In the Hokage, Hisashi will not die at this time. If there is no butterfly effect, the 9 Tails rebellion will not kill Hyuga Hisashi. Besides, as a Jainin, he will not die so easily. Even if the 4th generation had to fight with 9 Tails before coming, it would not be the branch house leader's turn. Just as Hyuga was thinking over and over again about how to get to Konoha's wartime shelter as quickly as possible, a loud noise resounded throughout the world, and the earth shook for a moment. 9 Tails was summoned by Obito. Hyuga Kai opened his eyes suddenly, grabbed the sleeping Niji, and wrapped him tightly in his arms with sheets. Knocking open the door, running Chakra quickly came to Yun's room. At this time, my aunt had been awakened by the sound and was only wearing a simple pajamas. Is it an earthquake? No. Come on. There's a giant fox outside. He grabbed his aunt who had not yet reacted and ran towards the shelter quickly. It's 9 Tails. Hyuga Yunban suddenly realized after being pulled out. Just as the 3 of them walked out of the courtyard, a clan ninja walked towards them. It was Naoto Hyuga, the son of the 2nd elder. Hyuga Yun, go put on your ninja uniform. All adult ninjas in the branch house need to participate in the battle. But I'm no longer a ninja. After Yun became pregnant, she retired and worked as a full-time housewife at home. It wasn't that she was afraid of danger, but now she wanted to protect Niji and Kei and take refuge. Have you forgotten your ninja skills after you retired? 3rd generation ordered Hyuga to be the main attacker of the 2nd wave. If you don't come to the branch house, why don't you wait for us clans to come? Hyuga Yun still wanted to argue, but was interrupted by pain in the middle of the sentence. The guy activated my aunt's caged bird curse seal. This is just a lesson, if you dare to contradict me, you will die. Hyuga Kai finally knows why Nisi became an orphan. The reason is here, but now he is weak and can't do anything. Hyuga Yun's head ached slightly, and he lowered his head to look at the ferocious-looking Hyuga Kai. Ningji, I'll leave it to you. Hyuga Kai gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not be Naoto Hyuga's opponent now. I will definitely bring Niji to a safe place. In order to reassure his aunt, Hyuga Kai took Niji and ran towards the shelter without looking back. Wind Ninja Taijutsu Feng Xing. Hyuga Kai wears a windbreaker that keeps pushing him forward. Hurry, faster. There were constant sounds of collapse from behind. 9 Tails continued to destroy, and many Jainin tried their best to block its progress. The surrounding genin organized many civilians to take refuge. Advertisement. Quick, go this way. Hyuga Kai saw a person waving to Hyuga Kai. The person wearing a mask was the young Kakashi. Hyuga walked over there without hesitation, and under the protection of Kakashi, the 2 of them successfully entered the shelter and took refuge. Inside, Hyuga Kai saw many acquaintances. As the new generation of Konoha, they also came to take refuge with many civilians. Metkai, Yi Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma, Steel, Mitarashi Anko, Kamizuki Izumo and so on. Among them, Hyuga Kai also saw the dutiful sons Uchiha Itachi and Suzuki. Many of them were very excited and wanted to go out and fight 9 Tails to the death, but they were all stopped by an old Chunin. What can you do if you go out now? You don't even have the ability to get close to 9 Tails. We can save some civilians if we go out, but we can't do anything if we stay here. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Kai also shook his head slightly. These guys are really young and energetic. Going out at this time would not only cause some casualties, but maybe they would save some civilians, but it would not be cost-effective to take the life of a future outstanding ninja. Brother Kai, Weevu. Niji was woken up and shouted Hyuga's name in panic. Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. The sound of fighting outside lasted for half the night, and Hyuga was worried about Yun's safety all the time. She was only a chunin and her ability to withstand disasters was too weak. The disaster ended soon. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato sealed Nine Tails at the cost of his life, and the new generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the savior Uzumaki Naruto. The moment it was announced that he could go out, Hyuga Kai took Niji and rushed out to find Uncle Hisashi and Aunt Hisashi. Returning to the Hyuga tribe again, it suffered a devastating blow because of its location close to the center. Many people were searching the ruins, perhaps for their family members or their belongings. Finding Hyuga Hisashi with a tired look on his face and seeing no cloud around him, Hyuga's heart skipped a beat. Hisashi-sama, where is my sister-in-law? In the family, Hyuga Kai cannot be called uncle-in-law at will. After a long silence, Hyuga Hisashi choked out a sentence, sacrifice. Hyuga Karu was struck by lightning and stood stunned on the spot. He was comforting his aunt a few hours ago, but he died like this? My aunt's words today seem to still be echoing in my ears. Do you feel better? Your father always likes to comfort me like this. It's up to you, Niji. His body shook involuntarily, and Hyuga Kai shook his head in disbelief. His heart was filled with regret. His aunt should not have died. It was all the fault of Naoto Hyuga. He was only a few steps away from changing history. Thinking of this, Hyuga's eyes gradually became bloodshot. Suddenly, with a bang, he felt that the whole world instantly lost its color and became black and white. His field of vision continued to lengthen, and he could actually penetrate the walls and see many things buried deep underground. The meridians and chakras of the people around him were also clearly visible before his eyes. Hisashi also saw this scene and reacted quickly, hugging Hyuga Kai and burying his head in his arms so that others could not see Hyuga Kai's eyes. But in fact, everyone is immersed in grief, and no one will pay attention to the situation of these two people. Hisashi patted Hyuga Kai's back gently and said in a weak voice, "Relax, relax, relax the chakra of the eyes." Hyuga realizes that if he wants to avenge his aunt, he must not let people find out that he has awakened his Byakugan, become a caged bird, and become a lamb to be slaughtered. Following Hisashi's instructions, Hyuga Kai retracted all the chakra on his eyes back to his danshin, and his eyes successfully exited the white eye state and turned black again. P.S. According to Hyuga Hayashi in The Legend of Boruto, it can be seen that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is not born with it, and it requires a lot of hard training to open the eyes. But there are special circumstances, which are affected by blood. For example, Uzumaki Sunflower can activate Byakugan under mental stimulation. Sunflower's eye-opening method is similar to Sharingan. Later, Sunflower can actively control Byakugan. Chapter 3 Anbu Selection. 2 years later, Konoha's 53rd year. Hyuga is only 8 years old this year. Hisashi-sama, I want to participate in the Anbu selection tomorrow. Hyuga Kai knelt in front of Hyuga Hisashi and knocked his head on the floor. Do you know how important tomorrow's selection quota will be to the Hyuga clan? They will not allow you to pass as an outsider. Advertisement. I am willing to try. If I can become Anbu, my hope of revenge will become greater. Hisashi sighed. He had tried countless times to persuade Hyuga Kai to let go of his hatred. The fate of the branch house was to sacrifice for the clan. But as a husband, there is no reason to persuade Hyuga Kai to let go of his hatred. Maybe he can really change Hyuga's system. After all, Hyuga Kai's talent is the strongest he has seen in so many years, even better than Kakashi. Okay, tomorrow you will represent the branch house with a quota. Yes. Hyuga's eyes sparkled with excitement. With his current strength, he would definitely be able to enter Anbu, and the first step of his plan would be completed. A crazy plan is formally formed in his head, maybe he can evolve his Byakugan, and then revenge will no longer be a fantasy. The next day, Hyuga Kai and other Hyuga branch house and clan members went to the duel field to compete. The Zone family came here just to express their attitude. Even if they were selected, they would not report to Anbu. And among the dozens of pairs of white eyes, Hyuga Kai's black pupils were particularly eye-catching. That guy is Hyuga Disgrace, BD bloodline. Yes, that's that guy. His father is Hyuga Toma. When he carved the caged bird, he delayed it for a few years. He was also named Hyuga's purest white eye. And now, his son doesn't even roll his eyes. Then why is he here? I didn't know that he wouldn't even roll his eyes when it comes to spying on the ninja, but maybe we can compete then. Chunin, a member of the Hyuga clan, made a horizontal motion on his neck. All the Hyuga clan members showed expressions of disgust. This guy was a disgrace to Hyuga. The loss of blood was the most intolerable thing for the Hyuga clan. Branch House, on the other hand, looked at Hyuga's bright and clean forehead and felt comforted. This guy is not even a caged bird. He is not a Hyuga, at most he is just a commoner. Hyuga Kai ignored everyone's comments and just stood there like a wooden sculpture. Hyuga Kai suddenly turned sideways, and a fist suddenly passed over his shoulder from behind. No matter what method you use to take my brother's place, I advise you to quit now and give up my brother's place. Otherwise, I'll let you, ABD, see the power of Byakugan. Hyuga Kai ignored the provocation in this man's words and just looked at him coldly. He was waiting for the Konoha ninja to take action, or for him to take action first. My name is Hyuga Zhuangji. Remember to tell me my name when you go to hell. Hyuga Zhuang level seal, the blood vessels around his eyes stretched, white eyes. Gentle fist method dash. Hyuga leapt forward in front of Hyuga Kai, his palms glowed with blue light and struck Hyuga Kai suddenly. Ah! A scream sounded out, and everyone thought it was inspired by Hyuga, then looked around. Hyuga Kai didn't wait for the attack to land on him, he had already punched Hyuga Zhuangji in the stomach in advance. He fell to the ground in pain and retched. How is this possible, defeating a Chunin in one go? Is this guy also awakening his Byakugan? People around were talking a lot, but no one dared to underestimate Hyuga Kai anymore, and he knocked down Chunin with just one blow. Moreover, the Hyuga Kai in front of him looks young, about 10 years old at most. With such talent, he must have entered the ranks of geniuses. Advertisement. When the farce ended, the Anbu who were in charge of invigilating the exam arrived belatedly, and someone immediately took away the powerful Hyuga who had lost his fighting ability. Anbu, the invigilator, explained the rules of the competition. Our selection criteria are that there are no standards. Just play on this field. If you lose your fighting ability, you lose. Each of our captains will select ninja based on your performance. This rule is not very friendly to Hyuga Kai. As expected, after Anbu finished speaking, countless eyes looked at Hyuga Kai at the same time. Hyuga took a deep breath, got into a physical stance, and shouted, "Come on!" In an instant, more than a dozen pairs of white eyes bloomed on the field at the same time, and Hyuga Kai actually had to fight against more than a dozen Chunin alone. Several branch house members closest to Hyuga Kai took the lead in launching the attack. Gentle fist method 32 palms. Several people shouted in unison, and several people launched a fierce offensive at the same time. Humph! Wind Ninja Taijutsu breaking wind palm. Hyuga's palms are wrapped in wind attribute chakra, and every palm shot brings up strong winds. Hitting those branch house members is a bloody pit, and one blow can often make people lose their ability to resist. Bang bang bang! Punch to the flesh, palms intersecting, the battle of Taijutsu Ninja is so simple and unpretentious. In just 10 seconds of confrontation, several figures had already fallen. After paying the price of blood, no one dares to be the leader. The field became quiet for a moment. No one came forward to attack Hyuga Kai, and no one attacked the people around him. The field was quiet for a whole minute. Those Anbu couldn't hold their breath anymore. If this continued, they would not be able to recruit people. Hyuga, you have been hired by the third team. You can report to Anbu now. You can come down and the next person will continue to play. Hyuga walked out of the playing field, and instantly the field became lively again, and the melee officially began. Anbu came over just after the game. The man was wearing a bullhead mask and was extremely strong. His exposed arms were also covered with scars. "I will be your future captain," codenamed Bullhorns. "Yes, captain." After introducing each other, Uchiha took Hyuga Kai to the Anbu headquarters. The two jumped and walked on the roof of the building. Midway Uchiha kept introducing Anbu's structure and rules to Hyuga Kai. Anbu has a captain and a vice-captain each, and 4 teams, each with 17 people. There is a squad leader with 4 squads, each with 4 people, including 1 squad leader and 3 team members. And now the captain and vice-captain are the sons and daughters-in-law of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The 4th generation died before they could even train their own team after taking over. During the narration, the horns continued to speed up. Jainin was so fast that Hyuga Kai could only grit his teeth and keep up. "Not bad, I can actually keep up." Nyujiao praised secretly. Anbu's headquarters was built in a forest in Konoha village. After entering it, everyone who passed by Hyuga Kai cast a surprised look. This age is too young, right? Even a genius like Kakashi joined Anbu at the age of 14, but is the person in front of him 11 years old? After experiencing the Nine Tails Rebellion and the Uegakure War, Anbu suffered a serious reduction in personnel, but it would not be enough to drag a child into Anbu. But in fact, they all miscalculated. The current Hyuga Kai has a meager immortal human blood and Hyuga blood, and he has this body shape after years of training. In fact, Hyuga Kai is only 8 years old. Cabinet number 8 is still empty. Your future belongings will be placed there. How tall are you? I'll go to the logistics department to get you a set of equipment. 1.5 meters, please excuse me. Fine. Soon after, Ashikaku handed a set of Anbu equipment to Hyuga Kai. After changing it, go to the wall to pick a mask, go to the registration office to record your name and code, and then gather at the third training ground to participate in the initiation ceremony. Remember there are only code names in Anbu. Understood. Hyuga quickly changed into Anbu equipment. A set of black short-sleeved tights and pants, grey suspenders, thin armor, grey wrist guards, and finally a straight knife. Hyuga put on Anbu's outfit and instantly seemed to become extremely powerful. Walking to the mask wall, Hyuga Kai glanced around and quickly locked on a handsome wolf head mask. Advertisement. Putting on the mask, Hyuga completely hid his face and then came to the registration office. Under the extremely surprised eyes of the civilian staff and after repeated confirmations, I finally recorded my name, age, etc. Code name? It's Yaich-hen. Are you sure? This code name will follow your Anbu career. If you die, it will only be this code name on your tombstone. Sure. Leaving the registration office, Hyuga walked step by step towards training ground number 3, where there was an initiation ceremony waiting for him. Hyuga Kai remembers that when he was watching Hokage, Itachi had to face a lot of difficulties when he joined Anbu because of his young age, let alone himself now. On the other side, Niujiao arrived at the training ground in advance, and several people quickly gathered around and asked about the newcomer's gender and appearance. Most of Anbu are men, and the third team is even more serious because there is a taijutsu ninja like Captain Ashikaku. They were even more disappointed when they heard it was a little kid. They exchanged glances and decided to teach the little kid a lesson. Maybe he would be able to find a new teammate after he peed his pants. As soon as Hyuga Kai stepped into the training ground, several kunao and shurikens attacked him. He had no intention of dodge, kept his eyes straight, and continued to move forward resolutely. This scene is exactly the same as Uchiha Itachi's initiation ceremony. Is it Anbu's tradition? The hidden weapon almost flew past Hyuga Kai's body. The Anbu members just wanted to scare him, not take his life. Hyuga walked up to everyone and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "My code name is Yajin. I am good at physical skills. Please take good care of me in the future." No one among the 17 people at the scene responded, obviously they didn't take him seriously. Hyuga knew that it would be difficult to convince the crowd, so he walked to 2 adjacent big trees. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, Thunder Ninja Taijutsu, Thunder Palm. I saw thunder and lightning in his palm, and he slapped the tree in front of him, but the tree did not move at all, only a few leaves were blown down by the breeze. Hyuga turned around and looked at everyone. Everyone thought he was showing off and were about to laugh at him. Hyuga Kai lightly snapped his fingers, boom. There was a loud noise, and the trees fell down. It turned out that the tree he photographed just now was safe and sound, but the adjacent tree behind it was hit by the released thunder. The big tree that fell to the ground seemed to be Hyuga Kai's demonstration to everyone. Those who were just about to laugh at those who opened their mouths could neither close nor open their mouths. In the end, they could only hold back one sentence, "Welcome to the third team." "Welcome, my code name is Fiyun. I am good at reconnaissance and fire-style ninjutsu." Everyone was impressed by Hyuga Kai's power to hit an ox across a mountain. They all also spoke to welcome Hyuga Kai to join them and introduced themselves. Among them, there are actually 2 acquaintances who are not close acquaintances, Hitaki Kakashi and Wood-style Yamato, who are still just called Tenso. Seeing that Hyuga Kai had completed the first trial of joining the team, Captain Ashikaku nodded secretly. "Kakashi, your team still lacks a taijutsu ninja, he will be your team member from now on." "Okay, Captain." Kakashi has not been promoted to squad leader at this time, but when Uchiha Itachi enters Anbu, he should be able to take charge of his own role. "Let me introduce you to our teammates. Kakashi, good at lightning style, earth style, and knife skills. Tenso, good at water style, earth style ninjutsu. Rain, good at perception and detection." Then he pointed at Hyuga Kai, "Yaizu, you heard it just now. Please take care of me." Chapter 4 The Art of Oniyalo. Konoha 53 years. Joined the team on April 7 for training to adapt to latent tactics. Learn teleportation techniques, stealth techniques, etc. Anbu must learn ninjutsu. Surveillance on May 3 Uchiha tribe area. Learning Konoha fluid technique with Ashikaku in his spare time. Advertisement. On June 13, kidnapping the assistant of the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. Learn chakra form changes in your spare time, and learn A-level ninjutsu Chidori. On June 25, assisted Kai's team in annihilating the Kumo ninja team. Combining what he has learned, he develops the A-level ninjutsu Thunder Sealing Palm, which can drive lightning into the human body and render the enemy unable to resist in one blow. July 18 Surveillance and Protection 9 Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Naruto. Secretly continued to practice Hyuga Gentle Fist, and combined with the development of ninjutsu such as ninjutsu, Thunder Return to Heaven, Wind Pressure Air Palm, etc. Information room on duty on August 3. Hyuga Kai and a group of teammates came to the data room, and Kakashi took the key to the data room from the previous team on duty. Thank you for your hard work. Hyuga greeted Anbu, an acquaintance. It's okay, then I'm going to catch up on my sleep. The Anbu walked up to Hyuga Kai and hooked his shoulder. He whispered, this mission is quite good. There is no danger. No enemy ninjas will steal these useless information. If you feel bored, just read the information and treat it like a novel. Okay. Hyuga nodded without showing much change in emotion. He was on duty with his teammates as usual, and it wasn't until midnight that Hyuga casually looked through the information. Pretending to read at will, he looked at whichever book he picked out, until he pulled out a book about Konoha's rebel ninja. When Hyuga Kai opened the first page, he saw a famous character Uchiha Madara. He was not only the founder of Konoha, but he was also a Konoha ninja. It records many of Uchiha Madara's abilities and Mangeki Sharingan, with the famous one at the end being Senju Tobirama. His famous words echoed in Hyuga Kai's mind. Uchiha, the born evil brat, I will. Continue reading below, until the time is closer to recent years. Hyuga Kai finally found the desired result. Konoha's A-level rebellious ninja Hirahu, who was accused of defecting from Konoha for 50 years, conducted human experiments, and researched in Amara no Jutsu 1. He was discovered by the third generation and defected from Konoha. His current whereabouts are unknown. Note 1, Annihilating no Jutsu Ceiling Room 3-9. Hyuga Kai wrote down the numbers 3-9. What are you looking at? So serious. A voice came from behind, and Kakashi poked his head out from behind. Advertisement. Konoha Rebel Ninja information, feel free to take a look at it if you are bored on duty. You don't have this kind of on-duty experience, why don't you read this? Kakashi handed over a book. Hyuga Kai's expression froze when he saw the words Intimate Paradise on the cover. You Kakashi, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually started to read it from then on. No, the 3 forbidden ninjas, I'd better read some secrets to gain some knowledge. Hyuga Keiko doesn't want to be a 50-50 ninja like Kakashi. I don't know what I'm talking about. Kakashi shook his head and left, regretting that he didn't get a book friend. Hyuga Kai found what he wanted and started browsing the books on the bookshelf again. Contact Kumigakure's inner ghost on September 1 to exchange information. Exercise the power of Byakugan, and ask Uncle Hisashi for the secret medicine to intensify Byakugan. The sealing room will be on duty on September 10. The sealing room is different from the lax information room. It must be on guard 24 hours a day, and 2 shifts are on duty at the same time to supervise each other. After patrolling around, I became familiar with the environment inside and found the location 3-9. After a meeting, Hyuga pretended to have a stomachache and told the 2 squad leaders that he would take an hour off. The interpersonal relationships Hyuga maintained in Anbu came into play. No one made things difficult for Hyuga Kai, they just told him to go back quickly. Separate a shadow clone and go to the toilet. He sneaks into a room above the sealing room. Hyuga takes the secret medicine that enhances the power of the white eyes in a short time. Hyuga's eyes suddenly changed color, and the blood vessels around them jumped. He opened his white eyes and looked into the sealed room. The scroll recording the unfinished Oni Mai Luo Jutsu was lying in one of the squares. After finding the scroll, Hyuga Kai looked at it, and immediately encountered a sensory barrier. Hyuga Kai's vision was blocked and it was difficult to go deeper. Hyuga Kai secretly sighed, it is not that easy to succeed. Hyuga Kai decisively started the registration process, took out a piece of paper and drew the appearance and color depth of the scroll on it. After carefully hiding the drawing paper and restraining his eyes, Hyuga Kai returned to the sealing room, clutching his stomach and looking like he was exhausted. Tianzang said with concern, you have been taking Bingliang pills for too long. It is okay to use it for emergencies. You still need to eat well during rest. Clear. It's a small problem. 9 out of 10 Anbu have suffered from this problem. Just prescribe some medicine. Another Anbu spoke. Okay. By the way, Brother Ming, how long have you been an Anbu? When do you plan to retire? Come on, I'll retire when the war with Kumigakure is over. Hyuga talks to everyone in a familiar manner. The mission is over, and Hyuga Kai quickly returns to the Hyuga clan. Since joining Anbu, he has rarely had the chance to come back. Advertisement. Hisashi-sama, could you do me a favor? Tell me, I'll help as much as I can. Forge a scroll for me. Hyuga Kai took out the simple drawing he drew. Hisashi saw the origin of the scroll in the painting at a glance. Why is there no color in the sealed book in the Konoha sealing chamber? Are you looking at it with a Byakugan? Yes, I can only see so much, and it's important to me. Hyuga bowed deeply. Okay, I'll try my best. I saw several Konoha seal books when I was young, but the colors are different depending on the year. If you know the year of the sealed book, I can find someone to forge a more similar one. Hyuga's eyes sparkled, it was 3 years ago, Konoha 50 years. It was in the 50th year of Konoha that Beiruhu defected, and when he left, he saw Kakashi who had transplanted Sharingan, which made him more determined in his research direction, and he also planted a curse mark on Kakashi. Okay, I will give it to you in a month. Hyuga Kai nodded, the Hyuga clan is going to attack you. They recently held a clan meeting to ask you and Niji to carve a caged bird. Hyuga squinted his eyes. His fame and strength were getting bigger and bigger. Those guys couldn't bear it anymore. I understand, I will handle it myself. Then I'll stand down now, Hisashi-sama. When Hyuga walked out of the room, he saw Ningji who had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Niji is already 3 years old, and he is about to be carved with the mark of a caged bird. Is there any way for him to delay it? After he has the strength to reform or destroy Hyuga, no one will mark Niji with the mark of a caged bird again. There is also Uncle Hisashi. In my memory, next year is the Kumagakure peace talks, Hinata is kidnapped, and Uncle is pushed out as a shield. How can I save Uncle Hisashi? Brother, you are back. How long will you stay this time? During the days when brother was away, I practiced seriously and learned many moves. Do you want to see it? Sorry, Ningji, I have some things to do in Anbu. I will bring you a gift next time. Hyuga Kai ruffled Niji's hair. Under Nishi's reluctant gaze, Hyuga activated the teleportation technique and left. Although Hyuga Kai couldn't help but just roll his eyes and peek. But there is an annual seal inspection session at the end of the year, when there will be sealing class ninjas to reseal and inspect each collection. Among them, Anbu is responsible for the security and assistance work. When the time comes, he will take the old seal book and change the civet cat for the prince. Thinking of the strategy, Hyuga Kai first went to the ninja tool shop and bought a large number of ninja tools and a seal scroll. After Hyuga Kai, he no longer carried the straight sword on his back and replaced it with a sealing scroll full of ninja tools. In addition, he did not know how to use swordsmanship, so it was normal to choose a suitable weapon. As time passed, everyone got used to Hyuga Kai carrying the sealing scroll. When the time comes, he can seal the scroll, hide the sealing book, and sneak into the sealing room to complete the civet cat's plan to change the prince. Chapter 5 Calculation Hyuga. Inside the Hokage building. Master 3rd Generation, I would like to see you. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the official document in his hand, let him come in. Hyuga Kai received the notice and walked into Hokage's office and knelt down on one knee. I have met Mr. 3rd Generation. Advertisement. It's Kai, what's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't remember what tasks he had arranged for Kai. Hyuga wants to carve a caged bird curse mark on me. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently exhaled the smoke from his mouth. Don't you want to truly join the Hyuga clan? No, I want to prove it for my father, but the Zone family once asked me to test Konoha's confidential information. I didn't tell them, but they were so evil that they wanted to use the caged bird to control me. I just think that if you are carved as a caged bird, you will not be able to serve Lord Hokage better and will be controlled by the clan in the future. The Zone family once asked you to inquire about Konoha's confidential information? Why didn't you report such important information? This subordinate deserves to die. Hyuga lowered his head and did not dare to look at 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. If so, there may not be any problem with the few branch house ninjas who were arranged to enter Anbu. Forget it, you go down first, I have my own considerations on this matter. Yes. Hyuga completed his goal and left Hokage's office decisively. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is given an opening, he will have doubts about this seemingly peaceful family. The few members of the Hyuga branch house in Anbu will inevitably be searched. They can't help but search, and they often do things like reveal mission information to Hyuga and use mission information to facilitate the family. Moreover, what Hyuga Kai told is true. The Zone family really found Hyuga Kai and asked about his mission objectives in order to understand the war trends. However, they were all rejected by Hyuga Kai, which also made them want to control Hyuga Kai even more intensely. Leaving the Hokage building, Hyuga Kai went straight to Konoha Hospital and found Jainin Matsuoshi, a famous medical doctor who had retired from Anbu. After he retired, he served as chief physician here. King I want to ask you for something. Advertisement. Matsuoshi has a bitter and resentful look, and his brows are always tightly knitted together. But when he saw Hyuga coming, he also showed an ugly smile. You Hyuga will also ask for help. Are you arranging who should be hospitalized or registered? Tell me, I will arrange it for you. No, I want you to publish a paper on the fact that the caged birds in the Hyuga branch house will be planted too early to prevent the growth of white eyes, and at the same time give a report to Mr. 3rd Generation. Matsuoshi decisively refused, knowing that he was digging into the roots of the Hyuga clan and would get himself into trouble. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. There is no need to criticize the disadvantages of the caged bird in the article. I only propose that if the caged bird is delayed until the 9-year-old child is fully developed, countless better ninjas will be born in Konoha. This is not to put him in trouble, and let him, a civilian ninja, provoke the Hyuga clan. Matsuo Kyoji saw the face of his former colleagues and did not directly curse. He just stood up and asked Hyuga Kai to leave. Hyuga Kai pushed Matsuo Shiichi back to the sofa with a smile and took out a physical examination report. Don't refuse in a hurry. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I only have a physical examination report, which is disrespectful. Matsuo Kyoji took the physical examination form and stood up suddenly after seeing the blood type and age on it. Where is this man? Hyuga Kai poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of King Ii. In Konoha prison, I caught a Sagakure traitor some time ago. This guy is really a tough guy. He actually made it to the Sagakure village to find out. Now they want to redeem him. This traitor. And now Sagakure and our Konoha are in a period of peace. It won't be long before she may return to Sagakure, and her crime is not enough for Konoha to execute her. Hyuga Kai stood up and came behind Matsuo Shiichi and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, and I have evidence of her crime in my hand. As long as it is announced, she will undoubtedly die. I will give her body to you as a gift. Hyuga Kai's voice is like a devil tempting mortals. Think carefully, your daughter who is seriously ill needs this body. You can't let her spend her short life in a hospital bed. Besides, Hyuga will not attack fellow village ninjas. Even if they wanted to, 3rd generation Sama would not agree. When Matsuo Kyoji heard this, his eyes immediately became extremely determined. He was an orphan. His wife had lost her family early and only this daughter was left. Who would he be if he didn't fight for her? My daughter suffers from severe heart disease and kidney failure, but her blood type is extremely rare and it is difficult to find a matching heart. Matsuo Shiichi himself learned about medical treatment along the way. Now that I have earned enough money, I can spend time with my daughter while searching for organs that can be transplanted. Now that there is an opportunity for his daughter to become a normal person, how could he give up? I've done it. Now I'm writing papers and reports, but I have to see the man's heart and kidneys tomorrow. Hyuga Kai nodded and placed the physical examination report in front of Matsuo Shiichi. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I'll prepare now. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai was sure that Matsuo Kyoji would agree to the deal and handed the information to Captain Ashikaku this morning. Tomorrow, he can bring the organ to Matsuo Shiichi. He just needs to tell Captain Ashikaku. Anbu still has some privileges. In a cruel place like the ninja world, there is no such thing as not allowing the enemy's organs to be harvested. After leaving the hospital, Hyuga Kai put on the wolf mask again and went straight to Konoha prison. At that time, both the Hokage and the outside world are putting pressure on you, and it will be up to you how you respond. Matsuo Shiichi was eager to save his daughter, and without waiting for Hyuga to prompt him, a paper was posted to Konoha's local area network. It would also be recorded in many newspapers, and even made the headlines in the Konoha newspaper. The scandal involving Hyuga, the most wealthy family in Konoha, shocked the whole village. The Hyuga clan kills their own children and harms the future of the village. These civilians will not care about your clan branch house. They only know that you are killing your own children. You are more ruthless than tigers. At the same time, he recommended to Hiruzen Sarutobi that the Hyuga clan's caged bird curse be delayed until the age of 9, and that the child would be fully grown before the curse was engraved. All this was seen by Hyuga Kai, and Matsuo Kyoji did even better than he imagined. The next day, Hyuga obeyed the agreement and executed the Sagakure traitor and took out his organs. In order to show his sincerity and facilitate the opportunity to continue cooperation in the future, Hyuga Kai directly took out all the useful organs from the Sagakure traitor's body. Hyuga Kai asked Dr. Enbu to process those organs and stuff them all into the seal scroll. With the seal scroll, Hyuga Kai quietly came to the hospital. This time he had to be careful with the scroll. Hyuga Kai handed the seal scroll to Matsuo Shiichi. Here you are, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, etc. I have taken off everything I can for you. If your daughter gets sick in the future, there will be some to replace. Matsuo Shiichi, thank you, my daughter is saved. Then why are you waiting? Let's prepare for the operation. The sooner the better, and one less day will be one less day of torture. Yet. I'm going to do organ matching right now. Matsuo Shiichi has been busy, and Hyuga Kai is waiting beside him. After all, he still has to do after-sales service. It's a perfect match. This is tailor-made for Xiaoling. After seeing the report, Matsuo Shiichi finally let go of his worries. Congratulations, your daughter is saved. Chapter 6 Certificate of Voting. Konoha September 25, 1953. Hyuga Kai, Kakashi and others had just finished their mission when Anbu came. Yaizhen, Master Hokage has summoned us. Hyuga Kai nodded, understood. Are you okay? Kakashi patted Hyuga Kai on the shoulder. Usually several people were summoned at the same time, but now they were only called Hyuga Kai. This obviously meant there was something going on. Advertisement. It's okay, some family conflicts. Well, it's okay. The success of so many plans depends on this moment. After saying hello in advance and no one stopping him along the way, Hyuga Kai knocked on the door of Hokage's office. Enter. Hyuga opened the door and saw Hiruzen Sarutobi sitting in his office chair. Third generation Sama. Hyuga knelt down on one knee and saluted. How was the mission accomplished? Done successfully. Yes, he is indeed the famous Thunder Palm Yaichen. Hyuga Kai respects Kaide, it all depends on the cultivation of Hokage and the help of Anbu companions. Yes, not bad. You have been in charge of affairs with Union recently. What do you think of the war with Union Village? Hyuga thought for a while. This old guy wanted to test whether my temper was worth falling out with Hyuga, and whether I was of the same mind as him. And this is the right person to ask. He knows the plot development, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will take the initiative to reconcile with the village. He also discovered that the eldest daughter of the Konoha blood step family had endured the mission's robbery, and even gave Uncle Hisashi to Kumagakure. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth, it was so frustrating. But this scene also seemed to Hiruzen Sarutobi as a sense of belonging to Konoha and hatred of the enemy. Sir Third Generation, I think we should propose peace talks with Kumagakure. We have gained some advantages on the battlefield, and now we can obtain good conditions for peace talks. Advertisement. We need peace more than continuing to fight and achieve a tragic victory. Konoha is now in a period of weakness. What it needs is rest, not a tragic victory. These few words from Hyuga Kai are also Sarutobi Hiruzen's future strategy, and they have been adhered to until the next generation grows up, which is the 12 little heroes of Konoha. These few words also entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He understood me no better than those who said I was cowardly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's affection for Hyuga Kai immediately increased greatly. He has talent, strength, endurance, and strategic vision. What an excellent ninja. Yes, that's exactly what I mean, but there are many people who oppose me. Hyuga Kai's determined Kaide, they are short-sighted and cannot appreciate the greatness of third generation Sama, but time will tell them the result. Alas! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as if Hyuga had spoken his mind. Then there was a long silence, as if both of them were sorting out their emotions. The current public opinion of Hyuga is your handiwork. Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the atmosphere of harmony between king and minister with one sentence. Yes. Hyuga Kai did not explain or deny, he simply agreed. The things he did might be able to be hidden from the Hyuga clan, but they definitely could not be hidden from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Hyuga Kai's performance. What's the reason? My younger brother Hyuga Ningji is 3 years old this year. He has reached the age of carving a caged bird. I hope he can grow up healthily. As expected of an older brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more satisfied. He had a sense of belonging to the village and a family bond. Such people were the best to control. After finding the answer he wanted, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the image of the grandpa next door, asking Hyuga to retreat and giving him a reassurance. I just finished the mission. Old man, I should not have asked you to come and talk. You should go down and rest first. Don't worry, I'll take care of Hyuga's affairs. They won't ask you to carve a caged bird again, and the age at branch house to carve a caged bird will be postponed to 9 years old. Thank you, third generation Sama. Hyuga Kai was very excited, as if he wanted to die for Sarutobi Hiruzen right away. Looking at Hyuga Kai's leaving back, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath of dry smoke. If he kept Hyuga Kai in this way, it would become a must. Besides, the Hyuga clan really needed to be beaten. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the report on the table, and the 3 Hyuga Anbu took advantage of their positions to conduct private transactions with other countries, use force to eradicate hostile industries in the Land of Fire, develop family industries, etc. Everyone is shocked. They have accomplished so much in just 6 months. How efficient they are at doing things. It didn't matter once he checked, Sarutobi Hiruzen was frightened. No wonder Hyuga has been able to continuously improve the treatment of family ninjas recently. Shinishug. Shinishug Sarutobi appears in the office wearing Anbu gear. Advertisement. Exist. Arrange some people to deal with those Hyuga Anbu. Yes. Just as Sarutobi Shinishug was about to leave, he was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wait a minute. This mission is assigned to Hyuga Hayashi's team. You go and call me Hyuga Hayashi. Clear. Hyuga Kai breathed a sigh of relief as he walked out of the Hokage building. It was really tiring to act with Hiruzen Sarutobi just now, but the result was gratifying. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also alienated Konoha and Hyuga. If he could go to a higher level, he might not have to do it himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen would take action for him. But this should be impossible, Hyuga is not Uchiha, and Hinata should be much more honest after this. And I am already considered a close confidant of the Hokage, at least until Hyuga Kai fled Konoha, I was considered a close confidant of the Hokage. Returned to Anbu to meet up with several teammates, and we were about to meet up to go to the barbecue restaurant to take care of my stomach after eating many Tianbing Liangwan. An Anbu came to the lounge with several people. Team Kakashi, this is your new mission. Lin Yu was very unconvinced. Hey, we just completed an A-level mission, and it's vacation now. The Anbu ignored Rain's words, handed the mission file to Kakashi, and then disappeared again. Kakashi took the task file and read it carefully, his expression became extremely strange. Chi, take a look. If you can't take action, you can ask for leave. The three of us can complete this task. Hyuga Kai took the file without hesitation and read it carefully. It recorded in detail the crimes of 3 Hyuga branch house Anbu who used power for personal gain and other crimes. The content of the mission is to ambush and kill several people while the 3 of them are on a mission. Hyuga's expression did not change, and he handed the file to Yamato beside him. I have no problem. Although my surname is Hyuga, I am not a member of the Hyuga tribe, and I have a bloody feud with them. When the time comes, I must be allowed to deal with them alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted him to hand over a certificate of surrender for easy control, but Hyuga Kai didn't care. Not to mention that Hyuga didn't know. Even if he knew, what could he do? He was just collecting interest now, and he would ask them for the general ledger later when he became stronger. The 2 teammates looked at each other with sympathy after reading the file. It must be very uncomfortable to have such a big hatred against their own family. Chapter 7 Ambush. 3 Hyuga members received special orders to form a reconnaissance team to go to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to survey the terrain and draw tactical maps. The 3 of them were even happier after receiving the order, which meant that they were going to make a fortune again, extorting money along the way, and making deals with the merchants of the Kingdom of Rain. Since they joined, Anbu has become more comfortable using Bion's strong detection ability, and often accepts many special tasks that only they can accept. Border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Advertisement. And Hyuga Kai and his friends were already ambushing them on their only way. The 4 members of Kakashi's class stood at the end of the tree, observing the 3 people's path from a distance. Kakashi asked, is it okay for you to attack alone? No problem. Even if there is a problem, aren't we still here with you? With that said, the 4 of them dodged faster than the 3 Hyugas, and came to the ambush place arranged in advance to wait for them to be arrested. The 3 Hyugas themselves were traveling very slowly with a large amount of supplies, unlike the Kakashi class who were traveling lightly and very fast. Watching the convoy of 3 people approaching, Hyuga activated the trap, and instantly countless kunai connected to the detonating talisman were shot out from all directions. There is an ambush, pincer formation, protect supplies. The leader, Special Jainin, reacted quickly, and the 3 of them jumped out of the carriage and instantly opened their eyes. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The 3 Hyuga ninjas instantly formed a trigram formation and fired at the detonating talisman kunai in front of them, trying to protect the goods as much as possible. But that was just in vain. Under such an attack they simply couldn't block all the explosive talisman kunai. After the trap, the 3 people's goods had been blown up beyond recognition. Who is it? How dare you attack Konoha Anbu in the Land of Fire? The 3 Hyuga ninjas were filled with jealousy. They opened their eyes and looked at the positions of the 4 Hyuga ninjas, only to see the familiar clothes above them, which were the Konoha Anbu clothes. They immediately thought of the possibility that someone wanted to blame Konoha Anbu. This idea was immediately rejected. How could someone do such a stupid thing as attacking Konoha and blaming Konoha? There is only one possibility: if what they did is discovered, the 3rd Hokage will be silenced. Hyuga activates the hiding technique on his body and jumps off the branch. I want to see the 3rd Hokage. You are not qualified to judge me. I am a member of the Hyuga branch house. A famous Hyuga ninja shouted unwillingly. Hyuga opened the knot seal and released a large amount of thunder attribute chakra from the acupuncture points around his body, forming a layer of lightning-style armor on his body. This is the order of Lord 3rd generation, and the Hyuga sect will not fall out with Konoha just because of you branch house clan members. Yes, you are just expendable to them. Advertisement. Thunder Ninja Taijutsu, Thunder Armor. This is the B-class ninjutsu created by Hyuga Kai combining ninjutsu and Hyuga Gentle Fist. Gentle Fist distributes chakra through acupuncture points on the hands and penetrates it into the human body to complete the effect of sealing the acupuncture points. Hyuga Kai is an improvement on it, allowing the thunder attribute chakra to emit from acupoints all over the body and condense into armor. In the end, it achieved the same effect as Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode. When Kakashi heard Hyuga Kai's idea, he couldn't help but be surprised. This is simply a genius development idea. This is lightning-style chakra mode. The Hyuga ninja was shocked. This kind of ninjutsu covered with armor and defense was the most restrained against the Hyuga Gentle Fist. Gentle Fist cannot break chakra into it, and they will lose half of their combat effectiveness. Hyuga didn't talk nonsense anymore. The Thunder Ninja Taijutsu, Thunder Flash came to a Hyuga almost instantly and pushed out with a palm. The Thunder Ninja Taijutsu, Thunder Sealing Palm injected a large amount of Thunder Attribute Chakra into Hyuga Ninja's body in an instant. All the acupuncture points around his body were sealed, making it difficult for the body and the chakra to move even half a minute. His other two teammates quickly stepped forward to support him. Hyuga Kai grabbed the body of the Hyuga Ninja in front of him and threw it towards another ninja nearby. The man subconsciously went to pick him up in a panic, and the ninja thrown out by Hyuga Kai was held in his arms. Hyuga Kai immediately appeared in front of the two people like a tarsal body, and hit the Hyuga Ninja who was being held in his arms with two palms at the same time. Thunder Gentle Fist Method Thunder Palm. This move is a combination of mountain breaking strike and ninjutsu. Chakra is poured into the body of the enemy in front of you. Finally, based on the enemy's body, you can hit the cow behind the enemy from across the mountain. The Hyuga who caught his teammate from behind felt a pain in his stomach. When he looked again, his stomach had been shattered by lightning, leaving a bloody hole. Another palm wave passed over the two Hyuga ninjas, and a blood mark appeared on the necks, symbolizing the complete death of the two people. In the blink of an eye, two Hyuga died one after another. Hyuga Kai looked at the last Hyuga ninja. He was the leader of the three, a special Jainin. You are Hyuga Kai. If I, the Hyuga clan, knew that you were harming your own people, I would never let you go. Seeing the Thunder Ninja Taijutsu, he thought of Hyuga Kai, who has become famous recently. When Hyuga Kai saw his identity revealed, he stopped hiding and took off his wolf mask and put it on the side of his face. I am not a member of the Hyuga tribe. Hyuga Kai suddenly pointed his palm towards the Hyuga Jainin, activated the Thunder Ninja Taijutsu Chidori gun, and instantly shot out a straight bolt of lightning from his palm to stab Hyuga Jainin in front of him. Hyuga Jainin responded quickly and jumped away. He had already discovered Hyuga Kai's thoughts after seeing the chakra flowing in Hyuga Kai's body. Advertisement. The moment his body fell back to the ground, Hyuga Kai lay flashed in front of Hyuga Jainin and engaged him in a taijutsu battle of strength and skill. For a moment, the palms of the hands met, and the fists touched the flesh. For a moment, Hyuga Kai was unable to do anything to this Hyuga Jainin. He was still too young and his strength had not been fully developed. After Hyuga Kai understood his physical strength, he wanted to retreat and let several teammates deal with him together. That Hyuga Jainin suddenly stepped forward and hugged Hyuga Kai. There were bursts of smoke rising from his arms. There was a detonating talisman hidden in his arms. He knew that it was impossible to escape. Are they going to die together? Shame on the Hyuga clan, I will take you to hell right now. Hyuga Kai didn't panic. Countless thunder and lightning were released from acupuncture points all over his body. Almost instantly, the Hyuga Jainin was knocked unconscious by the majestic thunder and lightning. He kicked the unconscious Hyuga Jainin away and kicked him several meters away. Earth-style wall. Kakashi took action at the right time. An earth wall was built on the opening wall of Hyuga to block all the remaining power of the explosion. Kakashi Tenzo Urin appears next to Hyuga Kai at the same time. How's it going? Do you need healing? Tianzang patted Hyuga's shoulder and asked carefully. They thought that Hyuga Kai, who was expressionless now, must be in great pain. No one wanted to see fratricide killing each other. But what they don't know is that Hyuga is very happy now. If these ninjas placed by Hyuga in Anbu die, it will be a huge blow to Hyuga. I'm fine, just clean up the battlefield. Although they are traitors to Konoha, they were ambushed by Rain Shinobi because of their secret dealings with Rain Shinobi. Hyuga Kai took the initiative to put 3 mangled corpses into the sealing scroll behind his back. Kakashi and Tenzo also faked the scene and played several water-style ninjutsu one after another. Let's go back to Konoha to answer our questions. 2 days later, on the high tower in the Kingdom of Rain. Pain, who was full of black rods, asked Konan beside him, why haven't the supplies traded by those Konoha ninjas arrived yet? The political power of the country of Rain they had just seized had just experienced a civil war, which was even worse for this poor country. Opportunities to trade with other countries can be used to purchase many scarce supplies. Konan cold-keyed, their deal was discovered by Konoha and disposed of. Konoha faked it as we attacked their own caravan. Pain was expressionless, this is a big country. Everyone has their own interests, and they all turn against each other for their own interests. Chapter 8 Studying the White Eyes. Konoha October 13, 1953. Hyuga Kai, who had just returned to Konoha, heard about the information about the Hyuga clan. This has been the headline news in Konoha for many days. The Hyuga clan could not withstand external pressure and accepted the suggestion to postpone the imprinting of the caged bird in the branch house until the age of 9. Several people who heard the news looked at Hyuga Kai. As Hyuga Kai's companion, he felt that there were Hyuga Kai and Hokage behind this time. There must be a mastermind behind the successive incidents that are detrimental to the Hyuga clan. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai, let's see what I do. Let's go to Anbu to hand over the task. We'll have barbecue later. I'll treat you. Rain hooked Hyuga Kai's shoulders, ha ha ha, okay, let's see how I eat you up. You'll eat like this for the rest of your life. The few people returned to Anbu to hand over the mission, wrote a mission report, and handed it into Captain Nihujiao together, and then got a week's vacation. This is enough time for Hyuga Kai to prepare for next month's inspection seal exchange opportunity. At this time, the benefits of being a close confidant of the Hokage are revealed. Of course, this kind of task must be done by the Kakashi class and others. Hyuga was very relaxed after completing a short-term goal. He went to the Akamichi family's barbecue restaurant with a few friends and had fun all afternoon. As evening approached, Hyuga staggered on the way to the Hyuga tribe's land, and then used chakra to digest all the alcohol. Entering the land of the Hyuga tribe, Hyuga Kai often receives the looks of contempt from the Hyuga tribe. The more outstanding Hyuga Kai is now, the more humiliating he is to these pure-blooded Hyugas. How could ABD be so valued by the Hokage and become an Anbu? Hyuga Kai secretly pouted, the good days of these guys have just begun. When the news of Hyuga Anbu's death came back, the suppression of Hyuga by the Hokage lineage officially began. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Uncle Hisashi teaching Niji gentle fist. When he saw Hyuga coming to the meeting, little Niji was so happy that he came over to say hello. But then he thought that Hyuga Kai hadn't come back for a long time, and he pretended not to notice and concentrated on training, but his eyes that kept wandering had already betrayed him. Hisashi nodded when he saw Hyuga Kai coming back. Ningji, please continue, I want to discuss something with Kai. Okay, father. Hyuga Kai and Hisashi walked into the room and sat opposite each other. Hyuga Kai poured tea for them. Is this all your work? Hisashi had already guessed in his mind but still hoped that Hyuga Kai could say it himself. I did it. Advertisement. Thank you. Hisashi bowed slightly. Hyuga quickly bent down and said, it doesn't have to be like this. Niji is also my brother, and my sister-in-law asked me to take care of him before she died. Naturally, I will do my best. I still want to thank you. The sealed book is under the bed in the room you used to live in. It has been aged according to your request. Hyuga Kai was about to get up and go to his original room. Be careful whatever you do. Clear. Hyuga Kai walked out of the room and saw little Ningji looking forward to it outside. Hyuga Kai squatted down and took out the gift he had prepared long ago. Xiao Ningji, here it is. Niji came over curiously, took the gift box and opened it. 2 pairs of wristbands lay quietly inside. Hyuga Kai picked it up and put it on for Niji. This wrist guard can protect your wrist safety during training. Thank you, brother. Hyuga taught Nisi many training techniques and trained with Nisi beside him. It wasn't until late at night that Hyuga Kai returned to the apartment he rented outside with the forged seal book. The biggest reason why Hyuga Kai chose this place was that there was a basement under the apartment, which was convenient for Hyuga Kai to study ninjutsu in it. Watching Hyuga leave, a figure in the distance quickly left. Every Hyuga ninja knelt on one knee. Elder, Hyuga Kai talked with Hyuga Hisashi about some things, and gave Hisashi's son 2 pairs of wrist guards, and finally went back to his room. That's all. The elderly Hyuga elder leaned sideways and listened to his subordinate's reports. Yes. What do you think of Hyuga Kai's relationship with Hisashi and his son? It's very good, especially how Hisashi's son shows great dependence on Hyuga Kai. Well, that's good. You can go down and receive the reward. Thank you, great elder. The man said excitedly. Elder Hyuga laughed sinisterly, he. The Hokage won't let me control this BD with a caged bird, but you don't know that I have a better way. Advertisement. Walking into the apartment, he carefully locked the room, quietly opened his eyes, and observed that no one was watching around him. Hyuga Kai then walked into the basement with confidence, and the seal on the basement door had not been touched. The facilities in the basement are extremely complete. Hyuga spent most of his salary on this. Not only did he hire someone to expand the size of the basement, but he also bought a lot of research equipment. Hyuga Kai took out the seal scroll on his back, took out the corpses of the 3 members of the Hyuga branch house, dug out the white eyes that had been destroyed by the caged bird, and carefully placed them in physiological saline. The 2 broken bodies were destroyed, leaving only the relatively complete body, which was sealed in the freezer. How could such a complete research object be destroyed so easily? During the 7 days of vacation, Hyuga Kai could only take a break from time to time to train with Niji. The rest of the time was devoted to research on the Byakugan and the Hyuga clan. Thanks to the education he received in his previous life, Hyuga Kai is fairly good at dealing with it. Hyuga Kai even specially extracted some of Niji's blood to compare with the genes of several Hyuga clan members. Finally, we came to a conclusion that the Tsutsuki genes such as Byakugan Sweji and others came from one gene chain. Most of this gene chain is in a closed state. After thousands of years of blood dilution, most of it has been closed. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is a short section of this gene chain, which symbolizes the Byakugan, and the higher the activity of its activated DNA, the purer the Byakugan. Hyuga Kai checked his own genes and found that the gene chain symbolizing Tsutsuki not only had a section symbolizing Byakugan turned on, but also a section that was half open. Hyuga fell into thinking that gene should symbolize the immortal body. I do have Senju bloodline in my body, but its activity is extremely low. And what I have to do is to use a Nagara's technique to continuously absorb the Byakugan's pupil power and blood, so that the Byakugan can evolve. Byakugan's ability is no worse than Sharingan, among which the light Tsutsuki Kagaya shows is the role of coercion, control of thinking, and seeing through thoughts, not to mention the spatial ability of Tsutsuki Momoshiki in Boruto's biography. Among them is the evolution of the Byakugan, the reincarnation eye. Once mastered, it will be able to fight against the super shadow level Naruto after the finale. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kai can't help but feel that the future is bright. But the most important thing at the moment is to get by Lahu's Nagara technique. After mastering it, you will have the ability to fuse the blood inheritance boundary. With a little modification, you're sure to succeed. And that thing is placed in Konoha's sealing room, and the opportunity to inspect the sealed items will come next month, and it must be successful by then. Hyuga Kai even developed a D-rank ninjutsu for this purpose. Ninja technique, the technique of replacement. You can quickly exchange items of similar size with the objects in the seal scroll, and hide the white mist in the middle. This will also increase the success rate of stealing the sealed book. And Hyuga Kai still has a backup plan. If there is no chance, Hyuga Kai will look for opportunities on his own. Chapter 9 Stealing the Sealed Book. Konoha November 3, 1953. Hyuga Kai and a group of Hokage confidants, Kakashi, Tenzo, Yulin, Xiang, Qing, Lin Jiao, and others received a secret mission at the same time and went to the Konoha seal room to protect and inspect the seal. This is a huge project. Every sealing cabinet needs to be unlocked and resealed. It is impossible to hand over these tasks to several squads to complete. This is too slow and gives the enemy a chance to react. Hyuga Kai and others' Anbu's role was reflected. The ninjas in the sealing class used the technique of breaking the seal on several people. This speeds up the project. They are responsible for cleaning up the old seals, while the 4 ninjas from the sealing class are responsible for resealing the sealed objects. Advertisement. Many items here are also eye-opening to Hyuga Kai. They contain seal scrolls of mysterious beasts and claws, seal books recording unfinished forbidden arts, etc. Among them, Senju Tobirama's taboo ninjutsu has contributed the most. He succeeded in many, but failed even more. Those unfinished taboo ninjutsu are all sealed here. Among them, Hyuga Kai is still most concerned about Beirahu's Inamera jutsu. When Hyuga Kai was about to open the seal on cabinet 3/9, a huge explosion sounded from the outside world, and everyone immediately went on alert. The enemy is attacking. Xiang, Qing, Lin Jiao, and Naihu Jiao follow me to intercept them. Several Anbu reacted very quickly and responded. This is not a backup plan left by Hyuga Kai. He only left a few shadow clone in the outside world. It is impossible to start the attack now before the agreed time. This is enemy country ninja attack. But this also responded to Hyuga Kai's thoughts. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quickly opened the seal, activated the Ninpo substitution technique and quickly exchanged the scroll in his hand, replacing him with Hyuga Hisashi's fake scroll. Not long after several ninjas chased the enemy, another wave of enemies attacked. When everyone was on alert, an Anbu ninja on the field suddenly took out a sword and killed a companion next to him. Then, without waiting, the remaining Anbu reacted. He threw several smoke bombs around, and the sealed room was covered in blinding smoke for a while. Cough, cough, cough. The ninjas who inhaled the smoke coughed violently uncontrollably, and their eyes were so hot that they couldn't open their eyes. In the mist, Hyuga felt a figure quickly pass by him. Anbu, a member of the Yamanaka clan, held back his cough and shouted, "Don't resist, I will use the heart turn technique to lead everyone through the typhoon." Hyuga enlightened instantly and let go of his spirit to let the ninja do what he wanted. My mind felt like I was being carried into the auditorium. I lost control of my body and could only look at my own seals. Hyuga. Wind escaped, the typhoon has passed. In an instant, a strong wind whipped up inside the seal room and blew away all the smoke. Hyuga Kai wiped the pain and opened his eyes. He saw that the sealing cabinet in front of him was empty, and the fake sealing book he had placed there had been taken away. Looking at the surrounding seal cabinets, many of the open sealed items had also been taken away. Immediately, a squad leader quickly stood up. No one is allowed to move. There is no need to chase the traitors. If you leave, it will be considered a defection. Advertisement. He suspected that there was a traitor in the crowd and did not dare to let people leave to prevent them from escaping in the chaos. Suddenly everyone on the field did not dare to chase the traitor and stood still. Not long after, Captain Sarutobi Shinosuke of Anbu came belatedly and took charge of the overall situation, accompanied by several ninjas from the torture class and investigation class. Everyone named will go to the next room and be questioned. If there are no questions, they can leave. Miyagawa Higashi. Exist. One ninja came out and followed the torture class ninja away, and everyone else waited quietly for them to be called. This matter is too serious, indicating that there is actually a traitor in Hokage's inner circle. Who can get into this position without going through layers of screening? The remaining ninjas of the reconnaissance team were on the spot to investigate the traces of the scene. Hyuga Kai also has doubts in his heart about how he will use to identify the traitor and whether his actions will be discovered. And I don't know whether this unexpected incident is a blessing or a curse. Kakashi. Arrive. Tenzo. Arrive. Several of Hyuga Kai's companions were also called away for interrogation. Hyuga Kai. Arrive. Hyuga Kai walked out of the sealing room and came to the simply built torture room next door. When he entered it, he saw Captain Anbu Sarutobi Shinnishuk and many torture ninjas sitting inside. Sit. Sarutobi Shinnishuk pointed to the chair in front of him. Team leader. Hyuga Kai was not polite, he called Captain and sat directly in front of Shinnishuk. This test is very simple. I just ask you a yes or no answer. Hyuga glanced at the torture ninjas around him and understood their methods. Of course, when dealing with ninjas from the same village, you don't need to directly peek into the memories. That kind of technique may directly turn people into psychopaths. This is just the simplest lie detection. Are you betraying Konoha? Hyuga Kai answered no without hesitation. Advertisement. Have you ever done anything detrimental to Konoha? No. Are you in contact with today's traitor? No. Seeing several members of the torture squad shaking their heads, Hyuga Kai said there was no problem. Okay, you can leave. Hyuga nodded, stood up, turned around and walked outside. Stop. Sarutobi Shinnishuk suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Captain? Hyuga Kai slowly turned around, his heart reaching its highest point. Can I see what's in the seal scroll behind you? Hyuga Kai nodded and placed the scroll behind him on the table in front of Shinnishuk, of course. Shinnishuk opened the scroll in front of him and displayed the 4 nodes above. Dark, clothing, food and a blank node are written respectively. The moment Sarutobi Shinnishuk unlocked the seal that said darkness, many shurikenku now appeared on the table. When he opened the 2 nodes that said clothing and food, many changes of clothes and packaged food appeared. There were no illegal items, and Sarutobi Shinnishuk carefully sealed all the items back into the scroll. He handed it back with both hands and apologized for his doubts. Sorry. It's okay, you're just doing a routine check. Hyuga took the scroll and put it behind his back. Walking out of the sealing room, Hyuga Kai felt as if he was in another world. In fact, the torture just now almost exposed Hyuga Kai's secret. It's just that Hyuga Kai has experience in his previous life, and the lie detection technique of those ninjas only determines whether a person is lying through small details such as the endocrine secretion when the person lies. Others may not know the principle, but Hyuga Chi understands that he can use the chakra power technique of the Hyuga clan to accurately control all the organs in the body, so that he can truly lie without changing his face. In the end, Sarutobi Shinnishuk did not find the sealed book hidden in the small seal scroll hidden in the interlayer of the large seal scroll. Let the other world feel the real fear of Matryoshka dolls. This trick Hyuga Kai learned from a smuggler in his previous life. It can only be said that in terms of experience and knowledge, he can blow up the entire ninja world. Hyuga Kai walked towards home. At this time, a large number of memories suddenly flooded into his mind, and his body became exhausted. This is the shadow clone he left outside. He released it by himself. He left 3 shadow clone outside. Hyuga Kai just wanted to replace the sealed book inside if there was no chance. If you don't remove the shadow clone when the time comes, let them create the illusion of a sneak attack by the enemy. He took advantage of the chaos to take action, but he didn't expect the accident to happen so quickly. Before Hyuga Kai could take action, the real enemy came. Hyuga Kai finished digesting Shadow Clone's memory and suddenly showed a strange smile. As expected of me. Chapter 10 The Real Gangster Eats Gangster. Time goes back to before Hyuga opened the sealing chamber and was attacked. The 3 Shadow Clone outside witnessed the ninjas dressed in Konoha deceiving the ninjas patrolling the outside and hiding sneakily not far away. Are we going to take action? Are they trying to steal our jobs? Silly, they are the ones who really came to attack. Isn't this bigger than the chaos we caused? 2. Advertisement. The 3 Shadow Clone discussed in low voices. Then I saw that not long after, they jumped up, took out the seal scroll and shot a large number of detonating talisman kunao at the Konoha seal chamber. Boom boom boom. Explosions continued, but these explosions did not even open the externally sealed barriers. Tisk tisk tisk, the strength of this seal is worthy of Konoha, it has received all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family. Yes, do you think there is any shadow of Konoha behind the demise of the Whirlpool Kingdom? You don't know what I think. That's right, you are me. The two shadow clones started talking. Stop arguing. This is probably just a feint. Someone will be inside soon. Don't be discovered. A shadow clone interrupted their conversation. Sure enough, two waves of ninjas rushed out, one was Enbu who was chasing him, and the other was the traitor Enbu who was carrying a large number of sealed books. He quickly ran in the direction of the three shadow clone, and the three shadow clone carefully hid. I saw that figure running straight past the branches above the heads of the three shadow clones. The three shadow clone looked at each other and decided to chase. The patrolling ninjas here were all lured away by the attackers. Anbu's rebellious ninja broke through unimpeded, not to mention that he was still carrying Anbu's clothes, so even if the passing ninja found out, there would be no suspicion. Hyuga Kai's three shadow clone followed him from a distance with white eyes until he entered a dense forest in the east of Konoha. He knew clearly that there would be no one on the Anbu patrol route, and the Anbu traitor also knew that he would gradually lower his guard and wait for the contact to appear. Three long-hidden shadow clone quickly took action: Thunder Ninja Taijutsu Thunder Sealing Palm, Thunder Ninja Taijutsu Thunder Palm, and Wind Ninja Taijutsu Wind Pressure Palm. Three shadow clone instantly appeared around the rebellious ninja, and slapped him on the front, back, and top of his head with three palms at the same time. They just sent the rebellious nin away without even having time to say his last words. Picking up the seal scroll and other items that had fallen to the ground, shadow clone discussed it and used the wind escape to cut the man's body into pieces. Finally, let one shadow clone find a place to hide the scroll, and the other two shadow clone are responsible for removing the traces. After a while, Konoha calmed down and then went to get the things back. Advertisement. When Hyuga returned home, she picked up the kettle and drank a large amount of water. Even this could not suppress the excitement in her heart. This harvest was too rich. Not only did I get the human experimental data of Aniyaro no Jutsu and Bailahu, but I also got so many sealed objects. They are all rare treasures and fresh research materials. Even if you sell it to other 4 ninja villages, you can get a huge fortune. Next, the research on Animero's art must be put on the agenda. In his memory, this technique could melt the blood, but it would also turn him into a human, a ghost, and he didn't want to become that kind of monster with bandages. This ninjutsu must be modified and perfected. Moreover, this is only an unfinished version. Before it was completed, Beirahu was found to have escaped from Konoha. This will be a very time and money consuming process. In a secret laboratory in the Land of Fire, Orochimaru showed a rare expression of interest after listening to Kabuto's report again. Who dares to steal my things, Orochimaru? This sneak attack on Konoha used up all his roots in Konoha, and now he has to leave here. Kabuto, pack up. We are leaving the country of fire now. Yes, may I ask Orochimaru-sama where we are going? Go to the Land of Rain. Konoha, December 13, 1953. Konoha found out that the main messenger in the seal chamber attack was the remnant of Orochimaru. Hyuga Kai received orders to eliminate Orochimaru's traitor hidden in Konoha and destroy the snake's nest hidden in the Land of Fire. Hyuga Kai used his position to harvest a large amount of Orochimaru's blood inheritance experimental data and wood-style experimental data, which made significant progress in the research on Animeru's art. Konoha intercepted the Kumagakure caravan on January 9, 54. Harvested the body of a storm-style ninja and secretly hid it as Hyuga Kai's next research material. Konoha assisted Konoha's main offensive force in defeating Kumigakure's offensive on February 13, 1954. The war also entered a stalemate stage. Konoha took Naruto Uzumaki for examination on March 26, 1954, and harvested fresh blood from the immortal body of the Uzumaki clan. There is a bottleneck in researching the art of Oni Maluo. Unable to extract the complete blood inheritance, it is easy to bring out the genes of the person who is being performed, which will change the appearance of the person who performs the technique. Konoha, May 17, 1954, monitoring Uchiha's movements. Continue to study the art of Kiyoro. Konoha celebrates Niji's birthday on July 3, 1954. He changed his research direction and found Matsuo Seiichi to study medical ninjutsu, and achieved certain breakthroughs in his research. Advertisement. In the middle, Hyuga started to do research on the mission, and the time went until the most important node. On December 9, Konoha 54, when they went to the Land of Thunder to deliver a message to Reikage, the 4 people who were greeted warmly by 4th Reikage allowed Hyuga Kai to experience his lightning-style chakra mode. After returning to Konoha, Hyuga improved the Thunder Ninja Taijutsu and Thunder Armor, gaining faster and stronger speed. And continued to study the art of Annihilating. Konoha accepted the peace talks on December 19, 54, and went to the border to escort the Kumagakure peace negotiation delegation to Konoha. Several people led by Kumagakure were also acquaintances of Hyuga Kai. Lava-style Dode and Reikage's secretary Mabi, and other following members there are 2 Jainin and 5 Chinin. Hyuga put down everything he was doing and prepared to deal with Uncle Hisashi's life and death disaster. Hyuga Kai. These Anbu took over the security issues of Konoha during the peace talks. The two villages held talks on the night of December 27, 1994 in Konoha. All the wealthy families attended the meeting, but Hyuga was absent because of the eldest lady's birthday. After the treaty was drawn up that night, everyone in Konoha was immersed in the joy of ushering in peace. The Kakashi team saw a Kumonin sneaking away from the station and heading straight to the Hyuga tribe, which had fallen silent after the celebration. Just after he climbed over the wall of the Hyuga clan, he carefully sneaked into the courtyard of the Hyuga clan leader, and took advantage of the sound of adults drinking and fighting outside to pick up Hyuga Hinata, who was already sleeping. Hinata was awakened but her mouth was tightly covered. Can't make a sound. The Kumagakure ninja found his way out of the Hyuga tribe's territory, the moment he landed. When it was time to take the next step, Kakashi, Hyuga, and Yuli appeared in front of the ninja at the same time holding flashlights. Several beams of light hit the cloud ninja at the same time. Kakashi held an unsheathed straight knife across the man's neck. Put that child down, and then come with me to plead guilty and commit suicide. The Kumagakure ninja reacted quickly and put a kunai on Hinata's neck. Don't move, I will kill her if you move. When he saw so many ninjas appearing at once and knew that his whereabouts had been exposed, he immediately picked up the kunai and stabbed himself in the neck. As long as you die, Master Tutai's plan can still be completed. Hyuga Kai was already prepared and appeared behind the man in an instant. He struck out with his thunder sealing palm, instantly sealing the acupuncture points all over the Yun ninja's body. Kumo ninja's body seemed to have lost all strength and fell to the ground. 3-year-old Hinata fell out of his arms and was easily caught by Hyuga Kai. Yulin took out and tied up the cloud ninja Wahuede. Hyuga Kai looked at Tenzo's wood clone position. How's it going, Tenzo, are you all recorded? Wood clone held the video recorder and made an OK gesture to indicate that everything had been recorded. Okay, the evidence is conclusive, let's go find Mr. Third Generation. Hyuga Kai had no intention of sending Hinata back. His plan had been completed. He put Hinata on the ground and patted the dust on her body. Go back by yourself. When you go back, tell your father that Anbu saved you. Hyuga still had a good impression of Hinata and would not involve his anger on a child. Well, I understand. Then Hinata walked towards the entrance of the Hyuga clan, turning her head 3 times at a time. Chapter 11. The outcome of the peace talks. The peace talks venue the next day. The top brass of Konoha and the Kumagakure delegation gathered together. Before Konoha could speak first, Kumagakure immediately became angry when he saw that there was one missing ninja. Dode from the main war faction burst into action. One of our ninjas was lost last night and has not been found yet. I suspect that you Konoha murdered him. Several ninjas from Kumagakure's main fighting faction even ignored the order of the venue, and the crowd became excited for a moment. Advertisement. Even Mabi, who was sent to represent Raikage Swill, looked displeased and did not stop their rude behavior. Many Konoha senior officials also retorted angrily. Ha ha ha, if I attack you, do you think you can survive here? Danzo retorted. Did you hear that, Hokage-sama? This is the attitude of Konoha. Dode pointed at Danzo's nose and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of dry cigarette in the presence of the old god, and Shimura Danzo suddenly calmed down when he saw his old partner like this, knowing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had a backup plan. He, don't be anxious, just take a look at this first and then talk. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the table with a cigarette in his hand to indicate to Hyuga Kai and others outside that they could come in. Tenzo Kakashi pushed the projection board, while Yuli carried the projector borrowed from the cinema, and several people quickly entered the venue. Master Hokage, do you want to invite us to watch a movie? I think we should finish discussing our missing ninja first. Todai sarcastically said. Well, I want to invite you to watch a movie. The name of this movie is The Kumagakure Ninja Visited the Wealthy Konoha Family at Night and Tried to Commit Suicide After Being Discovered. Todai opened his eyes wide when he heard this. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Let's see it before talking about it. Rainstorm turned on the play button of the projector, and instantly a picture appeared on the whiteboard. In the picture, a Kumo ninja sneaked away from many patrolling ninjas, came to the Hyuga tribe and climbed over the wall, and was about to make his next move. The 4 Hyuga Kai and Kakashi also appeared in the camera. They stood in front of the man. Then Yunren committed suicide in fear of crime and was knocked down by Hyuga Kai with a palm. After watching the entire movie, Todai gritted his teeth. This is impossible, it must be an excuse made up by you Konoha people. This is a transformation technique. Seeing Dode like this, even Mabai, who was a companion, was a little suspicious of Dode. He was originally a militant and strongly opposed to the peace negotiation, so she was not surprised that he could send someone to do such a thing. Yet, bring people up. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to show that he was strategizing. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai pushed open the door, picked up the still paralyzed Kumonin and threw him to the ground. Everyone has gained the stolen goods, what else do you have to say? Dode slumped on the chair. All his plans had failed. Konoha had already reached this point and was waiting for him here. It would be fine if he succeeded. Master Raikage wouldn't say anything if he found out. He expected that Konoha, who was dedicated to peace talks, would swallow his anger, and this would also win good peace talks conditions for Kumagakure. But failed, all was lost. Mabai was also shocked and looked at Tutai. You guys, just don't get caught when you do what you do. What are we going to do if you leave so much evidence? Come here, take Jainin down to the platform. Mabai ordered the ninjas around him to take the platform down. Mabai bowed deeply and apologized. Sorry, Hokage-sama, this is not what Raikage-sama meant. We advocate peaceful resolution of problems. This is just Dode Jainin's selfishness. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully, of course, I understand that we Konoha also proposed peace, so we will not change the terms of the peace negotiation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. As long as you understand, peace talks will be beneficial to both countries. The next negotiation ended under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was raining outside and he came over and hooked Hyuga Kai's neck and asked curiously, how did you find out that Kumagakure would do this? Political sense, there are hawks and doves in every village. How come when we send a letter for peace talks, someone blocks it? And of course there are people who want to disrupt such an important matter as peace talks. Oh I see, forget it, I still haven't figured it out. Yulin laughed, but Master Hokage said that even if we complete an S-level mission this time, we will be rewarded with a full 2 million taels. 2 million divided equally among 4 people would be a generous reward. It's so cool. Tianzang also echoed, yes, this is the first time for such a simple S-level mission. Hyuga Kai said, then why don't you invite your great hero to have barbecue? Of course, Kakashi's treat. Hey, why not you? Of course it's because you're the captain. Kakashi has already accumulated achievements after the mission just now, and will officially become the captain of the Anbu squad tomorrow. Advertisement. Thus taking over the position of Captain Ashikaku of the third team, Captain Ashikaku lost his right arm due to a mission some time ago and retired from Anbu early to go home to take care of his baby. You can receive high monthly pensions and disability subsidies, and your children and grandchildren can enjoy the careful training of the Konoha Ninja School. Okay, I'm treating you. Kakashi took out the kissing paradise and said that it was the only one that could relieve his depression. It's not that Hyuga Kai is greedy, it's just that since he started researching the art of Oni Milo, his money has never stayed in Hyuga Kai's wallet for a day, and he even stole some corpses when doing tasks. No wonder Orochimaru wanted to defect, he couldn't find the best research conditions in Konoha. The research has reached the most critical moment. Hyuga Kai feels that the research is just short of the last step, and he can develop the perfect blood successor to capture ninjutsu. Konoha December 28, 1954. Today is Captain Ashikaku's retirement farewell party and Kakashi's welcoming party, which will be held at the standard Akamichi Yakiniku restaurant. The barbecue there is extremely caloric, perfect for making up for the ninja's consumption. Don't be so downcast. I'm not dead. I'm just retired. I'm going back to enjoy my life. There is no need to look like a dead comrade. Let me introduce to you the new captain of the third team, Kakashi. Everyone knows the genius of Konoha and the most proud junior. He will take my place and continue to lead everyone. All the members of the 3 teams applauded enthusiastically. There is nothing to be dissatisfied with. They are all members of the 3 teams. Kakashi's talent is obvious to all. Everyone is just sad that such a good boss has left. Captain Ashikaku can be regarded as a half-teacher to everyone, teaching everyone ninjutsu taijutsu, and past the most confusing moment of joining Anbu. Okay, let's eat. Everyone in the 3 teams, Anbu, took turns toasting with Captain Naihujiao according to the time of joining. Captain Naihujiao responded one by one and prepared gifts for everyone. It was Hyuga Kai's turn very late. Hyuga Kai had only joined in the past 2 years, but there were also newcomers behind Hyuga Kai. After all, Anbu's personnel turnover was extremely fast during the war. Hyuga Kai came to Captain Ashikaku holding a wine glass. Captain Ashikaku, I'd like to toast you. You've taught me a lot of ninjutsu in the past 2 years in Anbu. Hyuga drank the sake in one sip. Captain Ashikaku also drank from the glass of sake. You are the young man with the best talent in taijutsu that I have taught in so many years. This is my many years of experience in hard fist physical skills and fire attribute chakra properties changes. I believe that in your hands this will not lose my prestige. Hyuga repeatedly refused. This is the treatment only a master's apprentice can receive. How can he bear it? No, Captain, you should leave it to your child. Take it, don't dislike it. My wife has given birth to a girl, and I don't plan to let her be a ninja. She can just be a civilian for the rest of her life. Having said this, Hyuga Kai took the scroll with both hands. I will not disgrace your reputation. Chapter 12 Ghost Blood Seizing Technique. Konoha January 13, 1955. Hyuga Kai replaced Kakashi and was promoted to squad leader of Anbu. Anbu was short of personnel and temporarily completed the task for the three-person squad. Konoha February 16, 1955. In the basement, in front of Hyuga Kai lay a mangled corpse of a Hyuga tribesman. Hyuga opened his hands and quickly formed 32 seals, Su, Yu, Shen, etc., to guide a large amount of chakra, ghost blood seizing technique. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai slapped the ground, and instantly a huge rune formation spread out under his hand, surrounding the corpses of the Hyuga clansmen in front of him in the center. Then a large amount of black flesh and blood rose up from the corpse. The flesh and blood wrapped the corpse and then gradually became smaller and finally disappeared out of thin air. As the secret technique was completed, Hyuga Kai felt a slight throbbing in his eyes, and the power of his white eyes became obviously stronger. I succeeded. Opening his white eyes and caressing his own eye sockets, it was like caressing a treasure. There is no problem with my direction. Next, I just need to be familiar with the simplified steps. The path in this aspect is relatively simple. Hyuga Kai once again placed the collected branch house Byakugan on the ground, activated the ONI blood seizing technique, and increased the power of the Byakugan pupils again. Konoha 55th March 11th. Team 3 welcomes a new member, Uchiha Itachi. It was still a traditional welcome party. Hyuga Kai and Anbu were chatting and laughing at the training ground, waiting for the arrival of new members. I heard that the new member is only 11 years old. Do you want to give him a persuasion package? Have you forgotten the lesson of Yaju? There are definitely 2 ways to join Anbu at this age. Hyuga said playfully, why don't you use it? This is the tradition of the third team. We must give this newcomer a set. Hide it for a while, let's try this newcomer's strength. Many Anbu looked at each other with evil smiles. Kakashi raised his forehead slightly and reminded, just don't go too far. No, we have our own discretion. Hyuga Kai explained his plan again, everyone, for a while, this and that, this and that. Advertisement. When Uchiha Itachi stepped into the training ground, he found that there was no one at the promised welcome party. Just when he was confused, several Kunao shurikens flew from all directions. An enemy attack? No, it was a test from Anbu senpai. Uchiha Itachi drew his sword and knocked away the hidden weapons flying from all directions. Many members of the third team in the dark nodded secretly and flew out more hidden weapons again. But every time Uchiha Itachi can easily knock away all the hidden weapons. The seniors continued to increase the number and speed of hidden weapons, until Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold on any longer, and he opened his pair of blood-red 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi reached into his ninja bag with both hands, took out 8 kunao, and threw them around with both hands at the same time. 8 kunao were struck in the air, then changed direction to move around and hit the next one, and the struck kunao was also shot at another shuriken. As soon as everyone heard this, there was a burst of ping 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 ping, and all the hidden weapons in the sky were struck down by 8 kunao. Ba, bang, bang. Applause rang out from all around, and everyone stopped hiding and showed up one after another. Uchiha Itachi thought, this welcome ceremony is really special, but am I recognized? And his Anbu seniors were all greatly shocked, and they would not be harmed in the face of such an attack. But no one on the scene could say that he could do it like Uchiha Itachi did, knocking down all the hidden weapons in the sky with one blow. This is an effect that can only be achieved by superimposing Uchiha's concealed weapon throwing technique and Sharingan's dynamic vision. Hyuga Kai was also shocked. Seeing it in anime is one thing, but seeing it in reality is another feeling. This shock is beyond words. Is this the power of Sharingan? No wonder Orochimaru wanted to get it after seeing it once. Uchiha Itachi has joined Anbu, which means that Shisui's death is not far away, and maybe he can also get a pure Uchiha bloodline. Everyone introduced their code name abilities one after another. After all, teammates in a team often have to collaborate to complete tasks. Hyuga Kai also introduced himself, Yaizhen, good at physical arts. Wait until everyone has been introduced. Uchiha Itachi bowed slightly, Crow, good at fire style, Genjutsu. The introductions are all over. My name is Kakashi, M. I don't have a code name. Captain of the third team, you will be in the Yaizan class from now on. If you have anything you don't know, you can ask him. Clear. Advertisement. I knew you were just lazy and didn't want to do induction training for new employees. Hyuga rolled his eyes and complained to Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hyuga Kai, and the two said hello to each other. Hyuga Kai took Uchiha Itachi and Tenzu Yuri to a corner of the training ground and introduced each other again. Hyuga Kai asked many questions, such as whether he knew ninjutsu such as stealth. After getting Uchiha Itachi's reply, Hyuga Kai felt a little bit troubled. According to the routine, I should teach you some skills that Anbu must know, but you already know them. I'll teach you something else. I'll teach you some of my ninja taijutsu. I just recently developed some fire ninja taijutsu. Uchiha Itachi knew that this was Hyuga's famous stunt and immediately bowed to thank him. Little things. Fire ninja taijutsu is a combination of Konoha Gukken given by Captain Ushikaku and fire-style chakra changes. It does not involve too much knowledge of Hyuga acupuncture points, and ordinary ninjas can also learn it. Then Hyuga taught Uchiha Itachi several good fire ninja taijutsu, and Uchiha Itachi, who opened the Sharingan, could often learn it easily just by watching it once. The onlookers, including Tianzang Yulin and others, widened their eyes. This talent is too heaven-defying. Professor Hyuga Kai did not shy away from everyone and told the essentials of these fire ninja taijutsu without reservation, but only Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi learned it through Sharingan's ability. Everyone couldn't help but make envious sounds. This was too heaven-defying. As long as they saw someone else perform ninjutsu once, they could easily copy it. This really makes us bloodless step ninjas tremble with anger. What is even more infuriating is the talent of Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Itachi, who have already reached this level in their teens. After finishing the teaching, Hyuga Kai, as the squad leader, decided to take a few teammates to treat him to hot pot, and a certain shameless Uchiha Kakashi also forcibly joined. And repeatedly asserted his rights as a former teammate. Uchiha Itachi expressed his gratitude to Hyuga Kai for his teachings and requested payment from him, but was blocked by Uchiha Kakashi, Senjo Tenso, and Yuli. Finally, Hyuga Kai's iron CK started to shed its hair and needed to be rubbed hard. Hyuga Kai said that they were still too young. Hyuga Kai, who successfully developed the art of ghost and blood grabbing, became a rich man again. I don't care about this little money anymore. There is a reason why Hyuga Kai suddenly became so generous. Having a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi can also detect the movements of Uchiha and Konoha. He is an ace double agent. Now Hyuga Kai only knows that Shisui committed suicide in Nanga River, and the time is not clear at all. Even Hyuga Kai felt that the chance was slim. After all, Shisui's body was not found even by Kabuto Yakushi, a grave digger. Chapter 13 Hisashi was killed. Konoha 55 years. Hyuga Kai spent another year continuing to improve the ghost blood seal technique, becoming so proficient that it can be triggered without sealing, and the complicated rune array was replaced by chakra emanating from acupuncture points. From now on, Hyuga Kai will create a chakra circle with a radius of 3 meters at the center of the circle, and Hyuga Kai will be able to instantly cast the ghost and blood seizing technique. Hyuga Kai has also become a reliable senior that Uchiha Itachi considers, and Uchiha Itachi will ask him for many questions. And found a psychic scroll that a rebel nin from Kirigakure exchanged with the ninja fish, and prepared to find Shisui's body. Advertisement. Konoha July 12, 1956. Hyuga Kai noticed that something was wrong with Uchiha Itachi, and he became more silent and deeper than before. And Hyuga Kai also immediately thought of the reason for Shisui's death. His heart skipped a beat. If Shisui died last night, he would have to hurry up to avoid being eaten up by the fish. Hyuga gave everyone a few days off on the grounds of illness, and he was going to look for Shisui's body under the Nanga River. Hidden all the way to the lower reaches of the Nanhi River in the Uchiha tribe's territory. Hyuga Kai Seal used psychic techniques to summon many small fish from the ninja fish clan. Hyuga Kai dropped a lot of bait and ordered them to find a corpse. Finally, the hard work paid off. As night approached, Hyuga Kai finally found and fished out Shisui's body. Hyuga Kai also didn't intend to take it back for research, and the ONI blood seizing technique absorbed all of his Uchiha blood. The imaginary Sharingan did not appear, and it was just a corpse without Sharingan that he absorbed. As for the cost of opening Sharingan, Hyuga Kai really doesn't want to feel it, so he can wait until he absorbs some Sharingan later. But it is not without gain. Hyuga Kai's Tsutsuki Jin chain is more complete, but the activity is not very high. Hyuga was inspired to think about the seal books and other items in the Konoha seal room that he had never dared to get, and went to a dense forest in the east of Konoha to retrieve the seal books and seal scrolls that had been hidden for a long time. After briefly understanding the information, Hyuga inspired an existing Senjo Tobirama's unfinished ninjutsu, which greatly interested him. Its goal is to resurrect the dead, not to reincarnate in filth but to truly resurrect. From second generation's point of view, since I can shake people from the Pure Land, why can't I resurrect others? However, this ninjutsu was banned midway through the development by Senjo Hashirama on the grounds of desecrating the dead, and it was strictly forbidden to continue development. But there are many ideas worth exploring. There are many ninjutsu in the ninja world that can resurrect people: the bloodstained dragon life reincarnation in Kyuzagakure village, the self-reincarnation of Cho in Sunagakure village, and the reincarnation of the Rin-Egan Eye, all of which can resurrect others. But this must have the same restrictions: not to die for too long, and to exchange lives for lives. But in Hyuga Kai's eyes, these are not limitations. You can't die for too long because the soul has been far away. You can just reincarnate in the dirty soil and bring it back. You need a container. This is easy to say, just let Uncle Snake clone one. Life in exchange for life is nothing more than insufficient vitality. Chakra is not enough, please understand the ultimate immortal body. These are all problems that can be overcome. If we continue this line of thinking, Hyuga Kai may really be able to resurrect others, and maybe his aunt can also be resurrected by then. Advertisement. The remaining miscellaneous information and items ninjutsu were also collected by Hyuga. I plan to check it out carefully when I have time later. Konoha February 3, 1957. Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Itachi, who were only 13 years old, were promoted to captains of the Anbu squad at the same time. Both of them had to leave their original teams. After seeing Uchiha Itachi's order letter, Hyuga Kai understood that the Uchiha genocide was getting closer and closer. Uchiha Itachi was transferred to the root, that is, Danzo's subordinate. Although he was promoted, it was essentially a listed position. Danzo's root would definitely not let Uchiha order his subordinates. And Hyuga Kai's is a real position, captain of Konoha Anbu's second team. Hyuga Kai held a farewell party with his former teammates. He said it was a farewell party, but no one knew that the second team was right next door to the third team, looking up without looking down. These people just wanted to kill Hyuga Kai. In the end, Hyuga Kai had to pay for the meal with tears in his eyes. Konoha February 4, 1957. Hyuga took office and defeated the squad leaders with absolute strength to stabilize his position as squad leader. But there is always a pair of eyes in the dark watching Hyuga Kai's every move. You're already the squad leader, so it's time to take action. Uchiha has an Anbu captain, and Hyuga must have one too. Konoha May 13, 1957. Hyuga Kai received an important mission. The daimyo of the fire country died of illness. He escorted the daimyo's second son who lived in Konoha and went to the capital of the fire country to appoint a new king. It is extremely important for Konoha to let a person who is close to Konoha become a daimyo. Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered this second detachment to complete this task. If necessary, he can assassinate the eldest son of the daimyo who is also returning from a distance. This is an extremely difficult and time-consuming task. Hyuga Kai's second detachment takes the daimyo's second son to avoid the encirclement and suppression of samurai and rebel ninjas. After going through untold hardships, he was the first to arrive in the capital, and used bloody methods to wipe out the opposition, and finally supported the second son of the daimyo to ascend to the daimyo's position. This is not the end. We have to continue to deal with the constant assassinations and wait for Hiruzen Sarutobi to send the new 12 guardian ninjas. But life has become leisurely. The new daimyo is very fond of Hyuga Kai and intends to win over Hyuga Kai. It's just that Hyuga Kai is a little frightened by this leisurely life, and Hyuga Kai feels deeply uneasy. After the new guardian nin was in place, Hyuga Kai handed over the task, and Hyuga Kai rushed towards Konoha non-stop. In this world, there are not many people who can make Hyuga Kai care about him, only Hisashi and Niji. Hyuga Kai explained the situation to several teammates, and they continued to speed up and return to Konoha. On the other side of Konoha, Hyuga Hisashi received a letter from the clan, asking him to take Ningji to the clan leader's mansion. Although Hisashi also felt that something was wrong at this time, did he still need to bring the child with him to discuss the matter? Advertisement. He immediately decided to let people take Hyuga Ningji and leave secretly to find Hyuga Kai's home in Hyuga Kai. He wrote another farewell letter and placed it under Hyuga Kai's bed. If he didn't come back, the Hyuga clan would have killed him. Please take good care of Niji. He went to meet his brother. After all, he was still a member of the Hyuga clan. In the mansion, many clan heads and elders were sitting opposite Hyuga Hisashi. Seeing that Niji had not arrived, Hisashi was the first to ask, why didn't Nisi come? Niji went out to find Kiwon. Hisashi hinted not to play Niji's mind. Being with Hyuga shame, aren't you afraid that Niji will also grow up to become Hyuga shame? The first elder smoothed his beard and said, Hisashi, we have decided through the clan council that Niji's training will be completed by the second elder. This is the best reward for your hard work in assisting the clan. Hisashi shook his head slightly. Thanks to the kindness of the three elders, Niji will still follow Hokage's advice and enter the ninja school. The third elder gave a sharp shout, Humph! Don't be ignorant, we are not negotiating terms with you, this is an order. Hisashi's elder brother spoke Hyuga Hisashi, Hisashi, there is no need for this. Niji will become an excellent Hyuga ninja under the training of the second elder. Hisashi withstood the pressure from the four people. He knew that he wanted to control Hyuga Kai through Niji, we have to ask Hokage for his opinion. Hisashi, is it because our clan's orders don't matter? Don't think that just because Hyuga Kai has become Hokage Anbu, he can do whatever he wants. The great elder activated Hisashi's caged bird seal. Ah! Hisashi fell to the ground in pain, holding his head tightly with his hands. Under this curse seal, Hisashi's brain nerves would be damaged, which was a real splitting headache. This is just a lesson. If you dare to talk back again, it won't be that easy. After stopping the magic on the caged bird, Hyuga Hisashi breathed heavily, sweat soaking through his clothes. The elder said, "Now that I tell you Niji's position, you will still be the head of the Hyuga branch house." Hisashi no longer had the energy to speak, so he just kept shaking his head. "It seems you don't give up." As he said that, he was about to activate the caged bird again. But he underestimated Hisashi's love for Niji and concern for Kai. Hyuga Hisashi slapped his temple just like Hyuga Kai's father. Hyuga Hisashi committed suicide, and the three elders showed indifferent expressions. They had seen many branch house ninjas who could not bear the pain and committed suicide. How could their chances end because of the death of one person? After so many years of preparation, they couldn't have no backup plan. Hyuga Hayashi looked up to the sky and lamented, "Hisashi, why is this happening?" Chapter 14 Ninkai was taken away. "Put these away." Someone immediately went to clean up Hisashi's body. The four of them continued to wait for the next plan with normal expressions. Soon after, a branch house ninja walked into the lobby, dragging Hyuga Niji beside him. "Let me go, I'm going to find Brother Chi." Advertisement. "Niji, don't be ridiculous!" Hayashi shouted. When Nisi saw that it was his uncle, he had no idea that the people in front of him were the murderers. "Uncle, he just wanted to pull me over." "It's okay, uncle will make the decision for you. Get out of here quickly." "Yes, yes." The branch house ninja quickly left the hall. "Uncle, where is my father?" The second elder was very dramatic. "Oh, he's in the back room. Go and see him. He's suffering from blood disease and he's dying soon. Before he died, ask me to take care of you." Hayashi took over the right to speak and planned to train Niji himself. "What?" Niji exclaimed in disbelief. He rushed into the back room and saw his dying father lying on the hospital bed. Niji was worried about his father's eagerness, so he rushed to the fake Hisashi's side. Father, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." Fake Hisashi hesitated as he was dying. "You were fine just now, why are you like this now?" "In order to spend more time with you, I swallowed the secret medicine. The condition has been suppressed for the time being, but now it has exploded. I am here to entrust you to my brother. Remember, Niji, you have to listen to your uncle." Fake Hisashi also knew that talking too much could lead to mistakes. He tilted his head and pretended to be dead. Niji burst into tears and fainted on the ground in a heartbroken state. Konoha September 1, 1957. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai finally rushed back to the Hyuga clan. As soon as he entered the outer branch house territory, he saw many white cloths hanging here, indicating that someone had obviously died. When I arrived at Uncle Hisashi's residence, the place had been sealed. I anxiously opened the door and saw that there was no one inside. Even the servants had left. Hyuga Kai immediately thought about whether he had been harmed by the Zong family, and thought about running straight to the mansion of the Zong family head Hyuga Hayashi. "Don't come forward, this is not your place." In an instant, countless pairs of Byakugan opened at the same time, and incorporated Hyuga Kai into the 8 trigrams formation. Hyuga activated the Thunder Ninja Taijutsu and Thunder Armor, and punched the Hyuga tribesman in front of him in the abdomen. In an instant, the clansman's body flew straight out. Along the way, many Hyuga tribesmen with no eyesight came to intercept them. Hyuga activated his Thunder Ninja Taijutsu and Thunder Armor, and swept the whole place with one enemy against 100, and he was forced to eat them all with the ghost and blood seizing technique. Idea. What power is this? Let's go, don't stop him. Hyuga used his Fire Ninja Taijutsu to blow away the last Hyuga tribesman blocking the way, and broke into the clan head's mansion straight away. As soon as I entered it, I saw Hyuga Hayashi who was in charge in the lobby and 3 Hyuga elders. The most important thing was that Niji was at Hayashi's side. Hayashi put his hand on the back of Ninkai's head, seemingly stroking Ninkai's head, but in fact he was threatening Hyuga Kai all the time. Hyuga Kai's eyes were red, and the lightning-style armor released thunder and lightning that shattered the stone bricks under his feet. "Where is my uncle?" Nisi burst into tears when he heard this. Father, Wivu. Niji wanted to rush towards Hyuga Kai, but Hayashi held him down. At this moment, Hyuga Kikwan understood that the Hyuga clan was evil and wanted to use Hisashi and Niji to control themselves. But now it seems that their plan has been completed. Niji is now in the hands of Hyuga Hayashi, and he is unable to use the rat weapon even though he has strength. Hayashi sighed hypocritically. "Oh. Hisashi was suffering from blood-stained disease and passed away a few days ago. Before leaving, he entrusted you and Niji to me and asked me to take good care of you." Hyuga's eyes were splitting. This was all an excuse. Uncle Hisashi was still fine when he left. How could he suddenly die of illness? Hyuga Kai didn't dare to make any move. They expected that Niji was in their hands, so Hyuga Kai didn't dare to take action. "Great Elder, please take Niji down." The Great Elder looked at Hyuga's expression as if he had eaten shit and smiled proudly. The great elder pulled Niji, who was crying and almost fainting, stopped him from running towards Hyuga Kai, and forcibly took Niji out of the lobby. Advertisement. If you dare to touch a hair of Niji, I promise to fight to the death to take you Hyuga to hell. Hyuga gritted his teeth. I am Niji's uncle. How could I do something bad to him? You are overthinking it. Hayashi said sanctimoniously, besides, you, Yaichen, are still outside, so how can I do anything to him? The third elder did not care about the faces of these people, and threatened without hesitation, if you have the blood of the Hyuga clan in your body, you will always be a member of our Hyuga clan. You must contribute to the family, do you understand? Hyuga gritted his teeth and said two words from between his teeth, understood. Tell me about the recent trends in Konoha. Hyuga Kai suppressed his anger and told the story of this mission in detail. Yes, it is a good thing to have a new name. Go down and remember your identity. Looking at Hyuga's leaving figure, several people looked at each other and smiled, which was no better than a caged bird. Hyuga left Zong's house and returned to the courtyard with his head lowered. When he returned to his original room, he found signs of movement. Suddenly remembering something, Hyuga lowered his body and stretched out his hand towards the bottom of the bed. I immediately saw the farewell letter from Uncle Hisashi. Hyuga Kai, my nephew. It tells the story of the Zong family summoning Uncle Hisashi. Uncle Hisashi discovered the conspiracy and wanted Nisi to leave first. Finally, he asked Hyuga to take good care of Niji. When Hyuga Kai saw this suicide note, he was filled with grief and anger. His eyes were red with blood, and his black pupils turned into red, with a rotating megatama rising in them. This was the awakening of the absorbed Uchiha bloodline. 1 megatama, 2 megatama, 3 megatama. 3 megatama that are constantly rotate in the eyes. Hyuga clan. Hyuga Kai swallowed the farewell letter 3 times and vowed to write down everything in it. If Hyuga Kai's idea before was to kill some clan branch houses and reform Hyuga for the sake of Uncle Hisashi's face. Now we must wipe out the Hyuga clan. He killed my blood relatives one after another. It would be unworthy of me not to take revenge. Maybe Hyuga Kai is not strong enough now and must wait for an opportunity. Hyuga Kai immediately thought of a time. 1 year later. On the night when Uchiha was exterminated, Konoha would definitely put all its energy on Uchiha, and he could take the opportunity to kill Hyuga and rescue Niji. But Hyuga felt that he could no longer wait until next year. This time must be brought forward. He must intensify their conflicts and bring forward the night of genocide. Chapter 15 Extermination Hyuga. Konoha, September 13, 1957. Hyuga Kai took advantage of his position to secretly release Danzo to sneak attack Uchiha Shisui to seize Sharingan, and other news were revealed, which continued to intensify the conflict between the two parties. Uchiha Itachi approached Hyuga Kai and asked about the relationship between the village and the family. He believed that Hyuga Kai was also a family ninja and would definitely understand his pain. And he didn't know that Hyuga Kai had an incompatible relationship with his family. If Konoha wanted to take action for Hyuga, he would definitely lead the way. Hyuga Kai told Uchiha Itachi about the relationship between the family and the village, and secretly said that as long as there is only one person in the family, there is hope for revival. Advertisement. Uchiha's confrontation with the village will only lead to death. Konoha, October 12, 1957. Working for Hyuga gave me a chance to meet Niji. The conversation between the two was closely monitored, and Hyuga was unable to say many words. During the conversation, they discovered that Niji's cognition was misled, and they wanted to train him to be a dog of the Hyuga clan. The words contained a strong desire to protect Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Hyuga lamented that there was nothing he could do about it. Niji was now in the period of shaping his values. It was very easy to be brainwashed. He had to take action as soon as possible. Konoha, November 12, 1957. Konoha has begun to take action, and Hyuga Kai received orders from Anbu to tightly surround the Uchiha tribe. An Itachi also told Hyuga Kai the night before that if he leaves Konoha, he hopes Hyuga Kai can help take care of Uchiha Suzuki. Konoha, November 13, 1957. With Hyuga Kai's efforts, the night of Uchiha's genocide was finally brought forward a few months. Today is the night of the Uchiha genocide, because on this day, those old guys have recalled all the ninjas who were performing tasks outside in order to deal with emergencies. Hyuga Kai and Anbu were all transferred to the area near the Uchiha tribe. Once any Uchiha were found leaving, they would be killed immediately. In the secret, Hyuga Kai also discovered many dark figures, and the roots also came nearby. This means that the night of the Uchiha genocide is tonight. And tonight will also be the night of Hyuga's annihilation. Hyuga Chi quietly left the patrol station, returned to the Hyuga clan, and came to the branch house clan leader's mansion. This place has been uninhabited for a long time and is covered with dust. Hyuga came to Hisashi's uncle and aunt's room, picked up the photo on the bedside, and wiped off the dust with his hand. The 4 people on the photo were enjoying themselves. This was a photo taken when Niji was just born. Uncle Hisashi and his aunt stood on the left and right, while Hyuga Kai, who was 5 years old at the time, was holding the newborn Niji. When I came to the Hyuga clan, I was bullied and beaten by children every day. The discriminatory spirit of the adults was close to collapse. It was my aunt's family who took me in, and now the Hisashi couple were all killed by the Zone family, and Ningji became someone else's tool. What Hyuga Kai wanted to do today was to end it all. He took off the photo and stuffed it into his arms. He took out the sake he had prepared and sprinkled it on the ground. Just watch, I will rescue Niji and kill Hyuga. And their biggest bargaining chip has always been Nisi, and tonight under the control of Hyuga Kai secretly controlled by Genjutsu, Nisi, Hinata, and Hanabi all left the Hyuga clan. This hole will be filled in the future. The protagonist wants to take revenge for brainwashing Ningji and kill Hinata. It is better to let her go from pain to falling in love with her enemy, and finally the love becomes difficult for herself. For details, please refer to Nalan Yanran falls in love with Xiao Yan mask fake body. Unified reply, Hyuga Hanabi also accepts it. This will not be a poisonous point. They will only think that the person they have always loved is actually Hyuga Kei's second personality, and the two personalities later merged, and they allow both parties to forgive each other and live together peacefully. Hyuga Kei's long-term obedience made them relax their vigilance, and secretly used Sharingan's genjutsu to control Hinata and Hanabi, making them beg Hayashi and let their brother Niji take them to the night market as a guardian. After walking out of the room, Hyuga Kai looked up at the sky. It was already dusk, and a full moon hung high in the sky. Quietly walked out of the courtyard and knocked on the door of the neighbor next door. Not long after, a Hyuga clan member opened the door. He saw Hyuga Kai's face gradually turned cold outside the door. Why is he such a BD? What are you doing here? I'm here to say goodbye. Hyuga Kai still had the same kind smile. Are you going to perform a mission? Then I wish you an early death. The Hyuga tribesman actually cursed directly at Hyuga. Well, thank you for your blessing. Hyuga Kai's smile remained unchanged and he ignored the Hyuga tribesman and broke into his home. Advertisement. What did you do in my house? Get out. The Hyuga tribesman opened his white eyes and launched an attack directly on the Hyuga. But Hyuga Kai's attack arrived first, and the surging black flesh and blood rose up from the feet of the Hyuga tribesman just after he took action. The black flesh wrapped the body of the Hyuga tribesman at an extremely fast speed. When the black flesh and blood surged and disappeared, the Hyuga tribesman had disappeared. The Hyuga tribesman never uttered a word until his death. Hyuga Kai felt the long-lost throb of Byakugan and the extra chakra, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha, Hyuga made a weird sound. He wanted to laugh but was held back. It was really uncomfortable. The tribesman's wife, who noticed that her husband hadn't come back for a long time, walked out of the room and saw Hyuga Kai who looked crazy. What did you BD do? Where's my husband? Hyuga Kai ignored his scream and activated the ghost blood seizing technique again, and the noisy woman disappeared from this world as her flesh and blood surged. Ah! A child screamed, and a child stuck his head out of the window and saw this scene. When Hyuga walked into the house, he saw the child lying limply on the ground crawling away. Without any mercy, Hyuga Kai sent the child to reunite with his family. Thinking carefully, he must have been brought back to Hyuga at this age. The bloodline of the branch house is really inferior. The development of the bloodline was blocked by planting the caged bird early. Hyuga Kai was not satisfied with this bit of blood, shook his head, and knocked on the door of the family again. Anyone there? On the other side of Konoha, the same massacre of the Uchiha tribe continued. Uchiha Itachi opened the closet door and dragged the child's legs out from hiding among the many clothes. No. Woohoo! A woman appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi, trying to stop him. Cutting off the woman and the child with one knife and dying at the same time, perhaps this was the last tenderness of Uchiha Itachi. Unlike Uchiha Itachi's killing, Hyuga Kai feels how kind he is, letting everyone die painlessly. After killing almost all the Hyuga clan members in the darkness, only the main lineage of the clan was left. Hyuga Kai walked into the third elder's courtyard and quietly ate all the guards outside. Finally, he arrived outside the house of the second elder Hyuga, holding his son in his hand. Opening the door, the third elder immediately woke up. In front of him, Hyuga Kai threw his son Hyuga Naoto in front of him. What are you going to do, Hyuga Kai? Don't forget your status. Ha ha ha, of course I won't forget, what you gave me, of course I have a better way for you. Hyuga unsealed his thunder palm and slapped it to stop the quarrel between father and son. Hyuga Kai put his hands on the heads of the two people, and activated the ghost soul capturing technique. The souls of the two people were continuously pulled out in Hyuga Kai's hands. The two wanted to howl but could not make any sound. The last two souls pulled out were stuffed into Hyuga's mouth, and used chakra to crush them into the purest spiritual energy. Senju Tobirama is such a genius. He no longer wants them to report to the Pure Land. This is too cheap for them. He wants them to disappear forever. Hyuga Kai followed suit, and the souls of the main lineages of the clan, such as the second elder and the first elder, were swallowed up by Hyuga Kai. He walked towards the Zone family head's mansion last, and of course he had to be the last one to enjoy the main course. Hyuga Kai, what are you doing here? This is no place for you, get out. Hyuga Kai seemed not to hear and continued to approach. I think you want to die. Advertisement. Everyone in Hyuga, including the head of the branch house, wants this clan to die as a disgrace. Without hesitation, the guard raised his hand and blasted out an 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Kai raised his hand and waved, a huge chakra surged in his hand and directly scattered the group of 8 trigrams air palm. Before they could attack again, Hyuga Kai appeared beside the two of them. He pressed his hands on their shoulders, black flesh and blood rolled, and the two Hyuga guards also disappeared from this world, never to be seen again. Just the shouting just now also attracted the two people living inside. Hyuga Hayashi, who was wearing a kimono, pushed the gate of opening and saw Hyuga Kai standing at the door. He also saw that the two guards had disappeared. Where did Hyuga Tien and Hyuga Kai go? Hyuga Hayashi stared at Hyuga Kai closely. Hyuga Kai smiled and Kai walked towards the stern Hyuga clan leader at the same time. They asked me to watch for a while, there is something wrong. At this moment, he walked out of the darkness, looking extremely strange under the light and moonlight. Hyuga Hayashi immediately noticed something was wrong. These two were the guards he carefully selected from the branch house and never made mistakes. How could they let someone take over tonight? Stop, don't come forward anymore. Hyuga Hayashi shouted, and his ninja instinct made him stop Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai is still moving forward. 8 trigrams air palm. Looking at Hyuga Hayashi who was still advancing, Hyuga Hayashi launched an attack without hesitation. Hyuga Kai slapped the empty palm away with a palm. You really have no intention, don't you know anything else? Hyuga Kai pair of black eyes gradually turned white, but there was a little blue in the center, and the blood around them was lifted up. Facing the Hyuga clan leader of elite Jainin, he still had to use some methods. You actually awakened the Byakugan. Hyuga Hayashi was shocked. The shame of the Hyuga clan actually awakened the Byakugan. When? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Hyuga Kai drags his chin. He enjoys the process of cat and mouse and enjoys his surprise, a long time ago, right? As for why I told you, are you waiting for you to plant a caged bird for me? As long as you awaken the Byakugan, you will truly become a member of the Hyuga tribe. Hyuga Hayashi still thinks that becoming a member of the Hyuga tribe is a gift. And he believed that the man in front of him who came to attack the clan leader was just an impulse, wanting to prove his performance. Tomorrow I will organize a family meeting. You will join the Hyuga family. With your original talent and strength, you will become the family's key training target, and you can even compete for the position of Hokage with the support of outsiders. Hyuga Kai pretended to be flattered, is it okay? Clan leader. Hyuga Hayashi was very excited when he saw that Hyuga Kai had been stabilized, but he was thinking about how to deal with this guy tomorrow, of course. I don't care about your fault of forcing yourself into the Patriarch's mansion. You can go back and rest now. I will send someone tomorrow looking for you. And don't forget that Niji is still in my hands. Your brother's life is not in my hands, but in yours. Okay, but I have another way. Lord Patriarch, please listen to this way. Any solution? As long as I wipe out the entire Hyuga clan, wouldn't I be the leader of the Hyuga clan? What did you say? Hyuga Hayashi couldn't believe that Hyuga Kai said these words. Hyuga Kai's hand glowed with lightning, and he stepped out to attack Hyuga Hayashi. Back to the days. Hyuga Hayashi quickly spun on the spot with his feet raised in a semicircle. As expected of the Hyuga clan leader, ninjutsu was about to block Hyuga Kai's thunder-sealing palm. Hyuga Kai slapped the chakra of Kaden with his right hand, and released thunder and lightning from his hand to penetrate into Kaden. Seeing that Hyuga Hayashi's defense could not be broken, Hyuga opened his right hand in the air, and a little blue light appeared in his white eyes. Rebuke! Hyuga shouted loudly, and Hayashi's spinning body was forced to stop. Hyuga's unsealing thunder palm hit Hyuga Hayashi directly, and the lightning penetrated into his body instantly. Under the guidance of Byakugan, all his acupuncture points were sealed, and his body could not move at all. Seeing Hayashi being defeated instantly, the Patriarch's wife in the dark couldn't sit still and quickly took action to save her husband. 8 trigrams empty wall. Don't come out. Hayashi heard his wife's voice shouting loudly. Hyuga Kai couldn't help but curl up his lips when he heard this sweet cry, and the pleasure of revenge filled his whole body. Hyuga Kai knocked out the beautiful woman in front of him with a casual blow. The black flesh and blood instantly enveloped the beautiful woman's body and only exposed her head. Hyuga Kai was not in a hurry to kill her. He was waiting for Hayashi's cry for mercy. This moment was so similar to that time, but the position was changed. Chapter 16 The Real Madman. How about it? Please beg me, please beg me. Maybe I will let her go. Hyuga Hayashi showed a bright smile and looked at Hyuga Hayashi teasingly. Hayashi closed his eyes and did not look at his wife's miserable state, because knowing what he had done, he naturally knew his ending. No matter what, Hyuga will not let his family go, so he might as well save some face for himself. Fortunately, my wife persuaded me to let Nisi take Hinata Hanabi out to play. I just hope that Konoha and Hyuga, who find me dead tomorrow morning, will kill this madman for me. It seems that you don't plan to beg me anymore. I'm not as inhumane as you. Maybe if you beg me, I will give you a treat like other Hyuga clan members. Advertisement. Hyuga seemed to know what he was thinking, pretending to say it carelessly to break his last line of defense. Oh, I accidentally said it. Speaking of which, you are the only one left in the Hyuga clan. The first elder and the second elder are all dead. I think the news of the annihilation of the Hyuga clan will spread in the ninja world tomorrow. It's such a pity that the first family of Konoha has ended like this. Hyuga Hayashi was so angry that he had been aiming to inherit the Hyuga clan all his life, but today the Hyuga clan was exterminated like this. You madman! I should have killed you 10 years ago if I had known. Hyuga Kai enjoyed Hyuga Hayashi's insults until he ran out of words. Hyuga Kai once again revealed an important piece of information. You are thinking that Hinata Hanabi escaped. Don't worry, I won't kill them. You didn't kill me 10 years ago, and I won't kill your daughter 10 years from now. How's that? Fair enough. Hyuga Hayashi just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. And Hyuga Kai's next sentence dragged him into hell. Of course, killing them is not enough to quell my anger. I want to play with Niji just like you did. I will also play with everything about them. They will consider the enemy who killed their father as their husband. They will regard you as a shame and regard me as their savior. You crazy beast, you can't do this. Hyuga Hayashi shouted almost madly. Hyuga Kai enjoyed his insults and raised his wife Hyuga Shiori's cheek with one finger. Why can't I do this? Isn't this what you have done? Your wife is so beautiful. I think your daughter will also become a beauty. Hyuga Hayashi's last inner defense was defeated. You can't do this, I beg you, give them pleasure and let them die. If it is really like Hyuga Kai, it is better to let them die together, the Hyuga clan will be ashamed because of them. Hyuga shook his head in disgust. You are so heartless, I will not let them die. When we get to the Pure Land, wait for my call. We won't end like this. In Hyuga Kai's hands, even a complete death would be a luxury. With a gentle squeeze of the hand, flesh and blood surged, and Hyuga Hayashi and his wife became a desperate couple. The great revenge was avenged. In an instant, a variety of emotions surged into my heart, and the special chakra rushed into my eyes. In an instant, the three Megatama spun at high speed in his eyes and finally formed a curved swastika pattern. Hyuga Kai didn't feel the slightest joy. He knew how much it cost these eyes to awaken. And feeling the throbbing in this eye continue to deepen, absorbing so many Hyuga tribe members, he felt that it was only a matter of time before he could complete the reincarnation. Madara restored Izanagi's spent eternity. Manjiki spent nearly 20 years with the eyes of evolutionary reincarnation. At the age of 13, he will open the reincarnation eye that rivals it, so he can wait as long as he wants. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnation eye again and looked around the clan leader's room. Sure enough, he found a secret passage that led to the underground. He came to the top of the seal, relied on the reincarnation eye to open the secret door and entered the tunnel. Several seals appeared in front of him. This was the second insurance. Even if the thief found the secret door, he would not be able to break through so many seals. Hyuga Kai is not good at sealing techniques at all. Maybe the former strong man of the Uzumaki clan can do it, but Hyuga Kai definitely can't. There is only one way now, which is to break it open directly. Thinking of this, Hyuga took a few steps back and circulated the chakra throughout his body. Fire Wind Ninja Taijutsu, Fire Fist. The huge fire and wind chakra gathered in his hand and punched out. Boom boom boom. The sealed stone gate shattered in the flames and strong winds, but the secret passages were also collapsing. As expected, the Hyuga clan had already left a backup plan in order to prevent the limits of their blood inheritance from being stolen. If someone is found trying to break in through brute force, the self-destruction program will be triggered. Hyuga Kai quickly entered the secret room and saw rows of pure Byakugan displayed in glass bottles. These are the results of Hyuga's years of accumulation. He was not polite, and the ghost blood seizing technique was activated again, sweeping away all the white eyes on the scene. In addition to numerous white eyes, there was only one scroll left in the secret room, and Hyuga Kai took it into his pocket without hesitation. Hyuga Kai didn't dare to stay any longer. The secret room was still collapsing. He had to leave quickly, otherwise he would end up like Obito. Returning to the ground again, Hyuga Kai saw several figures already rushing towards this side. It's Kakashi, Tenzo, and the others. I didn't want to meet. Now that we're here, let's say goodbye formally. Hyuga stood there waiting for several people to approach. Chi, what's going on here, where are the Hyuga people? Kakashi and Tenzo and several Anbu members approached quickly, and they came immediately after hearing the noise here. Although he and Kei are friends and he doesn't have any good impression of the Hyuga clan after learning about Hyuga Kai, he still has to ask. On their way here, they saw that there was no one in the huge Hyuga clan, and those Hyuga clan members seemed to have disappeared. They were all eaten by me. Hyuga Kai looked around and said nonchalantly. What? Anbu said in shock, unable to believe what he heard. They didn't believe it at first, but when they thought about the useless sight of a dead body, everyone couldn't help but believe it. One person wiped out an entire clan, but not even a body was left behind. Before everyone could react, Hyuga Kai continued, I destroyed the Hyuga clan. We have our own hatred. There is no need to question it. After saying these words, Hyuga Kai turned his back and was about to leave. You can't leave. Several other Anbu tried to stop him. Hyuga looked back coldly, his eyes like icebergs, revealing his white eyes that had turned half blue. You are not my opponent, you can't stop me. After absorbing hundreds of ninjas, large and small chakra poured out, and many Anbu were so frightened by the momentum that they did not dare to make any move. He asked coldly, Kakashi, do you think I can leave? Kakashi didn't want to fight with his friends, and he didn't want these Anbu to make unnecessary sacrifices. He took a deep breath and exhaled, of course, you can leave. Hyuga Kai smiled slightly, like an iceberg melting. He calmed down and waved his hands and walked towards the distance. Kakashi, please read less Jiraiya's works. It is not good for your health. Sharingan is not a good thing for you. You can try it. The seal opens. Advertisement. Hitaki Sakumo once relied on his sword skills to achieve the cage level. Don't give up on your sword skills. Tianzang, I actually feel that you don't have much talent in the ninja field. I suggest you go to the land of fire to work in real estate. With that 3-bedroom and 1-bedroom technique, you might become a rich man and earn some money for Konoha. Funds. It's raining, so hurry up and retire and find a wife to get married. As you get older and older, you won't be able to find a wife by then. After speaking, Hyuga Kai jumped up and flew directly into the air using the gravitational pull of the Byakugan that had just evolved from semi-evolution. Kakashi's expression didn't change at all after hearing Hyuga Kai's words. He watched Hyuga Kai go away with dead eyes. Perhaps this was the best ending for his friend. Having avenged his great revenge, he must be very relaxed, unlike himself. Tianzang Yulin was very dissatisfied and kept muttering to himself about what the BD Hyuga Kai was doing to find trouble for us again. But one Anbu suddenly thought, that direction seems to be the Uchiha tribe's land. What? Times N. Go and report to Master Hokage. There is a little poison here. I will give you an antidote first. You will definitely come to pick up Ninkai in the future, and Ninkai will not be brainwashed by Konoha. The author really didn't think that much at the time. Crying face, Hyuga tribe extraterrestrial. Ningji, Hinata and Sparks appeared outside the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Kai's shadow clone, which had been prepared for a long time, appeared in front of them. Brother! Niji shouted excitedly, running towards Hyuga at the same time. Hyuga Kai ignored Niji's shouts and appeared behind Niji. He grabbed the two girls' necks with two palms and planted a control curse on them both. Sister Hinata! Sister Hanabi! Niji asked in disbelief, Brother, what did you do? Ha ha ha, of course we need their eyes and blood. He casually dropped the unconscious Hinata Hanabi. What? Stupid Doudou, you don't need to know these things yet. Now work hard and become stronger. If you want to know the answer, go find it yourself. Hyuga revealed a pair of eyes as blue as the Milky Way. I will come back to pick you up in a few years. Please be patient for now. When finally Hyuga Kai's figure gradually disappeared, Niji ran to the place where Hyuga Kai had just stayed and asked loudly, what is the true image? Finally, Niji ran towards the empty Hyuga clan land. Hyuga Kai doesn't plan to tell Niji the truth for the time being. There are many reasons. First, he has to go outside, which is extremely dangerous, so it is better to let him stay in Konoha. Second, it is easy for Ninji's 3 views to suffer such blows one after another and cause problems. Third, the final answer is that he has to dig it out himself to be worthy of trust. Waiting until the time is right to tell Niji the truth, now he can only use this expedient. As for Ninji's safety, even Konoha wouldn't dare to attack Niji as long as he didn't die. When he stabilizes himself, he can take Niji back. Chapter 17 Fighting Obito. In the Hokage office, the 4 senior executives including Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Koharu, and Mito Kaden were sitting in a row, waiting for Enbu to send the news back. A figure appeared instantly below. It was Kakashi, who came using the teleportation technique. Master Hokage, the Hyuga clan has been destroyed. The murderer is Kai, and he is fleeing to the Uchiha clan. What? Several people's eyes widened. Hyuga was destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Kai Hyuga had a grudge against Hyuga, but he never expected that he would be so ruthless as to directly destroy the Hyuga clan. How could he have such strength? Impossible. Advertisement. But he took a long puff of cigarette and blew out the white mist, and gradually calmed down. Then, are there any survivors in Hyuga? Shimura Danzo was more concerned about where the Byakugan of the master family had gone. Where are the bodies? I don't know if there are survivors, but we didn't see a single Hyuga member when we arrived. As Hyuga Kai said, all the people who disappeared were eaten by him. Trash, why did you come back to life? Why didn't you stop me? Danzo shouted loudly. Sorry, Kai's strength is too strong, and the Byakugan seems to have evolved. Kakashi lowered his head. Anbu is really useless, let's let our roots take action. Shimura Danzo said this. He stood up and left the Hokage building with several root members following him. He planned to chase Hyuga Kai himself. Watching his old friend leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Tell me about Kai's eyes. Yes, when Kai's eyes are opened, they glow bluer than ordinary white eyes, and the blood vessels around them are less taut. This is a new blood inheritance limit, and Hyuga Kai can fly, which is obviously the ability of the new blood inheritance. Kakashi recounted the details of what he saw. Lord Hokage, are we going to hunt down Kai? Sigh. I'll leave this matter to Jin. Let's put a reward on Hyuga and define him as an S-class traitorous ninja. He'll put a reward of 50 million taels on his head. Yes. After Kakashi and others left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the full moon in the sky. After tonight, Konoha will lose 2 major blood successor ninja clans. Advertisement. It is not a pity for Uchiha to exterminate Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, it will be a greater loss if we wait for them to launch a coup. And what Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to see was that Hyuga, who knew the rules, was also exterminated. Maybe I shouldn't have saved the child. He didn't expect that a 3-year-old child could remember these things so deeply. Hyuga Kai himself rushed all the way to the Uchiha tribe. He hoped to absorb some Uchiha blood while the Uchiha tribe was exterminated. Hyuga Kai now only has 1 copy of Shisui's blood in his body, and Shisui's body was found under the cliff when Hyuga Kai committed suicide. Hyuga Kai, who just arrived, saw a wonderful drama. Uchiha Izumi, who returned from patrolling, met Uchiha Obito, who had massacred the police department. Obito's chains wrapped around Uchiha Izumi's body and trampled her under his feet. He stretched out his long knife to kill Uchiha Itachi's bonds. The moment the long sword fell, Hyuga Kai took action, and the wind release wind blade hit Obito at the same time, forcing him to enter a virtual state, and the long sword passed through Izumi's body. Hyuga opened his semi-evolved Byakugan, and his powerful aura swept across the audience. How about we discuss it? Give me some Sharingan, and then give me this girl, and let you live. How about it? This is a pair of 3 Megatama. With a little guidance, it can be said that it is a pair of Manjiki. At that time, even if you eat it, you will make a profit. Secretly, Hyuga Kai secretly looked at Obito's face under the mask, but could only see a blue chakra. Come on, does that mask have the function of blocking perception? No wonder it can hide its identity so well. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I saw someone dare to threaten me. Uchiha Madara. Obito laughed, obviously in anger, flicked the chain on his arm, and Uchiha Izumi hit the wall and passed out. Then please die. Obito suddenly launched an attack, slashing down with the long sword and slashing the bloody blade. Hyuga Kai moved forward and opened his right hand, and all the bloody blades were scattered by the repulsive force. Obito was shocked that this was the move of the Samsara Eye. Thinking of this, he looked greedily at Hyuga Kai's blue eyes. Hyuga Kai's palms were densely covered with thunder and lightning, and he quickly approached Obito and engaged him in close combat. The two quickly fought together. Hyuga Kai relied on the attack of thunder palms and the defense of repulsion to continuously push Obito into the void. Information: Hyuga Kai knows that although Obito's virtual invincibility is very invincible, it only lasts for 5 minutes, and his own chakra is huge. Even if it is delayed, it can be delayed for 5 minutes. Advertisement. Heizetsu, who only saw this scene in the dark, stared at Hyuga Kai's eyes with wide eyes in disbelief. The Tensagen. It turned out to be Hamura's eyes. I didn't expect that the descendants of the Hyuga clan could awaken the reincarnation eye. This is a variable. He must be killed here. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu popped up. Madara. This is the evolved reincarnation eye of the Byakugan, which can control gravity and repulsion. Now he has not fully adapted to the new ability, so he must be killed. He is a variable in our plan. Obito was very exhausted by Hyuga Kai's non-stop attacks, but he was helpless. Hyuga Kai's reincarnation eye has a 360-degree field of vision, coupled with almost unsolvable gravity and repulsion. He can't attack Hyuga Kai at all. Whenever he wants to attack, Hyuga Kai will force him into a virtual state. As if Hyuga knew how to see through his own abilities, he was not in a hurry and just followed Obito's steps, constantly waving his palms to make Obito dare not stop the blur. Heiju, who was in the dark, was even more surprised, that guy can see through the future. As the son of Satsuki Kagaya, he inherited all the memories of his mother, so of course he knows what this concept is. Only the pure blood of the Satsuki clan can develop the Byakugan's ability to see into the future and into the heart. Not even his mother has accomplished that ability, so how could he possibly do it? Thinking of this, he knew that it was impossible to kill Hyuga Kai, and everything must be considered in the long term. Madara. That guy has seen through your ability. The mission has been completed. There is no need to pester you. Obito glanced at Black Zetsu, formed the seal in his hand again and took a few steps back to separate himself from Hyuga Kai, fire-style great fire destruction. Obito jumped in the air and spit out a majestic fire arrow through his mask. Hyuga opened his hand and flicked away the flames in front of him. When the flames disappeared, Obito had disappeared. Hyuga Kai looked at the unconscious Izumi. As long as she was not taken away, her talent was good and she might be able to awaken it. It would be a pity for Manjiki to kill him now. He carried the unconscious Uchiha Izumi and walked into the Konoha police station. This place is full of Uchiha's corpses. They are all Uchiha's elites, but they were all killed by Obito and their eyes were taken away. The moment Hyuga opened the seal, black flesh and blood sprouted from the corpses on the ground. Their purest blood and chakra Hyuga Kai unceremoniously accepted. Feeling several chakras rushing towards here again, Hyuga moved his shoulders. Those guys at the root are really haunting. Chapter 18 Reactions from all parties. Lord Denzo, there are traces of fighting here. The root ninja wearing a bird mask knelt down on one knee next to Denzo and reported. Are you still following me? My subordinates are incompetent. The bug's tracking stopped here. Keep looking. We must find Hyuga Kai. Denzo's eyes flashed with endless greed, the evolution of the Byakugan, and obtaining those eyes, plus Shisui's Manjiki, becoming a Hokage is not easy. Advertisement. No need to look for it, I'm right here. There was a voice above everyone, and everyone looked above them. It was Hyuga stepping on the railing on top of the Konoha Security Department building. Go ahead, kill him. Denzo shouted without hesitation. In an instant, several root members appeared on the roof of the building and launched an attack on Hyuga at the same time. Hyuga Kai did not forget to open his reincarnation eye, and an illusory 8 trigrams array rose under his feet, including the root members. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 128 palms. Hyuga Kai disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of several gentle ninjas. Each ninja had a Hyuga Kai in front of him. Hyuga Kai kept tapping the acupuncture points of each ninja. In an instant, all the ninjas vomited blood and fainted. Only Hyuga Kai was left standing on the roof. Returning to the fence, he opened his hand to Shimura Denzo in front. If you dare to attack Niji, Konoha must also be prepared to be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, Shimura Denzo felt his body being knocked away, but he was also caught by the root ninja behind him. Saying that, Hyuga Kai picked up Uchiha Izumi on the ground and left Konoha using the teleportation technique. The Hokage building on the other side. Kakashi reported on the intelligence he had just discovered. Sir Hokage, we found 3 survivors of the Hyuga clan. They once visited the night market and escaped together. When they returned to Hyuga, they happened to witness Hyuga leaving. There were a few words between them. Communicate. Hyuga Kiya did not kill 3 people, one of whom was Hyuga Kei's younger brother, and the other 2 were Hyuga Hayashi's daughters from the clan family. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Thank you for your hard work. I will protect the 3 of them closely to prevent Hyuga Kai from trying to kill them again. Yes. Although Hyuga Kai has left Konoha, there is no guarantee what crazy actions he will do for revenge. In the secret room of Konoha, the 3 last members of the Hyuga clan stood at a loss. Hyuga Ningji's mind was in a mess. Why did his brother want to destroy his family? Is it for power? No. His brother is not a person who pursues power like that. It should be for revenge. He has also witnessed the hatred of Hyuga Kai by the Hyuga tribe, but those innocent people are not wrong. He must find the truth of the matter and bring his brother back. Advertisement. Hinata and Hanabi were in great pain. Hyuga Kai followed his promise to Hayashi and used Sharingan to change their memories, making them think that Hyuga Kai was the older brother who had always been with them, gentle and kind. Especially for Hinata, Hyuga Kai was the one who saved her from Kumagaku 3 years ago. She also had illusions about him. It would be hard for anyone to accept that the great hero who saved her suddenly turned into an enemy. At the same time, they were extremely confused and painful about Hyuga's annihilation of the clan. Niji interrupted the 2 people's thinking. Whether you believe it or not, there is definitely a reason why my brother destroyed the Hyuga clan, otherwise why didn't he kill us too? Fortunately, Niji was educated by Hyuga Hayashi for a short period of time. He was only instilled with the idea of protecting Hinata Hanabi, and he did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hinata shook her head and nodded again with eyes red from crying. No matter what you say, no matter what reasons he has, my sister and I will kill that man and avenge our parents. Hyuga Hanabi was stronger, and she firmly held her sister's hand. I will stop you. My brother definitely has his own reasons. I will investigate and find out the truth. The three of them had a strange resonance, showing love and hate towards Hyuga Kai at the same time. The other side. A whirlpool appears in the forest next to Minaga Shrine, and Uchiha Obito's figure appears again. Black Jew also emerged from the ground. Are you okay? Madara. It's okay. Obito narrowed his eyes. Just now Black Zetsu actually knew so much information that even he didn't know. You must know that he is half a disciple of Uchiha Madara, and Madara has clearly told himself that there is no possibility of evolution of the Byakugan. As the incarnation of Madara's will, Black Zetsu actually knows information that Madara doesn't know, which is obviously very unreasonable. Heiju is also a 10,000-year-old BD. He knows that he is under suspicion and does not explain. The more he explains at this time, the more unclear he becomes. But the seeds of doubt have been planted, and there will always be a harvest season. Uchiha Itachi on the other side said his most classic lines. You have no value in killing me, stupid brother. If you want to kill me, just hate me, and then live an ugly life, keep escaping, and live an ignoble existence. Then, if you have the same eyes as mine, come to me. Uchiha Itachi also said his final farewell to Uchiha Sasuke. As a result, Sasuke witnessed the death of the entire clan and opened Megatama in anger. Hyuga, who had observed everything with his white eyes from a distance, was secretly stunned. Maybe Indra's reincarnation was different from ordinary Uchiha. Such a big impact only awakened a single Megatama. The spring next to him let out a burst of screams, as if he was about to wake up from a coma. It's not time for you to wake up yet. Hyuga reached out and knocked her out again. Having completed his mission, Itachi also left in the direction of Nanga Shrine. Looking at the root ninjas cleaning the battlefield on the ground, Hyuga Kai curled his lips and refused to let me eat people. Advertisement. While sighing, two huge chakras in the distance continued to approach here, which were the third generation and Danzo. Now is not a good opportunity to take action. It is still easy for him to overturn in front of such a veteran shadow-level powerhouse. Hyuga Kai is very insecure in front of the zombie seal. Besides, the third generation also has many Janin-level Anbu to cooperate with. Thinking of this, he picked up Uchiha Chuan again and used the teleportation technique to escape out of Konoha. Itachi came to the jungle outside Nanga Shrine, and Obito had been waiting for a long time. Is it done? Itachi nodded coldly. Then I'll take you to Xiao. The two were walking on the road when Obito suddenly asked, do you know Hyuga Kai? Who? Itachi didn't realize why Madara suddenly asked this unimportant person. Hyuga Kai. He also just heard this from Baiju. Although Baiju monitors every move of the 5 great ninja villages, he cannot know everything. Itachi frowned and answered, thinking about Madara's purpose in asking this question. He came to Konoha 10 years ago. Itachi Daigai told that he knew information about Hyuga Kai. He was also a member of Anbu and had been taught by Hyuga Kai. Wait a minute, you said he hasn't been able to activate his Byakugan. Yes, even so, he is extremely talented in Taijutsu, and he created ninjutsu, a combination of Taijutsu and Taijutsu. Ha ha ha, your information is wrong. Black and White Zetsu, who looked like a pitcher plant, poked his head out. He had just returned from inquiring about information. Not only did he awaken the Byakugan, he also destroyed the Hyuga clan and absorbed their Byakugan. Obito wants to know where Hyuga Kai has gone and whether he can be used as a chess piece. Where has Hyuga Kai gone? Baizetsu said first. Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Chuan escaped from Konoha and are heading towards the country of grass. Hearing Uchiha Izumi's name, Uchiha Itachi suddenly turned around and looked at Black Zetsu behind him. Feeling Itachi's gaze, Baizetsu continued to explain, Hyuga Kai used some kind of ninjutsu to steal the blood of the deceased. The entire Hyuga clan and the Uchiha of the police department were absorbed by Hyuga Kai. What a terrifying ninjutsu! Itachi knew that Chuan might be in danger, his eyebrows knitted together, but relaxed again after a while. He gave all his love to Uchiha Sasuke, and Izumi was probably just his ordinary friend. Just follow him. Don't worry, his eyes can't detect us. We are nature itself. Chapter 19 Rewriting Uchiha Izumi's memory. One night, Hyuga Kai took Chuan who was unconscious and ran all the way. He didn't dare to take a break until he reached the border between the two countries. In the middle, Chuan woke up again and was knocked unconscious again. Next to the campfire, Uchiha woke up leisurely, and the first words he said when he woke up were, "Don't knock me out again, I won't make a sound. I didn't mean to knock you out. Hyuga Kai spread his hands and handed a bunch of freshly grilled meat skewers to Quan's hand. Come and eat something. I will tell you the truth after eating. Uchiha Izumi was afraid of Hyuga Kai's power, so she carefully nibbled the meat skewers. She was very calm on the surface, but she was really in a mess deep down in her heart. Advertisement. The man in front of me last night should have saved him. He was still wearing Konoha's forehead protector on his forehead, but why was he not in Konoha but in this wilderness? Do you want more? Hyuga Kai saw that Uchiha Chuan had finished eating, and handed over another skewer very attentively. The man in front of him shoulders the important task of awakening Mangeki, and he must take care of it. No, can you tell me what happened first? Hyuga Kai let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky like Prime Minister Zuge lamenting the coldness of the sky. Konoha issued an extermination order to Uchiha, and the person who executed it was Uchiha Itachi. Just yesterday, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened as Hyuga Kai expected. He was about to say it was impossible, but then he thought about the conflict between Uchiha and the village and believed Hyuga Kai's words. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's surprised expression, Hyuga Kai felt very happy. The bigger Uchiha Izumi's mood swings, the better. Don't be surprised. Listen to me explain in detail. This matter started a long time ago. Konoha Year 1, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Hyuga Kai starts directly from the establishment of Konoha, constantly foreshadowing the emotions, and is bound to make Uchiha Chuan awaken Mangeki Sharingan in one go. Of course, there are many secrets hidden in it, such as Uchiha Madara actually not dying or anything. Hyuga Kiwan is like a storyteller, starting from the conflicts accumulated in Konoha 1 year, to the death of Shisui in the middle, and finally the annihilation of Uchiha Itachi, as a condition to retain the last bloodline Uchiha Sasuke. Genjutsu is also interspersed in the middle, which will definitely make her feel immersive. Watching Uchiha Izumi's emotions constantly changing, pride, sigh, sadness, unwillingness, loneliness, anger, Uchiha Izumi's expression is extremely exciting, but there is no sign of turning on Mangeki. Didn't you even open Sharingan for 2 whole hours? After Hyuga Kai finished speaking, he stared closely into Uchiha Izumi's eyes, and he didn't stop until Uchiha Izumi felt a little hairy. Advertisement. Is there something on my face? No. Hyuga sat down on the ground with some disappointment. I wasted 2 hours of my life and didn't get anything. Sigh. This is Itachi's real crazy fan. In the original novel, he was thinking about Uchiha Itachi before he died. In the novel, the woman who spent her whole life with Uchiha Itachi in Tsukuyomi, forgive and understand what Itachi did. It's even more likely. Thinking of this, Hyuga becomes more and more frightened. How about eating her right here? Forget it, what can a pair of 3 Megatama do? Hyuga Kai really doesn't like the eye power of the 3 Megatama, so why not take her with him temporarily as a subordinate? How do you understand Uchiha Itachi's choice? Hyuga Kai wanted to hear the person involved's thoughts. He had heard so many interpretations in his previous life, so this time he stopped thinking about the person involved. Sigh. Even Itachi can't help but take Uchiha's glory too seriously. If Uchiha goes to any of the 5 major countries, he can gain a high status. There is no need to fight with the village. Hyuga Kai nodded. This is indeed a common problem of Uchiha, and. Is it okay for you to say that about yourself? You are also an Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi blushed. It's just my thoughts after listening to so many stories. Thank you for saving me, can I go? Let's go? I finally rescued you from Madara. Hyuga Kai's eyes turned into a bright red Sharingan, and the 3 Megatama connected to form Mangeki. Now is the time to prove your role. Mangeki Sharingan. Chuan covered her mouth. She never thought that a foreigner would awaken Uchiha's supreme blood successor. Soul washing. Hyuga inspired the pupil technique of Mangeki in his left eye. Its ability is to rewrite people's memories. For a moment, Uchiha Izumi's eyes lost color, and when he opened them again, he had forgotten many things. Hyuga Kai did not dare to be too presumptuous in writing her life's memories, but just made her forget Uchiha Itachi, and wrote that she voluntarily repaid Hyuga Kai by becoming his subordinate. If he doesn't let her forget Uchiha Itachi, then he is really afraid that she will turn into a BD and stab him in the back at any time. Master Chi, where should we go next? Grass Hidden Village. Hyuga Kai already has a goal. The best goal to perfect his fairy body is Uzumaki Kaso and his daughter. Advertisement. It's a pity that the last descendant of Macabre Bone Pulse is only Kimimaro, and he is on the run with Orochimaru, who just left Akatsuki. And Hyuga Kai could only attack the immortal human bloodline first. With that said, Hyuga Kai stopped paying attention to Uchiha Izumi, took out the scroll obtained from the Hyuga clan's secret room, and read the contents on it carefully. It tells the origin of the Hyuga clan, and says that there is still a line of Byakugan living on the moon, and that there is a teleportation array connecting the two places in an unnamed lake in the ninja world. The location of the lake is not recorded above. But thinking about the golden reincarnation eye of the moon Tsutsuki, Hyuga Kai has already set him as his goal. The end of the scroll records all the Byakugan ninjutsu developed by the Hyuga clan, many of which were lost due to purity issues. At the end, Hyuga Kai also saw a taijutsu called Divine Sky Attack, which actually even included Tsutsuki's taijutsu. Tsutsuki Kagaya used the Byakugan taijutsu in the decisive battle. However, the developer wrote about Hyuga Tenin, the legendary Sengoku ninja who was a contemporary of Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara and others. He should be the Hyuga tribesman with the purest Byakugan in so many years. But he is not the developer of ninjutsu. At most, he simplifies the passed down ninjutsu. Tens of days later, the news of Hyuga and Uchiha's simultaneous annihilation reached the ears of every ninja. Onoki laughed unceremoniously when he saw this information. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really stupid. The two great blood successor ninja clans and countless ninjas have just disappeared. Onoki keenly realized that this was an opportunity. Konoha was suffering from disasters one after another, so this was a golden opportunity for them. Fourth generation Kazekage Raza also felt this was an opportunity. This was the weakest time for Konoha in more than 10 years. The fourth Raikage is unable to attack Konoha due to the constraints of the Peace and Friendship Alliance Treaty, but how could this war madman give up this opportunity? He has to wait for the opportunity to target other major countries. Uchiha Obito, who controlled Yagura, also discovered this opportunity, which could plunge the 5 major countries into internal strife and make it easier to capture the tailed beasts. Kirigakure village also began to actively prepare for war, preparing to show the ninja world how powerful the cruel village in the blood mist was. And Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha could only look up to the sky and sigh, Jiraiya, Tsunade, must come back. Konoha is really at risk this time. Years of war have left Konoha riddled with holes. In an instant, the situation in the ninja world became tense again, and the fourth ninja war could break out at any time. Chapter 20 Taking in the Uzumaki Mother and Daughter. The reformed Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Izumi came to the country of grass. In the past few days, Hyuga Kai's photos and deeds have spread throughout the ninja world, and countless people want to kill them to receive Konoha's high reward. Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Izumi used the transformation technique to become a couple and wanted to enter Kusagakure village. Stop! What are you doing? We are here to seek medical treatment. Don't you know you have to pay an entrance fee to enter? The ninja said arrogantly. Advertisement. Sorry, I didn't quite understand the rules here when I first came here. Hyuga took out 2,000 taels of coins from his wallet and stuffed them into the grass ninja's pocket. Master Ninja, I want to ask you something. The ninja patted his pocket with satisfaction. Ask. I heard that there is a medicine man in Kusanagi village. One bite can cure any disease. Of course, you can just go to the wooden house at the entrance of the slum, but you have to pay 20,000 taels to bite. Can you afford it? There will always be a way, thank you Ninja-sama. Hyuga pulled the spring next to her and took her into Kusakuin village. She quickly found the 20,000 tael medicine biter with a sign. There was a grass ninja at the door who wanted to stop him, but Hyuga Kai stopped him with a glance. When he walked into the dilapidated wooden house, Hyuga Kai saw a white-haired woman lying slumped on the wooden bed, with her chest half exposed, revealing a body full of bite marks. Leaning next to the bed was a red-haired girl. When she saw someone coming in, she stared at Hyuga Kai with angry eyes. Stop biting mom! The red-haired girl stood in front of Hyuga Kai. Seeing this scene, even Hyuga Kai, who has been working at Anbu, felt a little sympathy. This is too tragic. Uchiha Izumi grabbed Hyuga Kai's clothes and looked at him with pleading eyes. You take this little girl out, I have something to tell her. Hyuga Kai walked towards the bed. Xiangling subconsciously wanted to pull Hyuga Kai, but was stopped by Chuan. Hyuga Kai put his hands in front of the unconscious white-haired woman in a hand seal, and his palms emitted green light. The white-haired woman finally regained some vitality, and a few strands of red hair were gradually extracted from her white hair. The woman opened her eyes and saw Hyuga Kai treating her. Hyuga Kai said, let's make a deal. You will be my subordinate. I will take you out of here. I guarantee that your life will be better than now. It doesn't help that Hyuga Kai doesn't intend to eat the two people directly. The best way is to use them as blood sacs to continuously regenerate and absorb blood to achieve sustainable development. Advertisement. And your daughter can grow up healthy, too. The woman nodded decisively and stayed here until it was Xiang Phosphorus' turn after she died. I do. Hyuga stood up and found Uchiha Izumi, asking him to leave with the struggling Uzumaki Kaso and Uzumaki Erika. The small ninja villages like Grass Ninja don't even have many Jainin, let alone stop Hyuga Kai. Seeing Hyuga Kai and his two men coming out with their treasures, Aragasa Ninja instantly activated the flare, telling all the ninjas in the village that there was an intruder. Hyuga activated his thunder armor and waved his palms, killing many grass ninjas who were blocking him easily. Stop them, they took the medicine man away. Countless genin came to kill Hyuga. I don't know whether to live or die. Hyuga raised the 8 trigrams formation from his feet, and several clones appeared and instantly killed all the pursuers. Hyuga Kai took the 3 girls, and they quickly arrived at the gate of Ninja Village. Once they got out of here, they escaped from Kusagakure village. Glancing at the pursuers who were still coming behind him, Hyuga stood still and said, Izumi, I am responsible for stopping them from the cave you took them to when they came here. Chuan knew key strength. There was no way anyone in this ninja village could be his opponent, and bringing 2 oil bottles with him would only be a drag. Hyuga stood still at the gate, closing his eyes and waiting for the enemy to arrive. The pulled Uzumaki looked back at Hyuga Kai's back. At this moment, she felt that Hyuga Kai's back was extremely handsome. The Kusanagi who arrived first did not dare to step forward when they saw Hyuga Kai, and waited for the crowd to gather. Many Kusanagi quickly formed a half circle, and more than 50 ninjas swarmed forward in an instant. Hyuga Kai suddenly opened his eyes, Manjiki kept turning in his eyes, and powerful chakra erupted from his body. Susana. Hyuga Kai's body was instantly wrapped in huge half-body bones, and then blood and flesh grew on the bones, giving birth to armor. A half-length Saiyan armored giant appeared in front of everyone. Susanoo waved his hand and a large number of Kusanagi rushed towards him and were knocked to the ground. Legendary power. Kusanagi looked at Hyuga's eyes in horror. The Kusanagi decided to give up after discovering Hyuga Kai's eyes. Use wind and fire to link ninjutsu. If you don't believe it, he is invincible. Kusanagi Jainin shouted to regain his morale. The grass ninjas began to form seals one after another. Fire style fire arrow. Advertisement. Wind release gale wind. A large number of ninjutsu gathered together to form a huge wall of fire and rushed towards Hyuga. Hyuga Kai opened his hand and shook it gently. Susanoo condensed a long knife in his hand, and the long knife swept across the ground and shattered the Kusanaga's ninjutsu, and also shattered their will to resist. Those who were not determined among them had quickly fled to the rear. The Kusanaga's offensive quickly collapsed, and not a single person was left after a while. Hyuga opened Susanoo and felt the pain in his eyes and the disappearance of his pupil power. Regarding the side effects of Manjiki Sharingan, Hyuga Kai did not feel very deeply. It may be that the blood of the immortal human body plays a role, or it may be that he uses it less. Leaving Kusanagi village, Hyuga Kai looked for Uchiha Izumi and others. Hyuga Kai walked into the cave. Uchiha Chuan quickly alerted and looked at the figure in the dark. Who? It's me. Seeing Hyuga Kai's figure, Uzumaki and his son bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us. It's okay. This is part of the deal. I haven't asked your names yet. There are flowers in Uzumaki, my daughter. This is my daughter Uzumaki. I know, from now on you will stay by my side, serve my daily life like Chuan, and just provide me with your blood every week. Understand? Understood, we will do our best to complete it. Hyuga Kai planned to find a town to live in first, so that Uzumaki Erika and Uzumaki Karin could recuperate their bodies, but now they couldn't bear the bloodletting. Even if the Uzumaki clan has a fairy body, they can't stand the chaos of Kusakure village. They really don't understand the value of sustainable development. Moreover, Hyuga Kai also needs to practice the power of digesting the reincarnated eye and develop higher-level ninjutsu. Hyuga Kai took a few people to a small town to stay temporarily, and asked Izumi to buy some medicinal materials, and asked him to be responsible for the recuperation plan of the Uzumaki mother and daughter. And I am immersed in cultivation every day. Uzumaki Yuka was also extremely grateful to the man who led them to escape from hell. He served him wholeheartedly every day and wished he could keep his bed warm. Fire Nation. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi who was out on a mission. Sharingan Kakashi, I'm here to take back your eyes. Chapter 21 Obito's Invitation. Konoha March 24, 1958. 3 months after rescuing the Uzumaki mother and daughter, Uzumaki Yuka's white hair turned into beautiful red hair again, and even the bite marks were slowly recovering. Hyuga Kai couldn't help but sigh at the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, which his own half-hearted immortal body could not compare to. Uzumaki also began to learn ninjutsu under the guidance of Uchiha Izumi. Hyuga Kai himself learned the secret ninja techniques such as the gentle fist method, the double lion fist and the divine sky attack, and continued to develop the ability of the reincarnated eye. Advertisement. While Hyuga Kai was practicing, a figure appeared outside the town, wearing a red cloud windbreaker. He followed the mark left by Baiju and found Hyuga Kai's residence. Uchiha Izumi, who was teaching Uzumaki Kaso outside, immediately saw that figure, the familiar aura on his body, and an endless sense of fear. Uchiha Chuan pushed a handful of Uzumaki phosphorus, quickly enter the house and call Mr. Kai. When Uzumaki saw Uchiha Izumi's serious look, he entered the house and was about to find Hyuga Kai. Uchiha Chuan, who took out a kunao, looked at the man in black who thought he was coming with bad intentions but made no next move. I'm looking for Hyuga Kai. Sensing Obito's chakra, Hyuga opened the door and saw the anxious Uzumaki Kaso, and rubbed her red hair. Madara, what are you doing here? Hyuga Kai had already guessed a little bit of the reason and saw Obito's exposed eyes. I got my Sharingan back. No wonder, after competing with myself, I felt that one eye is very useful, right? I'm here to invite you to join Akatsuki. Akatsuki, we are an organization dedicated to bringing peace to the ninja world. Hyuga interrupted his speech unceremoniously. I'm not interested, you should tell me what you can give me. Obito didn't care about Hyuga Kai's rude behavior, then you should listen to my plan first. Then let's talk with Sharingan. Obito opened a pair of 3 Megatama, Hyuga Kiya opened 3 Megatama Sharingan at the same time, and cast Genjutsu at the same time. The two people's spirits came into a pure white space. At the beginning of the world, there was no profession of ninja. A woman descended from the sky. Various scenes appeared in front of Hyuga Kai's eyes, and Obito told the history of the ninja world. However, Hyuga Kai knows better than him. Advertisement. The goddess of Mao was forced to die and ate the fruit of the sacred tree. Later, she used the people's faith to give birth to 2 sons, Sage of 6 Paths and his younger brother. Hearing this, Hyuga showed a very interested expression, and Obito saw his expression and spoke even more enthusiastically. Sage of 6 Paths teamed up with his younger brother to seal his mother, and the 10 tails transformed from the sacred tree was sealed in his body. Sage of 6 Paths dispersed the power of 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts after his death, and its body was sealed in the sky. And what I have to do is to reunite the 9-tailed beasts. I will become the new Sage of 6 Paths, use the moon to activate the Genjutsu called Infinite Tsukuyomi, and everyone in the world will live in the eternally beautiful Genjutsu world. After hearing this magically modified version of the story, Sage of 6 Paths became a villain who wanted power. Hyuga revealed a smile. I may have found a place where we can cooperate. Tell me. I want the fruit of the sacred tree. I will help you complete the Eye of the Moon plan, but I want you to let the sacred tree bear a second fruit. Of course, Hyuga Kai doesn't expect Obito to be able to do it at all. What he wants is Kagaya's body, and he wants to become an existence beyond Sage of 6 Paths. Uchiha Obito looked at Hyuga Kai's excited expression and said, of course, I will become the second Sage of 6 Paths. This is just a matter of a thought. Hyuga Kai stretched out his hand. It seems that we will become very good comrades. Obito held hands with Hyuga Kai. We have common interests. Hyuga pretended not to know and asked his question. Madara, I have a question, which is the reincarnation eye you mentioned? Without the reincarnation eye, isn't it all nonsense? I placed him in the hands of the leader of Akatsuki. He is a very good chess piece. Understood. Outside Uchiha Izumi, Uzumaki Karin, Uzumaki Erika and others just looked at the two people standing there blankly. Afterwards, Hyuga opened his eyes and smiled. Izumi, Flowers and Phosphorus, please tidy up and prepare to leave here. Chuan and Yuhua nodded and went to pack their belongings, but Xian Glan was a little reluctant to leave. It was the first time since he was born that he felt the warmth of home so clearly, and he was very reluctant to leave this place. Master Chi, are we leaving this home? Hyuga Kai rubbed Xiangling's red hair again. Of course not, your home will be wherever I go. I see. Obito disappeared into the vortex again. The organization is in Yuyan village, I will wait for you there. Advertisement. And my name in Akatsuki organization is Fei, don't forget. Soon after, Hyuga took the 3 girls who had packed their things, bought a carriage, and set off for the land of rain. Sitting on the carriage, Hyuga felt his chakra. Since he awakened the reincarnation eye, his chakra attributes have been fully replenished. He is trying to fuse the blood successor boundary. He once obtained the corpse of a Kumagakure storm-style blood successor ninja in the mission and studied it. The founders of these escape arts subtly changed the genes of their own bodies, making it easier for future generations to master this blood inheritance. This shows that Hyuga Kai can also create this special escape technique, and Hyuga Kai wants to use this method to bypass the analogy and complete the research on the blood succession trap such as truth-seeking ball. There are levels of power in this world. Ninjutsu. Although a high power level does not mean that you are strong, it does mean that your power limit is high. And the Tsutsuki magic has the unsolvable ability to change the world. There has never been a clue about this work, but Hyuga Kai is not in a hurry. He has to eat in one bite and his own growth rate is already very fast. The clueless research also made Hyuga Kai a little irritated. He walked out of the carriage and came to Chuan who was driving. How far is the distance? Chuan glanced at the map in his hand. We should be able to reach the Kingdom of Rain in the afternoon. Uzumaki Koro also came over. Master Kai, why does it keep raining in this country? Because the country is crying. The nation is crying. The scene here not long after flashed in Hyuga's eyes, and the war broke out here. Since he awakened the reincarnation eye, his perception of the future has become stronger and stronger, and he can see some scenes of the future from time to time. But I have no control over it. This kind of future vision may be activated at any time. The war is coming. Lord Kai, when the war begins, shouldn't we go to a big country like the Fire Country? Why do we come to this small country? Don't worry, the god of this country will protect this place. God. Xiang Phosphorus's understanding of this word is still about Buddha statues and beliefs. A scene appeared in Hyuga's eyes, where Pain stood high in the sky and used the Shinra Tensei to sweep across the battlefield. Chapter 22 Joining the first boy band in the ninja world. A carriage carrying several people had just entered Yuyan village. The buildings here had a punk style, and the city was filled with developed urban pipelines. Standing at the top of the tower, Pain used the Rain Tiger Free technique to discover these strange groups of chakra. Konan, the new member Madara said is here, go and greet him. In front of the carriage, countless pieces of paper flew in the air and gathered together to form a woman. Countless residents of Yuyan village walking beside them knelt down excitedly, regardless of the rain on the ground. Advertisement. Uchiha Izumi, who was driving the carriage in front, was shocked to see the scene. Hyuga stepped out of the carriage, looked at the short blue-purple hair and the white paper flowers, and recognized the person. I was introduced to Xiao by A Fei. I know, come with me. Several people came to the high tower in the center of Yuyan village, several people entered the tower, and Konan led 4 people to the dormitory. This is a place to live, you can live here. You guys clean the room here, and I'll get you the organization's clothing and equipment. Looking at her leaving figure, Hyuga shook his head slightly. No matter how he changed, the tenderness in his heart would not change. The 4 of Hyuga and Kei found 3 adjacent rooms. Uzumaki Karan wanted to live with his mother, and Erika cleaned the bed and other items for Hyuga Kai. Konan knocked on Hyuga's door soon after. Enter. Konan walked into Hyuga Kai's room and placed the red cloud windbreaker, bamboo hat and 3 ninjutsu scrolls on the table. The clothes are Akatsuki's uniform, and those 3 ninjutsu are the scrolls you must learn. Then he took out a ring and nail polish from his pocket. From now on, your code name will be Sora. Nail polish and rings are the necessary media to activate the 3 ninjutsu. The ring should be worn on the little finger of your left hand, which corresponds to your position on the golem. Understood. Hyuga Kai took the ring symbolizing empty and put it on his hand. The ring of the sky has always been in the hands of Orochimaru, but he defected after Uchiha Itachi joined, and Hyuga Kai took over. But Hyuga Kai remembers that this ring has never been recovered. Could it be that Nagato made it? Tomorrow's meeting will introduce you to other members of the organization. My name is Konan, code name, bye. After Konan finished speaking, he was about to leave. Can I trouble you with something? Say it. Help me apply for admission and let Xiangling join your Yugakure ninja school. The red-haired girl. Yes. Since he said he would let Xianglian live a good life, Hyuga Kai would not break his promise. I will arrange someone. Well, that's troublesome. Advertisement. Watching Konan leave, Hyuga Kai picked up the ninjutsu scroll on the table. The 3 scrolls were the Magic Lantern Body Jutsu, the Phantom Dragon 9 Seal and the Turning Jutsu. The next day, after a good rest, Hyuga Kai followed the attendant Rain Shinobi to the Akatsuki organization's conference room. Several Akatsuki members were already sitting here. Codename, Sora, Hyuga Kai. Konan introduced several familiar faces to Hyuga Kai. Our leader, Zero Pain. Codename Xian, Ju, responsible for organizing investigations. Jade, Scorpion. 3, Haiden. North, Kakuzu, is responsible for the organization's finances. Minami, Dried Persimmon Kisame. Zhu, Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga Kai nodded with everyone. Seeing that there was still a seat beside Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga Kai sat over. Itachi, I didn't expect you to be here. You have become my senior. Hyuga Kai talked to Uchiha Itachi. Yet. Uchiha Itachi hummed in an extremely cold voice. Naturally, he would not look good on Hyuga. Judging from the simultaneous genocide, Hyuga Kai is suspected of using Uchiha Itachi to deliberately provoke hatred between the village and Uchiha. It's so cold. Ignore him and tell me how you killed your entire clan. Haiden, who talked a lot, came up to talk. Hyuga smiled, knock on the door of every house during the dark night, and then kill them all. Cool, what an elegant way to kill. Haiden felt that Hyuga Kai was from the same group as him. Are you interested in joining the evil god cult? I will seriously consider it. Hyuga Kai did not refuse. In the future, when he becomes stronger, he may consider whether there are really gods. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that all the genocide murderers of Konoha's wealthy clan would join Akatsuki. Our organization is really getting more and more prosperous. Kisame Mikagaki sighed. Kakuzu silently took out the reward manual. Hyuga Kai, the black market reward is 50 million taels. Hyuga Kai, Have you ever considered defecting to Akatsuki so that I can take your head and collect your reward? Hyuga Kai, I don't have this idea at the moment. Pain interrupted the conversation of several people. Quiet, let me talk about the next task. Everyone shut up. Pain described the next tasks, most of which were entrusted by each village. Before the tailed beasts were captured, the Akatsuki organization performed tasks for each village to maintain their livelihood. Is anyone going to take on the task of recruiting Deidara? Hyuga Kai and Xia raised their hands at the same time. Hyuga Kai wanted to see his explosion style, which might be helpful to his research. Scorpio heard that the other person also likes to pursue art, and is curious whether the other person is different from the eternal art he pursues. Advertisement. Okay, I'll leave this task to you, and I will definitely lead the way for you. Hyuga stood up and walked outside. Senior Scorpion, let's go, Iwagakure village is a bit far from here. Xia did not reply and followed Hyuga Kai out of the conference room. Hyuga Kai went to explain things to Uzumaki Yuka and others, telling them to stay here, and leaving a sum of money, enough for them to live in the land of rain. Uzumaki Yuka also wanted to follow Hyuga Kiichi on a mission. Kai-sama, let me go with you, and I can take care of you in peacetime. This is a mission, not a trip. You are responsible for learning sealing techniques at home. You will be used in the future. I understand, Lord Kai. Then Hyuga Kai and Scorpion embarked on the journey to the Kingdom of Earth. Some accidents happened when entering the Earth Kingdom. The war was approaching and the Earth Kingdom had entered a state of martial law, so it took a lot of effort to get in. At night, the two of them leaned in front of a fire. Hyuga held out the barbecue in his hand. Senior, do you want some? No need. Xia has been hiding under the puppet Fei Liuhu, like a bowed old man. Okay, taking Bing Liang pills all the time is not good for your health. Hyuga pretended not to know that Xia had already transformed himself into a puppet. Senior is a puppet master, right? Can I entrust you to make a few puppets for me? Hyuga Kai continued to talk. He remembered that the Tsanjikan has the ability to give the puppets their spirit, and he will use puppets in the future. What kind of puppet are you going to make? It doesn't need to be very powerful, as long as it can be mass-produced. Then I can give you the drawings in a few days. Xia thought that Hyuga Kai was interested in puppets and could become a companion on the same journey. Thank you then. If you need any help, please let me know. Xia designed a drawing of the puppet, which was simple and mass-produced according to Hyuga Kai's requirements. The puppet looked like a simple humanoid samurai, holding a sword. Hyuga Kai asked for advice on puppet-making techniques along the way, and finally asked Hyuga Kai to make a reasonably usable puppet before arriving at Iwagakure village. Deidara was arranged outside the village by Onoki for the experiment, which also facilitated Hyuga Kai's actions. Deidara is in the room in front. He often destroys buildings with his explosion style, so Onoki let him live here alone. Zetsu poked his head out from the ground. I understand, leave it to me to invite him. Hyuga Kai knocked on the door. He's delivering food. Before anyone arrived, Deidara opened the door and saw two people standing at the door. What do you do? Deidara looked at the two strangers and made defensive movements. Hyuga Kai, we are here to invite you to join Akatsuki. What kind of organization? I've never heard of it. I don't plan to join any organization, I want to continue studying my art. Chapter 23 My art is above yours. In this case, I can only convince you. I think your art is worthless in front of my art. Hyuga opened his Sharingan and spoke condescendingly, which angered Deidara. A hole. You dare to insult my art. It's unforgivable. Deidara put his hand into his ninja bag and took out the clay. The clay instantly turned into a centipede in his hand. Detonate clay centipede. Advertisement. Deidara threw the clay centipede, which instantly grew in size and wrapped around Hyuga Kai's body. When he saw that he had succeeded, he was about to explode the clay. Hyuga Kai reminded, don't you look at what that is on your body. Deidara looked at his body fiercely. He didn't know when his body had been tightly bound by the clay centipede. Genjutsu. When? The moment you see my eyes. Is this your art? Yes and no. I can join Xiao, but your life must be left to me. Yes, if you can. Hyuga gave Deidara a set of Akatsuki organization uniforms, and Deidara untied his centipede and put on the Akatsuki organization's windbreaker. Welcome to join, I've offended you a lot just now. Hyuga Kai introduced him, my name is Hyuga Kai. This is a scorpion. Different from your explosive art, this one pursues eternal art. Then our organization is all artists. You could say that. Kakuzu Haiden pursues the art of immortality, Itachi and Keikaki Kisame pursues the art of killing, and Konan and Pain pursue the art of peaceful destruction. I'm really becoming more and more interested in our organization. You won't be disappointed. Deidara is now just a little kid, 12 years old and younger than Uchiha Itachi Hyuga Kai. He pursues art, but with a few innocent words, he was deceived into a pirate ship. The information says you can fly ninjutsu, can you carry people with you? Of course, my art is omnipotent. Advertisement. Several people got on Deidara's clay bird, which was many times faster than when they arrived. Your art is so useful. Hyuga did not hesitate to praise him, and Deidara was even more happy to hear the praises of other artists. Then of course my art is omnipotent. Can I ask you a question about explosion-style art? Deidara was a little flattered by the bragging, thinking that Hyuga Kai was impressed by his art and wanted to learn his own art. Ha ha ha, of course, just ask. Xia looked at Hyuga Kai protecting the little kid from the side. He suddenly felt that it was not easy for Deidara to survive until now. He was deceived by the secret method of blood inheritance in just a few words. Explosion style is the fusion of which two types of chakra, and how is it fused? Hyuga asked about the doubts in his heart. He had always failed in researching the blood successor, and now a ready-made teacher appeared. Explosion style is the fusion of earth and fire attributes chakra, too. Deidara spoke of his experience without hesitation. After listening to Hyuga Kai's narration, I felt that I was in a deep state of confusion. My understanding of the limits of blood inheritance has reached a higher level, and it is no longer the most basic research. Explosion style is a fusion of earth and fire chakra, with the same attributes as lava style but in another way of expression. Hyuga Kai nodded to express his understanding, and began to try to fuse the two chakras on the spot. Tisk tisk tisk, your talent is not very good. I think I learned it after just a few glances. Deidara found a place where he was better than Hyuga Kai and was very happy. Hyuga Kai was not angry, and the teacher who had finally coaxed him naturally had to coax him. Go down, we are going to the Kingdom of Rain. Xie reminded the two people who had been studying. By bringing Deidara to Konan, Hyuga Kai and Scorpion's mission is completed. Without the mission, Hyuga Kai can freely allocate the remaining time. He feels that time is running out more and more recently, and there are many things before Hyuga Kai. 1. Digest the pupil power of the reincarnated eye. 2. Exercises chakra fusion blood successor. 3. Learn to make puppets. 4. Find Yuhua to learn the whirlpool sealing techniques. All of these require Hyuga Kai to learn, and each one is very difficult and requires a lot of time to learn. Fortunately, target number 2, 3, and 4, Hyuga Kaido, found a teacher for himself, so he no longer had to figure it out alone. Advertisement. Just when Hyuga Kai absorbed the blood produced by the Uzumaki mother and son during these times, and when he was about to concentrate on training, Uchiha Izumi found Hyuga Kai. Kai-sama, why can't I feel a little angry when I see Uchiha Itachi? He destroyed our Uchiha clan, but I feel a little familiar with him. Hyuga Kai's Mangeky's pupil technique changed her memories, but not her feelings. Chuan, you are too kind. You know the truth of the matter and don't blame him for his choice. You know his difficulties. Is that so? I understand. You just have to treat him as a stranger. I understand, Lord Kai. Uchiha Izumi had just left. Uchiha Itachi found Hyuga Kai. What did you do to Uchiha Izumi? When he came up, he asked Hyuga without any politeness. Hyuga Kai narrowed his eyes. I am your Enbu senpai after all, so you are so rude to me. Uchiha Itachi opened his Sharingan and stared at Hyuga Kai coldly. He was not idle during this period, and investigated a lot of information about Hyuga Kai. He discovered that just after he left Hyuga Kai's staff, the Enbu 2nd Division led by Hyuga Kai secretly did many things that were detrimental to the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha. Oh, I changed her memory. Now Chuan has forgotten you a long time ago. Didn't you give up on her? Now that Chuan is in my hands, I can find the meaning of continuing to live. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists and showed a rare angry expression. So you absorbed Uchiha Shisui's body. He associated it with Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods through Uchiha Izumi's strange behavior, plus the information about Hyuga Kai's ability to absorb the blood of others released by Konoha. Did Hyuga Kai guess it through his abnormal mood during those days in Konoha? Then how did he discover the place where Shisui died? No wonder he suddenly announced on the day of Shisui's death that he would no longer accept the mission. It was not that he cared about my emotions, but that he was going to find Shisui's body. If Hyuga Kai can hear Uchiha Itachi's conjecture, then Hyuga Kai will definitely applaud Uchiha Itachi. He is worthy of being Kanju's Uchiha. So what, it's better than killing your entire family. After a long period of silence, Uchiha Itachi released his fist and his expression returned to calmness. We are each other. We are not mutually exclusive. Hyuga killed my parents and killed my blood relatives. It is natural for me to kill him, but you. Hyuga did not continue. But everyone knows the meaning of Hyuga Kai. It is natural for me to destroy Hyuga. If you destroy Uchiha Itachi means you have no father or mother. Uchiha Itachi knew the answer he wanted and stopped talking to Hyuga. He said the biggest purpose of this trip, I warn you not to attack Sasuke, otherwise. Hyuga Kai curled his lips. Why are you telling me this? I think you should watch this Orochimaru, he might not be able to defeat you and will attack your brother. Uchiha Itachi's pace of leaving immediately froze. What Hyuga Kai said was very reasonable. He decided to find an opportunity to go to Konoha to place several Amaterasu Tsukuyomi transfer seals on Sasuke's Sharingan. Chapter 24 War breaks out. Konoha, April 23, 1958. While Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were still training at the Ninja Academy, the war broke out again. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure launched a surprise war against Konoha, and Konoha was well prepared. On the Iwagakure battlefield, Shimura Danzo personally commanded and launched a fierce battle with the Iwagakure troops led by Huang Tu. At this moment, Danzo has no intention of playing tricks, because Konoha village is really facing an unprecedented crisis. The Tsunagakure battlefield was handed over to the command of Jiraiya, who rushed back to face the Tsunagakure troops led by Kazekage. Advertisement. In the second month after the war began, Kumagakure village entered the battlefield and, as a friendly ally of Konoha, personally went to the Konoha border to support the Iwagakure battlefield, which also relieved a lot of pressure on Konoha. Iwagakure has a feud with Kumagakure, and the current 4th Raikage's father, 3rd Raikage, died in Iwagakure's raid. This time it can be regarded as revenge for his father. While the four countries were fighting fiercely, secretly, the Kirigakure village controlled by Obito was also waiting for the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the back of Konoha. In just 1 month, the war in the ninja world has become confusing again. If the current strength of the ninja villages is ranked, the 2 strongest countries will fight against the weaker 3. Konoha is number 1, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and with the land of fire as its back, it is vast and rich in resources, and still has plenty of energy to spare. Second Kumagakure and 4th Raikage are in their prime, and with the 2 perfect Jinchuriki on their side, they have the potential to surpass Konoha. The 3rd Iwagakure, Oniki Dust Style, is famous in the ninja world, and his son Huangtu, Explosion Style Carry, and other ninjas are his arms, although the recent defection of Deidara has left Iwagakure without one of his main combatants. Tsunagakure is 4th, and Tsunagakure is in a worse situation. The resources in the desert itself are scarce, and the younger generation only has Kazekage Luasha. In the political struggle, the powerful Scorch Style Yekeng was killed, and the only remaining one is Cho in his twilight years. Take control of the situation. Kirigakure is 5th. Although the elite ninja policy of blood dance has caused serious internal friction in Kirigakure, it is still slightly better than Tsunagakure in terms of high-end combat power. Under Obito's control, he has the perfect Jinchuriki Shikeng and the double blood-stained ninja Terumi Mei, Ninja Sword Prodigy Ghost Mangetsu, Thunder Sword Ringo Yuri, and others. Now the 2 strongest ninja villages are facing off against the 3 weaker ninja villages. The Kingdom of Rain is located at the junction of the 3 kingdoms of Wind, Fire, and Earth. According to this situation, even if the war does not use this place as a battlefield now, it will be burned in the future. When Hyuga woke up early in the morning, he received news from Pain. Because many members were out on missions, this time they had to use the magic lantern body technique to hold a meeting to discuss war and other matters. Hyuga Kai applied black nail polish evenly on his fingers, quickly formed seals with his hands, and activated the magic lantern body technique. In an instant, Hyuga Kai's figure appeared on Gedo statue's finger like a phantom, and soon after, other members of the Akatsuki organization also appeared on it. 10 people stand exactly on top of the 10 fingers of the Gedo statue. Deidara hadn't seen Hyuga for several days and asked, "How is it? Have you succeeded in practicing explosion style? Are you surprised by my art again?" Hyuga Kai nodded, "It's almost successful. The power of explosion style is really great. Thank you for your teaching." "Ha ha ha, did you see it? Brother Siet, she has been impressed by my art. You should join my art troupe as well." Advertisement. Scorpion's voice was low, "Haha, I will consider making you a puppet." "Hyuga Kai, how is your puppetry training going? Do you feel the eternal beauty?" "Hyuga Kai, I have already started making puppets. Senior's puppetry skills are really exquisite." "Yes, not bad." The other Akatsuki members were very surprised. Just by going on a mission with these 2 people, they took away the best secret technique from them. "Are you a succubus? And are you too stupid? Just give your secret skills to others." If Hyuga Kai understood their thoughts, he would definitely stand up and refute them. After all, how do you people understand that art has no boundaries? Pain interrupted the reminiscing session between several people. The 5 major countries are at war. Konoha Kumagakure joins forces to fight against the other 3 countries. We are at the center of the 3 countries and must take action, otherwise it will become a battlefield for the major powers. Whether you want to join the Ninja World War or endure it, you have to make a choice this time. Let's speak our minds. Haiden shouted loudly without hesitation, "Of course, kill them all and sacrifice them to the evil god. War is the best sacrifice." Kakuzu still focuses on money, we can serve as mercenaries from the 5 countries and earn commissions from hiring. After hearing this, Deidara agreed very much. I agree, I want to let the 5 major countries see my art. Just when the wind was turning to one side, Scorpion and Hyuga Kai, the 2 more strategic people, spoke. Xie's deep voice came, it is not recommended to join the war between the 5 major countries. In this case, we will attract the attention of the 5 major nations before we start collecting tailed beasts. Our greatest advantage is to attack in the dark. Hyuga Kai, I agree with Scorpion's idea. We can't send our information out in advance, so it will be difficult to complete our plan. As the leader, Pain asked, what if the war reaches the Kingdom of Rain, why don't we take action? Hyuga Kai continued, of course we have to take action, but not in the name of Akatsuki, but in the name of Hanzo. We can let out the news that if anyone dares to set up the Kingdom of Rain as a battlefield, they are targeting demigods as their enemies. Even if a ninja village breaks in, thinking that Hanzo's old age is nothing to worry about, we can just suppress them with thunderous means. When everyone is afraid of the name of demigod, naturally no one will dare to attack the Kingdom of Rain. Everyone knew that Hanzo was dead, but the outside world didn't know that. After taking over the Kingdom of Rain, Pain had been using the policy of sealing off villages and countries to cut off contact. With the addition of disguise, no one in the outside world could have imagined that the demigod who was famous in the ninja world was dead. Hyuga Kai looked at everyone. In this way, the 4th ninja war will become an internal conflict among the 5 major ninja villages, which is very beneficial to our plan. Everyone nodded and looked at Pain. He was the leader, and the final decision had to be left to him. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai has a good idea. If ninjas from other countries enter the land of rain and kill them without mercy, you will be responsible for this matter, Hyuga Kai. What help do you need? Hyuga Kai replied, I need the help of Scorpion Senpai and Inigaki Kisame. They are poison masters and water style experts respectively. There is also Sanshou Aya's psychic scroll and Rain Shinobi's command. Okay, I order you to be the commander-in-chief of Yuyan during the war, and be fully responsible for external wars. Sanji Ayu's psychic scroll will be sent soon. The Scorpion of Red Sand, Kisame Ingekeki will be responsible for cooperating with Hyuga Kai's actions. Understood. Xie is considered an old friend of Hyuga Kai and of course he won't have any objections. Kisame, on the other hand, is a loyal executor of orders and has no objections. Hyuga smiled, I won't let you down. All members of the Akatsuki organization who are on missions abroad should return to Omegakure village immediately after their missions. Clear. Ju, you are responsible for monitoring the movements of the 5 major countries and reporting them to me and Hyuga Kai at any time. Yes. This is the end of the meeting. Let's proceed according to this plan. As soon as Pain finished speaking, several people had disappeared. Kakuzu was anxious to make war money, Haiden also wanted to find the lone ninja to sacrifice, and Uchiha Itachi might be worried about the safety of Suzuki and Konoha. Hyuga Kai also said goodbye to everyone, goodbye, everyone. Don't forget to practice my art when you go back. I won't forget it. Hyuga Kai's figure also disappeared from the Gedo statue. The remaining people also disappeared one after another, and finally only Pain and Konan were left. Konan asked his own question, Pen, you are not afraid that Hyuga Kai is a spy of Konoha, so you can safely hand over the command to him. Pain cried, no, according to the intelligence we have, he has already completely broken with Konoha, and his ideas and strategies coincide with mine. I'm still worried about those ninjas in Konoha. In that case, Konan, you can monitor him as the captain of the Omegakure ninja. Can. Chapter 25 Demigod Disciple. On a high tower in the Land of Rain, Uchiha Itachi took advantage of the few sunny days to release a crow, and there was obviously something tied to the crow's feet. At this time, footsteps sounded behind Uchiha Itachi. He looked back and saw that it was Hyuga Kai who was slowly walking up the tower. Hyuga walked up to Uchiha Itachi and looked at the crow flying away. I knew you were here. You were trying to send information to Konoha. Do you know why I didn't stop you? Uchiha Itachi asked back, do you know why I don't avoid you? Hyuga replied calmly, I need a force to destroy the ninja village to complete the task and establish prestige. Konoha also needs to share some pressure. Our interests do not conflict. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi, it's your turn to answer my question. You still have a sense of belonging to Konoha. After all, you still have friends and relatives there. Yes, I want to tell the top management of Konoha that I have the power to destroy them. After Hyuga Kai said these words, he ignored Uchiha Itachi and walked straight down the tower. He was going to prepare to complete his mission. He did this for a variety of reasons. 1. Deter Konoha not to attack Niji. 2. Don't let the war affect Ningji. When the war reaches a certain level, the ninja trainees will graduate early and adapt to the battlefield. 3. He wants to extinguish the butterfly effect he was born as much as possible, so that he can accomplish more things through his understanding of the plot. Then Hyuga Kai assumed the alias Kimura Takia and took over the defense of the Land of Rain. His plan was very simple: to have all ninjas do a good job of vigilance and report to him as soon as enemy troops were discovered. And he, Kisame, Scorpion, and Konan disguised themselves as Rain Country ninjas and led Rain Shinobi to kill them all. The plan is extremely simple and the focus is on disguise. Hyuga knew that Konan was here to monitor him, so he ignored him and just took her with him. Anyway, the opportunity has been completed, and the many beauties around him are quite eye-catching. In this way, Hyuga Kai's family has one more person to eat. Hyuga Kai let Yuhua rent a 2-story apartment outside. It is not very convenient to live in the dormitory all the time. As the room was still enough, Konan was arranged to live in the apartment. Hyuga continued to practice while waiting for the movements of enemy ninjas every day. By the way, I learned some of Sanshou Ayu Hanzo's famous ninjutsu. Knowing that Konan is a very strong ninja, I can just ask her for advice. What is gratifying is that through the selfless dedication of Uzumaki Erika and Uzumaki Kaso, his immortal body is getting stronger and stronger, but as their blood nourishes Hyuga Kai, it becomes weaker and weaker. Konoha, May 13, 1958. Uchiha Itachi did not disappoint Hyuga Kai. Under the guidance of Konoha Enru, Iwagakuer and Tsunagakuer sent advance troops into the Kingdom of Rain. Hyuga Kai received the information immediately, and immediately took Konan to call Scorpion and Kisame, gathered the Rain Shinobi, and went straight to kill the advance troops of the two countries. Under the eyes of everyone, Sand Shinobi entered the encirclement prepared by Hyuga Kai for them. Advertisement. Commander Kimura, Lord Angel, the enemy has entered our encirclement. Do we want to kill them directly? Hyuga Kai, no need, just wait for my news. The Rain Shinobi did not agree immediately. He looked at Konan and waited for her order. In his eyes, Konan was a messenger of God, countless times more noble than Kimura Takia. Follow Kimura's orders. Konan's expression remained unchanged. Understood. The man finally accepted the order. Hyuga Kai didn't care about this problem. He was appointed temporarily and had no prestige. It was normal. What would Konan do if he was prohibited from doing so? Hyuga Kai turned around and said to several teammates, I'll go down in a while and release a few of Hanzo's standard ninjutsu. Then when I shout the water dragon combo, Kisame-senpai, you have to take action, but you have to pretend to be me. Hehehe, no problem. Kisame was very interested. Senior Scorpion's puppet is too conspicuous, so there's no need to take action. When the time comes, just smear everyone's ninja tools with poison. Can. Sister Konan, you are responsible for leading Rain Shinobi to kill all the enemies after Kisame-senpai releases Suiryu. Learn. Everyone will remember to put on their gas masks in a moment, so I'll go first. Hyuga put on a special gas mask, pinched a seal and disappeared, leaving only a puddle of water on the spot. Shui Shunshen, you are such an enviable genius. You came to me for advice a few days ago, and today you can use it skillfully. Kisame said. Konan has been with Hyuga Kai for the past few days and is very aware of Hyuga Kai's learning progress. Look, it's more than that. Hundreds of Sand Shinobi rock ninjas walked quickly on the ground. They served as the advance force responsible for clearing the Rain Shinobi and establishing a camp. The moment they stepped into the encirclement, Hyuga Kai, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly activated the trap, fire-style detonating flame array. Countless detonating symbols appeared on the ground under the feet of the two ninjas, clinging to the ankles of nearby ninjas. There's an ambush. Boom. 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 The explosion of the detonating talisman continued to sound. Tsunagakuer Jainen easily got rid of the detonating charm and jumped up high. Seeing this move, the dormant fear in their hearts was activated. During the Second Ninja War, looking at the horrific scene in front of me, unspeakable fear and doubt surged in my heart. Could it be that legendary man coming? This man's name haunts every ninja's mind like a nightmare. No, the intelligence says that Hanzo is getting old and has no ambition and has become greedy for life. Why is he here? In an instant, many ninjas were killed and injured by the explosion, but these traps could only reduce a part of their combat power. Hyuga appeared in front of the enemy with his water-blinking technique, wearing a black windbreaker and a Sengoku ninja costume, a samurai sword on his belt, and a gas mask on his head, a very traditional Rain Shinobi costume. Advertisement. You have illegally entered the Land of Rain. I, Takia Kimura, will give you death on behalf of my master, demigod Hanzo. Hearing these words, many Sand Shinobi couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were just disciples of demigods. Hyuga Kai slapped the ground fiercely, psychic technique Sanshou Fish Ibushi. Huge Sanshou fish suddenly rose up from under the feet of the two ninjas, and the Sanshou fish swallowed several ninjas instantly. Poison spray. The Sanshou fish sprayed a large amount of purple poisonous mist from its mouth, and all the ninjas who were unfortunately contaminated by the poisonous mist were poisoned and fell to the ground. Many of them didn't even have the chance to use the antidote, but some ninjas in the distance reacted and put on gas masks to barely avoid the poisonous mist of the Sanshao fish. Disperse quickly to avoid the poisonous fog. The large group of ninjas scattered to avoid Hyuga Kai's poisonous mist. It's not over yet. Hyuga opened the seal and roared loudly as if he was using all his strength, water-style water dragon continuous bomb. Hiding in the darkness, Kisame smiled strangely, revealing a mouth full of shark teeth. It's my turn. Instantly, as if responding to Hyuga Kai's call, several huge water dragons flew out of the forest behind him, and the water dragons roared and fell on the crowd. Get out of the way, it's a water dragon bullet. Hnin, who had experienced 2 ninja world wars, saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. There are so many. This is really Hanzo's disciple, not a reincarnation. A large number of enemy ninjas died under this blow. Kid, go to hell. Several ninjas appeared around Hyuga Kai at the same time, launching ninjutsu and hitting Hyuga Kai at the same time. Wind escape great breakthrough. Rock release earth dragon bullet. Ninjutsu, 1000 needles. Fire style fire meteor. In an instant, Hyuga Kai was in crisis, and his eyes turned blue under the mask. Hyuga Kai suddenly pulled out the samurai sword from his waist and slashed quickly, breaking wind slash. Boom. All ninjutsu were destroyed by the powerful repulsive defense. Of course Hyuga Kai doesn't know how to use the breath of the wind, he just uses the reincarnation eye to add drama. The ninjas of the 2 countries were shocked. What kind of sword skill was this? They didn't see any sword light or feel any chakra fluctuations. Just like this, all the 5 elite ninjas were defeated with one full blow. This man's sword skills may have surpassed those of the legendary demigods. Chapter 26. The ninja world does not need a second demigod. Several ninjas tried to attack Hyuga Kai, but Konan used a paper gun mixed with detonating symbols to drive them into the ground and explode. Kill! Hyuga Kai shouted in full show. Kill! 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 Followed by overwhelming shouts of kill. Konan led Rain Shinobi up to kill the 2 ninjas. Almost instantly, the 2 ninjas quickly collapsed and fled towards the way they came. Tell your cage, Hanzo-sama, and I can't even think of stepping into the land of rain for one day. Hyuga Kai shouted from behind, asking them to take the information back. Advertisement. The next step is to clean the battlefield and gather the wounded. These are not things Hyuga Kai has to worry about. Hyuga Kai met up with several Akatsuki teammates. How about my acting skills? Kisame, he really looks like Hanzo's loyal disciple. Xie said sadly, why don't you let me take action and kill them all to scare them? Hyuga shook his head in denial. This will arouse the curiosity of the 5 major countries, and it is not as useful as Hanzo's name. Sister Konan, thank you for taking action just now. It was really thrilling just now. If Konan didn't take action, his own incompetence would be exposed. Fine. Hyuga Kai, the next step is to release the news to the 5 major countries. The Kingdom of Rain has no intention of joining their war. Anyone who dares to bring the war to the Kingdom of Rain is an enemy of the demigods and will be attacked by the Kingdom of Rain. Leave this matter to Sister Konan. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to bother you all, but I have to continue practicing. Hyuga stretched himself. Earth Country, inside Tsuchikage's office. What are you talking about? All the advanced troops were defeated, and only a dozen people survived. Onoki's short figure stood on the chair in the office in shock, staring closely at the ninjas in the communications class in front of him. That's the Elite 100, how could this happen? Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, the ninja leading the team calls himself Hanzo's apprentice Kimura Takia, and can use many of Hanzo's famous ninjutsu. He also said that Hanzo-sama and I wouldn't even be able to step into the land of rain in just one day. You go down. Yes. The communications class ninja breathed a sigh of relief and was finally able to leave. Water teleportation, mountain pepperfish, sword skills. Advertisement. With so much information gathered together, even if he didn't believe it, he would have to believe it. What an old and immortal thing. There is no information about him for so many years, and he actually trained an apprentice. Onoki thought in his heart. A second demigod cannot appear in a small country, let alone a second demigod. There was endless killing intent in Onoki's eyes. However, we should stop opening up the 3rd battlefield first. If the Kingdom of Rain joins Konoha, the gains will outweigh the losses. Inside Tsunagakuer camp. Luo Sha looked at the information in her hand. Is that old guy trying to train a second demigod? Luo Sha recalled the scene during the Second Ninja War and the terrifying battlefield dominance. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen, but we have to wait until the end of the war. Why can these small countries have so many geniuses? Our talent is indeed withering. We have to wait until the war is over before taking action against Kimura Takia. It would be bad if the country of rain is forced to Konoha. When the war is over, I will have 10,000 ways to kill him. Doesn't Hanzo like peace? I will launch a local war. If we negotiate peace, we must kill his apprentice. As long as Hanzo survives and is not the leader of the Rain country, he will always be just a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Konoha village, country of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about this information in the Hokage office. He listened to the information given by Uchiha Itachi, which made the two countries plan to open a new battlefield. This also led to the death of nearly 100 outstanding ninjas from Uegakure and Tsunagakure, and Konoha Kumagakure regained some advantages. But when did this Kimura Takia appear? The Kingdom of Rain is not joining the war now. Is this because some people want to benefit from it? Or should we forcefully drag them into the war? Forget it, Hanzo didn't turn the Rain country into a big country back then, he only protected one side, and now his disciples are even less likely to do so. This is the only place where the 5 major countries have the most tacit understanding. No force that can replace the 5 major countries will be allowed to emerge. The battlefield of the 5 major countries must not allow other countries to benefit. This side of the country of Rain. However, Hyuga Kai had no intention of paying attention to the plans of the 5 great powers. Kimura Takia was just a horse trap. Besides, Hanzo had been dead for many years and his body was cold. But Hyuga Kai just wanted to continue practicing. He hit a boulder with his palm, but the boulder did not move at all. Advertisement. And Hyuga Kai quickly jumped back, came to the distance, and activated the chakra that was driven into the boulder. Boom! The boulder suddenly exploded, and rubble flew into the air. Successful! Uchiha Izumi and Uzumaki Kaso who were watching the battle couldn't help cheering. Deidara stood next to Hyuga Kai and nodded, looking like a senior giving advice, not bad art, although it is still very immature. Hyuga Kai finally succeeded in developing a blood successor, and he was one step closer to the truth-seeking ball in his target. And Hyuga Kai also understood how Deidara's clay bomb was made, injecting explosion-style chakra into the clay, changing the shape of the clay, etc. Hyuga Kai can also do more than just physical skills, and maybe his puppet can also turn into a self-destructing truck. What a good idea! He just opened the scroll and released a humanoid puppet. Hyuga closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them, turning into a reincarnated eye as blue as the stars. So beautiful! Xiangling stared blankly at Hyuga Kai's eyes. No matter how many times he looked at these eyes, he felt extremely beautiful. Uchiha Izumi looked at those eyes and seemed to be absorbed in them. Here comes Hyuga Kai's art. Deidara was also amazed by those beautiful eyes. Hyuga Kai ignored the glances of several people. He was like this every time he witnessed it, and he was used to it. Hyuga Kai took a ball of spirit in his hand and poured his will and power into it. Then he suddenly reached out and pierced the puppet's chest, passed his hand straight through the puppet, let go of the spirit ball, and finally retracted his palm. Hyuga immediately felt the spiritual connection between his puppet. This puppet was very intelligent and he could easily complete it with only simple commands. Inject the explosion-style chakra into the core of the puppet. Under Hyuga Kai's command, the puppet rushes to the nearby woods and activates the explosion-style chakra left on it. Boom! Large swaths of trees collapsed, and soil splashed. Hyuga Kai suddenly saw a figure walking towards this side. Sister Konan, why are you here? Konan walked up to Hyuga Kai with the same iceberg face. A ninja reported that there was an explosion here, so I came to take a look. That's it. Ninjutsu will stay farther away next time I experiment. Then Sister Konan, do you want to have dinner with us? I will cook myself later. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Uzumaki looked at Konan's plump figure that couldn't be covered by a windbreaker, and then looked at the beautiful figure of Uchiha Izumi next to him. She looked at her breasts for the last time and couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly. Damn it, another powerful competitor. Under Hyuga Kai's greeting, Izumi, Yuka, Kosovo, Konan, Deidara and others all sat down. Hyuga Kai then moved out the barbecue grill, bamboo skewers and other items that he had made in advance. Taking advantage of the sunny weather that finally arrived in the land of rain, the few of them enjoyed an open-air barbecue. Chapter 27 The History of Sealing in the Warring States Period. Konoha September 13, 1958. Hyuga's cultivation has once again entered a huge bottleneck period. Although the reincarnated eye power is still being refined, he doesn't know when he will be able to enter the next step. The 7 attribute chakra fusion of the truth-seeking ball is also far away, and the study of the resurrection technique is also clueless. However, the problem of chakra attributes has been solved, and a lot of ninjutsu have been developed. A slightly irritable Hyuga Kai stared blankly at the falling rain in the distance. Advertisement. Erika Uzumaki, who was cleaning up the room, picked up a scroll and walked to Hyuga Kai. Kai-sama, can you show me this book? Hyuga Kai turned his head and looked at Yahua. This was a book of information Warring States Sealing History Policy brought out from the Konoha sealing room. After seeing the name, Hyuga Kai had no interest in watching it. The title is like a novel, but most likely it is a boring work. Take it and read it. Hyuga Kai ignored it. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, it is not surprising that he likes these information about sealing techniques. Thanks. While he continued to look at the rain flowers outside in a daze, Hyuga Kai suddenly thought of a character in the new Hokage game before he traveled through time. It's been a long time, but Hyuga Kai still vaguely remembers his life experience and story, but it's not clear enough. Hyuga opens the seal and activates ninjutsu, Ghost, the art of seeing souls. This ninjutsu can check the soul memory. If he wants to check his own memory, he can look at the memory before time travel. In the familiar room, Hyuga Kai was watching videos on his phone as usual. Hey everyone, today I will bring you the story of Uchiha Hikaru. It is not easy to make. Please support me 3 times in a row. Uchiha Hikari is also known as Wuming, a ninja during the Warring States period. Hyuga Kai just relived the story of Uchiha Hikaru in his memories. In the end, there was only one evaluation, silly Beijiao, whose self-consciousness was almost eliminated by Uchiha during the Warring States period, and became an unknown war weapon. After the seal was unlocked, Maruhan, the leader of the Zero organization who inherited Pain's will, took the opportunity to instill the ideal of destroying ninjas. It can be said that he has been used all his life, and only started his own life after meeting Boruto. But this is also very consistent with Hyuga Kai's expectation. Who should be used instead of being used? Why not be used by me? Exiting memories and returning to reality, Hyuga Kai came to Uzumaki Yuka, who was sitting on the table and looking through information books. Did you see a sealed person named Uchiha Hikaru inside? Advertisement. Uzumaki Yuka didn't understand why Hyuga Kai was suddenly so excited. I haven't seen it yet. Help me find out if there is this Uchiha clan member who was jointly sealed by the Senju Sarutobi clan. Yes. Yuka quickly flipped through the information, and Hyuga Kai came behind Uzumaki Yuka and opened Sharingan's dynamic vision to carefully read the text above. I'm back. Xiangling came back from school and saw her mother and Master Chi reading a book in a very ambiguous posture. Uzumaki almost burst into tears, biting his collar. He never expected that his enemies were not only the beautiful Izumi Uchiha, the cold Konan, but also a beautiful woman Uzumaki. If his enemy is his mother, how should he deal with it? If Mr. Chi marries his mother, wouldn't he call Mr. Chi his father? Uzumaki Yuka turned her head when she saw her daughter coming back. Welcome back. Xiangling quickly ran upstairs and left only one sentence, I wish you happiness. What's wrong with her? Yuhua said suddenly without knowing it. Continue to look through the information. Hyuga Kai will ignore it even more. Even if he finds out, he will not care. Now he just wants to know where Uchiha Hikari is sealed. Okay. The two continued to look through the information and finally found a story that recorded the seal of the Uchiha weapon. It is similar to the Warring States story that Hyuga Kai just saw in his memory, and it is not that history was changed by Boruto. I just added a lot of evil Uchiha and other words from the perspective of Uchiha's enemies. Finally, the two found the sealing location of Uchiha Hikari and the sealing techniques used at the end of the page. Time locking seal, seal the target in a space, and all time and space inside will stop, but the person will not lose consciousness. Blood discrimination seal, it requires similar blood of the caster to unlock it. No wonder Uchiha Hikaru was able to survive until Boruto was sealed by locking this ninjutsu. At that time, she only sealed him instead of killing him completely. The two clans did not take advantage of her. The blood seal is to prevent Uchiha and other foreigners from reopening the seal, but it does also prevent Hyuga Kai from outside. The solution to the time lock seal sealing techniques can be found in this book, and the blood seal must require the blood of direct descendants of the two Sarutobi Senju clans. There is only one direct successor of Senju, Tsunade Hime, and there are many people in the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Asuma, who is currently guarding the daimyo of the Fire Country, or Sarutobi Konohamaru in Konoha village. Of course Hyuga Kai chose Sarutobi Asuma in the Daiming prefecture, which was safer than Konoha. I have also seen the 12 guardian ninjas, and the only thing worth noting is the ninjutsu of 4 people in lightning style Reimurtu, the ninjutsu in the original book who can destroy a village with one blow. Advertisement. The only others are Kazuma, who used a technique similar to the Earth reincarnation in the original work. The name of the technique is Earth-style reincarnation, using the body of the deceased as a medium. The Earth style is used to construct the body of the deceased, which can resurrect the deceased and become the puppet of the caster. The appearance, physical abilities, and amount of chakra of the resurrected deceased will be exactly the same as before life, and they can even retain all the power they had before birth. But at this time, I don't know if he has learned it yet, so he decided to take his soul out and go back to study it carefully. Just do it. 3 days later, at the Akatsuki organization meeting, when the tasks were assigned as usual, Hyuga Kai was still lazy and would never join unless he was designated. Don't ask about the reason. The question is, I am on a mission alone and my companions are not afraid of death. The other question is that I am still young and can still make progress and practice. When the assigned task was over, Hyuga Kai stated his goal, Zetsu, I want to know the location of Tsunadeheim now. Baizetsu answered first, is it Tsunadeheim, the last descendant of the Senjo clan? Hyuga Kai nodded, yes. Okay, I will send the information in a few days. Thanks. Heiju took the opportunity to talk, you're welcome, may I ask what you want her blood for? Hyuga Kai stated his purpose, research. Understood. You are right to say so. The blood of the Senjo clan is certainly worthy of study, and there must be traces of wood style in Tsunadeheim's genetic fragments. Wouldn't it be perfect if she was also made into a blood pack? K, you're not going to kill that Tsunadeheim, are you? Aren't you most afraid of death? Why do you dare to challenge one of the Konoha-san in this time? The Deidara guy yelled in a fuss. You are my artistic partner. Don't die. Do you want us to accompany you? Xie's deep voice also sounded, he, I can also see if Tsunadeheim's medical skills can cure my poison. Scorpion has regarded Hyuga Kai as a friend since he saw the ability of Hyuga Kai's reincarnation eye to give the puppet spirit. Thank you, I can handle it alone. P.S. The sealing of Uchiha Hikari did not follow the original work. After all, he did not explain how Hikari was sealed and could live for so long. The perspective in the game is buried alive, and there are changes here. Chapter 28 Tsunadeheim. Fire Nation. Hyuga Kai was walking alone in the dense forest when Zetsu's figure appeared. Tsunade is in the town ahead. She should be in the casino here now. Zetsu said next to Hyuga Kai. There is information that she is suffering from hemophobia and loses her fighting ability when she sees blood. Advertisement. Trouble. You can use violence, but you should try to use coercion and inducement. Hyuga walked slowly into the town wearing a white robe. Akatsuki still hid as deeply as possible. After finding out the location of the casino, Hyuga Kai could hear the shouting inside from the door. Hyuga walked in and saw Tsunade shouting loudly at the gambling table. Her body features were so recognizable. Big. When Tsunade saw the result, she showed an annoyed look, Shizuan, give me another 10,000 taels. Shizuan hugged a little pig, but, Tsunade-sama, we still have to rely on this money to eat. It's better for me to come out. Hyuga Kai slapped a kunao on the table and pointed at the gamblers, I bet the lives of everyone here. I bet you will all be killed by me if you don't leave. An almost condensed momentum swept across the entire venue. The thugs, boss, and others who had just come out were also frightened. They only dared to watch from a distance, just begging this killer to leave quickly. Everyone except Tsunade and Shizuan dispersed, and they both looked at Hyuga Kai. Who are you? My name is Chi. Are you the old man's new recruit, Anbu? Don't look for me anymore, I won't go back. Tsunade hugged her shoulders and pointed at the casino owner hiding in the corner, go and pay off all my gambling debts, and then go back. Ask the old man for reimbursement. I used to be Konoha Anbu, but not anymore. I'm here to gamble with you. Hyuga Kai took out a suitcase and opened it to reveal a lot of banknotes. There was a golden light in Tsunade's eyes. She conservatively estimated that there should be 10 million taels in it, tell me, how to bet. But I don't have any money now. She rolled her eyes and snatched the piglet from Shizuan's arms, but I can bet this fragrant pig to you. Shizuan exclaimed, Tsunade-sama. Hyuga smiled, I have no interest in that cute little pig. Advertisement. I want you. Tsunade punched the table, and the gaming table instantly cracked, I told you I would not return to Konoha. Don't worry, I'm not finished yet, I want your blood. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, are you from Danzo? If you have the blood of the Senjo clan, you will most likely be Danzo. I'm not from Konoha, don't worry. Hyuga pushed the cash box and said, this money will be enough for you to live happily for a long time. That won't work either. Tsunade said this despite the severe pain in her heart, and walked out with Shizuan. At this time, 4 puppets wrapped in white bandages appeared in front of Tsunade, blocking the door. Tsunade immediately wanted to punch and break the puppet, but the puppet instantly took out a blood pack and crushed it suddenly. Plasma shot out and fell all over the floor. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's body trembled uncontrollably, and she suddenly collapsed. Shizuan next to her carried Tsunade's body, rushed towards the puppet in front of her, and was about to escape from here with Tsunade. However, several puppets knocked Shizuan down 3 times, 5 by 2, and rescued Tsunade who collapsed. Hyuga Kai walked to Tsunade and took out 2 packs of preserved blood bags, and began to draw Tsunade's blood. Let go of Tsunade-sama. Shizuan yelled. Tsunade gritted her teeth, but couldn't muster any strength, you guy. Hyuga Kai, my transaction still counts, the money is yours. Even after Hyuga finished taking Tsunade's blood, someone was still late. Let go of Tsunade. The white-haired ninja quickly defeated the blocking puppets and saved Shizuan and Tsunade at the same time. Tsunade looked at the visitor in surprise, Jiraiya. Hyuga Kai put 2 packets of plasma into the sealing scroll, stood up and looked at the person who came, and it turned out to be the ninja in his memory. Jiraiya, you no longer preside over the war with Uegakuer, what are you doing here? Jiraiya's eyes showed murderous intent, who are you? Hyuga Kai squinted his eyes and looked up and down at the hero in the original work. Are you Hyuga Kai? Advertisement. It's an honor to be recognized by Jiraiya, but it seems we haven't met before. I heard the old man mentioned that you were really cruel and ruthless in killing the entire Hyuga clan. Hyuga inspired a sneer, praise, award, I'm just a little bit worse than you Konoha, but it's really an honor to be mentioned by 3rd generation Sama. If I have the chance, I really want to fight you, but I don't have time to play with you. Hyuga Kai jumped into the air, threw out a seal scroll, and exploded a burst of white mist. The puppet giant eagle carried Hyuga Kai into the sky. Don't leave. Jiraiya jumped up and quickly condensed Rei's Nan in his hand. But the puppet flying eagle is faster and can fly high into the sky in the blink of an eye. I only heard a sentence coming from a distance, Jiraiya, Tsunade, we are destined to meet again. Looking at Hyuga's leaving figure, several people frowned. Tsunade, please come back to Konoha with me. Even if you don't want to see the old man, that incident was actually Danzo's doing. You also know the old man's hesitant character. This matter will wait until you return. The old man will give you an explanation. Jiraiya tried his best to persuade his best friend, besides, it's not safe for you to be alone outside, isn't it? This time everyone knows that you have hemophobia, so wouldn't you become a lamb to be slaughtered? Tsunade's fear of blood had just subsided, and when she heard these words, a group of people punched Jiraiya into the wall. Who are you saying is the lamb to be slaughtered? Jiraiya pulled out his own body, it hurts, it hurts. Hiss, then are you going back to Konoha? Return. I want to see what explanation the old man will give me. If it is really Danzo who did it, I promise not to beat him to death. Shizuan, go get my money. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Shizuan crossed the large pool of blood at the door and picked up the box of banknotes on the gaming table. Where did you get so much money? Jiraiya asked. She was well aware of Tsunade's gambling skills and had to borrow money from herself and Orochimaru in the past. You care about me? I won this by gambling. Tsunade waved her fist. Shizuan quietly told the truth behind Tsunade, this was left by the person just now, saying he was buying blood. Tsunade's face was full of black lines, and she quickly changed the subject, what's going on with Hyuga Kai? Jiraiya told what he knew, telling Konoha's guest that Hyuga Kai could absorb blood successors, and that he was also suspected of using the Mangeki Sharingan in the Grass Ninja Village. Tsunade's thoughts were clear, wouldn't that mean there will be one more Senju clan member in the future? Well, then he is also a member of Uchiha and Hyuga. Chapter 29 Lifting the Seal. Hyuga, who was sitting on the puppet hawk, activated the blood-seizing technique to absorb a bag of Tsunade's blood. Activate ninjutsu to feel the changes in Tsutsuki's genes. No wonder Senju Uzumaki has a similar physique. Tsunade's blood can't even strengthen his immortal body. He has absorbed so much immortal human blood that he has reached a bottleneck. Hyuga Kai speculates that his immortal body may only be able to continue to evolve if he gets Hashirama's blood. But only Danzo or Orochimaru of Konoha have Hashirama cells, so this can indeed be put on the agenda. Advertisement. But this trip was not without success. At least he got a part of Wood Style's gene chain. Hyuga Kai can easily develop Wood Style if he wants to. Now all that is left is the direct blood of the Sarutobi clan to lift the seal of the blood seal. Hyuga Kai controlled the puppet flying eagle and went straight to Daming Mansion. In the lobby of Daming Mansion, the daimyo was still discussing matters with many ministers. Hyuga Kai took the puppet flying eagle and smashed the ceiling and landed in the center of the lobby. Protect the daimyo. In an instant, 12 guardian ninjas appeared around the daimyo. Hyuga Kai took back the puppet and slowly walked out of the smoke. Long time no see, everyone. You are Hyuga Kai. Exclamations kept ringing. Hyuga Kai had a chance encounter with them. They had seen Hyuga Kai's face and heard about Hyuga Kai's massacre of the Hyuga clan. It's me. The daimyo stopped the guardian ninja from swarming him. He knew Hyuga Kai's strength. These people could not deal with Hyuga Kai. Kai, what do you want? Money or status, I can give it to you. Konoha's reward for you is also can be cancelled. The daimyo was promoted by Hyuga Kai personally. He still has some affection for Hyuga Kai, and now he wants to win over Hyuga Kai. If you are so easy to talk to, I have only 2 requests. 1. I want some of Sarutobi Asuma's blood. 2. I want Kazuma's Earth-style reincarnation technique. The 2 people who were enlightened by Hyuga were shocked. Asuma kept guessing about Hyuga Kai's purpose, but he never imagined Hyuga Kai's thoughts. The Sarutobi clan does not have a blood successor. What use does he want my blood for? And Kazuma is also very puzzled, how does this guy know this ninjutsu? Advertisement. After a long period of silence, Hyuga Kai gave them enough time to think. Seeing that there was no action yet, Hyuga Kai began to form seals to activate ninjutsu. If that's the case, then I can only take it myself. Don't blame me if you don't do it lightly or harshly. Thunder Wind Ninja Taijutsu Chakra Armor. Hyuga Kai's body was covered with two-color chakra, the floor around him shattered inch by inch, and his body turned into an arrow. Wait! The daimyo's voice suddenly sounded, and Hyuga Kai's palm stopped on the chest of a guardian ninja in front of him. Give it to him. Yes. The 12 guardian ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. No one here could react to what happened just now. If they really faced this kind of enemy, they would have no chance of winning. Especially the ninja who was almost killed by Hyuga Kai. He collapsed directly to the ground. This was the first time in so many years that he felt so close to death. Thank you for your cooperation. Hyuga took out the blood bag and handed it to Asuma, and took the earth-style reincarnation technique from Kazuma's reluctant eyes. Asuma quickly filled the blood bag and handed it to Hyuga Kai. Thank you. Hyuga put away the bag of blood, summoned the puppet flying eagle and flew away. Daimyo, what should we do now? Of course, increase his reward to 100 million. The ministers were talking a lot. The daimyo shouted impatiently, don't you have any brains? He is so desperate that he wants to assassinate me. How can I survive? Increase the reward? Do you want him to come back and kill me now? Follow my orders and issue a recruitment order. Ninjas from any country can join the Fire Nation Guards and have the opportunity to become my personal guards and enjoy high benefits. The ministers responded one after another. The daimyo thought that after seeing Hyuga Kai's strength back then, he thought he had a high regard for the power of ninjas. He didn't expect that such a strong man could easily let himself die and regard his bodyguard as nothing. The lack of security caused a sense of uneasiness that lingered in the heart of this young daimyo. For so many years, the tranquility of Konoha has made the daimyo forget the power of ninjas. Now he must have his own ninjas. Hyuga Keiko couldn't control so much. He flew all the way back to the land of rain and wanted to take Uzumaki Yuka and Uchiha Izumi with him. They can both be used to unlock Uchiha's light seal in the future. Picking up Uzumaki and Uchiha Izumi, the three of them headed towards their destination. The data recorded that Uchiha Hikari was sealed in a cliff in the northern part of the Land of Fire. Advertisement. Relying on the map guidance above and Hyuga Kai's reincarnation eye observation, the three of them arrived at their destination smoothly. This is a cave carved into the cliff wall. The three people held torches and moved forward. Countless bats on the road were startled by a few people and flew out of the cave. Finally, the three of them saw a stone door flashing with sealing techniques inside. Hyuga Kai asked Uzumaki Yuka, is this the blood recognition seal? Yes. Then where should I spread the blood? Hyuga Kai looked at the stone door and there was no hole for bleeding. Master Kai, just put the blood of the caster's blood relatives on it. Hyuga Kai took out the blood of Tsunade and Asuma, opened the blood bag and squeezed the blood on the stone door. Sure enough, the sealing techniques above suddenly shattered, and the stone door gradually opened with a rumbling sound. Uchiha Izumi also cast curious eyes inside, but the luxurious tomb he imagined did not appear. A strong wind blew up behind several people, and a large amount of air was injected into the secret room. Hyuga Kai did not rush in, he opened the Sharingan and brought Uchiha Izumi into the world of Genjutsu. He took the two of them to experience the story of Uchiha Hikaru in the first person, and it ended when he was sealed by time. When Guang was just born, her father and mother held her in their arms and named her. Let's call our child Light from now on. The ninja world is still in darkness now, I hope she can walk in the light in the future. Uzumaki Erika showed sadness on her face. He had already brought himself into the role of Hikari's mother, because if the two had not met Hyuga Kai, Hyuga would have become a tool of Kusanagi village. Although she had read the brief introduction in the information, how could there be a real genjutsu from the first-person perspective of Hyuga Kai? Uchiha Izumi was different. She did not feel embarrassed because she was Uchiha inside. She equally denounced the ninja world of the Warring States period and sympathized with the girl called Hikari. In a while, we'll try our best to persuade him to join us. If that doesn't work, we'll knock her out together while she's weak. Do you understand? This is why Hyuga Kai wants to tell them the story of Uchiha Hikari. Girls should be better at this than themselves because of their delicate minds, so he finally talks and tries to persuade them. If this doesn't work, then you can only use the reincarnation eye to become a mechanical puppet. As for why Sharingan's soul-washing pupil technique is not used, because Uchiha Hikaru also possesses Manjiki, his own pupil technique is 80% useless. Understood. Uzumaki Yuka and Uchiha Izumi nodded decisively. Although they are somewhat sympathetic, they will not ruin Hyuga Kai's big event. Chapter 30 Uchiha Light. Following Hyuga Kai, several people came to the sarcophagus. Hyuga Kai commanded, Yuhua, please unlock the seal, and then follow my eyes and act. Okay. Uzumaki Erika squatted in front of the sarcophagus, observing the sealing techniques on it, and running the chakra to release the seals on it bit by bit. As several people watched, Uzumaki Erika lifted the seal on it. After a while, Uzumaki Erika stood up and said, "Okay, now that the seal has been officially released, the sarcophagus must be pushed open." Hyuga praised, "Well done." Advertisement. Yuhua bowed slightly, "It's all what I should do." Arriving in front of the sarcophagus, Hyuga Kai stretched out his hand and slowly pushed open the sarcophagus above, revealing a beautiful figure lying quietly inside the sarcophagus. Hyuga Kiya couldn't help but admire her appearance. "Is this the mother-in-law Madara?" Just as Hyuga was admiring it, Uchiha suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the sarcophagus, and punched Hyuga in the chest. Hyuga Kai took the punch without hesitation, and some blood flowed from his mouth. In everyone's surprised eyes, Hyuga Kai stretched out his hands and slowly hugged Uchiha Hikari. "Light, we know your pain. We are on the same journey and are here to save you. Don't be afraid." Uchiha Hikari was also a little stunned by Hyuga Kai's actions, and he didn't know what to do for a while. She just felt like she was being pulled into an unusually warm embrace, and a generous hand gently stroked her hair. For some reason, at this moment she felt a sense of security that she had never experienced in her life, and she felt like she wanted to cry for no reason. Guang's mind was in a mess. Why did I actually want to cry? Ever since she was used as a weapon by Uchiha, she knew that crying would have no consequences and no one would pity her. But why do I want to cry now? Hyuga Kai whispered in Hikaru's ear, "Sorry, we are late." At this moment, under the guidance of Hyuga Kai, Uchiha Hikaru finally couldn't hold back the last bit of restraint and cried out. You, why are you doing this?" Hikaru bit Hyuga Kai's shoulder. "It's okay, just cry." Uzumaki Erika and Uchiha Izumi looked at this scene with surprised expressions on their faces. "Didn't they say that we should be influenced for a while? Why do I feel like this girl has been deceived into lameness?" When Hikari was about to cry, Hyuga Kai quietly opened the Sharingan and pulled Hikari into Genjutsu. "Don't resist." My eyes can see the past. I will show you the scene when you were born. You are not alone. You have the expectations of your parents, and you also have us." The scene of her birth immediately appeared before Guang's eyes. The young Light was held in the arms of a man and a woman. Light. Advertisement. Well, the ninja world is still dark now, but I hope she can walk in the light. Isn't it strange that this name contains this wish? Guang saw the woman turn her head towards him. Great name, right? Xiao Guang. Uchiha burst into tears. She could feel that this was not made up by Genjutsu, this was her mother. He is not a weapon without a name, he is called Uchiha Hikari. Hyuga Kai put his arm around Uchiha Hikari's shoulders and said, "Then let's read my story. I was born 14 years ago." Hyuga Kai showed Hikari his story through Genjutsu again. Hyuga Kai once had a happy family and a good childhood, but Hyuga's love affair with a foreigner is absolutely not allowed. The family took Hyuga Kai and kept evading Hyuga's pursuit, but was eventually caught. The father and his wife begged the Hyuga family to let Hyuga Kai go. In the end, he was rescued by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and finally the story stopped when he killed Hyuga. Let Hikaru finish reading his own story, and then play the story of Uzumaki Erika, Uzumaki Karin, and her son. The country was defeated, and they lived in the land of grass and became a commodity that was bitten every day. Finally, they were rescued by Hyuga Kai. Uchiha Hikari felt a little numb by the end after reading Hyuga Kai's story. Is there only pain in this world? We are all the same kind of people. We have all been tortured by this ninja world, and finally we hugged together to keep warm. Join us and we will change the world with our own power. Hyuga Kai stretched out his hand and motioned for Hikari to hold it. Guang hesitated for a moment and put his hand up. Hyuga smiled and pulled Guang into his arms. "Don't worry, I will protect you from now on and I won't let you get hurt anymore." After removing Genjutsu, Hyuga Kai still maintains the action of holding Hikari in reality. Hyuga Chi took her hand and walked towards the outside world together. She had just woken up, and now she was staggering even when walking. "Let's go home." Under the surprised eyes of Uzumaki and Izumi Uchiha, several people boarded the puppet flying eagle flying to the land of rain. Hyuga took off his red cloud robe and wrapped it around Hikaru, making her feel as warm as home. Looking at Uchiha's arrogant and happy expression on the puppet, Hyuga Kai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The plan worked, and I had already deceived this 100-year-old girl into a cripple. All this is in Hyuga Kai's plan. First of all, with that punch that does not weigh much, it is impossible for him to bleed. The blood is forced out by Hyuga using chakra. The first step is to make her feel guilty. That warm embrace is not fake. The acupuncture points all over my body are emitting fire chakra, so of course it is warm. The second step is to let the girl who has lacked love since childhood feel love. Advertisement. Use genjutsu to tell the stories of several people, proving that we are all on the same side in a big family formed by mutual warmth. The third step is genjutsu empathy, which makes her lose the ability to think in her emotions and pulls her into his team. As for why it's so troublesome? The ultimate skill of 8,000 spears is worth the price. 8,000 spears, it can leave a mark on anyone, and can control the person's spirit and chakra at will, and can even pass chakra to oneself or others regardless of distance. Even the peak Naruto in Boruto's den was struck by this pupil technique. This ability is simply heaven-defying. This is the ultimate enhanced version of his soul-cleansing pupil technique. Any pupil technique will be eclipsed in front of the 8,000 spears. Moreover, Uchiha Hikaru's Sharingan has more than just this ability, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, flame control, plus the talent that opened Mangekyou in his teenage years. With a little training, he will be the next Uchiha Madara, or at least Itachi. If the blood-seizing technique is used directly, Hyuga Kai can only obtain a copy of Mangekyou Sharingan's eye power. But if you cheat him directly with your mouth, you will be a shadow-level pendant, the most loyal subordinate. One day later, several people returned to the two-story apartment in the Kingdom of Rain. Hyuga Kai brought Guang upstairs and arranged her next to his room. Guang, you can stay here from now on. Hua will bring you bedding and daily necessities in a while. Thank you, thank you. Guang's voice was a little hesitant, unable to express his emotions very well. Hyuga rubbed her hair, it doesn't matter. If you have anything to do, you can tell everyone and everyone will help you. Downstairs, Uzumaki Yuka pulled Uzumaki Kaso over seriously, there is a new member in the family. You must get along well and avoid conflicts. Really? There is a new member in the family. Is it a boy or a girl? How old is she? Xiang Phosphorus was very excited when she got the answer. Finally, a person of the same age came to the house. But if we really talk about age, Uchiha Hikaru is older than everyone sitting here. Even after Uchiha Madara is resurrected, he will be called Ancestor. Black and White Zetsu, who was secretly observing this place, was shocked. This is Uchiha Light. Of course it knows the origin of this girl and possesses Uchiha's strongest eye technique, the 8,000 spear. How did Hyuga Kai find her? This Hyuga's talent is too evil, which may be the biggest factor in resurrecting his mother. When Heiju was thinking about how to get rid of him, a plan suddenly appeared in his mind. No. He can also be the biggest helper. Didn't he want power? What could be more powerful than becoming Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Maybe he can also become the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito is becoming more and more dishonest. Chapter 31 Reincarnation of the Dirty Land. Konoha October 3, 1958. Kirigakure announced that the 4th Mizukage had died of a serious illness, withdrawing from the war with Konoha Kumigakure and submitting a letter of surrender. Konoha and Kumigakure were overjoyed and allowed Kirigakure to have peace talks without embarrassment. Hyuga Kai knew that this should be Ao discovering in advance and unlocking Uchiha Obito's genjutsu. Yagura committed suicide to prevent being controlled by Obito again, taking the 3 tails in his body with him. If the Akatsuki organization wants to capture 3 tails, it will have to wait until 3 years later. Advertisement. Konoha March 9, 1959. Having lost a lot of support, Sangakure Uegakure could no longer support it and submitted a peace treaty. There were constant twists and turns in the middle, and the 2 main fighting faction leaders of Konoha and Kumigakure continued to quarrel with each other. Konoha April 20, 1959. The daimyo of the 5 major powers, tired of the constant military spending, jointly put pressure on the ninja village and stopped the meaningless war. The 5 Shadows talks were held in the Iron Country, and the formal peace talks ended with the submission of war reparations by the 3 countries of Iwa, Sand, and Kiri. The 4th Ninja War lasted for a year and ended hastily. At this time, the life of Hyuga Kai, who was far away in the Land of Rain, was back on track again and he entered a state of practice. The bond between several people in his family and Uchiha Hikari became deeper and deeper. There is even less thought of revenge against the ninja world. Going to and from school with Xiangling every day is already a bit too happy to miss Shu. Just when Hyuga was sitting in the lotus position to digest the power of the reincarnated eyes, Zetsu emerged from the ground with a scroll in his hand. The mission assigned by the leader, Orochimaru, appears in Tien country, and the leader orders you to kill him. Hyuga Kai didn't open his eyes. I understand, put the mission scroll on the ground. Black Zetsu silently watched the chakra fluctuations emanating from Hyuga Kai's body, guessing that Hyuga Kai was halfway through the process of digesting the reincarnation eye. After Black Zetsu left, Hyuga Kai sat up, picked up the scroll on the ground, and read the contents. Orochimaru, maybe you can be a good chess piece for me. There was a different kind of light in Hyuga's eyes. Kimimaro under Orochimaru's hands was a necessary condition for bloodline evolution. Although Kimimaro is very loyal to Orochimaru, what Hyuga Kai lacks the most is the method of brainwashing. Mangekyou's soul washing method is not enough, and there is also the spirit ball of the reincarnation eye. If it is not enough, there is Uchiha Hikari's 8,000 spears. Orochimaru's soul has been reincarnated many times and is very fragile, so it is easiest to control him. Advertisement. Explaining the situation to Uchiha Izumi, who was cleaning at home, Hyuga Kai planned to go to Tianakuni alone. Sitting on the puppet eagle, Hyuga Kai quickly reached the position recorded on the scroll. Hyuga Kai looked at the cave in front of him. Is this Orochimaru's snake cave? When I opened the reincarnation eye, I saw that there were many tunnels densely packed inside. It seems we have a visitor. Two black figures slowly walked out of the cave. Looking at the two people walking out of the cave, Hyuga couldn't help but curl up his lips. They were both excellent chess pieces. There was a person wearing a white robe, exuding a cold aura. It was Orochimaru. The other person is the future immortal medicine master Kabuto. The Akatsuki asked you to come. Orochimaru looked at the red cloud robe on Hyuga Kai. Why don't I know you? You are a member who joined later. There is no future in following Akatsuki's organization, so why not follow me? Before he could finish his words, Hyuga took off his hat, revealing his delicate and slightly childish face. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he saw this face, and his tongue greedily licked the corner of his mouth. You are Hyuga Kai, the Hyuga tribe member who absorbed countless Byakugan and awakened Uchiha Mangeki. How did you do it, absorb so much blood without being backlashed? If there is anyone in the ninja world that fascinates Orochimaru the most, it must be the one in front of him. Possessing both the powerful Byakugan evolved blood successor and the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru was very excited. He was still looking for traces of Hyuga Kai some time ago, but now he has arrived at his door. Since you are here, please save your life. He carefully prepared many gifts for Hyuga Keiko. Orochimaru slammed the ground. Psychic. 4 white coffins rose from the ground. Hyuga Kai was also secretly shocked. It seemed that Orochimaru had not been idle in the past few years since he left Akatsuki. Bang 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 bang. The coffin board was opened and slapped hard on the ground. The 4 people slowly walked out of the coffin, and the coffin behind them slowly disappeared. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third generation Kazekage, third Raikage AI. Orochimaru said excitedly, this is the opponent I chose for you, Hyuga Kai, let me see your power. Senju Tobirama looked back and saw Orochimaru's excited face. Use my ninjutsu randomly, kid, are you a ninja of Konoha? Senju Hashirama complained about his brother, just don't develop these ninjutsu that desecrate the dead. Now they have been used on us. Third generation Kazekage watched all this quietly, knowing that he had been used. Third Raikage looked back at this somewhat familiar face. He had seen it in the intelligence. Damn it, you are Konoha's Orochimaru, how dare you use me? Orochimaru smiled strangely, that's right. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai calmly said, guys, let me introduce to you. The person behind you is Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, the traitorous ninja of Konoha. The person in front of you is Hyuga Kai, the rebel ninja of Konoha. Third generation Kazekage also taunted the 2 Hokages of Konoha. You Konoha are really full of talents. He said this with some resentment in his heart. While he was alive, Konoha geniuses were constantly born, and the light and shadow level experts include Konoha Sunin, Golden Flash, and Konoha White Fang. Senju Tobirama, are you from the Hyuga tribe? Hyuga explained to the dead, there are no Uchiha, Hyuga, or Senju in Konoha now. They have all been exterminated, and there are only some sporadic survivors. It's all gone. Hashirama scratched his head, and finally smiled in relief. It's okay if it's gone, then Konoha must be a world of civilian ninjas now. This time it was not Hyuga Kai's turn to speak, so Orochimaru couldn't help but belittle his teacher. Now the world is ruled by the Sarutobi family. From Hokage to Captain Anbu, the hospital director is all from the Sarutobi family. That monkey guy. Tobirama didn't know what to say anymore. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen also had his own difficulties. The time for chatting is over, it's time for battle. Orochimaru sneered and stuffed the kunai with the charm into the backs of the 4 people's heads. Give your bodies to me. The 4 strong men had their self-awareness wiped out and became real puppets. Hyuga Kai looked at the 4 people in front of him and frowned. He didn't know how far Orochimaru had studied the reincarnation of the earth. But looking at Hashirama Tobirama's lack of strength to resist the reincarnation of the dirty land, Hyuga Kai knew that these people were definitely not at the peak of their lives. I somewhat underestimated Orochimaru. I didn't expect that his research progress would be so fast. He would have to use all his strength. If he was not careful, he might get caught. You should be honored that you will be able to see my strongest form. Hyuga opened his reincarnation eye, revealing a pair of beautiful pupils as blue as the Milky Way. In an instant, vast and majestic chakra surged up in Hyuga's body, and his body was tightly wrapped by the embodied blue chakra. Tensagen chakra mode. Hyuga Keiichi waved, and 3 black truth-seeking balls condensed from his back. This was the final masterpiece that he had worked hard on for so long. It took a lot of chakra to condense 3 of them, but it was enough to deal with this kind of enemy. Wood-style deep forest creation. Zhu Jian concentrated his energy and struck with both palms together. In an instant, trees within 100 meters radius began to grow crazily. Just as Hyuga Kai was about to rise into the sky, a huge black sand and iron block above his head fell towards Hyuga Kai. Magnet-style Shitai creation. Senju Tobirama threw several kunao, and instantly appeared next to Hyuga Kai, holding a whirlpool water blade in his hand and stabbing Hyuga Kai directly. Flying Thunder God. The third Reikage almost appeared behind Hyuga Kai with the help of the trees between the Senju pillars, wearing thunder armor and extending a single finger. Hell thrust Ippons in hand. Chapter 32 The Eye of Time Lock. Boom. The attack of the 3 shadows fell, making a huge noise and splashing huge smoke. Is it over? Orochimaru stared closely at the figure in the smoke screen. No, he's still alive. When the smoke dissipated, Hyuga Kai was still suspended in place, but 3 black truth-seeking balls turned into circular shields to block this round of attacks. The strongest spear in the legend was easily blocked by the thin black shield. Advertisement. How is this possible? The strongest attack of 4 shadow-level experts was blocked so easily. Kabuto and Orochimaru's eyes widened. Hyuga smiled, his efforts were indeed in vain, the truth-seeking ball could break any ninjutsu, and he was invincible. There are only a handful of people in the ninja club Sage Jutsu, and there are only 2 people who can break Hyuga Kai's defense now, Libra Yugo and Jiraiya. The rest are the psychic beasts from the 3 holy places. Hyuga waved his hand, and the round shield transformed from the Akamichi Jade instantly knocked away the 2 people around him. Wind Release Truth-Seeking Ball Shuriken. Hyuga Kai held 3 truth-seeking balls in his hand and turned them into shurikens, wrapped in the violent wind release chakra. Hyuga used his strength to throw out the truth-seeking ball shuriken in his hand, and the shuriken turned into a dark green meteor and flew towards Orochimaru with a devastating momentum. Orochimaru sweated on his forehead as he watched this blow. This huge chakra would really kill him if it hit him. The third Reikage is extremely fast, appearing in front of the truth-seeking ball shuriken, and directly confronts it with a single-fingered hell thrust. There was almost an instant pause, and third Reikage's body was instantly destroyed, turning into dust that slowly fell from the sky. The soul of third Reikage slowly broke away and returned to the Pure Land. The descendants are terrible. I didn't expect that during my absence, such a strong person would already appear in the ninja world. Kabuto's eyes widened, that black ball could actually destroy the body built by the reincarnation of the dirt. Psychic Technique Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru and Senju used necromancy at the same time, and 6 huge doors of different shapes rose from the ground. The body of Senju Hashirama's Earth Reincarnation Jutsu is not in its prime, so 5-layer Rashomon cannot be used. The truth-seeking ball shuriken tore apart 6 paths Rashomon in succession, but it was also guided away. Hyuga Kai quickly detonated the wind attribute chakra on it, and a violent storm erupted on the truth-seeking ball shuriken in an instant. Advertisement. With another wave, the truth-seeking ball shuriken turned into 3 spheres again and flew back towards Hyuga at an extremely fast speed. Kabuto saw the weakness of Hyuga Kai's truth-seeking ball. Master Orochimaru, let Master Second Hokage use Flying Thunder God to move the black ball far away and take the opportunity to defeat him. Orochimaru nodded, and the 2 of them thought about it together. Sand Iron Creation. 3rd generation Kazekage emptied the iron sand Orochimaru collected for him and built a huge black cube in front of the truth-seeking ball. The 3 truth-seeking balls fell on the ice like red-hot iron balls and kept moving towards the inside, but the sand and iron really slowed down the truth-seeking balls. At the moment when the truth-seeking ball rushed out of the iron sand, Senju Tobirama used an instant Flying Thunder God to appear in front of the 3 truth-seeking balls and caught the truth-seeking ball with his body. The current truth-seeking ball was not strong enough. Crush his filthy body. The next moment, Senju Tobirama teleported himself to dozens of kilometers away with 3 truth-seeking balls. The next second, Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to return to the original place. The truth-seeking ball destroys the technique. In the original work, there is a scene where Minato takes the truth-seeking ball. It does not mean death if touched. Hyuga Kai felt the location of the truth-seeking ball. The truth-seeking ball flew towards Hyuga Kai at an extremely fast speed, hitting bursts of sonic booms in the air. 5 minutes, the truth-seeking ball will be back in 5 minutes. Hyuga thought. Magnet-style sand iron boundary method. Countless sand irons come to the top of Hyuga Kai's head to form many conical sand irons that fill the sky, and then the conical sand irons will continue to penetrate into the ground. Hyuga Kai flashed around, not daring to make even the slightest contact with it. It contained highly poisonous substances. If he came into contact with it, Hyuga Kai could not guarantee that he would not be injured. After barely evading all the sand cones, Hyuga Kai arrived outside the range of magnet style, but how could Orochimaru give Hyuga Kai time to rest? Wood-style wooden dragon's technique. The high-flying wooden dragon instantly entangled Hyuga Kai, and he only felt that the chakra all over his body was being continuously absorbed. Hyuga Kai quickly released the reincarnation chakra mode, preventing wooden dragon from absorbing its own chakra. For those who have been affected by the wooden dragon technique, the chakra will be continuously sucked out of the body, and you will no longer have the strength to break free. Orochimaru appeared in front of Hyuga Kai with a teleportation technique, ready to capture this body. He was very vigilant, and even at this time, he had his brothers Hashirama Tobirama guard him. How dare you appear in front of me? Hyuga Kai shook his head slightly, his body instantly burst out with a powerful aura, and Mangeki Sharingan's curved swastika appeared in his eyes. Let you try out my new eye technique, Eye of Time Lock. Advertisement. Hyuga's right eye pupil technique has been awakened a long time ago, but he has never had the opportunity to use it. The current scene is just right. Almost instantly, Orochimaru was about to ask Senju Tobirama next to him to take him away, but before Senju Tobirama put his hand on Orochimaru, everything around him stopped, and time was locked in this second by Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai did not dare to delay. Every second here was a great consumption of his eye power. Breaking free from the wooden dragon, Hyuga Kai instantly appeared in front of the three of them. Using the ghost soul seeing technique, he quickly pulled out Hashirama and Tobirama's souls, and released the two souls. In this way, Orochimaru's filth reincarnation only has the third generation Hokage standing next to Kabuto. Hyuga Kai did not dare to delay, and released Mangeki's pupil technique, and the surrounding time was restored again in an instant. Orochimaru only felt that Hyuga Kai broke away instantly and the wooden dragon appeared in front of him. The spells of the two Hashirama and Tobirama who were reincarnated from the earth beside them were all interrupted. Tobirama looked at this scene and roughly guessed what happened. Is this your Mangeki's pupil technique? It can actually lock time. Hashirama nodded, it's stronger than Madara's. Their souls quickly ascended back to the Pure Land. Orochimaru wanted to retreat quickly but was stopped in place by Hyuga's genjutsu. Without his orders, there was no one to control the third generation Hokage, and all the sand and iron in the sky fell out of control. I will not be your tool. Third generation Hokage took advantage of Orochimaru's weakest moment to break away from the filthy land reincarnation spell and return to the Pure Land. The body turned into a pile of debris, and the dead person as a sacrifice appeared inside. At this time, dozens of Kunao and shurikens shot at Hyuga Kai, and Yakushi Kabuto, who had not taken action, wanted to save his boss. Hyuga Kai Susanoo condensed a bone claw in front of Orochimaru to protect him. Orochimaru could not wake up. His escape ability was one of the best in the ninja world. Even if he wanted to capture him alive, he would have to put a lot of effort into it. This time he just relied on Mangeki's pupil technique to trick him. Next time he would have information, he would not be so lucky. Hyuga Kai appeared in front of Kabuto instantly with Orochimaru Thunder Flash. I advise you not to move, you have been captured by me. Kabuto showed a harmless smile. Kai-sama, just let me go. I am just a little guy under Orochimaru, who was forced to serve him. Hyuga Kai smiled. You are not Orochimaru's lackey, you are his right-hand man, a genius with more talent than Orochimaru. Go in and take a look at your snake den. I have something to talk to you about. Hyuga Kai walked into the cave first, while Orochimaru followed Hyuga Kai like a puppet. Kabuto took a deep breath and followed Hyuga Kai's pace. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape easily this time. Chapter 33 I accepted the pharmacist Kabuto. Tien no Kuni, inside the Orochimaru research base. Hyuga Kai sat on the chair Orochimaru usually sat on, and Kabuto stood in front of Hyuga Kai. And Orochimaru stood aside, still immersed in genjutsu. Consider it, how about becoming my subordinate? Your talent can surpass Orochimaru and you don't have to live in his shadow all the time. Hyuga Kai said as he walked up to Orochimaru and condensed a blue spirit ball in his hand. Advertisement. He does not plan to use Mangeki's soul washing technique to change Orochimaru's memory. This is a huge project. Moreover, Orochimaru's ambitions are too huge, and he may rebel at any time even after soul cleansing. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, just think about it carefully. Hyuga Kai's palm penetrated Orochimaru's chest, placed the spirit ball inside Orochimaru's body, and then withdrew his palm. After untying the genjutsu, Orochimaru knelt down on one knee under Kabuto's surprised gaze. Kai-sama, please give me your orders. From beginning to end Orochimaru showed no resistance. This is one of the abilities of my eyes, how about it? Yakushi Kabuto had sweat dripping from the corner of his eyes, it's very strong. Even a strong man like Orochimaru-sama can control it. Picking up a copy of Orochimaru's research materials, Hyuga Kai sat back in his seat and picked up a thin research material. When I finish reading this information, you can give me an answer. Remember, I can give you what Orochimaru can give you, and I can give you what Orochimaru can't. Hyuga Kai just sat there and put great pressure on Kabuto, with sweat dripping from his back. A storm of thoughts began to swirl in Yao Shido's mind, constantly thinking about various ways to deal with it now. How could he save Orochimaru-sama? This idea came to his mind and was immediately rejected. How could a man who couldn't even defeat the four shadows save people in front of him? Or if he becomes his subordinate, will he also plant a control seal on himself? Probably not. Lord Orochimaru looks like he has lost most of his wisdom. In this case, what Hyuga Kai wants is someone who can think. Subordinates. Before he could continue thinking, Hyuga Kai slapped the information on the table. How is it? How are you thinking about it? Kabuto Yakushi threw the question back. I can become your subordinate. Master Orochimaru once helped me understand myself and gave me the opportunity to understand the truth of the world. What can you give me? Recognize yourself. Hyuga smiled mockingly, stretched out his hand and opened it slightly to condense a water mirror, and raised him in front of Yakushi Kabuto. Take a good look at yourself now. You are just a tool, changing hands among everyone. Is this really you? Is it what the pharmacist Nanoyu is looking forward to, or what your many friends in the orphanage are looking forward to? Hyuga Kai crushed the water mirror in his hand, and water splashed down at their feet. Advertisement. You are not a wanderer without a destination. You cannot face the fact that you accidentally killed Nanoyu. You just erased all your beauty and pain from your memory. Hyuga Kai opened Sharingan. This genjutsu will let you find yourself, let me help you remember it. Magical Naraku no Jutsu, this is just a D-level genjutsu, the effect is to allow a person to see his or her innermost fear. But with the blessing of Hyuga Kai Sharingan, he can also recall the best times at that time. A minute later, Kabuto the pharmacist suddenly woke up and knelt on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes, and his voice was painful. How could it be possible? Dean, I am Kabuto, don't you recognize me? Hyuga stood up and came to Yakushi Kabuto. He looked down at Yakushi Kabuto's miserable state and said condescendingly, have you recalled everything? Kabuto Yakushi seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He looked up at Hyuga Kai, grabbed the corner of Hyuga Kai's clothes, and said in a pleading tone, I remembered it all. Lord Kai, you must have a way. Is it from the resurrected Dean? If it is you, you must have a way. I am willing to work for you, no matter what the cost, please resurrect the Dean. Hyuga smiled when he saw that the fish had finally taken the bait, and pulled up Yakushi Kabuto with his own hands. I can let you kill Denzo, and I can also help you resurrect the Dean, and then let you finally return to Konoha and regain those bonds. Is it really possible? You may not be able to do it, but I definitely can. Hyuga smiled confidently and took out a sealed book. Look at the results of my research, although it is only a semi-finished product now. Kabuto Yakushi respectfully took the sealed book and read the contents on it carefully, his eyes widened in amazement at the whimsy of this technique. After reading it, Kabuto Yakushi respectfully handed the sealed book back. I have a question. Hyuga seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. I know what you want to ask. In my plan, I will eventually become an existence beyond the Sage of Six Paths. Activating this ninjutsu is not a problem. This is a copy. It records all the research records. Just keep it. This is the task I gave you. Continue to study this ninjutsu. There are some further research ideas later. Hyuga is already halfway through his research. In his vision, resurrecting a person requires 2 steps, summoning the soul back. This is the easiest thing to do after studying Earth-style reincarnation. The second step is to recreate a body and let the soul return to the body. This is still under study. Kabuto carefully stuffed the sealed book back into his arms. I understand. Hyuga Kai gave the order, go and show me Orochimaru's research results first. As you command, Master Chi. Kabuto Yakushi took Hyuga Kai through all the research results. Hyuga Kai is overwhelmed with all kinds of treasures, including the broken horn of the tailed beast 8 tails, Hashirama cells as big as a 2-meter-high nutrient tank, and Kagaya Kimimaro, the descendant of the macabre bone pulse that Hyuga Kai cherishes. Hyuga Kai was not polite, and with the ONI blood-seizing technique, he devoured the large jar of Hashirama cells to the size of a basketball. This also saved a lot of trouble. Not only did he directly master the wood style with the help of the immortal human body, but the immortal human body was also strengthened again. Under the leadership of Yakushi Kabuto, Hyuga Kai walked into Kimimiro's room. Kimimaro, who was hidden in the dark almost instantly, suddenly launched an attack, piercing the bullet with his 10 fingers and aiming directly at Hyuga Kai's eyebrows. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai casually slapped the bone bullet away, and decisively opened Sharingan to change Kimimiro's memory, replacing Orochimaru in his memory with Hyuga Kai. Kai-sama. Kimimaro said respectfully, changing his previous attitude. Seeing this, Kabuto Yakushi was secretly frightened. How many ways did Master Kai have to control people? Kimimaro, do you understand that you will use less blood in the future? Hyuga Kai said that he cannot die before he fully controls macabre bone pulse and other abilities. As commanded. The two of them left Kimimiro's room, and Hyuga Kai asked, if Kimimaro is not allowed to use blood successors from now on, how long can he survive while ensuring treatment? Kabuto Yakushi thought for a while and replied, 10 years, the premise is that you can never use the blood successor again. That's enough. In the future, on the premise of ensuring his life and health, the blood will be extracted and stored, waiting for my absorption. Do your will. Hyuga Kai is not afraid of the blood inheritance diseases hidden in these blood. The blood seizing technique will only devour the needed genes instead of integrating the blood inheritance. After seeing all of Orochimaru's research results with Yakushi Kabuto, the two returned to Orochimaru's seat. Hyuga Kai said to Orochimaru, who had been standing there like a puppet, "Where is the psychic scroll in Ryuji cave?" Orochimaru immediately obeyed Hyuga Kai's order, leaned down and retched twice and spit out a 1-meter-long scroll. That's disgusting. Hyuga muttered to himself, and then released water style to wash away the mucus on it. Opening the scroll, Hyuga Kai bit off his finger without hesitation and wrote his name on it. The moment he finished writing, Hyuga felt a cold gaze looking at him. Is it the White Snake Immortal? Hyuga Kai had a guess in his mind. He threw the psychic scroll back to Yakushi Kabuto. You can keep your things. You can study Yugo's immortal body. Maybe you can become an immortal too. Hyuga Kai was not an unintentional move. In the original work, Kabuto Yakushi truly became the first human sage in Rika Cave. It has truly reached the level of 6 paths, and is only weak to the 2 hanging dogs, Madara and Hashirama. Your current mission is to establish the Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru will continue to stay here to assist you. Although he can no longer do research, he is still a good thug. Hyuga Kai told Yakushi Kabuto, don't be obsessed with studying the art of resurrection. Your main goal now is to study the art of reincarnation in the dirty earth, and secretly collect the flesh and blood of strong people, step up the construction of the Sound Ninja Village, improve your own strength, and continue Orochimaru's goal of building Ninja Village, collect blood successor ninjas and recruit rebellious ninjas. Before leaving, Hyuga Kai handed the pharmacist a puppet messenger bird. If you have any questions, use this to send me a message. I have asked my puppet to remember your chakra. Remember to accept the order. Yes. Hyuga Kai issued many orders in succession. He finally caught a truly all-round talent, and he must squeeze it hard. And Hyuga Kai believes in Kabuto's ability. This time he gives Kabuto a bigger stage, which will definitely not be inferior to that in the original work. Chapter 34 Longdi Cave. After taking over all of Orochimaru's property, Hyuga Kai returned to the Land of Rain and handed the second sky ring to Pain, and revealed that Orochimaru had escaped. Just after returning home, I saw Hikari and others whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Uchiha Hikari showed that he was very dependent on Hyuga Kai. Seeing Hyuga Kai coming back, he immediately rushed up and hugged Hyuga Kai. Xiangling on the side was also very jealous when he saw this scene, and hugged Hyuga Kai from behind. It really gave Hyuga Kai a taste of lowly sandwich. In the end, Izumi and Yuka stepped forward to pull the two away, and Hyuga was officially freed. Advertisement. After urging Xiang Phosphorus and Hikaru to go upstairs to do their homework, Hyuga Kai asked them about what happened at home recently. Uchiha Izumi recognized Uchiha Hikari as his younger sister and was successfully promoted to the rank of parent. And Guang and Xiang Phosphorus just made a bet on who can catch Hyuga Kai first. Hearing these words, Hyuga Kai Manton himself was regarded as a Lolita control, right? How many people have to wait until they reach adulthood to do this kind of thing? Besides, I still have to concentrate on practicing now, at least I have to wait until my plan is completed. Hyuga Chi is not going to take care of this matter, just let it take its course. He once again asked the two of them to practice seriously, and he would have to leave home for a while and take good care of the light and the fragrant phosphorus. Under the reluctant eyes of Chuan and Xian Glan, Hyuga inspired to activate the reverse psychic technique. Bang! Hyuga disappeared under a puff of smoke. Hyuga felt like the world was spinning. He opened his eyes again and found that he had appeared in another place. In front of you is a magnificent palace, with 3 large gilded characters on Longdi Cave written on the plaque. Genjutsu? Hyuga Kai decisively opened the reincarnation eye. The genjutsu in front of him was self-defeating. The glorious palace disappeared and only the bones on the ground were seen. Hyuga stepped forward decisively and knocked on the palace door. The door opened quietly. A beautiful woman wearing a golden crown and a white witch costume stood at the door and bowed to Hyuga. Her voice was like a silver bell, making it clear that there was no problem. Are you our new contractor in Longdi Cave? I've kept you waiting for a long time. My name is Tien Xin Chenji. The immortal white snake is in the studio inside. You can rest here for a while and eat something. I will take you to meet him later. Tien Xin Chenji pointed to the table of delicious food. Seeing that Hyuga Kai was unmoved, Tien Chenji frowned. Aren't you hungry, guest? Then please take a bath first, and then we'll go see the white snake immortal. Advertisement. Tien Xin Chenji stretched out her hand and slowly untied her clothes, revealing her fragrant shoulders like beautiful jade. She said softly with charming eyes, just let me serve the guests and bathe. But she didn't know that genjutsu was seen through by Hyuga Kai. The food was rotten meat and rotten vegetables, and the bath was a pool of bubbling blood. No need. Hyuga shook his head and refused. Do I pass the test now? Tian Shinji was secretly shocked. This is genjutsu who has seen through me a long time ago. He is such an interesting human being. She had some thoughts of playing around in her heart, of course not. Before Tianxing Shenji could finish speaking, Hyuga Kai's patience had run out. Hyuga Kai instantly appeared in front of Tian Shinji, stretched out his hand to pinch her neck, and slammed her whole body to the ground. Bang! The ground shattered, and the genjutsu beside him disappeared. Now he was in a stone cave, surrounded by thick fog. Hyuga Kai squatted next to Tian Shinji, can you leave now? Tian Shinji stuck out her tongue and licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, of course. She stood up, put her clothes back on, and pointed in a direction in the fog, that's where the second level is. Thank you. Hyuga thanked him and walked inside. Tian Shinji looked at Hyuga Kifang's back with a spoiled expression, what a handsome man. I haven't met such an interesting man for a long time. I really want to step on him and ravage him. She was even more excited when she imagined that kind of scene, or you can be severely ravaged. These fogs blocked Hyuga Kai's sight. He could not see the appearance of Tian Shinji behind him, otherwise he would have shuddered. Hyuga Kai walked forward. There are countless stalactites connected up and down in the cave. If you don't pay attention, you will get lost in it. Just when Hyuga was thinking about how to get out of here, a white figure floated past from a distance. Hyuga Kai immediately followed quickly, chasing the white figure. Soon after, Hyuga's eyes suddenly opened up and he entered a stone room. Just as he entered it, the stone door of the exit behind him suddenly fell. The white figure also turned around, it was a cute girl wearing a white witch costume. She floated in the air, flew behind Hyuga Kai, put her head next to Hyuga Kai's ear and said, my name is Uchiha, you must be the new contractor. Advertisement. Come and play games with me. Uchiha voice was far away. She sat on the stone wall and stroked the hollow on it, the trial I am going through is very simple, just a small game. Just fill the hole in the door with rocks from the ground. Uchiha body kept spinning in the air, but in the process, your chakra will continue to be consumed by this room. I don't like chakra that is too active, and you will eventually be eaten by me. Uchiha revealed her true face, opened her mouth wide and stretched out the corners of her eyes, spitting out the snake core. Hyuga Kai smiled slightly, this game is so boring, why don't we change the gameplay? What's the way to play? Uchiha suddenly appeared in front of Hyuga Kai and asked curiously. Hyuga Kai opened his hands and used wood style to create a dice cup and 3 dices. Hyuga Kai put the 3 dices into the dice cup and shook them twice, the simplest size comparison, I won. Wait until I learn sage jutsu, teach me a sage art. If I lose, I'll let you take a sip of my chakra until you drain me dry. Uchiha showed an excited expression, okay, okay. Let's play like this, I'll go first. Taking the bait, Hyuga sighed secretly, no matter how long he lived, he would still be just a child who had never seen the world. Uchiha took the dice cup from Hyuga Kai's hand, shook it vigorously, and then opened it suddenly. 4, 5, 6. Hyuga exclaimed. Uchiha cheered, looks like I'm going to win. Come on, it's your turn. Hyuga Kai took it, shook it twice and opened it again. Uchiha immediately put her head over. 136. I won, you must let me take a bite of your chakra. Uchiha looked at Hyuga Kai excitedly, this is the gameplay you proposed, no regrets. Of course. Hyuga said that he would not go back on his word, and opened his arms to let Uchiha do whatever he wanted. Uchiha put her head in front of Hyuga Kai, stretched out her hand to peel off Hyuga Kai's clothes, and bit Hyuga Kai's shoulder hard. Hyuga Kai only felt that chakra was being sucked away continuously, until Uchiha looked at it and she pursed her lips and let go of Hyuga Kai. Are you still going on? Uchiha asked. Hyuga Kai felt chakra, and an amount of chakra equivalent to Jnin disappeared from his body, but it was nothing in Hyuga Kai's body, and he would recover in a short while. The real thing was just a drop in the bucket, and he could play with Uchiha for the rest of his life. Of course, let's continue. Hyuga smiled, letting her taste some sweetness first, and then feel free to act. It's time to let her know what fishing is, what killing a pig is, and what a sinister human heart is. Chapter 35 Perfect Sage Mode. Next, Hyuga Kai maintained a certain frequency, neither letting Uchiha lose all the time, nor letting him win too many times. Just after Uchiha lost again, she threw the dice cup on the ground angrily, just remember it again and stop playing. I will count you as passing this level. The stone gate rose again, and Hyuga Kai put on his clothes again, you have lost a total of 12 times. When I learn Sage Jutsu, remember to teach me the 12 Sage art. Ichikashima him waved her hands impatiently, I know, wait until you are destined to learn Sage mode. She carefully picked up the dice cup and dice that she had knocked over, and decided to go play with Tianshinji and the others later. Advertisement. See you later. Hyuga waved his hand and continued walking deeper into the mist. Ichikashima him looked at Hyuga Kai's leaving figure, this guy's chakra is as vast as the sea. He is really scary. It seems that we are going to join a powerful and interesting guy in Riji Cave. She shook the dice cup again. Is there any skill involved in this? She must ask him for advice after a while. Hyuga Kai walked into the mist, waiting for the third level of the test, and then felt a chill on his back. Hyuga Kai turned around and saw a woman biting his neck. Hyuga Kai didn't intend to stop it, this was part of the test after all. The woman opened her mouth wide and bit Hyuga's neck, then flew away. This is a snake fairy disguised as a close sister, with long hair and a gentle voice. My name is Tianjinji. This level will test your state of mind. Enjoy it. After saying that, she also hid in the mist again. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Hyuga Kai. It was Hyuga Yun's voice, why couldn't you save me? On the left, Hyuga Hisashi's appearance emerges, you were the one who harmed me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be dead. Niji's voice came from behind, why do you want to destroy my Hyuga clan? I want to kill you. Hyuga Kai didn't pay attention to these illusions, but was seriously feeling the Sage Jutsu chakra contained in the bite he just took. The neuroreceptive systems in the body are disrupted by these Sage Jutsu chakra, so hallucinations appear in front of the eyes. This is the legendary Sage Jutsu chakra. It's amazing. After feeling it, Hyuga Kai directly annihilated the chakra in his body, all the illusions in front of him disappeared, and even the fog dissipated. Advertisement. A temple appeared in front of him, with the 3 characters Longdi Cave written on it. And just now, Tuanjin Princess also appeared in front of Hyuga Kai and bowed, you have passed all the trials, and the white snake sage is inside. Trouble. Hyuga walked towards the temple, opened the door and walked in. A person crazier than Orochimaru has appeared. Maybe he can really master Sage Jutsu. Turanjin Hime murmured to herself. Orochimaru has already turned into a snake because of learning Sage Jutsu, and now someone else is here. Hyuga Kai walked into it and saw the old woman lying on her side with a pipe in her mouth. Junior Hyuga Kai has met the white snake sage. Hyuga Kai didn't dare to show off, so he bowed and saluted. The man in front of him was a snake of the same generation as Sage of 6 Paths. Yeah, I know. White Snake Sage nodded, you want to practice Sage Jutsu, right? Right. The White Snake Sage explained to Hyuga Kai, let me explain to you the principle of Sage Jutsu. Chakra is the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy, and the core of Sage Jutsu is to inhale natural energy into the body, to absorb natural energy, physical energy and spiritual energy. According to the balanced distribution of 1:1:1. This is similar to what Hyuga knew in his previous life. I will inject natural energy into your body through the snake fangs in a moment. All you need to do is to constantly adjust and balance their distribution. Do you understand? Understood. You only have one chance. If you fail, you will turn into a snake, or you may die directly. Hyuga nodded and sat down cross-legged. He was very confident in himself. With the chakra control of the immortal body, coupled with the suppression of the reincarnation eye and Sharingan eye power, his configuration would not work even if Senjo Hashirama came. The white snake immortal appears in his true form, a huge white snake wearing gorgeous jewelry, opening its mouth and biting Hyuga Kai's neck. In an instant, Hyuga Kai felt that natural energy continued to enter his body, and Hyuga Kai quickly controlled chakra to merge with it. From the outside, the 3 sisters Tianjinjin Hime, Ichikijima him and Tutsuim looked at Hyuga Kai who was sitting cross-legged and had some symptoms of snake transformation, with scales growing on his body. Tianxin Chenji showed a slightly worried expression, such a fun little brother, don't die like this. Ichikashima him nodded and shook the dice cup in her hand, yes, I also want to ask him for tips on throwing dice. Tuanjinji glanced at the 2 of them, I can still stay with you if I become a snake, right? Advertisement. Yes. The 2 began to look forward to Hyuga turning into a snake. Of course Hyuga Kai didn't know what these 2 snakes were thinking. He concentrated on adjusting the ratio of his Sage Jutsu chakra. Looking inside, the snake transformation on his body became more and more serious. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnation eye fiercely and used his eye power, and the snake transformation was suppressed in an instant. The 3 girls outside were shocked when they saw Hyuga Kai's eyes, and they felt like they had been completely seen through. Tianxin Shenji became infatuated again, her sweet tongue kept licking the corner of her mouth, such beautiful eyes, I still want to be stared at and cursed by him. 10 minutes later, Hyuga Kai gradually found the law of integrating natural energy. White Snake Immortal let go of Shekau, feel the natural energy of the outside world and guide it. Without the peripheral device of White Snake Senin, Hyuga Kai can only try to absorb the natural energy from the outside world. Feel the natural energy from the outside world and try to incorporate it into your body. Gradually Hyuga Kai condensed the first ray of Sage Jutsu Chakra, and finally transformed part of the chakra in the body into Sage Jutsu Chakra. Hyuga Kai's body is wrapped in a layer of Cyan Sage Jutsu Chakra, and green chakra snakes appear around him. Blue eyeshadow like fairy facial makeup appeared around the eyes, and delicate scales grew from the corners of the eyes. Perfect Sage Mode! The three girls exclaimed. It was also the first time for them to see someone mastering Rikicave Sage Mode. Hyuga stood up and felt the power of his lower body. Now he only felt that he could punch Kaguya to death. Do you really want to test your strength? Asked the White Snake Immortal. Okay. Knowing that he wanted to find an enemy for himself, Hyuga Kai did not refuse. Now there is a big snake hidden deep in Longdi Cave that has not yet taken off its reverse scales. Go and take off his reverse scales. Hyuga moved his wrist and said, no problem, he will be my training opponent. Immortal White Snake gave the order, which one of you three will lead him there? Tien Xin Chenji immediately raised her hands, me. Okay, you can take him there. Tien Chenji suppressed the excitement in her heart and came to Hyuga Kai and saluted, please come this way. Hyuga Kai followed in the footsteps of Tien Shinji and headed deeper into Riji Cave. Chapter 36 Xinya. What kind of woman does Mr. Kai like? Tien Shinji kept asking Hyuga Kai various questions, which made Hyuga Kai take the trouble. Hyuga gave her a blank look, please be quiet for a while. Even the disgusted look in his eyes is so handsome. Tien Xin Chenji started to act like a nymphomaniac again. Hyuga Kai also knows her weirdness. Isn't she just a snake fairy with masochistic tendencies? The more he scolds her, the happier she feels. Now even Hyuga Kai, a time traveler, doesn't know how to deal with it. Advertisement. After enduring for a long time, the two finally reached the deepest part of Longdi Cave where Xinya lived. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnation eye and left and found the circling red giant python. The most unique thing is that this guy is blind in one eye, this must be Xinya. In the original work, it was attacked by the contractor and lost one eye. However, Hyuga Kai doesn't care much about these. He only wants the reverse scales on its chin. Hyuga Kai incorporated the natural energy around him into his body, and Hyuga Kai entered Sage Mode almost instantly. Xinya also felt a strange breath intruding into his territory and crawled towards it. Hyuga Chi took the initiative to greet him and looked at the red giant python, Xinya, I am the one who came to take away your reverse scale. Is there no one in Ryodai Cave? There is an outsider taking action. Xinya looked at Tien Shinji who was not far behind Hyuga Kai and said sarcastically. Tien Xin Shenji didn't care about Xinya's sarcasm, but still stared at Hyuga in a nymphomaniacal manner. You actually learned the Sage Mode of Rikicave. Xinya suddenly exclaimed, feeling the natural energy in Hyuga Kai's body. That's right, Sage Art Thunder Palm. Hyuga Kai hit him directly without saying anything. Xinya also swung his tail to meet him, and Hyuga struck his tail with a palm. It hurts. Xinya exclaimed. Hyuga Kai was secretly shocked. He definitely didn't have this strength under normal conditions. Sage Mode really strengthened himself very obviously. Forbearance, physical fitness, and fantasy have all been improved by leaps and bounds. Sage Art Flame Fist. Sage Art Explosive Palm. Hyuga Kai kept trying various moves with Xinya, releasing ninjutsu in the form of Sage Art. In the end, Shania almost fainted, so Hyuga Kai went over and pulled out the inverse scales on his chin, and used Sage Jutsu to treat him. The moment Hyuga woke up, it immediately crawled deeper into the cave, as if Hyuga Kai was some kind of savage beast. Tianxing Jinji is still thoughtful, Kai-sama who uses ninjutsu is still very handsome. Then the two returned to the temple of White Snake Immortal. Hyuga Kai took out the red reverse scale and gave it to White Snake Immortal. Advertisement. Well, you did a good job. You can actually use Sage Mode proficiently so quickly. Nothing in Ryuji Cave can escape the eyes of the White Snake Immortal, and Hyuga Kai's performance just now was also seen. Next, let Godheim Tianxin, Ichikijimoheim, and Tsutsumi teach you Rikid Sage Art. Thank you, Immortal White Snake. Well, let's go down. Hyuga walked out of the temple and saw three women standing outside. Ichikishima, it's time to fulfill your promise, there are a total of 12 Sage Art. Hyuga Kai said. Little lowly city Kijima curled her lips, yeah, it's just the 12 Sage Art. I'll just teach you. Tien Xin Shenji raised her hand, I want to teach you too. Then I'll trouble you. As long as Master Chi is happy. Tien Xin Shenji nodded repeatedly. The eldest sister among the three snakes, Tuan Jinji, looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. The two of them had not made any progress after living for so long. Next, Hyuga Kai entered a crazy state of cultivation again, constantly traveling back and forth between Rika Cave and the Land of Rain. Most of the next time was spent practicing sage art with the three girls. From time to time, he returned to the Land of Rain to explain some things, and contacted Kabuto Yakushi to issue instructions. Kabuto Yakushi wrote to change the way Orochimaru is controlled. Now Orochimaru looks like a puppet, and it is not very convenient to do many things. And Hyuga Kaido agreed, as long as you can do it. Hyuga Kai is not worried about Yakushi Kabuto betraying him. What he gives him is something Orochimaru cannot give. And Kabuto Yakushi gave Hyuga another surprise. He found himself a helper, Amato, a scientist from Boruto's shell organization. His only request was to cure his daughter's disease. Hyuga asked Yakushi Kabuto to agree. After all, such a talented scientist is hard to come by, and his own research will be accelerated. Konoha November 13, 1959. Just after Hyuga Kai finished his training in Rika Cave and returned to the Kingdom of Rain, Ju found Hyuga Kai. The leader asked you to go and discuss some matters. Understood. Hyuga said goodbye to several family members and came to the Akatsuki organization's conference room. Black Zetsu looked at Hyuga Kai leaving back. This guy is getting stronger and stronger, and he has also learned the Rika Cave Sage mode. Pain was already there waiting for Hyuga Kai. When he saw Hyuga Kai arriving, Pain took out a piece of information and handed it to Hyuga Kai. Look at the shameless behavior of these big countries. During Hyuga Kai's absence, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure jointly put pressure on the Land of Rain, hoping to get Sancho Hanzo to hand over Kimura Takia, the murderer. Otherwise, we will start a war and destroy the Kingdom of Rain. Advertisement. Of course, there is neither Sancho Hanzo nor Kimura Takia here in the Land of Rain. Chief, what do you think? Only Pain can teach them the meaning of peace. Hyuga persuaded, there is no need to mobilize troops like this. They are still a defeated country and have not recovered. As long as we show a tough attitude and the strength to bite off a piece of their flesh, they will naturally give up. Nagato, who was behind Pain, thought for a moment. Indeed, as Hyuga Kai said, now is not the time to expose the strength of the organization. Just scare them. Then let us Akatsuki take action this time and destroy their border outpost in the Land of Rain. Hyuga smiled, the leader is wise. At the Akatsuki organization meeting the next day, Pain announced the mission order. For the task of annihilating the Sandgakure border outpost, the Red Sand Scorpion, Deidara and Hyuga Kai will be responsible for Tsunagakure, while Kakuzu, Haiden and I will be responsible for Iwagakure. The goal is to leave no one alive and shock the 5 major countries. Haiden smiled, isn't this ridiculous? It's time for the big country to feel the power of the evil god. This kind of killing mission is very suitable for him. Deidara asked Hyuga next to him, how are you doing? How are you doing with your art practice after not seeing each other for so long? It's absolutely beautiful. I'll show you later. Hyuga Kai is so cunning that he wants to take advantage of this opportunity for himself. Deidara, Brother Scorpion doesn't need to take action, just leave it to me and Chi. Xie did not refuse. Although he defected, it was still his homeland after all. The three of them left the conference room, and Deidara argued again about whether to ride the clay bird or the puppet eagle and Scorpion. In the end, Scorpion relaxed. Deidara really talked too much and could annoy a person to death. Look at Brother Scorpion, Chi, and look at my ultimate art. Deidara put the palms of his hands into the bag of clay and bit into it, sucking in a large amount of clay. After nearly 5 minutes, Deidara finally got this ninjutsu ready. Look at the ultimate art I have recently researched, C2 Dragon. Deidara spat out a large amount of explosion-style clay with both hands and mouth, and after shaping it with chakra, it formed a white clay flying dragon. After a burst of smoke, the flying dragon became even larger. It's flashy. Xie was very unhappy with this giant dragon that was huge and not detailed enough. He felt it was not as good as the puppet flying eagle developed together with Hyuga Kai. Brother Scorpion, just watch. I will let you know the power of my art in a moment. Chapter 37 Attack on Tsunagakure Border Post. Captain. There is a huge flying object approaching here in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. A Sand Shinobi reported to the captain. The Jainin took the telescope and glanced at the white giant beast. Get ready for battle. Yes. The border outpost with more than a dozen people immediately burst into excitement, and many ninjas stood up and down the outpost ready to meet the enemy. The messenger eagle was released and flew towards Sand Hidden Village, hoping to send the information back. In the blink of an eye, the giant dragon had flown in front of everyone. The dragon opened its mouth and spit out various strange clay birds. Advertisement. The next moment, the small outpost was suddenly overturned, and explosions filled every corner of the place. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnation eye and accurately targeted the survivors on the ground who were still lucky enough to survive. Water-style water arrow. Hyuga gathered several water arrows in front of him and shot them accurately at each survivor. The water arrows penetrated the wall and killed these survivors. Hyuga Kai, let's go to the next outpost. Deidara excitedly introduced the two of them. How about my art, the beautiful C2 explosion, the absolute air superiority, and the enemy has already turned into dust before they even see it. It's really a good idea. It's a genius idea. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Then Hyuga Kai and the others used the same method to clear out several border outposts. After Deidara's bombing and Hyuga Kai's precision-guided sniper killing, there were often no survivors. Until they met someone they didn't want to see. Just when Deidara was very happy with the bombing, a piece of sand gold appeared at the bottom of the dragon. The sand gold was evenly dispersed in the air, and when the three people approached, it suddenly turned into a big golden hand and grabbed the dragon's chassis. Almost at the next moment, countless arrows with detonating talismans shot at the clay dragon. Hyuga opened the seal and released the wind escape again to drop countless arrows to the ground. Deidara shouted, "Ahole, let me show you the power of my ultimate art, C2 Dragon." The clay dragon poured out its last cannonball, and the cannonballs hit many sand shinobi accurately. A huge sand gold dome immediately rose from the ground to protect many sand shinobi. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions keeps ringing, but this can only continuously reduce the defense of Koshajin and cannot kill the sand shinobi inside. Advertisement. Chi, prepare to switch to puppets. Deidara threw away all the clay caught by Shajin, leaving a clay clone on top. The three people quickly jumped on Hyuga Kai's puppet Flying Eagle and flew high into the sky, while the clay clone crashed into the sand shinobi army with a huge clay dragon. Suffer death. The clay clone shouted. Hyuga Kai looked at the scene below him. Only a small mushroom cloud was seen on the ground, followed by a deafening explosion, and finally strong winds swept the surrounding ground and sky. Even the three people far up in the sky felt tinnitus. Several of them covered their ears in an attempt to recover their hearing quickly. "You guy, can't you remind us?" Hyuga Kai shouted, not because he wanted to shout, but because he was worried that Deidara wouldn't hear him. Ha 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 ha. This is art. Deidara obviously didn't hear what Hyuga Kai said clearly, and only thought that Hyuga Kai was praising him. Hyuga was speechless. "Forget it, let's go down and hit the target." Controlling the puppet Flying Eagle to gradually fall, Hyuga Kai could clearly see the scene below. There was sand and gold all over the ground and many ninja corpses whose human appearance could no longer be seen. This is still under the protection of the 4th generation Kazekage sand gold. If it weren't for these corpses, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any. Deidara's explosion style is really a rare war-killing weapon. Several people stood on the hot ground, and the sand gold that was almost melted by the high-temperature explosion clung to their feet. "Have you seen that guy Luo Sha?" Xia looked around. He was very interested in turning 4th generation Kazekage into his own puppet. Maybe in conjunction with the 3rd generation Kazekage puppet magnet style, you can come up with some new tricks. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnation eye and looked around, only to see a tunnel underground. This Luosha dug a tunnel and hid it before the explosion. He should have fled to Sunagakur village now. Xie shook his head regretfully, thinking that he could add a Kazekage to his collection. What a pity. What's the pity? Look at me making another C2 dragon. I'll kill Nerissa and bring it back to you. Deidara had just finished speaking excitedly, and his feet softened and he almost fell down. Hyuga was next to him. Open your eyes quickly and hold on with your hands. The current level of Deidara is still low, and the utilization rate and amount of chakra cannot be compared to what it will be in many years. It's pretty good to keep the C2 dragon fighting for such a long time. Advertisement. No, the mission has been completed, let's go. Xia refused Deidara's kindness. The three of them once again boarded the puppet Flying Eagle and flew towards the Kingdom of Rain. The three returned to the base of the Akatsuki organization and saw Pain and others waiting there. Hyuga Kai and others were slowed down by the 4th generation Kazekage. When Deidara saw several people, he immediately went over excitedly and told about how he used C2 to blow up the 4th generation Kazekage and fled in a panic. Along the way, Deidara didn't stop and kept telling these things, and the dogs passing by had to listen to him. You did a good job on this mission. Pain took out 3 suitcases of coins and handed them to the three of them. This is the bounty for this mission. Thank you, Chief. Several people took the money box, and Xia handed the box to Deidara, saying that he had no contribution to this mission. Deidara took it over unceremoniously. Ninja is a profession that consumes money, and his special clay also needs to be made by himself. Kakuzu leaned down and looked at the gold sand falling on the footprints of several people. Where did you get so much gold dust on your shoes? Hey, Kakuzu, did you listen to me? Deidara told the story again about how he blew up the 4th generation Kazekage and fled in panic. But obviously Kakuzu's focus is not on how he can defeat the enemy with his beautiful art, but that the 4th generation Kazekage can produce placer gold, and left a large amount of placer gold where they just fought. Where was the place you just fought? Kakuzu took out a map. Hyuga Kai pointed out the location for him. Thank you, Scorpion. If I bring back the body of 4th generation Kazekage, can you make him into a puppet and produce a large amount of placer gold? Xie knew that this was to collect puppet materials for him. Of course, the placer gold transformed by chakra will not exist forever, but you can use puppets to mine gold mines, which will be very easy. You must know that many of Tsunagakure's income are created by Kazekage of. Kakuzu has put Luo Sha on the must-kill list, I understand. Chief, since the matter is done, I will leave first. Hyuga Kai said that he was about to leave. He also wanted to go home to rest, and the vacation he finally gave himself was interrupted. Hey, don't go, Kai. I haven't seen the art you developed yet. Deidara stopped him. Next time, there will be a chance. Chapter 38 False Information. Hyuga returned home with Hatch in his arms, and saw Erika Uzumaki kneeling at the door to greet her. Kai-sama. Yuka bowed slightly and placed the slippers in front of Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai put on his slippers under the service of Yahua. Are you just waiting here all the time? I gave Uzumaki a hand because I had been sitting on my knees for too long, and my legs were numb. It's okay, Mr. Chi is the head of the family, this is what I should do. Advertisement. Hyuga was speechless. He also disliked this kind of machismo, but it was impossible for him to change a person's deep-rooted thoughts with just a few words. I have rejected this behavior many times, but Uzumaki Yuka still greets him like this every time after knowing the approximate time of Hyuga Kai's return. Forget it, just take a look at Kagura's heart from now on. There's no need to keep waiting. It's okay, I won't delay my housework. Looking at the whirlpool, Hyuga Kai couldn't say anything harsh. Hyuga immediately collapsed on the sofa, sinking his whole body into the soft cotton. Comfortable. Hyuga sighed softly, picked up the juice prepared on the table and drank it in one gulp. Although entering the country for cultivation in Longdi Cave is fast, the quality of life is really not good. You have to go out hunting and barbecuing whatever you want to eat every day. From time to time, 3 gluttons would come to eat and drink. By the way, where did Chuan go? Chuan went out to play with light and fragrant phosphorus, and will probably come back in the evening. That's it. Hyuga Kai wants to make better use of her for the health of his subordinates, and also wants to make up for her lost childhood. Uzumaki Erika came to the edge of the sofa and said, Master Kai, this is the blood that I saved while you were away. Hyuga Kai lay on the sofa and waved his hands in a daze, don't save blood in the future, I don't need it anymore. Uzumaki Erika felt like a bolt from the blue, Master Kai no longer has any use for us, so wouldn't that mean the deal was also voided? Now everything I have is given by the man in front of me, and all my value is gone. Will I be abandoned again? And how can my mother and daughter survive in this cruel ninja world? Erika Uzumaki knelt down next to Hyuga Kai and knocked her head on the wooden floor with a thud. There was already a cry in her voice, Master Chi, don't abandon us mother and daughter. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as Yang Phosphorus can grow up safely. Hyuga Kai himself was woken up in a daze. Advertisement. What are you doing? I never said I don't want you anymore. I still need you and Izumi to serve me in my daily life. Then why do you never want me? Is it because you think I am too old or my body is low? I think my body is not as clean as Chuan, but please rest assured, Lord Chi, I will never disturb the relationship between you and your future wife. Hyuga Keiichi was also stunned for a moment, and his meaning was indeed misunderstood. This woman defined herself as Hyuga Kei Yang's lover. After carefully looking at Uzumaki Erika, she looked really good, with a plump and curvy figure, and her long straight red hair spread over her shoulders, adding a touch of weakness and messiness. The key is that very alluring wifely feeling. Okay, don't cry. How could I not want you? I just don't think it's time. Anyway, Hyuga Kai feels that he has become more angry recently due to Tien Shinji's teasing, so he might as well continue to follow the trend. It can also completely bring your subordinates back to their core. Hyuga Kai picked up Erika Uzumaki who was kneeling on the ground with her bare feet and kissed her on the mouth, go to my room. Yet. Uzumaki Yuka was not a young girl, so she responded fiercely to Hyuga Kai's initiative. Okay, I won't write anymore, I won't pass the review if I write anymore. After a few hours of ups and downs, Izumi and the others were almost back, and Uzumaki Erika stood up to prepare dinner. Hyuga pulled her back and kissed her on the forehead, don't have such thoughts, I will protect you in the future. Uzumaki Yuka smiled like a flower, you? Are you talking about Izumi and Hikari? Of course, I'm never biased, but they're still young now. Let's wait until a few years later. Sand Hidden Village. Now Tsunagakure village is in chaos. 4th generation Kazekage was seriously injured and fell into a coma. None of the 50 elite ninjas who went out to intercept him survived. Even the ninjas who used to clean the battlefield were killed by the mysterious ninja, but no one was left alive. Now they can only hope that 4th generation Hokage can give useful information when he wakes up. Now they don't even know what the attacker looks like. They only know that the enemy comes from the Kingdom of Rain. Did that Kimura Takia do it? Then why didn't there be any traces such as water-style poisonous fog left on the battlefield? Go and get Chosama quickly. Kazekage's injury is too serious. Send him to the emergency room quickly. Yes. Countless people are busy working on one person. They have lost a Kage in the past few years. Now if another Kage dies in battle, Tsunagakure will really be unbearable. There really is no film-level strong person in the family who can hold up the scene. Advertisement. Cho was finally invited over, and when he heard that Kazekage was seriously injured and unconscious, he was shocked. Someone dared to sneak attack the shadow of Tsunagakure village just after the peace treaty was signed. Cho came to Luo Sha's bedside and was shocked when he saw the burns all over his body. Is this a steaming danger explosion power? As soon as she thought of this, ninjutsu immediately denied it. It was a water scald. It was a burn. It was obviously not right. Besides, the ninjutsu in Kirigakure has been lost and no one knows how to use it. There was no time to think about this. Cho saw the fluctuations on the electrocardiogram getting smaller and smaller. Cho quickly started the operation. Raza might have to be covered in bandages like second Tsuchikage, but at least he could save his life. Inside Tuyin village. Onoki was extremely shocked when he saw the information above. In just one morning, all the border outposts with the Land of Rain were destroyed, and no one was left intact. Even the survivors are pitifully few. Is this Yugakure's warning? Onoki was secretly shocked, wondering when Yugakure had such power. A ninja with the powerful 5-release ninjutsu disintegrates the enemy like a massacre. Mysterious black monster, blood sacrifice ritual. Every word in the information is teasing his nerves. What kind of power is this? Lois, go give the mercenary named Akatsuki another mission to investigate the ninja who destroyed the border outpost. Understood, father. The tall Huangtu walked towards the outside. After the Kingdom of Rain, Pain received an extremely strange mission, asking the Akatsuki organization to investigate the Akatsuki organization. During the Akatsuki organization's task assignment meeting, Diodero laughed loudly and unceremoniously. The old guy is really stupid. He has never seen such a funny mission. Find someone to ask him to investigate himself, ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have heard this year. Diodero lay on the table holding his stomach. Already I laughed so hard that I couldn't stand upright. Haiden, a talkative man, also laughed loudly at Onoki. Onoki, who is known as a cunning man in the ninja world, would actually give such a foolish order. After everyone laughed at Onoki's heaven-defying mission, Pain said, how about it? Who will take over this task? Hyuga raised his hand. I'll do it, I'm very interested in this mission. When the time comes, give him the forged information, and his expression will be wonderful when he faces us. P.S. The rhythm of recruiting girls will be like this in the future. Chapter 39 Heiju's Invitation, the Executor of the Eye of the Moon Plan. Intelligence 1, ninjas who master the 5-release ninjutsu are suspected of possessing Sharingan. Illustration, One-Eye Sharingan. Information 2, the mysterious blood successor is a ninja of an unknown sect. He does not like killing. The ritual is to pray for the dead. Picture, simple sketch. Intelligence 3, Kimura Takia also joined this raid war. Advertisement. Evidence, Sancho fish mucus. Hyuga Kai was scribbling and revising on the desk in his room, and then compiled the evidence. Now Hyuga Kai feels like he has become a street writer in his previous life. He has to write something that is heartwarming, but not enough for people to see the clues. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Excuse me. Uzumaki Yuka opened the door with a tray in her hand, walked to Hyuga Kai and carefully placed the snacks on the tray on the table. Master Chi, you have worked hard at work. Let's have some snacks. It's okay, it's not hard. Hyuga took the snacks carefully prepared by Yuhua and tasted them. Hyuga ate the snacks 3 times, 5 times 2, and took another gulp of the drink in the cup. Yuhua packed up the cup and other items and stood up to leave. Just as Yuhua was about to leave, Hyuga Kai reached out and grabbed her, pulling her into his arms. Don't leave in such a hurry, my little secretary, he 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 he. Recently, Hyuga Kai has been out of control after breaking the law for the first time. He has lost control over eating bamboo shoots, but thanks to his powerful immortal body, he has not had any problems. A few hours later, a refreshed Hyuga Kai continued to work, while Uzumaki Yuka went to rinse her mouth. After writing the following false information in one breath, Hyuga Kai suddenly saw that he looked a little haggard in the mirror, and counted the number of times he had been with Uzumaki Yuka in the past few days. I have been hurt by S*X these past few days and I have looked so haggard. From today on, I should be careful, less. Hyuga Kai feels that it is still important to practice now, and his body is still in the stage of rapid development. Better do less bad things in the future. After rinsing her mouth, Uzumaki Erika went downstairs and saw Uchiha Izumi doing housework. Chuan asked curiously, why did it take so long? Nothing, just helping to tidy up the room. Uzumaki Yuka blushed a little. Then why did I hear so many noises downstairs? Chuan was a little confused. Advertisement. Yuhua was also said to be stunned, and Chuan didn't know whether it was true or not. After chatting with Izumi for a while, I found that she was really a novice, and as Hyuga Kai's enlightenment mentor, I should also shoulder the responsibility of taking care of the harem. Uzumaki Yuka called her into her room seriously and taught Kikuan the necessary knowledge. In the room, Chuan blushed extremely. Ah! If you really said that, I will also become Lord Kai's wife in the future. Sister Hua, what should I do? Of course, Hyuga Kai didn't know what the female relatives at home were talking about. He left home and found Zetsu, who was responsible for investigation and liaison, and handed over the intelligence he had compiled. This is forged information. Zetsu took the booklet and flipped through a few pages carefully. When he saw that Haiden prayed for the deceased, Zetsu laughed out loud, ha ha ha, can this really deceive them? Hyuga Kai, they don't have accurate information, so I can't believe it. Just when Hyuga Kai wanted to leave, Zetsu stopped Hyuga Kai's steps. Have you ever thought about replacing Uchiha Madara as Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Black Zetsu's first words set off alarm bells for Hyuga. Is this a test by Obito, or is it Black Zetsu's own idea? Aren't you the embodiment of Madara's will? Madara asked you to test me. He is not actually Uchiha Madara, his name is Uchiha Obito. Hyuga put on a shocked look and widened his eyes. Uchiha Obito, the Konoha hero in the Konoha battle. Yes, he did not die, but was rescued by Madara-sama and used as a pawn in the Eye of the Moon plan. Now that this chess piece is no longer obedient, I want to find another executor for Madara-sama. Hyuga sneered, that means making me your pawn, right? Black Zetsu explained to Hyuga, of course not, you can become the leader of the chess game. You are more powerful than Obito and you are more hungry for power. Hyuga Kai looked moved, then what should I do? You don't have to do anything, just wait for a chance to kill Uchiha Obito and become Ten Tails Jinchuriki in his place. Good. Farewell to Black Zetsu. Hyuga Kai secretly laughed in his heart, does he want me to become Kage's sacrifice? But Obito is indeed a variable. Now he has double Kamui, which is more than twice as powerful as in the original work, and has Susanoo to protect himself. Now it is even harder to kill him than to reach the sky. Maybe, I can harness the power of others, like Nagato Konan. Advertisement. Or are they? Hyuga Kai returned home and told several family members that he was going to Rika Cave to continue his practice. Under Hyuga Kai's surprised gaze and Uzumaki Yuka's encouraging gaze, Izumi shyly walked up and kissed Hyuga Kai's cheek. Master Chi, please pay attention to your safety. The two female relatives bowed to say goodbye at the same time. Okay, I will come back from time to time. When Hyuga said this, he didn't want to leave. I read it 3 times in a row, Tomb of Heroes of Weenwen Township. Hyuga made up his mind to activate the reverse psychic technique, and the world was spinning for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in Rika Cave. Tien Shinji immediately smelled Hyuga Kai's breath and appeared in front of Hyuga Kai almost instantly. Welcome back Master Kai. Tien Shinji suddenly moved the tip of her nose, her eyes filled with tears. You and another woman, woo woo woo, why did you reject me and get together with another woman? The first sentence made Hyuga Chi unable to speak. I know you are a snake, but you don't have to be so outrageous. Do you have to be subtle when speaking? Besides, although you are female, you are a snake. Hyuga's voice also turned cold, so what? Tien Shinji bowed deeply, please be with me. Not interested. Hyuga Kai walked past Tien Shinji. He was not horny enough to play with a snake. Even if she is a beautiful snake spirit, Hyuga Kai has no interest in being Ningsuxian. It's better that Ichikashima Haim only wants her own chakra and playing with her, but Tianjin Jinheim wants her own body. You should also go find Ichikashima Haim to get some sage art. But behind Hyuga Kai didn't see it, Tien Shinji showed an even more excited expression. Being rejected by Hyuga Kai made her even more excited. Hyuga came to the cave where Ichikashima Him lived. Ichikijima Him, I came to play with you. Hearing Hyuga Kai's voice, Ichikashima Him instantly appeared in front of Hyuga Kai. What shall we play today? Poker or dice? How about I call all the sisters over? Let's roll the dice. It's just the two of us. The old rules are, if I lose, you take a bite. If I win, teach me a sage art. Ichikashima Him patted her thin chest, no problem. Chapter 40 Genin Niji. Konoha March 11, 1960. Inside the Konoha Hokage office. Are you sure you want to graduate early? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hyuga Niji, who was standing there neatly. The same was true for Hyuga Kai back then, but he caused huge losses to Konoha and indirectly led to the Fourth Ninja War. Because you graduated early, you can't be assigned to lead the ninja and teammates. You have to wait 2 years to be assigned with the same class of students. Advertisement. During this period, you can only practice alone and accept tasks. Niji's voice was very firm. Yes, Master Hokage, I think the Ninja Academy can no longer teach more knowledge. Well, it is true that you already have the strength of Genin. I allow you to graduate early. If you have any training problems, remember to seek guidance from Genin, and you are not allowed to accept C-level or higher tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen must ensure Niji's safety. Hyuga Kai last time personally organized the funeral of the advance troops that eliminated 2 major ninja villages, which even meant to shock Konoha. If Ningji had an accident, Hyuga Kai would be looking for him if he could not protect Konoha. It has been more than 2 years and I don't know how far Hyuga Kai's strength has reached. Thank you, Mr. Third Generation. Can I ask why you are so anxious to graduate? I want to find out the truth behind the family's genocide and investigate the grudge between my brother and the family. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Niji's clean forehead and felt a little sad. He could also roughly guess the reason why Hyuga exterminated the Hyuga clan back then. It was nothing more than Hisashi's business. How could it be possible that Hisashi died unexpectedly and suddenly for no reason? All these things will be known once you investigate. When Hyuga Niji grows up and becomes stronger, it will be easier to know the truth. This matter will no longer be hidden. Walking out of Hokage's office, Hyuga Niji held his forehead protector and Genin's fate book in his hands. Every bit of progress now makes him feel extremely happy, which makes him feel closer and closer to the truth. Nisi breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother, wait for me, I will definitely find the truth. Niji didn't know whether he loved or hated his brother. Now he just wanted to know the truth about the genocide. Niji returned to the ninja school to pack his belongings. In just one class, the news that the senior genius Hyuga Ningji graduated early spread throughout the ninja school. All the students were discussing this matter in small groups. Have you heard? Senior Hyuga Niji has applied for early graduation, and Hokage has agreed. Yes, he is the most talented among the 3 descendants of the Hyuga clan. I heard that Hyuga Hinata couldn't even beat a commoner in class. You said that Hyuga Kai is so cruel. There are no old people or children left. If these 3 people hadn't gone out to hide, then there wouldn't be even one Hyuga clan left. Yes, that Hyuga Niji who is so eager to graduate early must also have thoughts of revenge. These voices also fell in the ears of Uchiha Suzuki. Suzuki clenched his fists. Hyuga Niji, who also shouldered the blood feud, had graduated early and became a genin, and he was still playing house with these students. Damn, hate, when can I seek revenge from that man? Suzuki looked more and more displeased at the noisy students. Advertisement. At this time, Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino came together to show their courtesy. Ino rushed to say, Sass, come and have lunch with me later. I've prepared braised prawns. Sakura used her strength to squeeze Ino away from Suzuki. Suzuki, don't pay attention to the wild boar. I've prepared sari for you. Let's eat together later. Seeing the 2 people constantly crowded in front of him, Suzuki became more convinced that ninja school is just a game of house. Stay away from me, I have no interest in eating with you. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto appeared next to Sakura. Sakura, come and eat with me. I like sari the most. No. Sakura shook her head repeatedly. All right. At this time, Hyuga Ningji walked past the class with his school bag, which also caused a commotion among the surrounding students. At this time, Suzuki stood up suddenly, and when he came outside, he saw the figure surrounded by everyone. Suzuki stepped forward and stopped in front of Niji. You are Hyuga Niji who graduated early. Yes, what's the problem? After hearing the affirmative answer, Suzuki turned his back and let Niji see the clan emblem on his back. I am Uchiha Suzuki. I want to have a duel with you. I want to see where the gap between us is. Although Suzuki is arrogant, he is not stupid. It is certain that he cannot beat Niji who is 1 year higher than him, but we must also see where the gap is. Niji looked at the boy in front of him up and down, and finally nodded. Okay, I have time now, let's go to the playground together. Suzuki took a deep breath. Trouble. The conversation between the 2 was clearly heard by the people around them, and the story of the descendants of Uchiha versus the descendants of Hyuga spread throughout the ninja school. Almost everyone came outside to watch the fight. The ninja school teacher also came outside to judge a few people, and took the initiative to let all students observe. On the playing field, Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Suzuki stood opposite each other. Niji stared at the boy in front of him. He thought of his sister Hanabi. The same love nourished the same hatred. I see endless hatred in your eyes. Yes, I must kill that man. Sasuke did not hide the hatred in his eyes. Aren't you so anxious to become stronger just for revenge? No, I became stronger not for revenge, but to explore the truth of the matter. People will not change suddenly. I believe that my brother is not a person who seeks strength. He must have his reasons for doing this. This sentence was so shocking that Sasuke suddenly thought of his brother's past actions and how cruel he was when he exterminated the clan. Impossible, I must kill that man. Sasuke yelled in his heart, the clips of getting along with Itachi flashing through his mind. Forget it, pretend I didn't say what I just said. I don't know your experience, so let's just have a duel. Niji put on the seal of opposition. Sasuke suppressed the annoyance in his heart and put on the seal of opposition. The duel begins. The teacher announced the start of the game. Roll your eyes. Sharingan. The two of them simultaneously activated the blood relay to attack each other. Advertisement. It started with a battle of physical skills. Fighting with fists and palms, Sasuke was already at a disadvantage after just 3 or 4 rounds. He was not as strong as Niji in terms of strength or skill. Sharingan's dynamic vision allowed him to see Hyuga Niji's moves clearly, but he simply couldn't keep up with Niji's speed. It's not that Sasuke's talent is not good, but he doesn't have systematic teaching and training, while Niji has the training notes left by Hyuga Kai, and his training has progressed very quickly in the past few years. Be careful. Hyuga Niji's attacks continued to speed up, Sasuke's defense was continuously defeated, and 8 trigrams palms continued to drive chakra into Sasuke's body. Sasuke saw that he could not be Niji's opponent in terms of physical skills, so he immediately flew back and threw several kunao. Niji threw kunao at the same time, intercepting all kunao in the air. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly completed the seal and spit out fireballs from his mouth. Hyuga Niji did not panic. He opened his hands back and forth, released chakra from the acupuncture points around his body, and quickly rotated his body, forming a blue shield around his body. The fireball hit Hoshin, and was instantly absorbed by the strong gravity above, spinning around Hoshin. Reverse. Niji stopped his body and pushed out with his palms, and the fireball returned to Sasuke the way it came. The fireball hit Sasuke and completely submerged him. Sasuke! Teacher, help Sasuke! The surrounding students exclaimed. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who had always disliked Sasuke, shouted, Sasuke! When the flames dissipated, no one saw Sasuke's charred body. There was only a burning pile of wood. It's a substitute technique. As expected of him. Sasuke appeared behind Nisi holding a kunao, and the kunao pointed directly at Nisi's neck. The referee and several teachers watching the match sounded the alarm and immediately took action to save Hyuga Niji. But all this was seen by Niji's white eyes. He quickly turned around and pointed at Sasuke at an even faster speed. In an instant, the chakra that Niji penetrated into Sasuke's acupuncture point exploded, and Sasuke's body immediately froze and fell to the ground in pain. Hyuga Niji wins, please sign the seal of reconciliation. The referee announced. Hyuga Niji squatted down and dissolved the chakra on Sasuke's acupuncture points. Hyuga Niji whispered in Sasuke's ear, I think Itachi's love for you will never be wrong. My brother was also the captain of Uchiha Itachi. He once told me in a casual chat that Uchiha Itachi loves you more than the village and family. There may be something behind this matter. You can check the history of the Uchiha family. Brother once said that reading history books can help people understand the truth. You can go and read it. That's all I'm saying. Hyuga Niji stretched out his hand and pulled up Sasuke, who was as motionless as a marionette, and formed the seal of reconciliation. Chapter 41 3 years later, the plot begins. 3 years later, Konoha 63. In the Valley of the Kingdom of Wind. After the disguise, Hyuga Kai and Yakushi Kabuto stood behind Orochimaru, and there were 3 people standing in front of them, the 4th generation Kazekage Raza and his 2 Anbu guards. Rasha, who was covered in bandages, said, Orochimaru, haven't we already decided on the distribution of benefits and other issues? Are you going to regret it if you suddenly call me out? Of course not. The southern territory that brought down the fire will belong to you. If Konoha is not destroyed, you will receive 80% of the compensation. Advertisement. That's right, Orochimaru, just don't forget it. Orochimaru's voice remained unchanged and he said sadly, of course, it will help us cooperate happily, but before we start, I need to lend you something. Borrowing something, is it Gaara? Of course not, I want to lend you your head. Suddenly, countless sharp bone spurs appeared on the ground, instantly piercing Luo Sha's 2 guards. Luo Sa reacted quickly, gold dust surged under his feet, lifted him up, and narrowly avoided Kaimimura's attack in the dark. However, Hyuga Kai and others will not give him a chance to escape. Hyuga Kai stretched out his hand, and powerful gravity exploded in his hand. Raza's body flew towards Hyuga Kai involuntarily. Orochimaru, who was controlled by Kabuto Yakushi, suddenly took action and used the latent snake hand. Orochimaru's arms turned into several ferocious lion majesty, tightly wrapped around Raza's body, penetrated the bandages and gold armor, and bit him. In an instant, toxins spread all over Luo Sha's body. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground. He tried to lift the chakra to attack, but couldn't lift it at all. Luo Sha's magnet style is good at long-range combat, but at this time, the distance between these two people was extremely close. Faced with such a sudden attack, he didn't even have the power to fight back. Orochimaru, you don't keep your word. Luo Sha said a few words with a look that seemed to stare the three of them to death. Orochimaru, however, had no expression at all. He was like a puppet and had no response. All the lively expressions he had just now disappeared. Hyuga Kai leaned down and gave Raza the final blow. Ah! Hyuga Kai summarized the life of this Raza. This guy is really short-sighted. He really thinks he can destroy Konoha casually. I don't even think about the possibility. The Tsunagaku third generation has not produced as many cage-level experts as the Konoha generation. Kabuto nodded in agreement. The longer he followed Hyuga Kai, the more he felt that Hyuga Kai was unfathomable. What Kai-sama said is, what should we do next? Continue to follow the plan. You and Orochimaru are waiting in Tsunagaku disguised as Kazekage. Clear. Kabuto Yakushi leaned down and prepared to change his face, letting Orochimaru change into Raza's face, while he changed into a personal Anbu to control his every move. Remember to keep the body well. After reminding the pharmacist Kabuto, Hyuga smiled, and the drama that he had full control over was finally about to begin. In the first act, the darkening plan of the Son of Prophecy begins. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai then dispelled this shadow clone. Hyuga Kai's true body, together with Koro and Uchiha, disguised themselves as sound ninja and went to Konoha to take the Chunin exam. Hyuga inspired the sage jutsu technique he learned from Uchiha Shimohime and disguised himself as a 13 or 14-year-old child. Xiaoguang, remember not to use Sharingan under any circumstances when entering Konoha, do you understand? Uchiha Hikaru has also grown up a lot, becoming more youthful and beautiful, but he has also been hidden by Hyuga using sage jutsu until he was just released from the seal. Guang behaved very well, yeah, okay. Xiang Lu also came over. Brother Chi, can I sleep in the same tent with you later? Xiang Phosphorus, who has grown up a lot, is still very cute. She does not wear the glasses that seal her good looks, and has long straight red hair shawl. No, you have grown up and have to learn to take care of yourself. Then why can Sister Guang live in a tent with her brother? Sister Guang is already 16 years old. Hyuga Chi coughed twice to relieve the embarrassment. Xiang Phosphorus, don't be naughty. Can you live by yourself? But I can hear the sound of you playing around every night. Why don't you take me to play? Uchiha's face instantly turned red and he glared at Hyuga Kai. Let me sleep in the same tent with Karin today. Okay, Xiangling was still a little reluctant and wanted to live with Hyuga Kai. On the other side, the shadow clone was actively released, and Hyuga Kai received a large amount of information in his mind. The plan went well. The next day, the three of them accelerated all the way and finally arrived at the gate of Konoha village. Looking at the familiar door, Hyuga felt a little sad. 6 years passed by and he was still a teenager when he left. When he came back, he was already the husband of 3 women, but he didn't know what happened to Niji. The 3 of them came to Konoha's 2 gatekeepers, Kozadetsu and Kamizuki Izumo. Hyuga pointed at the Otonin forward protector on his head and took out 3 more passes. We are the genin of the Otagakuer village. We were invited by your village to take the Chunin exam. Gangzisha took the pass and carefully compared the appearance of several people, and then compared it with the list of people sent by Otoyan. Chiba Kixiu, right? Yes. Chiba Hikaru. Uzumaki Phosphorus. Advertisement. Right. Seeing this name, the 2 doormen raised their heads and saw the very distinctive red hair. It turns out to be the same color hair as Kushina-sama. I must report it to Hokage-sama. Hyuga Kai, Uchiha Hikaru, all use pseudonyms because the 2 of them are easy to hide, but Hikaru has red hair and is smart enough to know the reason at a glance. Well, there is no problem with the pass. You can enter. Gangzisha returned the pass to Hyuga Kai. There's still half a month until the Chunin exam. May I ask why you came so early? Hyuga Kai was the first to answer. I want to see more of the scenery of Konoha, the #1 ninja village in the genin world. The 2 gate guards were also very happy to hear Hyuga Kai's praise. Then I wish you a happy time. Thanks. When the 3 of them walked into Konoha, Hyuga Kiji immediately sensed Anbu's gaze. There was even an acquaintance among them, former teammate Wood-style Tenzo and future Yamato Jainin. Kakashi must have quit Anbu by now, and the guy in Yuli must have gone to get married and have children. However, Hyuga Keiko didn't dare to step forward and acknowledge him, so he could only pretend not to feel it. Xiangling suddenly walked up to Hyuga Kai and held Hyuga Kai's hand, squeezed it a few times, and said through a secret voice, "Someone is following us." Hyuga shook his hand twice to show that he had discovered it. "Let's go, let's rent a house first." Inside the Hokage office, Anbu came to report, "Lord Hokage, the 3 Genin Otagaku have arrived in Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, "So early, there is still half a month before the Chunin exam, right?" Anbu bowed and replied, "I said I wanted to visit Konoha. That's it. No more surveillance. Even 3 Genin can't make trouble." Anbu continued to report, "There is one more thing to report. Among the 3 sound ninjas, there is an Uzumaki clan member." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately frowned, "Are you sure?" "Definitely, with red hair and powerful chakra fluctuations." "I understand, you can go back and rest." "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of dry cigarette. He must be an escaped Uzumaki clan member. It's not the right time to take action now that the Chunin exam is taking place. Let's wait until the Chunin exam is over before taking action to force Otoyan village to hand it over. This can also give Mito-sama an explanation. Chapter 42 Ichiraku Ramen, an encounter with Team 7. Early the next morning, Hyuga Kai noticed that Anbu who was watching had left. Hyuga Kai pulls up to Uzumaki and goes to have breakfast with Uchiha Hikari. "Brother, where are we going to eat?" "Ichiraku Ramen." "How can you not eat Ichiraku Ramen when you come to Konoha?" Defecting from Konoha village, Hyuga Kai has not eaten Ichiraku Ramen for a long time. Advertisement. Taking the 2 girls, Hyuga Kai skillfully arrived at the Ichiraku Ramen shop. "Boss, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, I'm in trouble." The boss is a very enthusiastic uncle, and he is nicknamed Sutsuki Ichiraku by netizens because he keeps squinting his eyes. "Okay, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen." The handmaid uncle quickly became busy, pouring fresh bone broth into the cooked ramen and adding side dishes, and 3 bowls of hot tonkatsu ramen were ready. 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, use them with care. Thanks. The 3 of them took the ramen and thanked them, then slowly tasted the hot noodles. See how many of them are unfamiliar faces. Hyuga smiled and said, "I am a foreign candidate who is here to take the Chunin exam, and I came here to have fun in advance. That's it. I wish you a happy trip." There was an endless stream of customers coming to eat in the morning. While several people were slowly enjoying the meal, Hyuga Kai heard a voice shouting, "Uncle, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, Mr. Kakashi pays for it." I didn't expect that one of the goals of this drama would come so soon. Hyuga wanted to laugh inexplicably. Now that Tianzang and himself are not around, it depends on who Kakashi will pay this time. I saw Uzumaki Naruto sitting next to someone excitedly, followed by Uchiha Suzuki, Haruno Sakura, and Kakashi. It seems that Kakashi was taken back by Obito and the Sharingan was taken back. It seems that he did not sink. He was replaced with an ordinary eye and a short sword was put on his back. The 4 of them sat next to Hyuga Kai and finished ordering ramen. "You've been staring at us since we entered the door, sound ninja." Kakashi took out 4 pairs of chopsticks and distributed them to several students, and spoke calmly. Advertisement. "Ah? Is he looking at me?" Naruto was still very serious. Suzuki silently guarded the 3 of them. They had just experienced the Wave Country incident and were very wary of foreign ninjas. Hyuga Kai didn't show any surprise because he was discovered and turned to face the 4 of them. "I'm just curious about what Konoha's elite ninja Kakashi looks like. Are you here to take the Chunin exam?" "Yes, if these are Kakashi's disciples, they will definitely take part in this Chunin exam. Let me introduce you, my name is Chiba Kushi, the name on the left is Chiba Hikaru, and the one on the right is Uzumaki Kaso." Kakashi also saw the red-haired figure. Was he from the same family as his master's wife? He was a refugee living in Tien country. "Hello." Naruto warmly stretched out his hand and shook it with Hyuga Kai. "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Haruno Sakura." Uchiha Suzuki. Suzuki still had that cold expression. Uchiha Hikaru cast a curious look, this is the last descendant of Uchiha. She now sees that the hatred for Uchiha has long been gone in her heart, and the person who harmed her has long since become the ashes of history. Brother Chi is right, this is all the fault of the ninja world, pain comes from mistakes, everyone is just a bubble drifting with the crowd, and everyone should follow Brother Chi to change everything. Sakura leaned close to Naruto and whispered, "That red-haired girl has the same last name as you." "Yes." Naruto then reacted and thought excitedly that if he was from the same clan, he might know his parents. Naruto jumped out of his seat excitedly, and stopped eating the ramen in his hand. He came to Uzumaki. "Uzumaki, you and I have the same surname, so do you know my parents?" Uzumaki Koro shook his head, "I don't know you. I haven't been in the country of Uzumaki since I can remember." Naruto Uzumaki scratched the back of his head, "The country of Uzumaki, where is that?" Uzumaki Kaoru looked surprised. Although none of the Uzumaki clan at their age were born in the kingdom of Uzumaki, they must have heard of it. "Don't you even know this?" Naruto still looked like he was seeking knowledge. I don't know, which country is that? There's no such country on the map now, right? Hyuga Kai answered, let me answer. The country of Uzumaki is located on an island to the east of the country of fire. Most of the residents on the island are Uzumaki tribesmen, who are famous for their powerful sealing techniques and vitality. Yes. Naruto heals quickly every time he is injured. Sakura reminded. In the early days of the founding of the nation, Konoha and the country of Uzumaki signed a friendship agreement and have been friends for generations. The red whirlpool on the back of Konoha Janin's uniform is their clan emblem. Naruto, doesn't it also appear on your clothes? Advertisement. Several people looked at Naruto's sleeves, and Naruto suddenly realized, it turns out that the clothes prepared by Grandpa Hokage have this meaning. However, later other countries coveted the powerful sealing techniques, and Kirigakura of the water country launched a war and destroyed the country. This is why you can't see the Uzumaki country on the map. The Uzumaki clan was massacred by Kirigakura. Only a small part of the clan survived. They were displaced and lived a miserable life. Naruto's parents should be immigrants from the kingdom of Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened, he couldn't believe that all the people in a country were killed like this. It's Kirigakura ninja again, how can they be so cruel? Naruto, let's eat some noodles first. It's time to eat noodles. Don't you like eating noodles that have fallen out the most? Kakashi saw that Naruto was in a bad mood and quickly spoke to calm him down. Hyuga Kai continued, I see some characteristics in you, and it reminds me of a couple. I have seen it in the recorded mission records. Who is it? Naruto turned to look at Hyuga Kai with extremely pleading eyes. He has wanted to know who his parents are countless times and prove that he is not a demon fox. Why do others have the love of their parents, but why only myself? Kisha-kun. Kakashi suddenly interrupted Hyuga Kai's speech, this is Konoha's secret. Hyuga Kai was obedient and kept his mouth shut. He had to eat his food step by step. If he wanted to make Naruto and Sasuke black, he had to do it slowly. Sorry, this turns out to be Konoha's secret, I'm too talkative. Hyuga Kai stopped talking and concentrated on eating the noodles in the bowl. No matter how much Naruto, who was anxious around him, persuaded him, he stopped talking. Just tell me, okay? This is my life's request. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Hyuga Kai shook his head. Naruto grabbed Hyuga Kai's clothes tightly, tears and snot could not stop flowing down, he begged, please, tell me. I have been regarded as a demon fox by the villagers since I was a child, and they all said that it's the reincarnation of a demon fox, but I never believed that I definitely have parents. Don't embarrass me. We are just ninjas from a small ninja village. We cannot withstand Konoha's anger. I'm sorry. Hyuga Kai took out 1,000 bill from his pocket and put it on the table, I'll treat you to this meal. Hyuga Kai patted Naruto on the shoulder and said softly, sorry. Then, Hyuga Kai walked away with light and fragrant phosphorus. Xiangling couldn't help but look back at Naruto, her heart full of sympathy. She whispered to Hyuga Kai, Naruto is so pitiful. Hyuga nodded silently, rubbed Xiangling's red hair, and comforted him, don't worry, we are here to save him. Speaking of which, the configuration of the three of them is quite similar to that of Class 7. One Uchiha, one Uzumaki, then am I Sakura? Chapter 43 Worship. Naruto watched the steps of several people walking away, staring at Kakashi like puppets. He issued a soul-like torture to Kakashi, I have no parents since I was born. I was said by the villagers to be the reincarnation of the demon fox. Now I finally found some clues and was banned by Konoha. Do you really want me to continue to be a demon fox? This demon fox. Kakashi's heart also hurt like a knife, I'm sorry, Naruto, this is not what I thought. This was something that even Jiraiya and Tsunade hadn't changed, so what could he do? That's Grandpa Hokage's order. Advertisement. Naruto sneered, it's enough if you don't tell me my parents' names, but you can't even let me find them myself. Straight pupils appeared in Naruto's eyes, and blood-red chakra appeared on his body. Kakashi saw Naruto's Mantissa characteristics, and quickly hit Naruto on the back of the neck to knock him out, and then carried Naruto on his back. You guys eat, I'll send Naruto back. Is Naruto really okay? Sakura said, and stood in front of Kakashi with Sasuke to block his way. Kakashi showed an ugly smile, I'm sending him home, don't worry, he'll be fine after a nap. After hearing this, Sasuke finally made way to let Kakashi leave. Back in Naruto's messy room, Kakashi carefully placed Naruto on the bed. He did not intend to report this matter to the third Hokage. If Master Hokage knew about it, Naruto would inevitably live in sealed barriers like his master's wife every day. This is what he can do for his master and his wife. Kakashi lay weakly beside the bed. It's not the inability to use chakra, but the complete lack of energy. He failed to save Obito, failed to save Lin, failed to help his master, failed to protect Obito's eyes, and failed to give Naruto a good childhood. Kakashi looked out the window in trance. I'm such a waste. On the other side, Hyuga Kai completed the first phase of his plan and continued to visit Konoha with light and fragrance. As a guide, he took the two of them around all the famous buildings in Konoha. This is the flower shop of the Yamanaka clan in Konoha. Go in and take a look. I'll buy you two a bouquet of flowers. Okay, okay. Xiangling was very excited. When you enter, you see a familiar figure, Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka flower shop, what do you need? Please help me get a bouquet of roses and a bouquet of violets. Xianglian immediately protested, why am I a violet? I also want roses. Advertisement. Violet symbolizes wisdom. It's perfect for someone as smart and quirky as you. Xiang Phosphorus showed great reluctance, okay. Ino wrapped 2 bouquets of delicate flowers and handed them to Hyuga Kai, sincere benefits are 1,000 taels. Hyuga Kai handed over the money and took 2 bouquets of flowers. Welcome next time. The 3 of them walked out of the flower shop, and Hyuga solemnly handed 2 bouquets of flowers to them. Roses are beautiful and noble, violets are elegant and graceful. I wish Xiao Guang and Xiang Phosphorus will always be beautiful, smart and lovely. Guang smiled and took the flowers, showing a sweet smile, thank you, brother Qi. Although Xiang Phosphorus also wanted roses, she did not make trouble at this time and took the violets with a smile, thank you, brother. This scene also stunned the pedestrians passing by. Are young people today so proud? The boat rides so smoothly even with 2 pedals. Ino's mother didn't know when she appeared next to Ino and taught Ino, Ino, you must remember not to find such a boyfriend in the future. Especially that Suzuki, there are so many girls around, you know. Ino nodded blankly. Hyuga Kai and the others walked around in a circle and returned to the hotel, letting the 2 women have a good rest. In the evening, Hyuga used his transformation technique and went to the Zhongshan flower shop and bought a few handfuls of white chrysanthemums. He took advantage of the darkness to go to the Konoha cemetery and found the tombstone of the Hisashi couple who were buried together. Hyuga quietly placed the white chrysanthemum in front of the tombstone and bowed. Then he went to find his parents' tombstone, placed the white chrysanthemum on it and bowed. Early the next morning, Hyuga also brought white chrysanthemums to the cemetery to lay flowers for his parents and Hyuga Kei's parents, but he saw watercolored flowers on them. Niji immediately opened his Byakugan to observe the traces left around him. Brother Kai, has he returned to Konoha? What's he doing back in Konoha? A huge question appeared in his mind. I almost got discovered. Hyuga looked at the boy who had grown up a lot and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, is this kid already so big? On the way back, Hyuga Kai saw several young people wearing Kumigakure forehead protectors walking by. As they passed by, several Kumigakure ninjas chatted in low voices. Karui scratched his reddish-brown hair, which village's ninja is that? Otagakure is a village just founded by Kabuto Yakushi, and it is not famous. Atsui cried beside him, oh, I think I heard my sister say that it's called Otagakure village. Advertisement. Tisk, these are some ninjas from Xiao Ninja village again. When the time comes for the Chunin exam, I can kill them with a single blow. Amwa, who is also a disciple of Killer Bee, couldn't help but remind him, it's not an easy person to fight for Xiao Ninja village. I know, don't be so cautious. Hyuga, who passed by several people, frowned and thought, the plot deviated from the original work. Hyuga recalled the faces and looks of several people, these people are Samai's younger brother Azei, and Killer Bee's 2 disciples Amoii and Karui. In the 4th ninja war caused by Kai Hyuga, Kumigakure Konoha became teammates in the same camp and established a good foundation of trust. Now the relationship between the 2 is not as rigid as in the original work, and it is not impossible to send genin to participate in the armed competition between major powers. Then Hyuga Kai received a letter from Kabuto Yakushi. He had led the Tsunagakure team to Konoha and had already met Sarutobi Hiruzen. At night, Hyuga Kai found Yakushi Kabuto waiting for him on Hokage Rock. From here you can overlook every corner of Konoha. Daohei reported, Kai-sama, I have found the location of the root organization's base. Shimura Danzo is inside. Well done, but Danzo can't die yet, otherwise Konoha will be alert. Hyuga sat on the stone statue of first Hokage, wait until the night before the plan starts to kill him. Remember, you have to be careful with the distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique. That thing is useless to me, but you have to be careful. Kabuto stood behind Hyuga Kai and bowed slightly, understood. Kumigakure is also here this time. Do you have any specific information about them? Kabuto took out a book and opened it and read, Kumigakure dispatched 27 genin. The strongest ones are Atsui, Karui, and Amwa. The leading ninja is elite Jainin magnet style Troy. Hyuga Kai said he was afraid of a few people he cared about more, has Raikage and Killer Bee, wouldn't Golem come? No. What about the other villages? Konoha participated in 87 genin, notably Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Suzuki. Hyuga Kai interrupted Kabuto's explanation, tell me about Hyuga Niji's information. Hyuga Niji, a genin who applied for early graduation in Konoha 60, is good at taijutsu and nintaijutsu. He has completed 136 D-level missions, 23 C-level missions, and 1 B-level mission. Hyuga Kai nodded secretly. Niji, who escaped from the shackles of the caged bird, was worthy of the name of genius. Okay, if anything happens I will contact you again, remember our plan. Yakushi Kabuto pointed to his head, don't worry, Master Kai, I have deduced it in my mind countless times. For this big show. Kabuto looked very excited. He had been planning this big show for 3 years, and now it was finally about to begin. This is also his battle of revenge. That's best. Hyuga Kai said and disappeared in front of Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. Chapter 44 The Chunin exam begins, the first session. Next, Hyuga Kai made no other moves and just wanted to wait quietly for the start of the Chunin exam. Playing with light and phosphorus every day, he really seems to be addicted to beauty, not at all like a ninja who came to take the Chunin exam. In addition, only these 3 people in Union Village took the Chunin exam, so no one would understand these 3 people. Until the Chunin exam begins. The 3 of them were equipped with special Otagaku ninja tools and headed to the exam gathering place together. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai also saw many acquaintances along the way, including Konoha's 12 heroes, Kumagakure's trio, and Tsunagakure's Gaara siblings. There are also many supporting characters, such as Hao, Bon, Menguo, and others sent by Yugakure to make up the numbers. Just as Hyuga Kai and others were walking on the way to the meeting place, 3 people appeared in front of Hyuga Kai. It was Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura who had met each other once. Hyuga knew what was going on and asked, it's you, what's the matter? Naruto walked up to Hyuga and bowed deeply, Chiba-kun, can you tell me the clues about my parents, please? At the same time, the 2 teammates behind him also looked at him with pleading eyes. This scene also attracted the attention of many candidates around. Most of them stopped to see what was going on. Hyuga squatted down slightly and whispered in Naruto's ear, come to me for the second exam, and I will tell you my guess. Now remember to pretend, don't let people in Konoha see it, think that after you finish speaking, call me immediately and remember to pretend to be faint. Hyuga Kai stood up straight and said loudly, you want to challenge me, I'm not qualified enough, call you Konoha adults, I don't have time to bully you little brat. Damn it, you dare to look down on me. Naruto followed Hyuga Kai's instructions and immediately punched Hyuga Kai in the face. Hyuga turned his head sideways to avoid the punch, easily caught Naruto's arm with his open palm, and then threw Naruto to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. This time, he held it carefully and put it down lightly. The people around him were shocked when a blow fell on Naruto and he only fell to fall. Naruto immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be knocked unconscious. Seeing Naruto being knocked unconscious, Sasuke said anxiously, Naruto. Sasuke clenched his fists when he saw his best friend being bullied, you guy. Sasuke immediately attacked Hyuga. Hyuga smiled disdainfully, stupid. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai suppressed his speed power until he just joined Anbu, and took the initiative to face Sasuke head-on, punching extremely fast with a single punch. So fast. Sasuke was secretly shocked. Before he could react and try to resist, Hyuga Kai punched him in the face. Bang! Sasuke flew out and rolled to the ground. In the end, he was reluctantly hugged by Sakura to avoid further harm. The 3 Kumagakure geniuses of Samurai who were watching were very surprised. This ninja from Xionin village who was looked down upon by everyone turned out to be a genius. The surrounding ninjas were shocked, this guy was so strong, and they obviously couldn't keep up with the man's speed. How is this possible? Doesn't the intelligence say that he is just a do-it-yourselfer? It's so fast. The 3 brothers and sisters passing by Tsunagakure also stopped to watch. Gaara showed an interested look, it must be fun to kill such a genius. On the other side, Sasuke wiped the dust from his face, UPD me off. 2 blood-red Megatama appeared in his eyes, Sharingan. The people around him exclaimed, unbelievable that the person in front of them was actually the legendary descendant of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke rushed towards Hyuga Kai again like a gust of wind. Hyuga Kai stopped the light and phosphorus who were about to take action, and stood there, waiting for Sasuke's arrival. When Sasuke got close, he punched plainly like last time. The corners of Sasuke's mouth rose, and he saw clearly this time. He was about to block, but suddenly found that his movements had become extremely slow in his eyes. Hurry up, the attack is about to arrive. Hyuga Kai's fist hit Sasuke hard on the face again. This time, Sasuke's body muscles tensed up and he was finally on guard and was not knocked out like last time. Sasuke took a few steps back and steadied himself. Look carefully this time. Before Hyuga finished speaking, he once again suppressed his power a little, then speeded up in an instant, and appeared in front of Sasuke who had just stood firm like lightning. So fast. Everyone present could not even see Hyuga Kai's movements clearly, they only felt that he appeared in front of Shizuke in an instant. Kyanba continuous beating. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai's fists rained down on Shizuke continuously, and with every punch he landed, he would appear on the other side of Sasuke's weak defense with lightning speed. The punches were hard to the flesh. Although Shizuke could see Hyuga Kai's attacks clearly with the help of Sharingan, his body couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. Whenever he tried to resist, the attack had already fallen on him. The next blow changed position again, and he could never keep up with Hyuga Kai's speed. Gradually, Shizuke was beaten until he became dizzy. In the final blow, Hyuga Kai's body suddenly rotated 180 degrees, and his arm was thrown out like a whip. This blow was about to hit Commander's neck, but it stopped abruptly at the last moment. The strong wind howled across Sasuke's face and lifted his hair. That's it for now, don't be so impulsive in the future. Hyuga turned his back to the two women and said, let's go. The crowd of onlookers automatically moved out of the way and looked at Hyuga Kai with awe. No one at the scene could guarantee that they could withstand the attack just now. Hyuga Kai obviously held back his hand. If they really faced each other, his attack would definitely be faster. When everyone thought that Hyuga Kai was a noble man, he taught everyone a hard lesson. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled in the crowd, this was the opponent he was looking for. This is youth. Strong enemies constantly appear, and then you defeat them. Niji frowned, this guy may really be a powerful enemy. Shizuke, on the other hand, fell into a long period of sluggishness, still immersed in the competition just now. There were only two words in his mind now, so fast and so strong. Until Sakura next to her came up and asked, how's it going Shizuke? Shizuke shook his head, it's okay. At this time, Naruto also got up, came to Shizuke and asked with concern, idiot, is Shizuke okay? Shizuke ignored Naruto's words and just asked, why did you suddenly start fighting just now? Naruto repeated what Hyuga Kai said. So as long as we can pass the first test, we will have a clue about your parents. Shizuke also showed a smile, he was not only helping Naruto but also himself. Moreover, this time the Chunin exam was even more confusing, which made Shizuke even more excited. Session 45 The first written test. Hyuga and the other three walked all the way to the meeting point in classroom 303, where many candidates had already gathered. There are hundreds of candidates from the 6 villages of Konoha, Tsunagakure, Kumagakure, Amegakure, Kyuzagakure, and Takigakure. The three of them found a deserted place to sit down. Hyuga Kai said, after a while, 80% of the exam content was a written test, and Xiang Lian used Kagura's inner eye to copy the answers, and then established a spiritual connection with us using secret techniques to pass the answers over. No problem. Xiang Phosphorus made an okay gesture. Advertisement. Although Hyuga Kai knew the plot, even if he didn't answer the questions in the first written test and persisted until the final stress test, he could still pass the test if he withstood the pressure. But we still have to prepare for a rainy day. Even the 4th Ninja War has happened in advance. Nothing is impossible now. Kai-sama, is the target of this plan this time Uzumaki Naruto? Uchiha Hikari followed Hyuga Kai for such a long time and keenly discovered Hyuga Kai's intention. Hyuga Kai nodded, not just him, but also Uchiha Shizuke, and my brother. Xiangling didn't like that stinky Shizuke, why, that dragging look on his face is not fun at all. Hyuga laughed, you loved him so much in the original novel, but now you hate him. But yes, the environment in which Shizuke grew up in the original work was extremely harsh, and he was extremely insecure. It is normal for him to fall in love with Shizuke after he was rescued. But now, the mother and son have been well protected since they were rescued by Hyuga Kai. Uchiha Hikaru asked, is there anything special about them? It's worthy of Kai-sama being so concerned about them. Hyuga Kai knew that this was Hikari, so he was a little jealous. Hikaru was also rescued by Hyuga Kai. Why are 3 little brats worthy of Hyuga Kai's big fight? Hyuga Kai didn't explain, just rubbed her long hair, closing her eyes like a kitten and enjoying Hyuga Kai's touch. Uchiha didn't ask any more questions. Since Hyuga Kai didn't want to talk, she wouldn't ask any more questions. A few minutes later, all the candidates arrived at the examination room. When the crowd was bustling, a shout made everyone quiet down. Quiet, rookies. Bang. A large amount of white smoke exploded from the podium in front. The noisy venue fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked towards the podium. Marino Yaki, a ninja from Konoha's torture class, appeared on the podium with numerous proctors Chunin. Yubi stepped forward and said, everyone sit down according to the exam number. The crowd was in a mess, looking for their own seats. After a few minutes, everyone sat down in their seats. Moreover, an acquaintance appeared next to Hyuga Kai, it was Hyuga Hinata who was sitting there timidly. Hyuga smiled and stretched out his hand, hello, my name is Chiba Kisu. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Advertisement. Hinata slowly stretched out her hand to hold it with Hyuga, and then pulled it away at the touch of a button. Hyuga Kai narrowed his eyes and praised, "Hinata-chan is so cute." Woohoo! Hinata's eyes turned into circles under Hyuga Kai's praise. Hyuga Kai is also very measured and no longer communicates with Hinata. Ibuki said, "Now you can start doing the questions. There are 9 questions in total. I will announce the 10th question in the last 15 minutes of the exam." Next, most candidates looked at the questions in a daze, it was too difficult. Then most of the candidates began to cheat in their own way. Byakugan, Sharingan and heart turn techniques were all used. There are also those who have poor means and are directly eliminated. Candidate number 13 is out. The examinee suddenly stood up and expressed dissatisfaction with the result, "I didn't do anything. Why do you judge me out? I don't accept it." At this time, a ninja with the upper half of his face covered with bandages and blindfolded suddenly pushed him against the wall. "Rookie, you need to know that every ninja proctoring the exam is a senior chunin and stronger than you, so be careful with your words and actions." Then several ninjas came out and dragged the troublemaking ninja away. Hyuga Kai looked at this scene and secretly laughed, and the prototype of Gojo Satoru killed Konoha Genin alone. While Hyuga Kai was watching the show, Hinata saw that Hyuga Kai hadn't moved a single word. She kindly put her test paper towards Hyuga Kai and whispered in a low voice, "Chiba-kun." Hyuga shook his head slightly and said no, and Hinata put the test paper back. It didn't take long for Xiang Phosphorus' secret sound transmission skills to establish a connection with the two people. "Brother Chi, Sister Guang, can you hear me? If you can, just shake your head." The voice of Xiang Phosphorus came to his mind, and Hyuga Kai shook his head slightly to indicate that he heard it. Uzumaki Kaoru, who was sitting in the back, saw both of them shaking their heads slightly. "Okay, then I'll start telling the answer. The answer to the first question, the code question is, if the enemy." Hyuga started writing the answer quickly. This scene was also seen in the eyes of Ibuki, who was proctoring the exam on the podium. He secretly thought, this girl can actually use ninjutsu. Soon Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Hikaru had finished writing all 9 questions. For the next time, Hyuga Kai lay on the table to regain his composure. Advertisement. What happened next was the same as in the original work. Ibuki's 10th question was a pressure test. Those who couldn't handle it would be eliminated early, while the team that could handle it could advance directly. Marino Hiki wrote on the blackboard, "Rookies, I am going to announce the content of the 10th question now. Remember that the next choice will affect your life. If you choose to stay here and answer question 10, if you make a mistake, you will be deprived of the opportunity to take the Chunin exam and become a genin forever. But you can choose to take the initiative to be eliminated now, but your teammates will also be eliminated at the same time. This is a decision that affects your entire life. It's not too late to quit now." I have to say that Ibuki still has a strong grasp of human nature, and he is worthy of being the leader of the torture squad. On the one hand, it is the future, and on the other hand, it is the failure of this exam that affects the teammates. Ordinary people weigh the pros and cons, and of course they choose the second, lighter outcome when pursuing advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Inyazuka Kaiba burst into laughter. "What stupid rules? Many people at the scene have taken the Chunin exam many times." Ibuki laughed and said, "That can only mean that you are out of luck. This year's examiner is me, so I am the rule. Those who don't have confidence will just take the exam next year or the year after." After nearly 3 minutes of silence, someone finally couldn't bear the pressure and raised his hand. "I quit on my own initiative, I'm sorry, Yugoto, Fuyuki." Chunin, an invigilator, looked at the report in his hand and said, "Candidate number 91 gave up, and candidate number 76 and number 48 were eliminated together. There is nothing to be sorry for. Even if you don't raise your hand, I will quit." The candidate's teammates did not blame him. His 2 teammates followed the man's footsteps and left the examination room. One person started, and then another person couldn't bear the pressure and raised his hands and left together. Hyuga Kai's raised his head and looked in Naruto's direction. He wanted to see if this classic scene would happen again. Naruto's hand trembled slightly and he slowly raised it. His eyes were firm and persistent, as if he was making a final fight against the fear in his heart. The people around him turned their attention to him in unison, and everyone was guessing his next move. Just when everyone thought he was going to give up, Naruto suddenly slammed the table in front of him hard, and his voice echoed in the examination room. "Don't underestimate me. I will never back down. I will continue to take the exam. Even if I can only be a genin for the rest of my life, I will definitely become a Hokage." Naruto stood up, straightened his back, and shouted loudly. His voice was full of firmness and determination, like a sharp sword piercing the dull atmosphere of the examination room. The ninjas who were originally hesitant and wanted to withdraw voluntarily, after hearing these words, a trace of determination flashed in their eyes, and they no longer wanted to escape. "I will stick to my promise, this is my way of ninja." Naruto's words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's heart. Ibuki continued to put pressure on all the candidates, asking if anyone else wanted to withdraw. However, this time no one chose to back down, their eyes were full of courage and determination. Hyuga found it even more interesting that Naruto's mouth evasion skills were beginning to show up at such a young age, and just a few words could make so many people firm in their beliefs. Such a Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know that it doesn't matter if he talks about it, but he always has to give it a try. Chapter 46 Familiar and Strange Dream, Blonde Father and Red Mother. Then Morinoyuki announced that everyone present had passed the exam. This battle begins to test your investigation ability and battlefield decision-making ability. In my opinion, if a Chunin does not even have the ability to make decisions, then he is not worthy of being a Chunin. Ibuki's words calmed down the aggrieved people. Although they were angry, they had to admit that what Ibuki said did make sense. While everyone was listening to Ibuki's teachings, two kunai tied to the black curtain broke through the glass and pierced the ceiling. The curtain unfolded and there were several large words written on it. Mitarashi Anko, Chief Examiner of the second session, please attend. Advertisement. A woman followed closely behind, landed on the podium and struck a handsome pose. It's not time to be happy yet. I am the Chief Examiner of the second session, Mitarashi Anko. Next, follow me. The shocking appearance made all the examinees stare wide-eyed. Is such an examiner really reliable? Can I apply for Ibuki to continue to be an examiner? Although he likes to use psychological warfare, he seems to be reliable. Hongdu also noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere and coughed twice. Ahem, 83 people and 31 teams, Ibuki, why are there so many people? You must have been too gentle. There's a lot of good guys this year, Ibuki said. Hyuga Kai was no longer interested in listening to her nonsense, and waved to Hinata beside him. Little Hinata, we will see you in the examination room tomorrow, I will leave first. Examination, is it okay that the examiner is talking? Fine. Hyuga waved his hand and stood up and walked out. He was now going back to catch up on his sleep. Seeing Hyuga stand up, Uchiha Hikaru also stood up and walked out. Hongdu shouted proudly, stop, is this how you despise the examiner? A shuriken flew towards Hyuga Kai, and the Uchiha light instantly appeared in front of Hyuga Kai, holding a kunai and flying away the incoming shuriken. Murderous intent appeared in Xiaoguang's eyes. This woman dared to sneak attack Brother Kai. Now as long as Hyuga Kai gives the order, she will kill Anko without hesitation. At this moment, all the candidates felt like they were falling into an ice cave, and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Sasuke lowered his head slightly and looked at his trembling hands, thinking, is this genjutsu? No, this is pure murderous intent. Naruto on the side was speechless and stiff. The puppy named Akamaru was shaking uncontrollably above Inuzuka Kaiba's head. Yumo Yinzamwa was dripping with cold sweat on his knees. This was a murderous intention even more terrifying than his master's. Gaara, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered someone of his own kind. Hyuga Kai ignored Anko's anger, patted Xiaoguang's shoulder to tell her to calm down, yawned and continued to walk forward. The battle for the earth-coiling axis in the Death Forest sky of the 44th Training Ground, Konoha has long been with the villages. The top management has said, let's disperse, it's time to eat, it's time to train. Anko wiped the sweat from her forehead. He had only seen the powerful murderous intention in Orochimaru just now. But now it appears in a little girl, and this little girl seems to be obedient to the boy. And how did Anko know that Uchiha Hikari, a weapon of the Warring States period, had lived in killing since she was a child, and every time she took action, she would harvest countless lives? Okay, you just heard it. Tomorrow morning, in the Forest of Death at Training Ground 44, more than half of your candidates will be eliminated from this exam. The candidates stood up and walked outside with lingering fear. The black-haired girl just gave them such a shock. It's hard to imagine that I could be hostile to such a person. Anko asked Ibuki, do you have any information about them? Advertisement. A ninja next to him flipped through the Chunin handbook. The leading boy Chiba Kishu, 13 years old, Otagaku Genin, completed the mission, C level 0 times, B level 0 times, A level 0 times, S level 0 times. The black-haired girl's name is Chiba Hikaru, 13 years old, Genin, completed the mission, C level 0 times, B level 0 times, A level 0 times, S level 0 times. The red-haired girl's name is Uzumaki, she is 13 years old, Genin, completed. Anko interrupted impatiently, okay, needless to say, it's all 0 times again, right? Yes. Anko sighed, why did this sound ninja village find so many monsters when it was just established? Ibuki picked up the information, no matter what, you must report this to Lord Hokage. Inside the Hokage office. Ibuki reported the whole matter truthfully. Are you saying that the ninja sent by Otagaku at least has the strength of special J-nin? Sarutobi Hiruzen said. That's right, such killing intent is not something an ordinary Chunin can achieve. Then what do you think their purpose is? Yi Bixi pondered for a moment. I don't know. He was very quiet during the exam, just observing the surroundings. After the exam, he became a little impatient and left immediately. There are no taboos and you can do whatever you want. Maybe this is his standard of conduct. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of dry cigarette. He didn't think about Hyuga Kai's purpose and could only guess like this. Ibuxi agreed, it's possible. But we have to be on guard. Notify Jiraiya, tell him all the information, and ask him to replace Anko as the chief examiner of the second examination room. Clear. Naruto was very excited after successfully passing the first exam and ran home jumping, completely ignoring the hostile looks from the people around him. As long as he can find Chiba Muxiu in the second exam, he can learn about his life experience from him and prove that he is not a demon fox. To celebrate successfully passing the first exam, the collector's edition chicken soup flavor ramen, I'll decide it's you today. He happily took out the instant noodles he had treasured for a long time, and for some reason, Mushiu's face suddenly came to mind. Forget it, bring this to Mushiu tomorrow and thank him for telling my parents the clue. Naruto picked up a box of ordinary instant noodles and tasted it, but instead stuffed the box of treasured instant noodles into his school bag. A bucket of instant noodles was enough for today's lunch, and Naruto lay on the bed feeling sleepy. My mind wandered, and I fell into deep sleep in an instant. In the dream, Naruto seemed to have returned to the day when he came to ninja school to register. In the afternoon, all the students left the school gate together. Most of the students were picked up and dropped off by their parents. Sakura immediately threw herself into her father's arms and coquettishly asked her father to carry her back. Sasuke, the stinky fart, was also carried by his brother towards home, chatting and laughing. Naruto smiled with some relief and walked towards his home alone. Just after walking a short distance, I felt a pain in my head. Naruto, why did you run outside without even waiting for your mother? Do you want to sneak out to play again? Advertisement. Naruto looked back and saw a woman with red hair flying in the sky. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he felt a sense of intimacy. He knew very well that he didn't know this person, but he just said, Mom. Being cute won't solve the problem. Accept the sanctions, little Naruto, and follow me home. The red-haired woman grabbed Naruto's ears and pulled her away. I was dragged all the way back to a strange home. I'm back. The red-haired woman shouted and opened the door suddenly. Naruto saw a blonde man sitting in the living room, put down the newspaper and looked over. The blonde man's voice was very gentle, welcome back, Kushina, Naruto. The red-haired woman knelt down, feeling helpless, helped Naruto put on his frog slippers, and then threw him on the sofa. Minato, you have to take care of your son. I just went to pick him up from school, and he actually wanted to sneak out to play. Do you know how dangerous this is? An exaggerated expression appeared on the red-haired woman's face, and she began to imagine what might happen. Maybe he will become like Mr. Jiraiya, doing nothing all day long, peeking into the women's bathroom, and violating the 3 taboos of ninjas. The blonde man showed an awkward smile and tried to defend his son. No, Naruto is just having fun. However, when he saw his wife's increasingly angry expression, his tone immediately changed. But, Naruto, you are wrong to do this. You should go home immediately after school and report to your parents that you are safe. If you want to go out to play, you must apply to us, do you understand? Naruto nodded blankly, Father. The man quickly changed the subject, go and wash your hands quickly, dinner will be served soon. Okay. Naruto ran to the bathroom as if he was being pardoned. The family began to enjoy a sumptuous dinner to celebrate Naruto's enrollment. In the haze, Naruto felt himself being carried to bed by the blonde man, while the red-haired woman kissed his forehead tenderly and said softly, Good night, son. In reality, Naruto opened his eyes and got up from the bed, Hey. I'm going to pee. Naruto quickly rushed to the toilet and opened the gate to release the water. Woohoo, so comfortable. Lifting up his pants, Naruto suddenly thought of the dream he had just had and tried hard to recall the scene in the dream. The words of the blonde father and the red mother are still in my ears. Father, mother. Naruto's facial features were twisted into a ball, and tears flowed out of his eyes uncontrollably. Outside the window, Hyuga Kai, who watched all this quietly, hid Sharingan again. It's time to go to Sasuke's house. White Zetsu's head popped up next to Hyuga's feet. Lead the way, let's go find Sasuke. As you command, Lord Kai. These are the White Zetsu men that Hyuga Kai came to find Black Zetsu, and asked Xiao Guang to take the 8,000 spears to shine them again. Now they are only loyal to Hyuga Kai. P.S. I beg you for a wave of good comments in the comment area, I love you. Chapter 47 Photos of Parents. Sasuke had nothing to say, so he asked him to repeat the night of the Uchiha genocide again. Seeing Sasuke wake up from his dream, sweating all over his body, Hyuga Kai left with peace of mind. Hyuga Kai doesn't plan to tell him the truth now. Sasuke has the growth path prepared by his brother Itachi, and he will definitely grow into a shadow-level powerhouse in the future. Early the next morning, several people arrived outside the training ground in the Forest of Death, where many candidates also gathered. As a burst of smoke exploded, a combination of a frog and a white-haired man appeared in front of everyone. Advertisement. Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku, appears. Pervy Sage. Naruto said, pointing at Jiraiya's nose. It's Toad Sage. Pervy Sage. After a while of fighting, Jiraiya finally got rid of Naruto's entanglement. Ahem, I am the new chief examiner of the second exam. Now I will explain the rules of this exam. The content of the second exam is, survival training, battle for the earth coiling axis. Each team will receive a heaven scroll or an earth scroll immediately at the start. The goal is to get 2 scrolls and finally go to the tower in the Forest of Death. This is victory. Hyuga smiled, revealing a little bit of his strength triggered Sarutobi Hiruzen's sensitive nerves, so he sent the more powerful Jiraiya to replace Anko as the chief examiner for the second game. But I didn't expect that Naruto had already met Jiraiya in advance, which was another variable. Soon someone distributed the scrolls, and Team Hyuga received a heavenly scroll. With a nod from Naruto, Hyuga Kai took the Uzumaki Uchiha light and headed towards the depths of the Death Forest. Hyuga Kai didn't walk long before he stopped. He wanted to give Naruto time to catch up. Xiao Guang, Xiang Phosphorus, you go and finish the exam first. I have something to do. Hyuga Kai said and handed them the scroll of heaven. When I'm done playing, I will go to the tower. Xiao Guang took the scroll, understood. Looking at the 2 people leaving, Hyuga nodded secretly, growing up and becoming more and more sensible. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnated eye, and everything within 100 miles radius was instantly visible to Hyuga Kai. The 3 people in Class 7 are also slowly moving forward following the signal left by Hyuga Kai, looking for Hyuga Kai's location. Jiraiya at the entrance sat there and did not follow the others. This also gave Hyuga time to take action. Hyuga picked some wild fruits and waited for the arrival of Naruto and the others. Advertisement. Not long after, Hyuga Kai heard Naruto's familiar voice, hurry, hurry, Mushu should be not far ahead. Naruto, be careful. Sakura shouted behind him. Hyuga Kai jumped and appeared in front of the 3 people. Naruto was startled when he saw Hyuga Kai suddenly appearing in front of him. He lost his footing and fell off the branch. But Naruto immediately stood up and came to Hyuga Kai. That is the clue about my parents, can you give me it? When Hyuga Kai watched the anime, he liked Naruto's character very much. He was not pretentious and said nothing. Of course. Hyuga took out a few photos from his backpack, but did not show them directly to Naruto. I agreed in advance that I will show it to you, but before I leave Konoha, you can only see it for yourselves, and you cannot show it to others. If Konoha finds out that I exposed Konoha's secrets, Konoha will definitely order me to be hunted down. Sasuke questioned, a guy like you is still afraid of being chased by Konoha. Afraid? Why not afraid, that's Konoha. Naruto couldn't care less and kept agreeing, okay, I swear by my ninja will not show this photo to anyone else. Sasuke and Sakura also swore not to tell anyone else. Hyuga Kai heard what he said and handed the photo to Naruto with great relief. Naruto took it and saw the first face in the photo, which was a blonde man with handsome appearance and handsome face. He is wearing a royal robe and a Hokage hat. The 2 team members approached Naruto. Sasuke saw the person in the photo and said in surprise, isn't this the 4th Hokage? Hyuga Kai answered affirmatively, yes, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato has the same blonde hair as Naruto. This is one of the evidences for my judgment. Sakura asked curiously, then why is Naruto's last name Uzumaki and not Namikaze? Because it's Sui's mother's surname. Why do you want to take your mother's last name? Sakura continued to ask. Hyuga Kai shook his head and said that he didn't know either. Of course he would not tell the truth behind it. Konoha village needs an outlet for the civilians to vent their anger. This kind of truth needs to be found by themselves to be convincing. Naruto looked at the photo and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He firmly believed that this was his father. Then, he stiffly turned to the second photo, which showed a red-haired woman wearing a Konoha ninja costume. She was beautiful and elegant. Hyuga Kai introduced, this is the previous generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, who is Naruto's mother. Naruto stared at the figure in the photo, and the image of his mother gradually overlapped with that in his dream. He held back tears, but there was still a crystal teardrop sliding down his cheek and falling on the photo. But he carefully wiped it away. Advertisement. There are 2 more, please open them and take a look. Hyuga Kai said softly. Naruto slowly opened it, it was a ninja school graduation photo. Hyuga explained, this is your parents' graduation photo. I found it specially. Hyuga Kai pointed to the corner. Minato and Kushina from Chunin school were standing together, acting very intimately. Scroll down again, this is a wedding photo. This is a photo from the wedding. Kushina is wearing a gorgeous wedding dress, holding her beloved husband's arm. Minato is handsome in a crisp suit, which contrasts with the beautiful and generous Kushina. Woo! Naruto could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes, his expression twisted, and he cried loudly, venting his suppressed emotions. Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder, and Sakura gently stroked Naruto's back to comfort him. I can't even say any comforting words. Hyuga Kai waited until Naruto was about to cry, and he said shockingly, death in this world is not the end of a person. There are many ways to resurrect the dead in this world. What? The three of them looked at Hyuga Kai in surprise. Hyuga shrugged, I'm not lying. There is a ninjutsu technique in Konoha called the reincarnation of the Pure Land, which can recall the dead from the Pure Land. However, this is not a real resurrection, it is just like turning into a puppet. Sakura questioned, isn't this blasphemy to the dead? Yes, but since we can bring people from the Pure Land, why can't we resurrect the dead? Ninjutsu has no end, Naruto, don't stop because of these small setbacks, work hard to become stronger, and you will be able to develop such a ninjutsu and be reunited with your parents. Sasuke was also a little excited, which meant that as long as he kept getting stronger, his parents would also have a chance to be resurrected. Yes, brother Mushu, I will definitely continue to practice and work hard to become stronger. Naruto regained his composure, wiped away his tears, and carefully placed the photo in his backpack. As if something suddenly occurred to him, he took out a bucket of instant noodles from his backpack. Thank you, Mushu, this is my little thought, a collector's edition of chicken soup ramen. Naruto handed it to Hyuga like a treasure. Thank you, you're welcome. Hyuga took the bucket of ramen and put it into the seal scroll. He was also a little curious about how the instant noodles that Naruto treasured tasted. What are your plans next? Naruto scratched his head, of course it's the earth coiling axis that grabs the sky. By the way, where are Sister Xianglan and the others? I asked them to finish the exam first. Well, it's dangerous for you to be alone. Do you want to come with us? Sakura hit Naruto's head hard, idiot, they are much stronger than us, how can they be in danger? We are the ones who are in danger. Hyuga Kai did not refuse, let's have dinner together, I just saw a wild boar over there. Okay, okay. Naruto nodded decisively. Chapter 48 Sage Jutsu Curse Seal. Soon after, several people dismembered the wild boar. The plump wild boar meat was roasted over the fire, and fat dripped and crackled in the fire. Naruto drooled looking at the barbecue, but the barbecue that was just put on the rack would not be cooked for a while. Hyuga started the conversation and asked everyone, do you have any dreams? Maybe I can help you. Naruto said decisively, my dream before was to become a Hokage, but now I not only want to become a Hokage like my father, but also become the world's best ninja to resurrect my parents. Hyuga Kai picked up a skewer of grilled meat and handed it to Naruto, well, it's a great dream. Advertisement. Of course, there is no shortcut to becoming a Hokage. Hyuga Kai asked Sasuke again, Sasuke, where is yours? I'm going to kill that man. Is it that Uchiha Itachi? That's right. Sakura, where is your dream? My dream is to marry. Sakura shyly glanced at Sasuke. But Hyuga Kai already understood what Sakura said. A simple dream, I can't help you with this. Hyuga Kai looked at Sasuke and Naruto, you all need to become stronger in your dreams. I should be able to help with this. Hyuga Kai took out a scroll, Naruto, this is the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Vajra seal lock, which is both offensive and defensive. Your mother Uzumaki Kushina's specialty is ninjutsu. When Naruto heard that it was his mother's specialty, ninjutsu immediately took it excitedly, I will definitely study hard. Seeing Sasuke's excited eyes, Hyuga Kai said, Sasuke, have you heard of Sage Jutsu? Sage Jutsu. Sage Jutsu is ninjutsu activated by merging natural energy with chakra. This power can fully strengthen the ninja body phantom. I have studied a curse seal, called the Sage Jutsu Curse Seal. Its function is to create a simple Sage Jutsu chakra in the body of the person being cast. But you can rest assured that this curse seal has passed human experiments and is very safe. Sasuke is still more cautious, why are you so interested in us? Do you have an agenda? Naruto was the first to be unhappy when he heard this. Mushu was his benefactor, Sasuke, why are you like this? Sasuke's eyes were sharp, it's not that I'm suspicious, but there's no such thing as unreasonable kindness in the world, and you're so kind to us. As expected of a descendant of the Uchiha family, he is indeed cautious. Of course, there is a reason why I do this. It can also be regarded as an investment on my part. Naruto made a confused sound, investment. That's right, it's investment. I think your potential is unlimited. If I help you now, you can help me later. Hyuga Kai's words are indeed very convincing. The last descendant of Uchiha and the son of the fourth Hokage are all worthy of investment. Naruto said, ha ha ha, that's it. Brother Mushu, don't worry. If you have anything to do in the future, just tell me and I promise to complete it. Sasuke also let down his guard, sorry, I was worrying too much. It's okay. This is what I value. You and Naruto can always complement each other's strengths. Naruto is sincere in his treatment of others, while you are cautious. Advertisement. Sasuke glanced sideways at Naruto and said arrogantly, who compliments this guy? Ha ha ha, then do you want to try the Sage Jutsu Curse Seal I researched? Sasuke pondered for a moment and nodded decisively, sorry for the trouble, I will thank you very much in the future. Fine. Hyuga Kai said, then take off your shirt, it will be easier for me to perform the technique. Sasuke took off his shirt without hesitation. Of course Hyuga Kai wouldn't bite it on his own like Orochimaru did. Hyuga reminded Sasuke, it will hurt a lot, you have to endure it. Clear. Hyuga Kai absorbed the natural energy around him and entered Sage mode in an instant. A Saiyan fairy face appeared around his eyes, and a Saiyan Sage Jutsu Chakra snake was swimming around his body. So handsome. Naruto praised. The Chakra snake bit Sasuke on the shoulder. Ah! Sasuke let out a painful cry, and the natural energy destroyed his body in an instant. Not long after, the Chakra snake let go of Sasuke's shoulder, and a Sage Jutsu seal in the shape of 3 Megatama appeared on Sasuke's shoulder. Hyuga Kai quickly stretched out his hand to form a seal, and slapped it hard on the Sage Jutsu Curse Seal, Sage Jutsu Snake Lock Seal. Next to the Sage Jutsu Curse Seal appeared 2 surrounding black snakes, connected end to end, sealing the Curse Seal inside. Hyuga Kai exits Sage mode, and his Sage mode characteristics fade away, it's done. Sasuke breathed heavily, just now he felt like he was on the verge of death. You can try to open Sharingan and use Sharingan to channel this power. Sasuke excitedly opened the Ermagadama Sharingan and used his power to lightly touch the seal. Instantly, a large amount of natural energy merged with his own chakra through the curse seal. There was a pain all over Sasuke's body, and black lines appeared on Sasuke's body. The lines started from the curse mark and spread all over his body. Hyuga asked, how do you feel? It feels very good. Of course, this is the Sage Jutsu seal customized by Hyuga Kai for Sasuke. Then try its power and attack me again. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth, as it should be. Sasuke was extremely fast, and in an instant he came in front of Hyuga Kai and punched him. Bang! Hyuga Kai stretched out his palm to catch it, the strength and speed have increased by 30%, which is not bad. It's not over yet. Sasuke was restrained by Hyuga Kai with one hand, and with the other hand on the ground, he flew up and kicked Hyuga Kai in the side. Hyuga Kai quickly stretched out his left arm and easily blocked the blow. He grabbed Sasuke's fist and shook it hard, and Sasuke flew straight away like a kite with a broken string. Advertisement. Sasuke quickly adjusted his posture in the air and landed as lightly as a swallow. Sasuke is so handsome. Sakura cheered. When Naruto saw the goddess's appearance, he cheered for Hyuga Kai, damn it. Sasuke, come on, Mushu. Beat Sasuke. Ignoring the shouts of the two, Hyuga opened the seal, let's experiment with the Genin technique next. Uchiha Sasuke also quickly formed the seal, fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke spit out a giant Great Fireball about 7 meters in diameter from his mouth. Water-style Water Barrier. Hyuga spits out water from his mouth, and the water forms a wall in front of Hyuga. Fire and water collided fiercely, making a sizzling sound. In an instant, a large amount of water vapor surged up all around and spread out, as if you were in a thick fog. As the ninjutsu dissipated, the surrounding water mist became thicker, obscuring everyone's sight. Hyuga Kai's voice came from the fog, the next step is to test the reflexes. Hyuga fired several kunao and shurikens. Sasuke pulled out his kunao and knocked away all the hidden weapons. As the water vapor gradually dissipated, Hyuga walked up to Sasuke and asked again, how do you feel? Too strong. Is this really me? Sasuke looked at his palm, not only the strength, speed and reflexes have become stronger, but also the eye power has become stronger. Hyuga Kai patted his shoulder, try to cancel the curse seal state. This mode cannot be used frequently, as it will put a burden on the body. Also, don't reveal your curse seal at will. This curse seal will naturally hide when not in use. This can avoid a lot of trouble. I understand. Sasuke forced the power of the seal back into the seal, and sure enough, his body immediately felt sore and his stomach made a sound. Ha ha ha, it seems that this will also consume a lot of energy. Hyuga said with a smile. There are not many opportunities to see Sasuke lose his temper like this. Let's go eat first. The barbecue should be ready. The two walked back to the fire, and Naruto immediately came over and handed a skewer of grilled meat to Hyuga Kai's hand. Brother Mushu, do you think I am suitable for this curse seal? Hyuga Kai said unceremoniously, not suitable. Why? You have the immortal body of the Uzumaki clan and have a strong physique. In the future, you will have the opportunity to master the real sage mode, like mine. Really? Then when will you teach me? If there is a chance in the future. All right. What Hyuga Kai gave them will naturally be taken back from them twice as much in the future. All gifts are also priced secretly. Chapter 49 Hinata-chan. At the same time, in the land of rain, on the Gedo statue. 9 people each stand on the fingers of the Gedo statue. Deidara looked around, where's that guy Hyuga? Why didn't he attend the meeting? Xie's voice was gloomy, you should be thankful if he can see someone a few times a month. Pain said, Jutsu, where did Hyuga Kai go? Advertisement. Heiju thought for a while and shook his head, I don't know either. Pain said, forget it, leave him alone, let's allocate tasks ourselves. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is used to Hyuga Kai being away from home all the time, and he rarely takes on tasks when he comes. The second day of the survival test. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro of Tsunagakure in the Forest of Death are confronting 3 Omegakure ninjas. And hidden in the corner are Konoha's trio, Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Abarame Shino. The captain of the 3 Omegakure ninjas, hey, kid, you will die if you don't choose your opponent well. Gaara's expression remained unchanged and he was not frightened at all, then let's start the fight quickly, Uncle Yugakure. Ask for their scrolls. If they are the same, there is no need to start a fight. Kankuro persuaded. He didn't want to kill too many people before the plan started, which would attract Konoha's attention. Gaara refused, no need, I want to kill everyone in front of me. Everyone at the scene was shocked by the words full of hostility and murderous intent. Captain Rain Shinobi snorted coldly, then go to hell. He quickly threw the 4 wooden umbrellas behind him into the air, and the 4 wooden umbrellas were floating in the air. Captain Rain Shinobi's eyes narrowed, and he clasped his hands together, ninja technique, Rain and Du Senbon. Before he finished speaking, he saw countless thousands of dense rains shooting out from under the wooden umbrella, shooting at Gaara from all angles like a rain of arrows. However, Gaara's expression did not change. The sand under his feet seemed to have come to life, and a sand wall quickly rose up to protect him from all sides. The sand wall was extremely strong, like a barrier, blocking thousands of incoming shots. Damn it! Captain Rain Shinobi's expression changed slightly, and he rushed forward to fight the enemy with physical skills. Gaara just opened his hand to him, and the sand rose up from Captain Rain Shinobi's feet, and soon spread to his whole body and enveloped him. Advertisement. The maracas gradually rose into the air, and Captain Rain Shinobi kept wailing. Gaara picked up the wooden umbrella that had fallen to the ground, propped it up and put it above his head, holding the maracas in the air with one hand, sandstorm ruin. The maracas surrounding Rain Shinobi was suddenly squeezed tightly, and the Rain Shinobi inside suddenly exploded, and the blood all over his body turned into a shower of blood. Gaara held an umbrella and bathed in the rain of blood. This scene shocked the 3 people who were still peeking. Especially the 3 people in Konoha have never seen such a bloody scene. The remaining Rain Shinobi were stunned and put the scroll of heaven in their hands at their feet, the scroll is here, let us live. Gaara didn't say a word, the sand was already the best answer. The sand rose again and wrapped the 2 of them. They died in the same way, and blood rained on the open space again. Gaara smiled slyly, Shura needs blood to become stronger. The 3 people who were peeping saw this scene and backed away uncontrollably. Let's go, you will die if you are found. Inyazuka Kaiba said. The 3 of them wanted to leave but were blocked by a wall of sand. You've been watching this little mouse for so long, why don't you come out? Gaara's murderous voice came to his ears. The 3 of them suppressed their fear and walked out of the grass. We will give you the scrolls we collected to give us a way to survive. Abarame Shino still wanted to fight for a chance to survive. No chance, I gave you a chance to escape. Gaara opened his hand again. The surrounding sand spread toward the feet of several people, and their footholds were compressed little by little. The 3 of them were almost in despair. Inyazuka Kaiba blamed himself and said, I'm sorry, it was me who caused everyone trouble. They should have gone directly to the central tower. At this time, a voice came from the distance, Hinata-chan, what a coincidence, you are here too. The sand came to a standstill under the feet of the 3 of them. Then a person walked out of the nearby forest, it was Hyuga Kai whose pseudonym was Chiba Kishu. Muxiu-kun, go quickly, there is danger here. Hinata said anxiously. It doesn't matter, just leave it to me. Hyuga Kai took out 2 metal wristbands from the seal scroll and put them on. He had to try his best to disguise himself before the plan started. Hyuga Kai lightly punched the tree at hand, and the tree fell straight in the direction of Hinata and the 3 of them, falling next to them. The 3 people understood Hyuga Kai's meaning instantly, jumped on the fallen tree, and came behind Hyuga Kai. Thank you. Hinata came to Hyuga and started. Advertisement. You're welcome, I also want to thank you for helping me get through the first start. Hinata said timidly, I actually didn't help at all. Hyuga moved his wrist and said, I'll leave these 3 people to you. You can go first. Inyazuka Kaiba put on a fighting stance, I have no habit of leaving my savior and running away. Aberame Shino's black parasite appeared in his hand, me too. I will work hard. Hinata also opened her eyes and made the gentle fist starting move. Gaara on the opposite side looked at Hyuga Kai with an excited expression, I wonder if your blood is sweeter. After watching the fight between Hyuga Kai and Suzuki, he put Hyuga Kai on his must-kill list, and now Hyuga Kai came to his door. Hyuga Kai also did not refuse the help of several people. He could not show too much strength, so it would be good to have someone to help him. The guy carrying something on his back is a puppet master. He can use chakra threads to control puppets. Boy from the Aberame family, you will destroy his chakra threads with parasites in a moment, and he will lose most of his strength. The kunoichi with the fan on her back is good at wind escape. That fan can create wind escape. Please avoid it. The Inyazuka boys and Hinata-chan are dealing with the wind release ninja. Try to get as close to her as possible so that she has no chance to release ninjutsu. Leave the one who plays in the sand to me in the end. Hyuga Kai made strategic arrangements, and several people nodded. Hyuga Kai's arrangements were reasonable and convincing. I understand. Inyazuka Kaiba was emboldened by Hyuga Kai's words, can Akamaru still fight? Woof. The white-haired ninja dog named Akamaru barked and jumped out of Inyazuka Kaiba's clothes. Inyazuka Kaiba took out a soldier food pill and threw it at Akamaru. The puppy's white fur turned red visibly to the naked eye. Parasites swarmed out from under Shino's broad sleeves. Hyuga nodded secretly, he was worthy of being a descendant of all major families in Konoha. Hyuga Kai jumped up and climbed onto a big tree. Then his feet suddenly exerted force and his body shot towards Gaara like an arrow from a string. Mara balls rose up from Gaara's feet, protecting himself within them. Hyuga Kai quickly punched the sand wall. It's ridiculous, you still want to break through Gaara's absolute defense. Temari thought. But she couldn't laugh at the next moment. Hyuga opened his wrist guards and released bursts of sound waves, and the sound penetrated through the sand wall and penetrated deep into it. Gaara's painful wails reached his ears, and he felt like he had a splitting headache. Hyuga Kai's sound attack continued to reverberate in the sealed environment of the maracas. Chapter 50 Gentle Senior. Gaara. Disperse the sand shield quickly. Temari shouted anxiously. Before losing the ability to think, Gaara dispersed the sand shield in front of him, and the sound finally made him wake up a little. At this time, a big hand grabbed his neck and dragged him away. Seeing that Hyuga Kai wants to kidnap Gaara, Kankuro Temari wants to stop Hyuga Kai. At this time, Hinata Shino and others stood in front of the two of them. Advertisement. Beast-like ninja technique orc clone. Inyazuka Kaiba stood on all fours, Akamaru jumped on Inyazuka Kaiba's back, a burst of smoke exploded, and Akamaru transformed into Inyazuka Kaiba's appearance. Sending bad bugs. Swarms of black bugs flew towards Kankuro. Gentle fist method, attack. Hinata quietly came behind Temari and formed a corner with Inyazuka Kaiba. Hyuga Kai dragged Gaara to a distance, threw Gaara hard against a big tree, and the sand armor attached to Gaara's body slightly shattered. The pain also made him wake up a little. The attack just now did cause him a lot of damage, but it was not enough to make him lose the ability to fight. Gaara stood up with a crazy expression, sticking out his tongue to lick the blood around his mouth. "UPD me off." Under his control, a large amount of sand rose into the sky, forming grey sand clouds in the sky. Suna Shiger. Sharp sand bombs continued to fall towards Hyuga from the sand clouds in the sky. Hyuga opened his hands and faced the sky, sound release Zhenkong. In an instant, Hyuga released a huge fan-shaped sound wave starting from the palm of his hand. All the sand bombs in the air were torn apart and the low-altitude sand clouds were also shaken away. In an instant, the entire forest of death was filled with dust. Jiraiya outside the death forest looked to the sky, is this Genin's attack? Many of the invigilators Genin also saw the flying dust and opened their mouths in disbelief. Sandbound coffin. Gaara shouted softly, and a large amount of sand surged towards Hyuga like a wave. Hyuga jumped onto the tree and flexibly used the tree to avoid the pursuit of the sand waves. Hands of sand. The pursuing sand turned into 3 big hands and grabbed Hyuga Kai from different directions. Hyuga Kai saw the right moment, exerted force suddenly, and stretched his hand into the sand. Before Gaara had time to crush his arm, Hyuga Kai suddenly exerted force, and the powerful sound wave instantly shattered the entire hand of sand. Hyuga Kai used the teleportation technique, appeared behind Gaara, punched out, shattered the condensed sand shield, and knocked Gaara away. Gaara rolled and hit the tree, struggling to get up, but the blow just now had disrupted his nervous system, and he staggered and was unable to stand up. Ah! Gaara roared angrily, and the surrounding sand quickly wrapped around his body. Is this the one-tail body? Demon Sealing Seal. Advertisement. Hyuga's single palm lit up with blue chakra, and he slapped Gaara hard on the back. The gushing-tailed beast chakra was instantly suppressed. The torture of losing the power of the tailed beast made Gaara faint and fall to the ground. Hyuga Kai has suppressed his strength and speed to the strength he had when he first joined Anbu. It is not easy to deal with Gaara. Hyuga Kai picked up Gaara and walked towards the way he came. On the other side, Shino's evil bug climbed onto Kankuro's puppet, and Kankuro chakra would be instantly corrupted if he tried to control the puppet again. Kankuro can only fight the enemy with taijutsu that he is not good at. Although Temari is strong among genin, he can only guarantee that he will not lose, but he is constantly beaten by Hinata and Inuzuka Kaiba. His body is already covered with claw marks, and he will be completely defeated soon. Beat him quickly, I'm afraid Mushiu won't be able to hold on anymore. Several people thought this way. Although Hyuga Kai showed strong strength, they felt that he would not be the opponent of the monster murderer. Stop it! At this time, Hyuga Kai's voice sounded again, and Hyuga Kai made a brilliant appearance carrying the unconscious Gaara. Kankuro and Temari's eyes widened. Gaara actually lost? How is it possible? That was Gaara who had the power of a tailed beast. Is this monster dead? Inuzuka Kaiba asked in disbelief. Not dead, just fainted. Shino felt that Gaara was still breathing. I'm in a good mood today. I won't do anything to you. Take your teammates and leave here. Hyuga Kai threw Gaara to Temari and others. Temari quickly caught his brother, and Kankuro carefully picked up the puppet on the ground and ran away quickly, fearing that Hyuga would regret it. Hyuga Kai suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The two turned back stiffly. It's nothing, I just want to tell you that he should sleep for a few days before my sealing techniques expire. Before that, you all have to take care of him. So bring this thing with you. Hyuga Kai lightly kicked and threw the scroll of heaven that Rain Shinobi had put down on the ground to the two of them. Temari bowed deeply, thank you. Hyuga smiled and said, it's okay. Temari took a deep look at Hyuga Kai, turned around and left. Hinata glanced sideways at Hyuga Kai's figure, so handsome and gentle. Then he shook his head again, how could he think about these feelings without revenge? Watching them leave, Hyuga Kai turned his head and looked at the people in Konoha. Have you finished collecting the earth coiling axes? Sorry, I just took it upon myself to give them your trophies. Hyuga revealed an apologetic smile. The collection has been completed. I would also like to thank you for saving us. Inuzuka Kaiba shook his head repeatedly. Hinata nodded from the side, thank you. Advertisement. Shino also bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Hyuga waved his hand and said, it's just a little effort. I just can't stand him killing innocent people indiscriminately. I happen to be going to the central tower as well. Do you want to go together? Sorry to trouble you. Several people bowed again and thanked them. They knew they were helping. Several members of their own team had experienced a big battle and their combat effectiveness was reduced. If they met other teams again, it would be difficult to win. Small question, let me prepare lunch. I just went through a fierce battle. I will rest this afternoon. I will set off to the central tower tomorrow. Hinata volunteered, let me help. Okay, it will definitely be faster with Hinata-chan's Byakugan help. Well, I'm not as useful as Mushiu-kun says. Shino also stepped forward to help, but was stopped by Inuzuka Kaiba, who whispered in Shino's ear, do you really think they are helping us because Hinata helped him in the first game? This is obviously interesting to Hinata. So don't disturb other people's good things. Hyuga Kai took Hinata to the nearby river to catch fish. Hinata, use your Byakugan to see where there are fish. Hyuga Kai said. Of course, he couldn't directly reveal the reincarnation eye. Okay. Hinata opened her eyes and looked into the river. Over there. She pointed to a place. Hyuga walked over and put his hands into the water. Soon, several unconscious grass carp floated on the surface of the river. Hyuga stepped on the water to the center of the river, picked up the grass carp and returned to the river. Handing several grass carps to Hinata, let's process them and remove the internal organs. Okay. Hinata took it timidly and squatted by the river to clean the internal organs of the grass carp. Hyuga Kai was teaching her next to her, sometimes explaining her step by step, and occasionally touching her body, which made Hinata blush like a steam girl. Hyuga put the cleaned fish on the leaves, looked at Hinata, and asked in confusion, Hinata-chan, you are obviously very good, why do you always act so unconfident? Hinata replied with some inferiority complex, I can't do anything well. Hyuga Kai's didn't think so. He said sincerely, but in my opinion, everyone has their own advantages. For example, Hinata-chan, you are gentle and kind. After just a short contact, I know that you will be a good person in the future. A very good wife. Hearing the words a very good wife, Hinata transformed into the steam princess again and asked shyly, really? Hyuga turned his head, showed an extremely gentle smile, and answered affirmatively, of course, so Hinata-chan should also be confident. Hinata was deeply moved, she also smiled and nodded vigorously, yes. Okay, let's go back. Following Hinata, Hyuga Kai kept rubbing his face. Such fake smiles really consumed his facial muscles. Taking the cleaned grass carp, the two returned to the camp. Shino and the two had already lit the fire and set up a simple camp. Chapter 51 Xiao Li's Challenge. The next day, several people who had rested for a long time embarked on the journey to the central tower. Because of Hyuga Kai's existence, no unsighted team ambushed them anymore, and they all walked around Hyuga Kai and his group. Until they were approaching the meeting point of the central tower, a man suddenly appeared on the way forward wearing green tights and a pot-top hairstyle with thick eyebrows. Rock Lee, Konoha's little blue beast. Hyuga and others stopped immediately, and Uchiha Kaiba spoke impatiently, if you don't want to be eliminated, get out of the way. We don't have the time to quarrel with you. Advertisement. At this moment, with Hyuga Kai supporting him, he was speaking extremely arrogantly. But Rock Lee ignored Uchiha Kaiba and bowed slightly to Hyuga Kai, Kisha-kun, please fight with me. How dare you ignore me? Ye was furious and stepped forward to teach Rock Lee a lesson. Hyuga Kai stretched out his hand to stop him, you go and capture the central tower first, leave this place to me. Musha-kun. Hinata was still a little worried. Hyuga smiled and comforted, don't worry, it will be over soon. Mushiu-kun, be more careful. The three of them bypassed Rock Lee and rushed straight to the final tower. Rock Lee's target was Hyuga Kai, so he didn't stop them. To compete with me, you must be determined to kill me. Hyuga said in a deep voice. Rock Lee showed an extremely youthful smile, and the row of white teeth sparkled in the sun, don't worry, I will do my best. This is the promise of youth. Hyuga Kai looked at this youthful smile and couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, what a hot-blooded idiot. Konoha Tornado. Rock Lee jumped up and kicked towards Hyuga. As a taijutsu ninja, he is extremely fast and can make a sound of wind with a simple kick. Among the several Konoha genin that Hyuga Kai has fought against, he has the fastest speed and strength. But these are not enough for Hyuga Kai. He joined Anbu at the age of 8 and became famous for his physical skills. If Rock Lee takes off the weight on his legs and activates the 8 Gates dungeon, he can acquire Genin-level taijutsu in a short time. Hyuga easily received the blow with his side hand, and then used his arm to throw Rock Lee away. Advertisement. Rock Lee rolled on one hand and regained his balance. Your speed and strength are not as good as mine. You can't even touch my Kakuzu without using any special skills. Hyuga stood with his hands behind his back, showing the style of a master. But Rock Lee was struggling in his thoughts. His teacher Metkai told him that he can only use the 8 Gates dungeon in a series of ninjutsu when he is protecting important people. But seeing Hyuga Kai in front of him, he firmly decided to take action with all his strength. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to his youth not to take action with all his strength in the face of such an enemy? I don't think the teacher would punish him. Thinking of this, he squatted down and tried to take off the weights on his legs. Lee! Have you forgotten what the teacher said? A shout sounded. Hyuga, Niji and Tenten walked out of the central tower. Niji said, it's not too late to wait until the third game for this kind of competition. These two sentences called Rock Lee back, and he almost broke his promise. Sorry, there is a reason why I can't go all out. I can only discuss it next time when I have a chance. Rock Lee bowed deeply to apologize. Hyuga waved his hand, it doesn't matter, I'll be with you anytime. Thank you for your understanding. You are really a charming person. Rock Lee praised sincerely. Thank you for your compliment. Hyuga smiled and said goodbye to the three people in the third class, and walked towards the central tower, leaving only his back to everyone. Niji came to Rock Lee and asked, how do you feel about his strength? Rock Lee said seriously, it's very strong. If I don't use 8 Gates Dungia, I'm no match for him. Tian Tian opened his mouth wide, what? You can't even keep up with him. Yes, I felt like he didn't use any force from beginning to end. The three people from Class 8 entered the central tower and handed over the earth coiling axis to the examiner, and finally went to the lounge upstairs. Hinata had a worried look on her face along the way, and her two teammates tried to persuade her. Uchiha Kaiba patted Hinata on the shoulder, don't worry, the guy with thick eyebrows is definitely no match for Kisha-kun because he is so powerful. Yes, my bug told me that he is very powerful. Abarameshino took out the black parasitic bug in his hand. Advertisement. Well, Mushiu-kun must be fine. Hinata said this more like trying to persuade herself. You won't talk about brother Mushiu anymore, will you? A familiar voice came from in front of the group of people. Naruto jumped up to a few people, yay, you are so slow, why are you here now? How come you came faster than me? Uchiha Kaiba pointed at Naruto's nose and said in disbelief. Naruto raised his head proudly, haha, of course, I am the man who will become Hokage in the future. By the way, did you just mention Brother Mushu? Kishu Nii. Inyazuka Kaiba was very confused about this title. Didn't he just beat Naruto in the second exam? Why did he change his name to Nii-san now? Of course, Brother Mushu is a good man, not only, but also. Naruto was halfway through his words when he suddenly thought of keeping it a secret and stopped immediately. Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't stand Naruto's half-sentence and urged impatiently, what on earth is that? At this time, Sasuke appeared to smooth things over, nothing, we asked Mr. Mushu for some advice on cultivation. Hearing this, Shino was also surprised that Uchiha Sasuke, who had always been arrogant, would respectfully address him as Kishu-kun. That's right, I'm here to guide us in our training. I just don't want you to know the unique skills I just learned. Naruto explained. Inyazuka Kaiba didn't think much and rolled his eyes, the tail of the crane is the tail of the crane. You're just looking for a fight. Naruto reached out to teach Inyazuka Kaiba a lesson, but was stopped by Sakura. Sasuke asked Shino, who was more reliable, how do you know Mushu? Shino, who was standing nearby with a very low sense of presence, said resentfully, did you finally find me? We met Tsunagakure's Gaara team. So, Shino told what happened yesterday. At this time, several people from Asuma's Inokake team came over and also inquired about Hyuga Kai's information. When I heard that the sandstorm that covered the entire Death Forest yesterday morning was due to the ninjutsu confrontation between the two, their mouths opened wide. This is Genin's ninjutsu. Ino said in disbelief. Shikamaru scratched his head and said lazily, it's really troublesome. So our enemy is really very powerful. Are you scared out of your wits? Little guys of Konoha. With this little ability, you might as well go home and find your mother. Among the three people passing by Union Village, Karui had dark skin and red hair. Taunting several people in Konoha. You guy. Naruto was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to show off his opponent, but was stopped by Sakura. And Sasuke has murderous intent in his eyes. His family is his bottom line. Anyone who dares to mention it is seeking death. Upon seeing this, Aze and Karui drew out their long knives at the same time. Chapter 52 Killing. In an instant, the atmosphere on the field became tense, and a melee could break out at any time. The 12 Konoha heroes fought against 3 Kumigakure ninjas, and the only outcome was that Kumigakure was beaten violently. At this time, another person arrived, and Hyuga's voice came from far away, everyone is here, why is it so lively? Muxia-kun. Brother Mushu. Advertisement. Hyuga greeted everyone he knew one by one, and the tense atmosphere here suddenly eased a lot. But there are some people in this world who just can't see the situation clearly. Are they from Konoha again? Utsui thought to himself, and then shouted loudly, are you also a lackey of Konoha? The people in the Xionin village are just mean, and they will stick to Konoha ninjas to please them when they see them. He wanted Hyuga to leave in shame, but he used the wrong method. What nonsense are you talking about? Naruto's face turned red, he glared angrily, and his voice was low and hoarse. How dare this Kumigakure ninja slander his benefactor like this? Sasuke even opened the Sharingan, took out the kunao, and prepared to attack. Both of them were offended at the same time. Hinata opened her eyes and was ready to take action at any time, don't bully Mushu-kun. Xiao Li also put on a good posture, insulting your opponent is not the behavior that youth should have. The 12 little heroes each made preparations, and everyone looked at Hyuga Kai. As long as he made a move, everyone would rush forward and teach these arrogant Kumigakure guys a lesson. Kumigakure and the other 3 also noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Utsui discovered that Hyuga Kai did not go as he wished and ran away in shame because he was told, which in turn further intensified the conflict. Amoyai chewed up the lollipop in his mouth and complained to his 2 teammates, I'm afraid there will be no escape this time, you 2 bastards. Hyuga Kai stretched out his hands to stop the angry Konoha 12, and turned around with a gentle smile, leave it to me. Hyuga Kai's body swayed, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Utsui. Utsui reacted quickly and slashed at Kai's neck with his knife. Chi stretched out his right arm to block, and heard a ding sound as the long knife embedded in the steel arm guard. Chi gently exerted force with his right arm and said, shock. In Aze's horrified eyes, the long knife shattered and scattered on the ground. In the next moment, Kei reached out and grabbed Utsui's neck and lifted him up. Hci lifted his limbs off the ground, pulled out a kunao in the air, and stabbed Hyuga Kei's arm fiercely. However, the hard arm guard absorbed all the attacks and instead emitted a strong sound wave. Aze was instantly stunned and bleeding from all his orifices. Advertisement. Only then did his 2 teammates come to their senses and attack Hyuga Kai with knives. Chi threw the piece of rotten meat in his hand out of the window, and Aze fell unconscious, smashed through the glass, and fell straight down. This is on a high tower. If you fall like this, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Amoyei reacted very quickly, dropped the long knife, jumped up, hugged the falling Atci, took out the kunao from his waist, inserted it into the wall, and landed safely. Karui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that nothing happened to the two of them, but when he saw that Hyuga Kai was actually trying to kill Itsui, his eyes turned red and he slashed down with a thunder knife in his hand. Hyuga started faster and appeared in front of her instantly, punching Karui in the abdomen. Ah! Hyuga withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. Karui knelt on the ground in pain, vomiting blood and gastric juice from his mouth. This is just a lesson, keep your mouths shut from now on. At this time, Uzumaki Kaso and Uchiha Hikaru, who heard the movement, had come out, and they ran over excitedly when they saw Hyuga Kai. The two came up to ask what happened. The two women were very angry. Xiangling, a straight-tempered man, even cursed. If Xiao Guang hadn't stopped him, he would have kicked Karui a few times. Hyuga Kai said, turning back to say goodbye to several people in Konoha, "Goodbye, I'll go back and rest first." "Goodbye, Mushiu-kun." Several people waved goodbye to Hyuga Kai. 12 Xiaoqiang looked at Hyuga Kai's leaving back and was secretly shocked. Several people who had not seen Hyuga Kai fight finally had a vague understanding of Hyuga Kai's combat power. It's just a man who definitely can't be beaten anyway. Tian Tian asked Ningji next to him, "Ningji, you saw his battle just now, how does it compare with yours?" Tianation's question attracted the attention of everyone present. Niji was recognized as the strongest person here, so he naturally had the right to speak. If even he said that Qianba Muxia was invincible, then it would be even more impossible for others. Niji thought back to the scene where Hyuga Kai took action just now, the speed and strength exceed me. I should not be able to beat him. Even you can't beat him, then whoever meets him in our second game will lose. Rock Lee still looks enthusiastic. To celebrate passing the second exam, I will reward myself with 1,000 push UPS. One day I will surpass Mushiu-kun. Amoyei on the other side quickly carried Aze back to his lounge. Doctors from Konoha were also called to provide emergency treatment for Itsui and Karui. Karui's injuries were minor and she was able to stand up soon. She angrily found Jiraiya, the chief examiner, who was sitting in the monitoring room. "Why didn't you stop that Chiba Kishu who wanted to kill my teammates?" Advertisement. Jiraiya turned the page of the book. "Isn't he not dead? What if you die? Isn't he dead?" Jiraiya still said the same thing. Karui was furious. "What about the fact that he injured my teammate?" Jiraiya never opened his eyes and looked at him from beginning to end. "You go and beat him up, we don't care, even if he kills you, you are not guilty." You. If Karui himself could defeat Hyuga Kai, would he still use this place to make a report? You were the one who started the problem from the beginning to the end, and you have to bear the consequences. Even if this matter goes to Reikage, he won't say anything. Of course Karui knows Reikage's temper, and knows that he was beaten up by a peer and had no power to fight back. Lord Reikage will definitely be very angry, and instead scold them for being incompetent. Okay, if Konoha has this attitude, we Kumigakure will take note of it. Karui said a harsh word and left without looking back. Jiraiya yawned and covered his face with the book. "You can't represent Kumigakure. I will tell Reikage truthfully what happened today and won't give it away." After Union reluctantly left, Jiraiya sat back in front of the monitor again and looked through the monitor carefully. Returning to the room where the team rested, Uzumaki looked around, fearing that Hyuga Kai would be injured while they were away. Uzumaki Koro leaned next to Hyuga Kai and stretched out his arm. "Brother Kai, take a quick bite." "It's okay, I told you, can those guys still hurt me?" Hyuga pushed Xiangling's arm away. Xiang Phosphorus continued to urge, "Isn't this to prevent internal injuries? Take a bite." Hyuga couldn't resist Xiangling's entanglement, so he had to open his mouth and bite Xiangling's white and tender arm. Xiang Phosphorus moaned softly. Hyuga felt a sweetness pouring into his mouth instantly, and that pure vitality traveled throughout his body, making even his tired body feel much more relaxed. Much more comfortable. Hyuga Kai took a bite and it was like turning on a mysterious switch. The bite felt very addictive, and he was still reluctant to let go of Xiangling's arm. To be honest, it was indeed the first time for me to bite someone with a whirlpool constitution to regain her strength, and she usually wouldn't move her mouth when she was with Yuka, which would also cause bad memories for her. This feeling of transparency all over the body was a bit fascinating. In the end, Hyuga Kai suppressed the idea of holding the fragrant phosphorus and chewing it happily. It's better to go back to the land of rain and find Yuhua to try, or maybe Xiao Guang. Chapter 53 Qualifiers. 2 days passed quickly, which also marked the end of the second game. A total of 26 people successfully passed the exam. The third exam is the most important part of the Chunin exam. The famous names, dignitaries, and ninja villagers from all over the world will be invited to watch the ceremony. Civilians are allowed to watch the game, so many spectators come from thousands of miles to watch. Therefore, the competition must streamline the personnel, select powerful ninjas, and find ways to make the competition more gorgeous. This is related to the face of Ninja Village, the funds invested by future daimyo, the entrustment of businessmen, etc. Advertisement. In the competition venue, many candidates lined up in several rows, and a sickly Konoha ninja walked in front of everyone with a notebook and pen. Yu Guangfeng, who has mastered the blood inheritance boundary penetration, can become invisible, but he also suffers from the blood inheritance disease because of this. Regarding this, Hyuga Kai's evaluation is that the protagonist's name does not have the protagonist's fate. The preliminaries are in the form of one-on-one actual combat, with exactly 26 people, 13 games, and the winner will enter the third exam. There are no rules until one party dies or surrenders, so if you don't want to die, surrender as soon as possible. So it's not too late to withdraw voluntarily now. Uzumaki and Uchiha raised their hands decisively. We withdraw voluntarily. Everyone looked at the two people in surprise. Their strength could definitely easily pass the pre-selection, so why did they withdraw here? Without any explanation, the two walked towards the stands. This was of course Hyuga Kai's order. The two of them didn't know the importance of their actions, and it was easy for them to see flaws that would affect the implementation of the plan. And I also want to take a good look at the competition of the remaining candidates. Okay, 2 more people have withdrawn. In order not to increase the death toll unnecessarily, I will intervene and stop you. I will control your destiny next. An electronic screen opened behind it. On this electronic bulletin board, the names of the 2 opponents in each battle will appear randomly. So let's reveal the 2 contestants in the first battle right away. The names of the 2 people appeared and flashed on the screen. Game 1, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke smiled, he had wanted to attack this guy for a long time. Utsui also looked at Uchiha Sasuke excitedly. If he can't defeat that monster, he can't defeat you. Then many candidates went to the stands and stood in groups to watch the game. Utsui's long sword swing, coupled with Kumigakure's fire cloud style sword technique, kept Sasuke suppressed. Advertisement. But Utsui's attacks never hit Sasuke, and Sharingan saw through her attacks. What Hyuga Kai didn't expect was that this time Sasuke didn't have the lion combo, but copied a move from Hyuga Kai. In the end, Sasuke seized the opportunity and used a lion attack to end the game. Aze was beaten by Sasuke and was carried back to the hospital bed just after he recovered. This move, the lion strike, is obviously a copy of the Chiba strike that Hyuga used before the first test. Everyone looked at Hyuga Kai again, as if asking Hyuga Kai, was it you who taught Sasuke? Hyuga shrugged slightly, I didn't teach him, he learned it on his own. Everyone looked at Uchiha Sasuke standing in the center of the field in shock. This is just a physical technique that others have used once and copied. Is this the world of genius? If Hyuga Kai knew what everyone was thinking, he would just smile with disdain. What the hell, you have never seen his brother, who is even more perverted. It's easy to learn Hyuga Kai's B-level fire ninjutsu after just one look at it. You have to know that it's a combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Not only must you learn the guidance of chakra, but you must also learn the techniques of exerting force in physical arts. Good job, Sasuke. Naruto didn't care what method he used, he just knew that Sasuke beat up the nasty Kumigakure ninja. The second game, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kaiba. Inyazuka Kaiba suppressed Naruto throughout the whole process by relying on the beast-like ninjutsu, and Naruto used the transformation technique to barely deal with the real and fake shadow clone. With the upper hand, Inyazuka Kaiba attacked Naruto, but was defeated by a stinky fart due to the drag of his enhanced sense of smell countless times. In the third game, Amoyei played against an unknown person. Amoyei defeated him easily with his flamboyant sword skills. In the fourth game, Abarame Shino vs Kankuro. It was still a familiar routine, sending bad bugs to corrode the chakra line, but this time Kankuro was well prepared, and in the end, he smeared the poison with his ninja tool, and both he and Abarame Shino were eliminated. In the fifth game, Hyuga Niji vs Hyuga Hinata. This time, just like in the original work, Niji ran away from Hinata, but this time he really tried to persuade her with good words. Hinata, you are not suitable to be a ninja. I know you want to take revenge on Brother Kai. But with your talent, you cannot catch up with Brother Chi. I will investigate the matter clearly. Hinata shook her head with a firm expression, no. I can't always put pressure on others. Even if my talent is not as good as others, I will work hard. Niji wanted to continue to persuade, you might as well put the revival of Hyuga first, find a good husband in the future, and rebuild Hyuga is the right way. When Hinata heard the words good husband, she blushed slightly, glanced at Hyuga Kai secretly, and then shook her head slightly. Advertisement. No, Brother Ninkai, please stop trying to persuade me. I will not change my mind. Niji formed a seal with his hands, then I will use my brother's tricks to defeat you, and you will understand the difference between you. Niji ignited flames in his hands and assumed a Konoha Guken starting position. I won't be merciful. Hinata released blue chakra from both palms. The Team 7 team all turned to look at Kakashi when they saw this familiar move. Naruto looked confused. Kakashi-sensei, isn't that the move you used? Kakashi almost fell into memories. Well, they were all created by one person. Sasuke also asked, is this the legendary Hyuga Kai who massacred the whole family without leaving a single body? Good. The fight continued below, and the two quickly came together and struck each other with fists and palms. Hyuga was completely at a disadvantage. Even if Niji's attack is blocked, it will leave a burn on Hinata's arm. Hyuga Kai could see that Niji was already very merciful, the flames in his hands were completely extinguished, and his fists had also withdrawn their strength. He wanted Hinata to give up and admit defeat. But Hinata is also very perseverant. She did not flinch because of the wound on her arm and would come forward again every time she was repelled. In the end, Niji couldn't stand it anymore and ended the game at once. It's time for me, a gentle brother, to take action again. Thinking of Hyuga, Kai jumped off the stance and came to Hinata who was unconscious. His hand glowed with green light and he placed it on Hinata's chest. Hinata woke up leisurely, thank you, Mushiu-kun. It's okay. Hyuga smiled and put his hands on Hinata's slender arms. The burns above also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The doctor who arrived later looked at Hinata in disbelief as she could move freely. It's incredible what ninjutsu you used to bring her back so quickly. Hyuga smiled mysteriously, it's just some small tricks. Seeing that Hyuga was unwilling to answer, several doctors did not ask further questions. I'm fine. It's better not to go to the infirmary. Hinata wanted to refuse the stretcher the doctor brought. But in the end, I was persuaded by Hyuga Kai to check again to prevent internal injuries. Watching Hinata being carried away by the doctor, Hyuga Kai also returned to the stand. Chapter 54 Hinata's Invitation. Game 6, Harano Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. These two were good sisters, but later they parted ways because they liked Sasuke, and now they are facing each other again. During the match, the two players were exhausted and used the last blow. Both sides punched each other. Although they were not seriously injured, they fell to the ground, resulting in a draw. Game 7, Team Ariv's Konoha second player. Temari 3 stars won easily. Advertisement. Game 8, Nara Shikamaru's Akimichichi. The two of them raised their hands to surrender almost at the same time, but Chi spoke quickly and Shikamaru won. Hey, luckily I was prepared. Shikamaru, you have to work hard for the next game. Chi put the potato chips in his mouth and chewed them. It's really troublesome. Shikamaru looked up at the sky. Game 9, Chiba Muxia vs. Union Ling Tao. Hyuga kicked off the game and sent this person off with a sound wave, winning easily. Game 10, Karui vs Tian Tian. The super rich woman uses double Shenlong every day, and Karui is defeated by the huge ninja attack. Hyuga secretly praised, she is indeed my future younger brother and sister. She is very capable and has money. She can even let Nisi step in. Game 11, Gaara vs. Konoha's Extras. The death of the actor was extremely tragic. It was visually inspected that there was no whole body left, and the whole body was crushed by the sand. Game 12, Rock Lee vs Sunagakuer. Rock Lee didn't even take off his load, and Primary Lotus easily solved the battle. The qualifying round ended smoothly, and nothing too unexpected happened. There are 10 people participating in the third round, namely, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Amwa, Hyuga Niji, Temari, Nara Shikamaru, Chiba Kishu, Hyuga Kai, Tenten, Gaara, Rock Lee. Moonlight Heiei divided several people into groups at the scene. Hyuga Kai was assigned to the second group, and Chiba Kixia faced off against Rock Lee. Everyone had 1 month to prepare, and 1 month later, the third exam officially began. Night. In an apartment in Konoha, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were lying on the same bed, with Hanabi leaning on Hinata's shoulder. Advertisement. After the Hyuga clan was exterminated, they could no longer use such a large clan land. The clan land was taken back by Konoha for 100 million ryo, so they bought a 2-story apartment here. Hinata lay on the bed in a daze. Niji's voice kept ringing in her head. Hinata, you are not suitable to be a ninja. I know you want to take revenge on Brother K. Then I will use my brother's tricks to defeat you, and you will understand the difference between you two. You might as well put the restoration of Hyuga first, find a good husband in the future, and rebuild Hyuga is the right way. After that, the appearance of Kyanba Muxio appeared again. Hinata is like a confused girl, not knowing what to do. Do we really have to put aside our hatred and marry a good man in order to rebuild Hyuga? Hanabi suddenly said, Sister, are you thinking about what Brother Niji said? No. Hinata was pricked and felt a little ashamed. Hanabi worked hard to become stronger every day, but she was actually thinking about the love between her children. Hanabi sat across Hinata's body, staring closely into Hinata's eyes under the night. I support my sister to find someone to continue the family bloodline. Do we only think about revenge and forget about the continuation of the family? My father's biggest dream is to continue the family. My sister is not forgetting her roots. My father and mother will be very happy if they can see it. Hinata still had doubts, but... Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. Sister, your talent is not as good as mine. I work hard to practice and take responsibility for revenge. Sister, you are responsible for continuing the family. Hanabi reached out to cover her sister's mouth and whispered. Are we really going to take revenge together and then be killed? Then Hyuga's bloodline will really be cut off. Hinata was persuaded like this and understood the importance of continuing the family tradition. I understand, thank you Hanabi. Hanabi lay in her sister's arms. Who made you my sister? Tell me about it. If you suddenly say these things, you must have a sweetheart, right? Ask him to come to your house for dinner, and I will check it for you. I don't know if this counts as liking me. I've been thinking about him lately, and he often appears in my mind. Hanabi knocked her sister's forehead in frustration and said, Stupid sister, you just fall in love with me. Tell me, how charming he is to be able to charm you like this. Hinata thought for a while and replied seriously, he is very gentle, very gentle. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of Hyuga Kai's room. Hyuga Kai opened the gate of opening and saw a little Lolita standing at the door. Hyuga Kai recognized the person at a glance, Hyuga Hanabi. Hyuga Kai also pretended not to know him. Who are you? Advertisement. Hanabi spoke very quickly, my name is Hyuga Hanabi, I am Hinata's sister. My sister said she wanted to thank you for helping him heal. Please remember to dress up when treating you to dinner this afternoon. This is the address, remember not to go to the wrong door. Hanabi quickly handed a whole piece of paper to Hyuga Kai's hand, without asking whether he should agree or not, and then left without looking back. Hyuga Kai looked at the note in his hand and smiled, the plan came true. Use this false identity to make Hinata fall in love with him, and finally find an opportunity to reveal his identity. This is Hyuga Kai's purpose, he just wants to play with their emotions, just like the Hyuga clan brainwashed Niji at that time. It would be too boring to use soul cleansing directly, but it is more interesting now. He has already written the script for Hinata. In the afternoon, Hyuga Kai changed into a handsome windbreaker and layered the charming sage jutsu on his body. This is a little spell borrowed from Tian Xin Shenji. Its function is to increase personal charm, directly affect the soul, and make people feel good involuntarily. I went to a Zhongshan flower shop and bought a bouquet of white roses. The words of white roses are, purity, romance, and innocence. This is the best gift for a female friend in the ambiguous period like Hinata. Have you remembered it? Do you know what to give in the future? Hyuga Kai bought another fruit basket and just sent it there together. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hyuga Kai knocked on the door of Hinata's house on time, and Hanabi opened the door almost the next moment. Hanabi coughed twice and acted like a parent making things difficult for his son-in-law. Just put the fruit on the table, my sister is preparing the meal. Hyuga Kainari knelt down and looked at the little girl in front of him, you are Hinata's sister. It was the letter you sent me this morning. She is quite cute. Reaching out and rubbing her head, Hyuga put on the slippers for guests, walked into the living room, put the fruit basket on the living room table, put the bouquet of flowers behind her back, and walked quietly to the kitchen. Hyuga Kai saw Hinata cooking in the kitchen and quietly came behind her and tapped her shoulder. Hanabi, don't make trouble, I'm cooking. Hyuga Kai tapped her shoulder again. This time Hinata finally turned her head and saw Hyuga Kai holding a bouquet of white roses and handing it to Hinata. May our Hinata-chan always be beautiful and kind. Thank you. Hinata solemnly took the bouquet of flowers. At night, after a good meal, Hyuga returned to the hotel, only to be met with resentful eyes. This guy looked like he was not interested in him, but he went around trying to hook up with wildflowers. Chapter 55 The Truth About the Nine Tails Rebellion, Cutting Off All the Bonds. On the cliff, Hyuga looked at the giant frog jumping in the distance and smiled. Now that Naruto can master the power of Nine Tails to a certain extent, his plan can continue to be implemented. Here, Hyuga Kai also wants to thank Jiraiya. If you want to blacken Naruto, you need not only words, but also the help of Nine Tails. The dark chakra of Nine Tails will make Naruto easier to be persuaded. Time flies by. Hyuga and Hinata are playing around every day these days, cultivating their relationship. Advertisement. This is also a necessary part of the plan. Hyuga Kai is also very happy to let his enemy's daughter have a crush on him. It's exciting just thinking about it. This life lasted until the eve of the third exam. Naruto was about to go to bed when he heard a rapid knock on the door outside. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, come on. Naruto quickly walked up and opened the door. and saw a Konoha ninja wearing Anbu costume standing at the door. He covered his abdomen with one hand. There was a huge wound on his abdomen. Although he had undergone simple treatment, blood was still leaking from the bandage. "What's wrong with you? Let me take you to Konoha Hospital." Naruto was about to step forward to help. "Master Naruto, you are as kind as your father, but I don't need it anymore. I don't have much time, don't interrupt me, I have a few words to say." The masked man pushed Naruto away and stuffed the information into his hands. "I am an ordinary ninja who was saved by your father on the Uegakure battlefield. After joining Anbu, I discovered these dirty secrets of Konoha." His voice was full of hatred, and his words were somewhat stumbling due to the wounds. "Master Naruto, maybe you don't believe it, your father is the 4th Hokage, and you are the son of the 4th Hokage. The deaths of the 4th generation and your mother were manipulated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he also concealed your identity. The purpose is to regain control of Konoha and regain the power of 9 tails." Anbu became more and more excited as he talked. "This information is evidence that I have collected over the years. You must keep it well after I leave. Don't let that old dog Hiruzen find it, otherwise, young master, you will be in danger." He held Naruto's hand tightly. "Master, please try your best and practice hard. Until you have enough strength, you must be patient and wait for the opportunity to take revenge. Remember, I have never been here. There may be Sarutobi Hiruzen's lackeys who will definitely come to question you, master. Master, you must hide yourself. Take care, Master Naruto." With that said, Anbu disappeared in an instant. Naruto was still in a daze. Too much information flooded into his mind at once, making it difficult for him to react. Advertisement. He carefully hid the pile of information and pretended not to know anything while making instant noodles. While waiting for instant noodles, Naruto sat blankly on his chair, his mind in confusion. If Anbu really comes to inquire after a while, doesn't it mean that what the ninja told is the truth? At least what the ninja said about being an orphan of the 4th generation was true, but then why did Grandpa Hokage hide his identity? Many doubts that I had not thought of before appeared in my mind. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. Naruto was shocked, what the man said was true. Is it really what the man said? But deep down he still didn't want to believe that the kind grandfather Hokage turned out to be the murderer of his father. He pretended not to know anything and opened the door. As expected, there were several Anbu standing outside the door. "Did you see anyone passing by here?" an Anbu asked. Naruto shook his head repeatedly and pointed to the instant noodles in the room and said, "I was just eating midnight snack and didn't see anyone." "Okay, if there is anything, report it immediately." Then several Anbu also walked away. Watching them walk away, Naruto closed the door tightly, his body became weak and collapsed to the ground. No. The man was right again. Could it be that, as he said, Grandpa Hokage was the driving force behind the death of his parents? Yes, there is that information. Naruto stumbled and climbed under the bed and picked up the pile of information inside. Naruto carefully looked through the information. The first page was about the confidentiality agreement on the identity of Minato's son. There were signatures of many insiders below. All the Chunin in Konoha are prominently listed, and there is also a familiar name among them, Hitaki Kakashi. There is also an analysis of that person at the bottom, all written in the first person. I guess that Konoha experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, the 4th generation and MRS. 4th generation were killed in battle, and a large number of civilians died. The people of Konoha needed an outlet, so they led the civilians to regard the young master as a demon fox to alleviate internal conflicts. When Master Naruto was reviled by thousands of people, Hiruzen Sarutobi pretended to be a good guy to gain trust. It turns out that no wonder I am treated like this even though I am the son of Hokage. Grandpa Hokage, you are really good at it. Thinking back on the treatment you received, is this the treatment a son of a hero should have? Thinking of this, Naruto gritted his teeth and continued to scroll down. On the second page, a Hokage office document issued when the 4th Hokage was in power, the name of Hiruzen Sarutobi was written at the bottom. Advertisement. When the 4th Hokage was in power, Hiruzen Sarutobi was greedy for power and refused to hand over power to the 4th generation. He wanted to be the great daimyo. In the name of teaching 4th generation Sama to handle government affairs, in fact, he wants to continue to control the power of the Hokage. Recalling the appearance of his parents in the dream, Naruto was filled with anger. Is this position of Hokage so good? It is worth killing my parents. He once thought the Hokage's position was sacred, but now Naruto only thinks it is very dirty. On the third page, there are shocking red fonts all over it. Kushina's birthplace is an absolute secret, but why can the enemy find the location of the secret room? In order to destroy the 4th generation, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not hesitate to leak the secrets of Konoha and let his descendants become Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What? The death of my parents was really caused by Grandpa Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened, Sarutobi Hiruzen used this method to kill his parents and control his son. I was almost really going to be deceived by him. Naruto's body was shrouded in a strong black aura, full of anger. Page 4, the executor of the Nine Tails Rebellion. After a long period of investigation, I found that the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion is Uchiha Obito. Obito is the disciple of Lord 4th Generation. He faked his death at the Battle of Konoha Bridge in Konoha in 50 years. Before he faked his death, he gave 2 Megatama to his best friend Kakashi. Reasons for speculation: 1. The person who released Nine Tails is the one with the right eye Sharingan and the left eye of Kakashi facing each other. 2. When Kakashi transplanted Sharingan, it was a second Megatama, and later it became a third Megatama. Konoha speculated that he accidentally killed his teammate Nohara Lin, but in fact, Obito knew about Nohara Lin's death and was promoted to a third Megatama. 3. His motivation was resentment towards the 4th generation for failing to save Lin, wanting revenge on Konoha, and conspired with Hiruzen Sarutobi to kill the 4th Hokage. Naruto looked at the information in his hand, and every page clearly pointed the blame at Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Hiruzen. His heart was filled with pain and anger. It turned out that everything he had experienced was the conspiracy of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all the suffering was caused by him. Naruto's facial features were distorted by extreme pain, and tears rolled down like a flood. Father, Mom, I will definitely avenge you. He swore secretly in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants everything in Konoha? Okay, then I will destroy the entire Konoha. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 56 Picking up Hyuga Niji. In pain and struggle, Uzumaki Naruto once again came to the sealed water prison of Nine Tails. Looking at the huge figure in the water prison, Naruto said in a gloomy voice, "Big guy, your name is Nine Tails, right? You want to come out, right? That's right, I can lend you my power and let's make a big splash." Nine Tails looked at the thin figure and said with a smile, "I can help you destroy Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your father is gone, who else in Konoha can stop me?" What Naruto saw just now, Nine Tails also saw everything, and even it didn't expect that Konoha would be so dark. Although Nine Tails also has some doubts, this is a good opportunity for him. He just takes this opportunity to escape from the seal and destroy the village established by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. Let me out quickly, we will turn Konoha upside down. Nine Tails urged Naruto, who had not breathed fresh air for a long time. Naruto's eyes were gloomy, and the Nine Tails chakra on his body was getting stronger and stronger. It's not the time yet, it would be fun to make a big fuss on the most important day tomorrow. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect your kid to be so talented, but it's okay, it's just a big gift for Konoha. Nine Tails didn't expect that Kushina had sealed herself for so long, and her son would be treated like this. As his tenant, he naturally had to guide Naruto well. Outside the window, Hyuga looked at the red chakra that Naruto exuded from time to time and smiled, "Naruto, you really did not disappoint me." The information that Naruto read was carefully compiled by Kai Hyuga, and it was both true and false. In addition, Kabuto Yakushi's acting skills made it even easier to deceive a kid. For example, Kushina's birthplace was mentioned by Kakashi in front of Obito's tomb, but it was heard by Obito, and now it has been pushed by Hyuga to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now I just need to talk a little bit tomorrow to kidnap him. Kabuto Yakushi stood behind Hyuga Kai and bowed slightly, "Kai-sama, how was my performance?" Kabuto Yakushi is now extremely convinced of Hyuga Kai, and almost pins all his future on Hyuga Kai. He believes that with Hyuga Kai's means and resourcefulness, Hyuga Kai's ambition can be realized. You can also resurrect the director, build an orphanage, and return to the starting point. Yes, if you weren't a ninja, you would definitely be a good actor. Hyuga praised. Leaving this kind of thing to Yakushi Kabuto was really overkill. As the strongest spy in the past, it was not easy for him to deceive a 12-year-old kid. Hyuga Kai said as he stood up, cancelled the alien ninjutsu on his body, and transformed back into his true body. Hyuga moved his shoulders, let's go find Niji first. I'm a bit busy tonight, and I have to go find Danzo later." Hearing these two words from Danzo, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes filled with hatred and pain, indicating that Danzo had harmed the dean. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai glanced sideways at him, "Don't worry, I will leave Danzo to you." "Thank you, Master Kai." Of course Hyuga Kai will fulfill his previous promise, so that Kabuto Yakushi can completely return to his heart. In Niji's room, Hyuga Kai quietly appeared at Hyuga Niji's bedside. Looking at the familiar face, Hyuga Kai's face showed some tenderness. "Once upon a time, I would definitely complete whatever my aunt assigned me." Hyuga Kai sat on the edge of the bed and tapped Niji's forehead lightly. Niji woke up from his deep sleep in an instant. When he saw Hyuga Kai on the bedside, he first showed a look of surprise, then suddenly sat up and took out the kunao under the pillow in a defensive manner. Hyuga smiled and teased, Hey, don't be so cautious, I'm your brother. Really, Brother Kai? Niji said uncertainly. Of course I gave you a wristband as a gift, right? You were the most attached to me when you were a child. Do you still remember? Okay, no need to say more, I believe what you say. Niji nodded quickly, fearing that he would reveal his dark history. You finally came to pick me up. I thought you had forgotten me. Why did you suddenly take me away? Hyuga Kai did not answer, but asked, you already have some speculations about my genocide, Hyuga. You are avenging your parents, so you are a revengeful Hyuga clan, right? It's just part of it, but that's why I won't kill Hyuga. Hyuga's expression gradually became very serious. The death of your parents was actually forced to death by the Hyuga clan. What? Niji opened his eyes wide. He could imagine that there was something fishy about his father's death, but he didn't dare to confirm whether his mother was also killed by the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Kai decisively opened the Sharingan and pulled Niji into Genjutsu. Let him relieve the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. The Zong family forced Hyuga Yun, who was no longer a ninja, to go to the front line to fight against Nine Tails. Looking at his mother wailing in pain under the caged bird, Niji clenched his fists. The scene changes again, and time returns to the day when Hyuga Kai found Uncle Hyuga's last letter in his room. The content of the letter is still fresh in Hyuga Kai's memory. Genjutsu ends, and the two spirits return to reality. Advertisement. Niji clenched his fists and took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Hyuga Kai patted him on the shoulder, the grudge is over, I am here to take you away this time. Okay, I'll go with you. Hyuga Kai smiled. Niji was indeed the same Nisi. Hyuga Kai was afraid that Niji had been brainwashed by hatred. But Niji was able to maintain his ability to think personally in this situation. I will pick you up tomorrow, just do whatever you need to do tomorrow. Good. Would you like me to bring Tian Tian with you? I think she is quite interesting to you. Niji shook his head, just ordinary friends. Hyuga Kai looked at Ningji blushing and rubbed Ningkai's hair, but Ningji shook him off, brother, I'm not a child anymore. Okay, little Ningji is now big Ningji. With that said, Hyuga Kai walked to the window and disappeared into the dusk. Niji looked out the window, his heart gradually calmed down, his relatives were finally back. The doubts that had been lingering in his mind disappeared. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, he now also understood Hyuga Kai's behavior. If he put himself in his shoes, he would make the same choice. I just don't know why I took myself out of here today. Could it be that what will happen in Konoha tomorrow? Farewell to Niji, Kabuto was already waiting outside. Kabuto was very excited now, he would be able to kill his enemy soon. I have made an appointment with Denzo in the name of Orochimaru, and I can take action at any time. Kabuto Yakushi's voice could not conceal his excitement. Denzo, that old fox, was overjoyed after hearing about Konoha's plan to collapse. He is looking forward to us killing Hiruzen Sarutobi tomorrow so that we can clean up the mess and ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. Hyuga Kai smiled disdainfully. A clown who can't stand on the stage is still a clown after all, a guy whose ambition is not proportional to his ability. Even worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen can only be said to be a mediocre king, while Denzo can only be said to be a despicable conspirator. Okay, let's go to the appointment to meet our future 5th generation project. Chapter 57 Digging the Roots of Konoha. Konoha Village. Roots Underground Base. This place is hidden on the edge of Konoha, making it convenient for Denzo to do some dirty deeds. The root base is like a huge well, with layers of rooms and connected stairs vertically and horizontally, like a huge anthill. Denzo was in a surprisingly good mood and drank sake in his room along with the dishes. Advertisement. If nothing else, tomorrow is the beginning of Konoha's collapse plan, and it's time for his old friend Hiruzen Sarutobi to die. All he has to do is wait for Orochimaru to leave, take over Konoha and ascend to the position of Hokage. From Denzo's point of view, Kabuto Yakushi's sudden arrival was just to negotiate some terms. How much trouble could Orochimaru cause if he was just a rebellious nin? You can only be my chess piece obediently. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen only ascended to the position of Hokage by a moment of scheming. The continuous decline of Konoha village confirms Sarutobi Hiruzen's incompetence. And he is the man who can truly lead Konoha back to its peak. There was a knock on the door, and the voice of Denzo's guard Yamanaka was heard. Lord Denzo, Orochimaru's subordinates are already waiting outside. It looks like Orochimaru is here, Denzo thought. Denzo ordered, I know, just say I'll be busy if I have something else to do. Denzo planned to leave him alone for a while so that he could negotiate terms and let him know that betraying Nin must have the consciousness to rebel against Nin. The next second, a figure smashed the door panel and kicked a bear Matajan into front of Denzo. Hyuga Kai dodged, as fast as the wind, and swung out a punch, hitting Denzo hard in the stomach. His right hand grasped Denzo's hair tightly like an iron vice and pulled hard. His left hand followed the trend and shattered the bandage on Denzo's face. Then, without hesitation, he reached into Denzo's eye socket, pulled out hard, and a fresh Sharingan was held in Hyuga Kai's hand. Advertisement. Shisui's eyes are really wasted in your hands. I'll keep them for you. Denzo did not live in vain for so long, he quickly reacted, flew back, and unlocked the seal on his arm. The bandages and shackles were taken off, only to see 10 swimming red eyes on the pale arm, which was extremely disgusting. Denzo looked at the familiar face in front of him. Are you Hyuga Kai? It was he who destroyed the Hyuga clan 4 years ago, which indirectly led to the outbreak of the Fourth War. Kabuto Yakushi walked to Hyuga Kai and carefully took the Sharingan containing the strongest genjutsu distinguished heavenly gods from Hyuga Kai's hand. Even Izanagi needs to cast a spell in advance to record his own status before he can activate it. Hyuga Kai suddenly takes action and Denzo has no chance to cast the spell, so there is no way to take Hyuga Kai away. Shisui's eyes actually turned into genjutsu. Hyuga Kai shook off the blood in his hand. Excuse me, Denzo-sama, you still recognize me? I'm really flattered. You are Kabuto Yakushi, how are you still alive? Denzo saw the man next to Hyuga Kai, and after careful identification, he recognized the person. Kabuto Yakushi gritted his teeth and said, fortunately, I'm still alive and can kill you with my own hands to pay homage to the dean. Are you doing it for that guy no? Denzo looked at the two of them coldly, and it seemed that he couldn't be kinder today. Aberame stood up and stood in front of Denzo. Denzo formed the 3 seals of Mao, Hai, and Wei with his hands. This is the seal of Izanagi. Now Denzo has recorded his own state and activated Izanagi. In this minute, all factors that are unfavorable to him can turn into illusion. Have you surrendered to Orochimaru? Denzo said in a soliciting tone, then why don't you join my roots? I can give you whatever you want. A sarcastic smile appeared on Hyuga's lips. I won't bother you. I'm afraid Denzo-sama won't survive tomorrow. Arrogant. Watch the move, wind escape vacuum wave. A sharp wind blade shaped like the tip of a knife came out of Denzo's mouth and struck Hyuga Kai directly. Hyuga Kai sidestepped, appeared behind Denzo, flew up and kicked him on the back. Denzo immediately flew backwards and hit the wall hard. Aberame on the side took the root and was about to step forward to help, but was stopped by Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, your opponent is me. Kabuto Yakushi's strength is now different from before. After a long period of training, he has already reached the threshold of a shadow-level powerhouse. Advertisement. As someone who was praised by Orochimaru for having a talent beyond his own, how could he be inactive? Denzo's body slowly slid down the wall, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Such speed and power were difficult to cope with even in his prime. The blow just now had broken countless bones in his body. Denzo's figure gradually disappeared, Izanagi activated, and the fact of death was rewritten, but what followed was a Sharingan on his arm gradually closing. His figure reappeared behind Hyuga Kai, holding a kunai, and stabbed Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai quickly turned around, grabbed Denzo's stabbing wrist with one hand, stabbed his chest with the other hand like a gust of wind, and crushed his heart with one hand. Pulling out his blood-stained arm, Denzo's body fell like a dead dog. The Sharingan on his arm also lost its luster, and his body disappeared again, this time appearing in the distance. Denzo looked around, but there was no sign of the root ninja. The huge root was extremely silent, with only ninja corpses on the ground. Even Yamanaka Feng, who just spoke, stood there like a puppet. Hyuga Kai walked out of the room and came to the corridor outside the root. He laughed and said, give up, I will kill all the ninjas in the root. It's Sharingan's genjutsu, right? Then use your eyes to replace Shisui's Sharingan. Denzo grinned ferociously, bit his finger and slapped it on the ground. The psychic circle appeared and a huge cloud of smoke surged around him. A huge strange beast appeared behind Danzang. Its reddish-brown hair was like a giant elephant. The dream taper opened its mouth and produced a huge suction force, sucking all the objects in front of it into its belly. In an instant, sand and rocks were flying, and a large number of items were swallowed by the dream taper. But Hyuga Kai stood firmly in place, motionless. Hyuga Kai jumped on the back of the dream taper and hit it on the back with a palm. The dream taper couldn't bear the huge force and fell to the ground. Hyuga jumped away and instantly activated the explosion-style chakra that penetrated his body. Boom! With a loud noise, the dream taper turned into a huge bomb and exploded on the spot, turning into flames and flying flesh and blood. Fortunately, Hyuga Kai had already prepared to hide behind the stone wall and was not splashed by the blood rain. Denzo, who was standing at the feet of the dream taper, was directly overwhelmed by flames and explosions. He had no choice but to activate Izanagi again and appeared in the distance. Denzo looked at the 3 closed Sharingan on his arm, his expression extremely ugly. He originally wanted to rely on Izanagi to consume Hyuga Kai's physical strength, but he did not expect that Hyuga Kai was so powerful. His absolute strength allowed him to use Izanagi 3 times in a short period of time. Although he was panicking in his heart and was already choosing an escape route, Danzo still said, "It's useless, any of your attacks will be useless against me. But I have already seen your death." Hyuga walked out of the wall and stepped on the ground, splattering blood. Chapter 58 The Death of Shimura Danzo. Hyuga Kai's voice was like a devil's whisper, breaking his last bit of luck. "There are 10 Sharingan in your arm, one will be closed every time you are resurrected, and there are still 7 left. Am I right?" Danzo's feet were weak and he could barely lean against the wall without falling down. All the trump cards he relied on were seen through by Hyuga Kai. "You will die 7 more times in the next few minutes, let's continue." Hyuga Kai appeared behind Danzo again, grabbed his collar and slammed his head against the stone wall, leaving his flesh and blood. First. Advertisement. Wind release, vacuum rentama. Danzo resurrected again and appeared behind Hyuga Kai, spitting out several huge wind balls from his mouth. Hyuga transformed into Mangeki Sharingan, an emerald green skeleton appeared around his body, and the wind mass hit it without leaving any trace. The skeleton grew into a half-length giant. A long sword condensed in the giant's hand and cut Danzo into 2 pieces. Hyuga Kai said, "Second time." Danzo was resurrected next to him again, and Susanoo condensed a round of Megatama in his hand, which hit Danzo like a cannonball. The 8-foot-high Megatama once again sends Danzo away. The third time. Danzo was not resurrected this time, and no one appeared around him. Hyuga Kai hides the Sharingan and replaces it with the reincarnation eye. His body is instantly wrapped in Cyan Chakra, and 5 black truth-seeking balls appear behind him. It's useless to hide anywhere. Hyuga Kai could see where Danzo was hiding at a glance. 3 truth-seeking balls turned into huge arrows, wrapped in a strong hurricane. Penetrating through layers of walls, piercing Danzo's chest and shattering his entire body into pieces. The 4th time. With the insight of the reincarnated eye, Hyuga easily found Danzo's location again. The long arrow immediately adjusted its direction and flew towards Danzo, crushing his body again. The 5th time. The 6th time. 7th time. In the blink of an eye, Danzo had used up his 7 resurrections. Danzo was leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. The Sharingan had all been closed, and his right arm had turned into a big tree standing next to him. Kabuto Yakushi and Hyuga Kai walked up to him. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai mocked, "I guess you must want to activate the 4 elephant seals. I happen to have a subordinate of the Uzumaki clan. Do you want to try to see if I can unlock your ninjutsu?" Danzo stared closely into Hyuga Kai's eyes. "You can see through my thoughts. Is that the power of your eyes?" "Yes, I have seen your death a long time ago. You will die miserably." Although Hyuga Kai can see some future scenes from time to time, he can't actively use it at all. Hyuga Kai said this just because he doesn't want him to use the Ri6 Yang seal. Hyuga Kai said as he appeared in front of Danzo and slapped him on the chest to remove the Ri6 Yang sealing techniques planted on him. "Now Danzo's chance to die is gone." Hyuga said with a heart-wrenching tone, "But don't worry, your best friend Hiruzen Sarutobi will join you tomorrow." "You guy!" Danzo shouted angrily. "You asked us to help you kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why are you unhappy again?" Hyuga spread his hands. Danzo gritted his teeth and made a deal with the snake, but he didn't expect that he would be bitten in return. "Will Konoha be destroyed because of my momentary negligence? Now that the distinguished heavenly gods are still in the hands of Orochimaru, Konoha is once again in crisis of destruction." Danzo's eyes gradually lost focus, thinking of his teacher Senju Tobirama, and his heart was filled with guilt. "Kabuto, I'll leave it to you," Hyuga Kai said, looking at Kabuto beside him who was already eager to try. "Understood, Kai-sama." Kabuto Yakushi's voice was extremely respectful, and Hyuga Kai completed his initial promise to him. Let him succeed in revenge and put the culprit Danzo into his hands. "You take your time, and I'll go take a look at Danzo's collection." "Understood." Kabuto Yakushi smiled ferociously, pushed up his glasses and looked at Danzo on the ground, and then they were the only ones left. Ignoring Danzo who was struggling on the ground to escape, Hyuga Kai walked towards the depths of the root base and just saw many good things with his reincarnation eye. One for Konoha and one for the ninja world. His ambition is to become a Hokage. In the end, he doesn't even have the courage to pick up a kunao and commit suicide. Hyuga came to a secret room, where rows of Sharingan were displayed, with varying quality, including single Megatama, double Megatama, and triple Megatama. After all, Uchiha's fat head was taken away by Obito on the night of Uchiha's genocide, and he took over Uchiha's most elite security department by himself. Hyuga Kai was not polite, he activated the ghost blood seizing technique, and the familiar black flesh appeared again, smashing the glass and clearing the Sharingan. Switching back to Sharingan, Hyuga Kai felt that his eye power had improved to a higher level. After digesting the power of the eyes, Hyuga Kai found Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto had finished playing with him and put Danzo's body into the sealing scroll. "Next, help me forge a covenant, and write that after Otogakure's leader Chiba Kishu helps Danzo kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha needs to support Otogakure's external expansion and provide economic support, technology, and other educational support. Advertisement. The most important point is, rent the Nine Tails Jinkriki to Otogakure for free as a war weapon. Remember, the more humiliating the country, the better. It shows that Danzo will do whatever it takes to get the position of Hokage. Medicine Master Kabuto pushed his eyes, and a different kind of light reflected in them. As expected of Master Chi, Kabuto understands what Hyuga Kai means, so that Otogakure village will occupy the great righteousness. Remember to make a copy, and when our plan begins, give this covenant to Konoha for them to discover. It's just letting him take the blame again. The route is already on the edge of the Konoha and the sound insulation underneath is excellent, so the sound of the fight just now cannot travel far. Moreover, all the ninjas at the route were killed by Hyuga Kai, and no one could send a message to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even if they are discovered, they will not be able to stop tomorrow's Chunin exam. The spectators are not only the three great names of fire, wind, and thunder, but also the shadows of Konoha, Kumigakure, and Tsunagakure, as well as high-ranking dignitaries from various countries. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, the Chunin exam will continue to be held, which is related to the face of Konoha and the land of fire. All Hyuga Kai has to do is wait quietly for the next Chunin exam. What needs to be done now is to clean up the blood stains on his body, and Hyuga returns to the rented room to clean himself. Kabuto Yakushi continued to prepare various matters for tomorrow. On the other side of Konoha, in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mansion, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly woke up from his deep sleep. He got up and lit a dry cigarette and started smoking it one after another. He was thinking about where the palpitating feeling just now came from. He has fought all his life and is very sure of his sixth sense. He has survived countless times because of his caution. Could it be that something will happen in the Chunin exam tomorrow? Elephant. Lord Hokage. An enbu appeared outside the door. Let's arrange more enbu at the scene tomorrow, and call Jiraiya and. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself wanted to call Tsunade, but although Tsunade had overcome his hemophobia, she was extremely disappointed with him as an old man and would not listen to his orders. Clear. Enbu quickly went down to arrange it. Chapter 59. The plan begins. Naruto transforms into a tailed beast. Early the next morning, an endless stream of ox carts arrived outside the gate of Konoha. They were all dignitaries and high-level officials from various countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed up all night. He wanted Danzo to come out to receive Reikage and others, but he found that the huge route was empty. After Enbu surveyed the scene, he only found blood all over the floor, which was determined to be the blood of the psychic beast Dream Taper. But the dignitaries from various countries and the leaders of the ninja village have arrived, and today's Chunin exam must go on. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart and got up to receive the guests. Advertisement. After arranging for the daimyo and other dignitaries to sit down in the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the stands where the three cages were. Kazekage and Reikage were already sitting in the stands, with their own guards standing on the left and right. It's just that under the Kazekage mask is Orochimaru, who is controlled by Kabuto Yakushi behind him. Seeing the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Reikage AI said, Hokage is really busy with everything he has to do. Okay, my old bones can still hold on. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down in his seat. Give young people a chance when you get older, and you can still stand in Hokage's position when you are old. Kazekage mocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head away, haha, every time I see young people like Kazekage, I feel full of energy and can still work for more than 10 years. The greed for power is not a leader's character, Kazekage continued. It's just that I haven't been able to see a leader worthy of my trust. I don't dare to randomly find one like Tsunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, but there was a hint of thorn in his words. The third generation Kazekage suddenly disappeared, and then you, the fourth generation Kazekage, came to power. Isn't that just a random successor? Finally, fourth Reikage AI came out to change the subject and smooth things over. Why hasn't the Chunin exam started yet? I heard that a genius emerged from a small ninja village this year and convinced all the candidates this year. He defeated all three of our Kumigakure geniuses. He was so incompetent. I was so angry that I had someone arrange a special training before the game. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered with a smile, we can look forward to the performance of the Kumigakure ninja in a while. AI praised each other, ha ha ha, they are just a few unsatisfactory juniors, not as good as the outstanding people in Konoha. The relationship between Konoha and Kumigakure has been quite harmonious in the past few years, and the two of them are not as thorny as Kazekage when they chat. Under the stands, 9 people including Uzumaki Naruto, Amwa, Hyuga Niji, Temari, Nara Shikamaru, Chiba Kishu, Hyuga Kai, Tenten, Gaara, and Rock Lee are all ready. At this time, Sasuke has not appeared yet, and you know that the third exam is about to begin. Advertisement. While waiting for the game to start, Shikamaru keenly noticed the changes in Naruto. For some reason, Naruto looked very gloomy today, which was very different from usual. Shikamaru approached Naruto and asked, "Naruto, what's wrong with you today? You look so absent-minded." Naruto raised his head and forced a smile, "It's okay, I'm just a little nervous thinking about having to duel with that monster." "That's it, just try your best to express yourself for a while." Shikamaru patted Naruto on the shoulder, "Didn't the referee say that? Even if you fail, you may become a Chunin." "Thank you, Shikamaru." Naruto nodded. Hyuga Kai looked at this scene with side eyes. Of course he knew why Naruto was like this. This was caused by him. He found that his whole life had been calculated by others, and his belief was just a tool for others to gain power. Moonlight Hayate came to everyone, "Ahem, Uchiha Sasuke is not here. If he has not arrived for the second game, it will be deemed as a waiver. Everyone will return to the rest area first, and those who took the first test will stay." Hyuga Kai and a group of candidates retreated to the rest area. Xiang Lu had been arranged by Hyuga Kai to leave Konoha early. She was too weak and could only help. And Uchiha Hikari's remaining presence still plays an important role. If Naruto doesn't turn black even so, then let Uchiha directly use the 8,000 spears to control his will and turn him black. Only Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto were left, and the next step was the battle between the two Jinchuriki. Hyuga Kai was lying on the railing watching the game, quietly waiting for the plan to begin. Niji's mind was obviously not on this game. He looked around to find his brother's position. "My mother will be sad if the sand is stained with such poor quality blood like yours, but there is nothing we can do about it. Who let this be a competition?" Gaara looked at Naruto in front of him, feeling the aura on his body and felt very disgusted. An emotion that wanted to tear the person in front of him into pieces kept growing in his heart. "Haha, I also have a feeling of wanting to kill you." Naruto also felt the disgusting aura of the other party. Unlike the original work, Naruto would have a physical disgust towards Gaara if he was affected by the power of Nine Tails and deepened. The first game begins. The voice of the Moonlight Blast sounded. In an instant, a large amount of sand rushed toward Naruto. Naruto shouted in his heart, "It's time for Nine Tails to pay the rent." "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see this guy when I came out this time." The Nine Tails laughter sent the tailed beast chakra into Naruto's body. A huge red chakra burst out from Naruto's body in an instant, and his body's speed and power were greatly enhanced. The ensuing battle was almost one-sided. Naruto's speed after being strengthened by Nine Tails chakra exceeded the speed of Gaara's sand condensation. Naruto continued to break Gaara's absolute defense, gradually hurting him. Advertisement. Gaara's mood also took a turn for the worse, and there was a possibility that the seal would loosen. Gaara's whole body was wrapped in sandballs, and Naruto completely ignored the sandballs and stabbed out sand spurs to scratch Gaara's defense like crazy. Gaara kept forming seals under the sandball, trying to activate the art of false sleep to release one-tail Shikaku. The red chakra on Naruto's body became more and more intense, gradually covering his whole body and condensing into a tail behind his back. There was chaos in the stands above. The fear hidden in the hearts of Konoha residents was aroused when they saw the red tail. The scene during the Nine Tails rebellion was still vivid in their minds. "It's a demon fox. The demon fox boy is going to become a demon fox again. Run!" On the other side of the dignitaries' stands, Konoha's ninjas protected them from exiting in an orderly manner. "Arrange the audience to leave and call the sealing team. Organize this battle so that the Nine Tails chakra cannot continue to be leaked." Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Just one tail would be enough for a few sealing class ninjas. Looking at this scene, Reikage also felt that there should be no danger in Konoha. Hyuga Kai frowned slightly. If Naruto loses control here, he will meet the fourth Hokage. He doesn't know if this will have an impact on his plan. But there is no other way. Now that one tail has awakened, the plan can only start in advance. Naruto saw several Anbu wearing various masks appearing around him, holding various sealed items in their hands. The sealing team swarmed up and tried to seal Naruto temporarily. And Naruto's blood-red pupils looked around Anbu with murderous intent, and the people of Konoha who fled after hearing the news. Naruto's heart was filled with joy. "What do you want to do this time when my father is not here? Nine Tails, it's your turn." The red chakra on Naruto's body became more and more intense, directly covering Naruto's whole body, and the tail on his back bifurcated. Article 1. Article 2. Article 3. Article 4. Naruto's whole body was wrapped in crimson chakra and it was no longer possible to see Naruto inside. He lay on the ground on all fours and roared like a beast from his mouth. Roar! Naruto chakra stretched his claws and knocked away all the approaching seal class ninjas. Chapter 60 Chiba Muxio, who is loyal to the emperor and loves the people. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the four waving tails could no longer sit firmly on the Diaoyute, and he rushed towards the audience in a hurry. At this time, a figure stood in front of Hokage. it was Orochimaru who was covered in bandages and wearing a Kazekage robe. Orochimaru's arms turned into several pythons and instantly bound Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then he threw Hiruzen Sarutobi upwards with force and was thrown onto the roof by Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, who was disguised as a guard beside him, jumped on the roof after him. The 4 sound ninjas hidden in the crowd quickly took off their disguises, jumped up to the 4 corners of the roof, and opened the 4 purple sun formation. The purple chakra wall instantly isolated the roof from the surroundings. Advertisement. Anbu, who jumped up, was also burned to ashes by the purple flames. Orochimaru. It's you. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the familiar figure wearing Kazekage robes in front of him. He, Sarutobi-sensei, you are really old. I didn't expect you to get caught so easily. Orochimaru shook off the Kazekage robe that restrained his body. Not to be outdone, Hiruzen Sarutobi threw off his Hokage robe, revealing his neatly dressed armor. Orochimaru licked his lips. It seems that Sarutobi-sensei is ready to die. Kabuto Yakushi is worthy of being Orochimaru's former subordinate, and he looks lifelike under his control. Sarutobi-sensei, look at the gift I prepared for you. The art of psychics. 2 coffins slowly rose from the ground, and the coffin doors suddenly fell to the ground, and 2 people walked out of them. It is Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the 2 familiar figures and exclaimed, Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sama. He looked at Orochimaru with fire in his eyes. Orochimaru, how dare you blaspheme the dead? Hashirama looked at his body that had been channeled again and turned around to see Orochimaru again. It's you again. There must be a limit to disturbing others, Junior. The good-tempered Senju Hashirama was rarely angry. As the developer of this technique, Senju Tobirama noticed something was wrong, and while he still had some consciousness, he said anxiously, Monkey, that Orochimaru has been controlled by the person behind him. He is not the real controller. Be careful. Before Senju Tobirama could finish speaking, Yakushi Kabuto behind him quickly formed a seal to control him, and Senju Tobirama's words came to an abrupt end. But these words had already fallen into the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen word for word, and it was the masked ninja behind who made the seal. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he channeled the monkey demon, you actually controlled Orochimaru through the art of channeling. Yes, but 3rd generation Sama, it is no longer possible for you to convey this news. It was Orochimaru who spoke again, but his tone had changed to that of Yakushi Kabuto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were full of killing intent. I will never allow you to continue to cause trouble for Konoha. The monkey demon transforms into a golden cudgel. Clear. Off the field, due to the interception of those sealing squads, Gaara's technique of false sleep was also activated. The huge Shikaku appeared on the field roaring, I'm out here. Die for the stinky fox. The first thing Shikaku did when he came out was not to attack everywhere but to take pictures of Naruto, who had turned into a tailed beast. Naruto, who transformed into 4 tails, immediately spat out the tailed beast jade that he had accumulated for a long time towards Shikaku. And Hotaki Kakashi arrived belatedly with Sasuke, who had just finished training. Kakashi was extremely confused when he saw the chaotic scene on the field, and quickly issued orders to the ninjas on the field. Ignore the fight between the tailed beasts. Sasuke, Tenten, Rock Lee and Eugenin go organize the evacuation of the people. Hey Aoba, you go to Anbu to ask for help and stop the Tsunagaku Rinnegan ninja coming from outside Konoha. Clear. Yes. At this time, a voice sounded, and a big hand patted Hyuga Niji on the shoulder. Niji doesn't need to help, I'm going to take him away. Niji turned his head in surprise, brother. This person is Kai Hyuga, but it's just his shadow clone. He doesn't plan to reveal Kyanba Muxiu's identity yet, so he can only send a shadow clone to pick up Niji. Hyuga Kai, why are you here? Kakashi stared at Hyuga Kai in a defensive manner. Hyuga tilted his head and smiled, I just took my brother away to join in the fun. You are busy with your business. Then Hyuga took out a seal scroll and summoned 3 puppet flying eagles and 3 humanoid puppets, take my brother back. Advertisement. Yes. Hyuga Kai turned his head and looked at Niji, I'll take you out of here first, it's too dangerous here. Master Nisi, please come with us. The humanoid puppet bowed slightly. Niji sat on the puppet flying eagle, and just when the puppet flying eagle was about to leave, countless ninja weapons were fired at Hyuga Kai. Let go of Niji. At this time Tianation's voice sounded. Hyuga Kai turned around, his eyes turned blue, and he waved his hand casually, and a large number of ninja tools were knocked to the ground. Brothers and sisters are really anxious. Hyuga Kai waved, and Tian was invited by Hyuga Kai to get on the puppet flying eagle. In the blink of an eye, the puppet flying eagle disappeared from the sky and flew towards the Kingdom of Rain. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared behind Hyuga Kai, holding a raised nan and slamming it at Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai quickly sidestepped and Jiraiya smashed the raised nan on the ground. Hyuga Kai pointed at Kyanba Muxiu, and as he spoke, his figure floated up and flew towards the sky, leaving the battlefield to a few people. I said I was just here to join in the fun, why are you chasing after me? Hyuga Kai watched the clone leave and took a few steps forward to form a confrontation with several Konoha ninjas on the field. I would like to introduce myself again. The leader of Otogakuer, Chiba Muxiu, please give me your advice. Seeing Hyuga Kai's introduction, Hinata mustered up the courage to take a step forward and said, Mushu-kun, why are you doing this? Aren't we friends? Hyuga Kai's expression was extremely ugly. I'm sorry, Hinata, I have to do this in order to trust my people. Hinata, you go to protect the civilians first, leave this place to us Jainin. Yi Kurane, Hinata's teacher, pulled Hinata back. Jiraiya stepped forward and shouted loudly, in order to trust your people, are you going to start a war and drag both countries into the quagmire of war? He also hates war very much and does not understand why the two countries, which have always been in peace with each other, want to start a war. Hyuga Kai's eyes were extremely angry and he stared at everyone in Konoha. What do you know? As a big country, you Konoha certainly don't understand the pain of our small country. Are we, the country of Tien, still small when we are oppressed by you Konoha? How much supplies does Tien country need to provide to Konoha every year? It's called friendly cooperation, but it's actually protection money. These materials are all provided by the people of Tien country. As long as the food harvest fails 1 year, many people will die indirectly at your hands. The military expenses for Konoha's successive military campaigns come not only from the fire country, but also from the blood of our people from the land country. Chapter 61 Hyuga Kai, Sage Mode, We'll battle with Konoha. Jiraiya looked a little ugly. He also knew what Hyuga Kai said, but this is reality. The ninja world is like this, the jungle of the jungle. But he needed to stabilize the sound ninja leader in front of him first, so he had to say, now you take the sound ninja and leave. We Konoha can guarantee that we will not accept gifts from Tien's Higuo, and we will also give Tien's Higuo a generous apology. Hyuga Kai firmly rejected Jiraiya's proposal. It's too late to say this now. In order for the people who trust me, I will use my hands to open the way for the future for the people who trust me. Hyuga Kai stretched out his tightly clenched right fist, even if the whole body is covered with scars, even if the body is broken into pieces. Hyuga Kai's voice was deafening and made everyone feel the courage that a leader should have. Advertisement. Reikage AI, who witnessed all this in the stands, couldn't help but sigh to Darui next to him. I didn't expect there to be such a hero among our neighbors. It's a pity that I was born in Xionin village. If we were born in Kumagakurai we must train him as a future 5th Reikage. Darui looked at Hyuga Kai's back and sighed secretly. He underestimated Konoha's strength, and I'm afraid today will not end well. Jiraiya's eyes showed murderous intent. It seems there is no way to fix this matter. Yes, let's fight. The natural energy around Hyuga's body surged into Hyuga's body. Hyuga Kai instantly entered Sage Mode. This is the power of perfect Sage Mode. You can enter Sage Mode anytime you want. This is Raiji Cave's Sage Mode. Jiraiya exclaimed. Of course he knew Hyuga Kai's current state, which was countless times more perfect than his Sage Mode. I underestimated him. Jiraiya bit his finger and smeared it on his face. He was also preparing to summon the 2 immortals of Mount Maiboku to enter Sage Mode. However, his Sage Mode requires a long time to prepare, unlike Hyuga, which can be used immediately. Kakashi, Kai, you hold him down. I need to summon the sage from Mount Maiboku to enter Sage Mode. Jiraiya clasped his hands together to condense the Sage Jutsu Chakra. Understood. Kakashi looked sharply and drew the ninja sword from his back. Now it's my turn for Konoha's blue beast to take action. Kai shouted and rushed towards Hyuga Kai first. Power Prelude. Kai's speed continued to increase, stepping on the gravel and kicking towards Hyuga. Hyuga stretched out his hands to block in front of him and received the kick. In an instant, a strong sound wave erupted from Hyuga's wrist guard. Kai felt that all the bones in his body were about to be shattered, and he quickly flew away. At this time Kakashi appeared behind Hyuga Kai Hao, and the short sword stabbed Hyuga Kai Hao in the heart. Sage Art Dragon Scale. Dense scales grew under the clothes on Hyuga Kai's back, and the Kakashi short sword stabbed Hyuga Kai's body, making a sound of gold and iron. Hyuga Kai suddenly turned around, his arm turned into the hardest steel whip and whipped towards Kakashi's neck. Die. Advertisement. Kakashi quickly wanted to put away his sword and block, but the scales on Hyuga Kai's body directly stuck Kakashi's short sword in the scales. Just a moment's pause put Kakashi in crisis. Wood-style Great Forest Technique. The sudden thick wooden stick pushed Kakashi away, and Hyuga Kai's arm hit the wood and the wood broke every inch. You can imagine the strength of Hyuga Kai's arm. After Kakashi was pushed away, he rolled away and kept a safe distance from Hyuga Kai. Tenso, you are finally here. Kakashi said in surprise, but he squinted and saw the narrator's endless battle between 1 tail and 9 tails, and Naruto had already pulled out the 6th tail. Kakashi said, Tenso, leave this to us. You can try to see if you can seal Nine Tails again. I'll give it a try, I can only try to slow him down. Tianzang said in embarrassment. Hyuga Kai pulled out Kakashi's short sword from behind and rushed towards him, you should take care of yourselves. Kai, attack with all your strength, try not to engage in close combat with him. Kakashi quickly formed seals with his hands and spit out fireballs from his mouth, fire-style great fireball technique. Hyuga starts and stops, spitting out water from his mouth as he advances, water-style great waterfall jutsu. In an instant, water and fire collided, evaporating a huge amount of water mist. 8 gates Dungia, the 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open. Kai opened his hands and powerful chakra airwaves erupted around his body, blowing away the surrounding fog. Metkai appeared in front of Hyuga Kai almost instantly and punched him. Hyuga Kai did not dodge and also stretched out his fist to hit Kai's chest. Both fists fell on each other at the same time. Hyuga felt a sharp pain in his chest and took a few steps back. But Metkai was even worse. His feet did not stick to the ground when he punched, and he flew directly backwards. Hyuga was secretly shocked. Only he knew how hard the punch just now was. Not only did he have the immortal body, Sage Jutsu, Sage Mode, and other bonuses, it was only 50-50 that Metkai was able to hit. Hyuga quickly formed a seal with his hands, Sage Art White Gaki no Jutsu. The most classic Sage Art in Yang Jidong. This technique can control the vibration of the air within an area, causing friction in the bones to paralyze the opponent's body. In addition, it can also cut off the opponent's 5 senses. What are the 5 senses? Form, sound, color, and taste. Touch. Hyuga Kai releases a red glowing dragon from his mouth. The red dragon holds a black ball. The red light dragon flew to everyone in Konoha and rotated around the black bead. Then the red light dragon got into the black bead, and the black bead suddenly exploded, releasing bright light and a harsh sonic boom. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas around him could not see anything, their ears only buzzed, and their bodies were numb with pain, making it difficult to move even half a minute. Only Hyuga Kai, who was performing the spell, was safe. Hyuga Kai held the short sword in his hand and rushed towards everyone again. Jiraiya reacted quickly, holding back the severe pain in his body and jumped up with his feet forming a seal, ninjutsu lion hair jutsu. Advertisement. Jiraiya's white hair became as hard as steel under the blessing of chakra, growing longer and wrapping around Hyuga Kai. The short sword in Hyuga Kai's hand was wrapped in a layer of wind escape chakra, and the short sword struck down, cutting off the incoming white hair. Kaikyong raised his eyes and aimed in the direction of Hyuga Kai, pointing his hands at Hyuga Kai, Hirutora. The galloping white tiger roared and rushed towards Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai formed a seal with one hand and spit out a huge fire dragon from his mouth, which collided with the day tiger and caused a huge explosion. It hurts. At this moment, a loud shout sounded, and Tsunade fell from the sky, striking Hyuga Kai with one foot standing upright. Hyuga Kai's heart was unmoved, and he clapped his hands together, Sage Art Dragon Power. The muscles in Hyuga Kai's arms suddenly expanded to meet Tsunade's attack. Boom! The ground beneath Hyuga Kai's feet was the first to break violently, and Hyuga Kai and Tsunade fell to the bottom. All the surrounding walls and buildings were torn to pieces by the violent collision between the two men. Hyuga Kai was suddenly buried in the rubble. Tsunade jumped up first, but Hyuga Kai didn't follow. Tsunade, you're finally here. Jiraiya, with his hands clasped together, looked at the figure in surprise. Tsunade glanced sideways at Jiraiya, I can't let the destruction of Konoha built by Grandpa and second Grandpa in our hands. Are you dead? This thought appeared in the hearts of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. No one should be able to survive under such a huge force, right? When everyone had a bit of luck, the desperate voice sounded again, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. The surrounding stone walls, rocks, and trees seemed to have come to life, and they smashed into the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Several ninjas died in an instant. Among the ruins, the buried stones scattered around, and a pale white hand stretched out from the soil to support the ground and stand up again. Hyuga wiped a line of blood from the corner of his mouth, I said I would use my hands, to open a path to the future for the people who trust me. The people around looked at Hyuga Kai with their mouths wide open. Although they were enemies, everyone now secretly admired this young man in their hearts. What a powerful will and strength this is. Is it really right to be an enemy like this? Suzuki, who was watching from a distance, looked at the aloof figure and thought, if I had such strength, it would not be a problem to kill Uchiha Itachi. And no one can imagine what Hyuga Kai is thinking, why the hell haven't he found out about the covenant and come to recruit Laozi? I won't be able to continue acting like this. Medicine Master Kabuto, you are not doing well. Chapter 62 Orochimaru escapes control. In the Four Purple Sun formation, Hiruzen Sarutobi used all his strength to use the Ghoul Seal to seal Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. He rushed to Yakushi Kabuto and wanted to die with the culprit of Konoha's crisis, but Yakushi Kabuto was too cunning to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance. He hid far away early and asked Orochimaru to entangle Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice. If he delayed the time of the corpse seal to end, he would never have a chance again. He had no choice but to extend Shinigami's hand to Orochimaru. To Hiruzen Sarutobi's surprise, Orochimaru's soul did not resist at all, and easily pulled out the soul of Orochimaru's two arms. It's just that the soul of this arm is a little green, and Orochimaru's eyes have regained their sparkle, no longer like a puppet. Advertisement. Hehehe, Sarutobi-sensei, I never thought you would save me one day. Orochimaru controlled the Kusanagi sword and cut off Shinigami's arm with one blow, discarding the soul of his own arm. But Orochimaru relied on the soul he had just withdrawn to send Hyuga Kai's spirit ball into it, escaping Hyuga Kai's control. Not good. Kabuto Yakushi exclaimed, and at the same time, the seals were activated and the curse seals left in Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru turned around in pain and said to Yakushi Kabuto, "Don't let me find the opportunity, otherwise I will take away everything from you." Orochimaru then lay on the ground and became silent again. Kabuto Yakushi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had planted a curse seal in Orochimaru's body in advance, and he could take Orochimaru's life at any time. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground and died at the same time, but in the eyes of outsiders, they both died together. Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward to collect Orochimaru's body, and dug out a piece of Sarutobi Hiruzen's flesh. If Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is taken away, Konoha will pursue him at all costs even for the sake of face. It would be better to just take away a piece of flesh and blood, and achieve the purpose of using the art of reincarnation in the future. Withdraw. The four sound ninjas immediately dispelled the four purple sun formation and evacuated towards the outside of Konoha. Their mission has been completed, and the next step is the rivalry between Hyuga Kai and Konoha. Another open space outside Konoha. Naruto in the six-tail state has already grown bones around his body, and can actually resist the full body of one tail, and this is only half of 9 tails. Damn stinky fox, empty bombs. Shikaku patted his stomach and spit out a huge wind pressure bomb, hitting Six Tails Naruto. Naruto was even more angry after being hit hard, and gradually pulled out the 7th tail from behind. Now the red chakra coat wrapped around Naruto's body was extremely huge, and it was also wrapped around bones. Shikaku was overturned with a gentle grab. Advertisement. Under such suppression, one tail was gradually suppressed back into Gaara's body. Gaara was awakened by the pain and suppressed Shikaku back into his body. Naruto in 7-tail state is completely controlled by 9 tails consciousness, constantly destroying the surrounding buildings. Yamato finally arrived, took out the chakra secret medicine and took it in one gulp, forming a seal with his hands, wood-style deep forest emergence. In an instant, a large number of trees rose up under the feet of 7 tails Naruto, and the trees continued to grow and wrap around the huge body of 7 tails Naruto. The trees continued to absorb 9 tails chakra, temporarily restraining Naruto. Just as Yamato was struggling to support himself, a pair of hands was placed on Yamato's back, and a large amount of chakra with pure vitality poured into Yamato's body. Yamato turned around in surprise. "Tsunade-sama. Your wood style lacks the vitality of the celestial body. Now I will make up for the deficiency for you and suppress 9 tails with all my strength." Black lines of the Hyakuha no Jutsu appeared on Tsunade's body, and she sent her accumulated chakra into Yamato's body. "Yes," Yamato said excitedly. Hyuga Kai looked at 9 tails who was trapped by wood style in the distance, turned to stare at Jiraiya who had entered sage mode and said, "Do you think you can defeat me alone?" "No, at least I won't have any problem holding you back." Jiraiya shook off the clogs on his feet. Part of his body had turned into a frog, and on both sides of his shoulders stood Shima Sage and Fukasaku Sage. "Little Jiraiya, why did you suddenly call us here? Didn't you say that this state is not pleasing to girls?" asked Fukasaku Sage. "This time the situation is urgent." Jiraiya pointed to Hyuga Kai in front of him. "Our enemy this time has also learned Sage Mode." Shima Senin said in surprise, "This is the Sage Mode of Rika Cave. I didn't expect someone to be able to learn it. It seems that this time it will be a fierce battle." Hyuga quickly formed seals with his hands, his eyes revealed confidence and indifference, and he said sternly, "The 3 great immortal lands restrain each other, but you actually want to stop me, you are really overestimating your own capabilities." After he finished speaking, his palm suddenly released a strong vibrating sound wave, and the ground it touched instantly shattered. "Be careful, Jiraiya," the 2 immortals warned in unison. "Understood." Jiraiya responded quickly, jumped up, and narrowly avoided the sonic attack. "Old woman!" Fukasaku Senin shouted. "Clear. Sage Jutsu Frog." The 2 immortals opened their mouths at the same time, and a deafening frog croak came out of their mouths. Hyuga Kai showed no fear and rushed straight towards Jiraiya, seemingly completely unaffected by genjutsu. It turned out that he had already blocked the hearing in his ears. Jiraiya jumped onto the ruins and shouted, "Use wind and oil." Advertisement. Sage Art Gomen. Jiraiya and the two immortals sprayed out toad oil together. The strong wind and flames combined to form a raging sea of fire. The oil spread towards Hyuga Kai like a fire dragon. This kind of flame is inextinguishable when exposed to water and is incredibly powerful. Hyuga Kai clapped his hands on the ground and shouted, "Earth-style Tachi Liubi." In the blink of an eye, 4 huge stone walls rose from the ground and surrounded him, successfully blocking the attack of kerosene. However, one wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Jiraiya held the Sage Jutsu stone sword, fell from the sky like a god descending, and smashed Hyuga Kai hard. Hyuga raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, "Sage art meeting with things." I saw that his body merged with the land below and disappeared without a trace in an instant. And Jiraiya's stone sword hit the ground heavily, splashing a cloud of dust, but Hyuga Kai's figure was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a deep pit. The surrounding stone walls seemed to be alive for an instant, and they were immediately photographed in Jiraiya's direction. Shima Sennin was the first to react and spit out water arrows from his mouth, cutting into pieces the surrounding stone walls. Hyuga's figure emerged from the ground behind Jiraiya, stretched out an arm and grabbed Jiraiya's neck. Jiraiya seemed to have eyes on his back, holding a stone sword, and suddenly turned around and hit Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai's arm suddenly retracted, and his body fell back into the ground. Sage Art Earth-style Raiji Shisha. Hyuga Kai's figure reappeared in the distance, clasping his hands together to activate Sage Art. In an instant, countless sharp stalagmites rose from the ground and stabbed Jiraiya. Jiraiya could only keep running into the distance, out of the range of Hyuga Kai's spell. "Sage Art, I am a snake." Hyuga opened his mouth and screamed. When Jiraiya heard this voice, he felt that he had entered a gentle land. Tsunade held him in her arms and rested her huge breast on her pillow. Fukasaku Sennin sprayed water arrows and chopped up the stalagmites he was stabbing. Little Jiraiya was hit by genjutsu, and the old woman used genjutsu to knock off his genjutsu. "Got it, frog croaking." The piercing sound of frogs instantly drew Jiraiya back into the fight. "We need to get closer, we can't get entangled by him," Jiraiya said. "Understood." Fukasaku spit out his long tongue and wrapped it around a stalagmite next to Hyuga Kai. In an instant, Jiraiya rose into the air and kept pulling him in towards Hyuga Kai. Jiraiya took out a big ball raised nan that was as tall as a person in his hand and launched it straight towards Hyuga. Chapter 63 Crazy Danzo continues to take the blame after death. Seven Tails turned Naruto was bound by the wood style and kept struggling, and the tailed beast chakra on his body became more and more intense. Yamato's wood style could only restrain him for a while. In Naruto's spiritual world, Naruto had been completely affected by the Nine Tails chakra and lost consciousness. He slowly walked towards the cage that sealed Nine Tails. "Hurry! Hurry up!" Nine Tails said excitedly. This is the latest time he has regained his freedom in so many years. Naruto stretched out his hand to tear off the sealing charms on it. At this moment, a hand stretched out to hold Naruto down, and the familiar gentle voice sounded again, "Naruto, are you going to hurt Konoha's companions?" Just this sentence dispelled the darkness in Naruto's heart, and his eyes regained clarity. Advertisement. Father. Naruto turned around and hugged his father suddenly, tears falling like broken threads. Namikaze Minato's eyes showed loving fatherly love, and he gently stroked Naruto's blonde hair. "My child, have you encountered any problems? Talk to your father, maybe I can help you answer your doubts." Naruto left his father's arms and said eagerly, "That day, an Anbu who was being hunted came to my house and gave me a piece of information that contained many of Sarutobi Hiruzen's conspiracies. Ever since I was born, I have been regarded as the incarnation of the demon fox by the villagers, and I have been bullied all the time. This is all because Konoha needs an outlet to relieve conflicts. The matter of my mother giving birth to me is a top secret in Konoha, but why would the masked man know the location where my mother gave birth? It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who leaked it. He wanted to kill his father, become Hokage again, and take over the power. And the murderer of my father and mother was my father's disciple, Uchiha Obito. The reason he killed his father was because he resented you for failing to save the object of his affection, Nohara Rin." Naruto quickly told the information he knew, and this huge amount of information surprised Minato Namikaze. Namikaze Minato frowned. "No, third generation Sama is not a person who is greedy for power, and Obito has been sacrificed long ago." Naruto retorted loudly, "I also know that when you were in power, father, Sarutobi Hiruzen always intervened in government affairs, but he was reluctant to let go of his power. The Sharingan transplanted by Mr. Kakashi is exactly opposite to Obito. The eyes themselves are 2 Megatama and turned into 3 Megatama. Obito is definitely not dead, and he also knows about the death of Nohara Rin." Nine Tails next to him smiled strangely. "One thing I can prove for him is that the kid did bear a lot of my sins. Ninetales said as he sent a trace of his chakra into Namikaze Minato's body, and instantly a large scene flashed through Minato's mind. Naruto suffered from the isolation of other children, was driven away by adults, and could only drink expired milk and eat instant noodles. These scenes made Minato Namikaze extremely uncomfortable. Advertisement. He never imagined that this would be the result. It was just that his son was not treated as a descendant of a hero, but he was not even as good as an ordinary orphan. He frowned, but couldn't find any words to refute, because the information was impeccable and perfectly explained all the doubts about the Ninetales rebellion. At this time, Namikaze Minato recalled that after the Third Ninja War, the third Hokage took the blame and abdicated. When electing Hokage, why did he recommend himself instead of the more qualified Orochimaru? Is it because he is stronger? Obviously not, Orochimaru is not weak either. Is it because he has more charisma? No, Orochimaru also has many loyal followers. That's because I'm easy to control and have no foundation. Recalling that after he became a Hokage, it was difficult to implement every government order. He wanted to ease the conflict between the village and Uchiha, but was blocked by several Hokage advisors. Namikaze Minato was extremely smart, and now he had figured out all the doubtful points that he had not figured out before. Namikaze Minato knelt down to look level with Naruto and said, "Son, I'm sorry, there are some things that Dad did not do right. Go to Mr. Jiraiya. He will help me find out these things and will also take care of you. He is my teacher and you can trust him. Tell Jiraiya-sensei the information just now, and he will find out everything." "Dad, are you talking about Pervy Sage?" Naruto thought of the white-haired man who taught him how to control the power of Ninetales. Of course, Namikaze Minato understood his teacher's character and explained to Naruto, although Jiraiya-sensei is a bit unruly, he is still very reliable most of the time. Your name is taken from the name of the protagonist in his book. Ah? Is it from the little yellow book? Naruto opened his mouth wide in surprise. Minato had a dark look on his face and said, "Of course not, that is a very inspirational book." "Okay, I get it now." The figure of Namikaze Minato gradually disappeared, and Naruto also left his mental space. In the real world, Tsunade and many Anbu ninjas looked at Naruto who had grown muscles and turned into 8 tails, almost desperate, and the complete 9 tails was about to come out. Yamato's wood style is shaky and may collapse at any time. But Konoha no longer has a second fourth Hokage to sacrifice. Just when Tsunade was about to risk her own life to seal 9 tails again, 9 tails suddenly fell silent. Advertisement. The tail behind him gradually decreased, and the chakra gradually retracted into Naruto. Naruto fell from the air. Tsunade reacted quickly and jumped up to hug Naruto who fell from the air. In a sense, Naruto protected Konoha. Without Naruto's sudden rampage, Konoha would have faced the dual riots of Chiba Muxio and One Tail at the same time. At this time, an Anbu appeared next to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, we found this at the root." Anbu handed a scroll to Tsunade. Tsunade took it and opened it to see the shocking content on it. Otogakure promised to remove obstacles for Denzo to ascend the Hokage. After Denzo boards the Hokage, he needs to provide the following support to Otogakure. Article 0, rent Uzumaki Naruto as a war weapon of Tien country for 10 years. Article 1 economic support will be given to Union Village at one time of 2 billion taels, and 1,000 tons of grain will be purchased from Tien's Higuo every year, 10% higher than the market price. Article 2 educational support provides 10 elite teachers to work for Tien's Higuo for 10 years. Article 3 science and technology support provides funds to establish a scientific research base in Union Village. Article 4. Article 8 provides funds to establish an orphanage in Union Village. With treason and glory written all over it, Shimura Denzo conspired with outside forces to gain the position of Hokage. Tsunade resisted the urge to tear all the scrolls into pieces and squeezed out a sentence through her teeth, "No one will recognize the Hokage position even if it is attempted in this way. The Konoha founded by my grandfather is not Denzo's ambition to fulfill his ambitions." Tool of. The Anbu bowed and saluted. Denzo has disappeared. The 2 Hokage assistants mean that we can admit 1, 2, and 3 of them as compensation to reduce Konoha's losses. What? You actually want to surrender to that small country? Tsunade said in surprise. Of course, this is a last resort. Anbu nodded. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. She is not someone who has no sense of the overall situation. If she continues, even if she defeats Otogakure, Konoha will suffer greater losses. This is extremely detrimental to Konoha, which has lost the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade handed Naruto to the 2 Anbu beside her, and ran towards the direction where Hyuga Kai and Jiraiya were fighting. Chapter 64 8,000 Spears Brainwashing failed. Not long after Tsunade left, 2 Anbu took Naruto and ran towards Konoha's shelter, and Uchiha Hikari appeared in front of the 2 Anbu. When they saw the Otogakure forehead on Hikaru's forehead, they immediately became vigilant, but this was of no use to Uchiha Hikari who had a Sharingan. Uchiha light shines out Mangeki Sharingan 2 Anbu immediately fell into genjutsu. Uchiha Hikari stepped forward to clean up the 2 Anbu cleanly, and released a healing ninjutsu on Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto finally slowly opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him, its sister Guang. Advertisement. Hikaru nodded coldly, instantly letting Naruto fall into genjutsu. Naruto is in genjutsu, and in the illusion, Hyuga Kai's chakra clone is standing in front of Naruto. Muxiu, why are you here? Naruto had been in the tailed beast state just now and didn't know that Chiba Muxiu had invaded Konoha village. Mushiu clapped his hands and various scenes appeared behind him. I'm here to invite you to join my plan. What? Naruto's half-black transformation still couldn't change his naturally stupid attributes. We are exploring a ninjutsu that can resurrect the dead, destiny resurrection. Join us, and I will be able to resurrect your parents in the future. What do you think of this condition? Imagine that you will have the opportunity to reunite with your loved ones who have passed away and regain the good times you have lost. This is an opportunity to change your destiny, an opportunity to make your family whole again. Hyuga Kai stretched out his hand and motioned for Naruto to take it. Hearing Hyuga's tempting conditions, Naruto also struggled, but he thought of his father's words and asked himself to find pervy sage. Naruto shook his head and rejected Hyuga Kai's proposal. Sorry, brother Mushu, I can't agree to you for the time being. Where is this place? I'm going to find pervy sage. Let me out first. Hyuga's face gradually turned cold. No one can refuse me. Hyuga Kai took the initiative to remove genjutsu and erase Naruto's memory. Naruto woke up in the real world in an instant, and he immediately got up. Sorry, Sister Guang, I have to go find pervy sage. Naruto ran towards the distance. He had already seen the fighting Jiraiya in the distance. Uchiha Hikaru didn't reply, watching Naruto leave coldly, and activated his Sharingan technique, 8,000 spears. Advertisement. But at the moment of activation, Uchiha felt only a pure yang chakra blocking his pupil technique. Naruto continued to run into the distance without noticing. If the spell fails, leave immediately and stop planning. Uchiha repeated Hyuga Kai's words, suppressed his doubts, and watched Naruto leave. Hyuga Kai's eyes were as cold as ice as he stared at Jiraiya who was charging towards him. The raised nan in Jiraiya's hand roared, unstoppable. Hyuga opened his mouth with a sinister smile, raised his right hand, and shouted softly, Sage Art Bone Taki Pneumatic Drill. In an instant, a huge bone drill formed in his hand, spinning rapidly. The outer layer of the bone drill is also entangled with high-speed flowing water and wind whirlpools, which combine to form a terrifying force. This move is one of the abilities developed by Hyuga Kai by absorbing Kaimimura's blood for many years. It has extremely strong attack power and can easily break Susanna's skeleton. A trace of surprise flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, but his movements were not stagnant in the slightest. He used all his strength to push Rei's Nan forward. Two terrifying forces collided in the air, making an earth-shattering noise. The surrounding air was violently stirred, forming a terrifying shock wave. The wind whirlpool and the water flow entangled, fighting fiercely with the Rei's Nan. The bone drill resolutely rushed forward, forcefully tearing apart Rasengan's defense line. This blow sent Jiraiya flying straight away, and Hyuga Kai followed him instantly and came to Jiraiya who had no strength to resist. The bone drill pointed directly at Jiraiya's head. Fukasaku Senin Shima Senin still wanted to resist, but Jiraiya took the initiative to cancel the psychic technique and sent him back to Mount Maiboku. Goodbye, Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. Just when Hyuga's bone drill was about to fall. Stop. We can agree to your Otogakuru's conditions. Tsunade appeared in front of Hyuga Kai, holding Yakushi Kabuto's forged alliance in her hand, and looked at Jiraiya anxiously. Danzo has been killed by Konoha, and your plan has been exposed. Don't be stubborn anymore. We can agree to covenants 1, 2, and 3. A look of surprise appeared in Hyuga's eyes, and then he asked unwillingly, how much is that cage level's life worth? Of course he knew that Danzo was dead, and it was him who did it. Since Konoha is willing to take responsibility, he is free, but the drama must continue. Hyuga Kai moved the bone drill closer to Jiraiya's throat. Jiraiya faced the rotating bone drill and felt the wind blowing against his face, but there was no fear in his eyes. He just stared at Tsunade's anxious expression. He never thought that he could make Tsunade show such an expression. Even if he died like this, it would be worth it, Jiraiya thought, and spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Advertisement. We can also agree to Article 7 and 8, provide Otogakure with pensions for this war, build an orphanage for Otogakure and provide funding for the orphanage every year. Tsunade gritted her teeth and chose two options. The most acceptable conditions. Hyuga Kai shouted, White Fang, how can I believe your words? As far as I know, you are not even a high-level official in Konoha. All around Anbu and Konoha ninjas continued to gather here and stood behind Tsunade. The remaining sound ninjas on Hyuga Kai's side and the psychic beast Zinja stood firmly behind Hyuga Kai. Even though their numbers and strength were obviously weaker than those of Konoha's side, no one showed any cowardice. They have already been planted with 8,000 spears, and no matter what happened, they have become warriors loyal to Otogakuer. At this time, an Anbu appeared next to Tsunade, kneeling on one knee and holding a Hokage hat in his hand. Tsunade took the Hokage hat and put it on her head without hesitation. I swear in the name of 5th Hokage. Tsunade was ordered to become the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Hyuga Kai looked around and said, in this case, let my subordinates leave here first, I will stay alone to negotiate with you. Tsunade decisively agreed, yes. The ninjas of Konoha made a way out and let the remaining sound ninja leave. And a sound ninja stepped forward firmly and said, we will live and die together with you, sir. Yes, we will live and die together. For the country of fields. Hyuga looked at them and said, you are all good, but your sacrifice is no longer needed. It is time for me, the leader, to sacrifice for everyone. Everyone obey my order and retreat. Yes. The sound ninja evacuated towards the cleared passage. All Konoha ninjas watched them leave with awe-filled eyes. Just now, the Konoha ninjas truly felt the power of the sound ninja. The sound ninja's fighting will to regard death as a return is frightening. Even if they die, they will have to drag a few more people to be buried with them. Even if his strength is inferior to his opponent, he still has to trade injuries for injuries and fight to the death. Facing such a powerful enemy, how could they not be in awe? Such an enemy was something they would never want to encounter again in their lives. What is the charm of this Kyanba Muxiu? It can make so many people risk their lives for his ambition. Chapter 65 Offensive and Defensive Alliance Negotiations. You can let go of Jiraiya now. I have agreed to your request, and it's time for you to show your sincerity. Tsunade stared at Jiraiya closely, her meaning self-evident. Hyuga Kai controlled the chakra snake on his body, bit Jiraiya on the neck, and injected a ball of chakra into his body, and a strange curse mark appeared. Hyuga Kai then let go of Jiraiya and used the healing ninjutsu to clear his injuries. Sorry, I have to be careful before we reach an agreement, but don't worry, I will lift the curse seal for Jiraiya-senpai after the agreement is reached. You guy. Tsunade gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Jiraiya was in that guy's hands. Advertisement. At this time, another Enbyo came to deliver a message, Master Hokage, Master Muxiu. The two Hokage assistants, the daimyo of the fire country and the daimyo of the land, are already waiting for you at the Hokage office. Let's go. Tsunade walked towards the Hokage's office. Hyuga Kai followed Tsunade and went to the Hokage office together. As soon as the two left, a medical ninja helped Jiraiya up and tried to break the curse seal. Hyuga Kai turned around and reminded, that's the curse seal of Rika Cave. You'd better be careful. If it's triggered, even I can't save it. Jiraiya coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, you did it so flawlessly. Of course you have to be careful when seeking skin from a tiger. Hyuga smiled. In Hokage's office, two people walked in one after another. Mito Monahan and transferring Koharu is sitting next to the Hokage, with the daimyo of the land of fire behind him. Hyuga Kai sat alone on Otogakure's side, with the daimyo of Ta no Kuni behind him. The neutral referees are Reikage Ai, Uumi, Yu, Taki, and other small country daimyo. Hyuga Kai bowed slightly to the daimyo of Tien country, Your Majesty. The daimyo of Tien's Higuo nodded slightly, shook his fan, and pointed to the seat in front of him, well done, sit down quickly. In fact, the daimyo of Tianakuni has long been controlled by Hyuga Kai's pupil technique, and now he is just Hyuga Kai's puppet, just showing off. A historian from the daimyo of the land of fire stood up and made a speech, saying that the two countries would conduct friendly negotiations and conclude a treaty of friendship on an equal footing. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai stood up together with the three senior Konoha officials in front of him and bowed to show respect to each other. This means negotiations have officially begun. Hyuga Kai picked up a copy of the covenant, handed it to the historian next to him, and said, we, Tien country, have always maintained peace with the outside world. This turmoil is at the invitation of Shimura Denzo, the senior leader of your village, to bring order to Konoha. Go to bed. Koharu immediately retorted, Denzo has been treated as a traitor by us in Konoha and executed, and the covenant he signed is like waste paper to us. Hyuga Kai did not back down and denied, this is your internal conflict in Konoha. When we signed the alliance, Denzo served as Hokage's assistant in your village. Mito Kabuto said with a red face, to express Konoha's apology, we can agree to covenants 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8. But you must also show sincerity. If there is a war in Konoha, Chiba-kun must lead the Otogakuer village to appear on the battlefield of Konoha as reinforcements. And Otogakuer must admit the defeat of this war. This is preparing for the future. Konoha is still in a weak stage and war may break out at any time. At this time, it is crucial to bring in strong foreign aid. The second article is irrelevant, it's just a matter of face, admitting Konoha's victory and maintaining the face of a great power. Hyuga Kai added, then Konoha must provide war supplies and provide compensation to each ninja who died afterwards. And regardless of the success or failure of the war, Konoha needs to provide money as labor fees. The two Hokage assistants looked at Tsunade with questions in their eyes, as if they were asking whether the sound ninja reinforcements were worth the price. They had never been on the battlefield, so how could they know the sound ninja's abilities? After seeing Tsunade nodding, the two Hokage assistants nodded and agreed, yes, we accept this condition. If there is a war in Konoha, we will let the sound ninja support Konoha as mercenaries. We will hire every sound ninja at a reasonable price. Hyuga Kai asked aggressively, then how much is the appearance fee for a shadow-level warrior like me? Everyone in Konoha looked at each other and quoted a relatively suitable price. 50 million, to be paid in one lump sum after the war. The corner of Hyuga's lips raised, Konoha is really generous. I look forward to our cooperation. Then let's sign the covenant. Mito Katoyan's expression was a little ugly. Konoha did pay a big price this time, but considering the current situation, this is very necessary. Hyuga Kai interjected again, the next step is to exchange prisoners. Your Jiraiya is still in my hands. I don't know what price you plan to redeem him for. What? The two Hokage assistants had always been scheming, but at this time they were unusually a little embarrassed. Of course they knew Jiraiya's strength, but they didn't expect that the young boy in front of them could be so capable. However, the two quickly regained their composure. At the negotiation table, the other party could easily restrain themselves from losing their temper. 50 million is the same as your selling price. This price is already very high. Advertisement. Sure. Hyuga revealed a smile, these gains were just incidental, the most important thing was Uzumaki Naruto's side. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade made the final decision, then let's draw up a covenant and ask you to be fair. The neutral Raikage laughed, of course. This time he watched a wonderful show. He really didn't expect that such a small country like TNC country could have such a hero. Someone quickly drew up two treaties, and Hyuga Kai signed them without hesitation, of course in the name of Chiba Muxiu. Then came the names of the two countries, and finally the neutral party served as a witness and also wrote his name on it. Hyuga Kai stood up and shook hands with Tsunade, who had already been hastily installed as Hokage. Mito Katoyan continued to cause mischief and said, I wonder if Mr. Mushiu is interested in staying in Konoha temporarily and participating in the Hokage inauguration ceremony the day after tomorrow. Hyuga had no reason to stay in Konoha, so he presented the opportunity to him. Hyuga smiled, it's a great honor, we are now indestructible allies. Seeing Hyuga Kai's smile, Tsunade felt it was very hypocritical. Just now they were fighting to the death, but now they have become an indestructible ally. At this time, Raikage also came forward and talked with a few people, I didn't expect that there are such heroes among ninjas. Only when I left Kumagakure today did I know that there are such heroes in the world. This time he gained a lot. Not only did he learn that there were wood-style ninjas hidden in Konoha, he also saw many dark sides of Konoha. Raikage is a prize. Tsunade urged, let's lift the curse seal planted on Jiraiya first. Hyuga Kai nodded, of course. The two came to Konoha Hospital, where Jiraiya was lying on the hospital bed snoring and muttering, Tsunade doesn't want it, you can't touch it there, Tsunade. Hyuga Kai couldn't help laughing. Tsunade, on the other hand, had a dark look on her face, resisting the urge to beat Jiraiya to death, muttering, he is still a patient, he is still a patient. And then walked to the door of the ward. Chapter 66 Naruto's darkening plan failed and left Konoha. Hyuga stepped forward and put his hand on Jiraiya's chest. In an instant, Hyuga Kai took back the curse marks all over his body. And Jiraiya felt a chill all over his body and woke up from his sleep, it's you, you're here to lift the curse seal for me. Hyuga Kai nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he was pulled back by Jiraiya. Jiraiya asked, can you teach me that genjutsu of yours? I can exchange it for another sage jutsu. Are you talking about me, Snake Ling Ming? Advertisement. Yet. Hyuga Kai was a little curious about what Jiraiya saw inside, and how he wanted this sage jutsu so much. This sage jutsu can make people fall into a beautiful illusion, so what exactly did you see? Jiraiya did not hide the fact that he put his hands on his chest and said, a woman's European style, I think this ninjutsu is simply a magical skill. You are really hopeless, Jiraiya, go to hell. Tsunade came from the door and punched Jiraiya away, who was still in the hospital bed. Hyuga looked at the big hole in the wall, smiled knowingly, and walked out of the hospital. When I walked out of the hospital, I saw Naruto rushing into the hospital. Brother Mushiu. Naruto greeted Hyuga Kai, as if an emergency team rushed into the hospital. Hyuga Kai frowned, hadn't Naruto been taken care of, hadn't the attraction of resurrecting his parents been big enough, and even the 8,000 spears hadn't succeeded in brainwashing. Finding Uchiha Hikari, who had been waiting for him for a long time, Hyuga Kai asked, what's going on? Isn't Naruto affected by the 8,000 spears? Uchiha nodded with guilt in his voice. My eye technique was blocked by an extremely warm chakra. Hyuga Kai rubbed Uchiha's hair. It's not your fault. That warm chakra should be the reincarnation of Asura chakra, that's right. But why did Naruto hit this ninjutsu in Boruto-den, but now it is invalid? The only possibility is that chakra, the reincarnation of Asura, is no longer in Naruto at that time. We can assume that Asura and Indra chakra have a special mission every time they reincarnate and have an important task to promote the development of the ninja world. The mission of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara is to end the troubled times and establish a one village one nation system. Naruto Sasuke's mission is to guide peace in the ninja world and prevent Kaguya from being resurrected. Advertisement. But they both completed their missions, and the two reincarnated chakra and left automatically, so Naruto and Boruto's legend will be changed by the 8,000 spears. But now Naruto's will not be changed. Even if Naruto has not turned black, there is no Asura chakra causing trouble. As for the chakra of the two, who will lead the reincarnation? It goes without saying that it is the Sage of Six Paths who has the ability to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Only he has this ability, and only he can plan like this. But Sasuke is different. He is more likely to go to extremes under the influence of chakra, the reincarnation of Indra. If Naruto can't, Hyuga Kai will do the next best thing and bring Sasuke over, but it's best to do it in the name of Orochimaru. Chiba Kikseyu is now a good friend of Konoha. Hyuga Kai soon received another message from Kabuto Yakushi, in which Kabuto Yakushi explained the changes in the plan. Orochimaru escaped from the control of Hyuga Kai's Tenseigan because of the corpse seal, but he was also obliterated by the curse seal planted in advance. Yakushi Kabuto asked Hyuga Kai if he wanted to reincarnate Orochimaru from the dirt to prevent his resurrection. Hyuga Kai followed his advice and asked him to reincarnate Orochimaru from the dirt and control him, so that he would not be able to resurrect his soul if he was trapped in it. Orochimaru already knows too much, maybe he can be a pioneer for himself in the future. Hyuga Kai sent another message to Uzumaki Yuka, asking him to help take care of Niji and Tenten. He also needs to stay in Konoha for some time. In Konoha Hospital, Naruto rushed into the hospital and found Jiraiya, who was still lying on the hospital bed with bandages all over his body. Seeing Jiraiya, Naruto could no longer hold back his tears. Pervy Sage, Dad asked me to come to you and said you would investigate clearly. Jiraiya was confused after hearing these two sentences. Minato asked Naruto to come to me. Why did Minato tell Naruto, and what did Minato want me to investigate? Naruto once again told what he had experienced in the spiritual world, and told all the information about Hyuga. Tsunade and Jiraiya's face turned green after hearing all these things. They also knew that the teacher liked to scheme, but they did not expect that he would be so shady. Betraying his Konoha companions, controlling and isolating Naruto, there was nothing else he couldn't do. The two of them knew that Naruto suddenly went berserk and then suddenly recovered, which was the result of knowing this information, but they were pulled back by Minato when they were about to kick him. Jiraiya still subconsciously defended the teacher. It's okay Naruto, this may have been framed by others, and I will definitely help you find out. Although Jiraiya was a little unsure when he said these words, the information was so reasonable that Jiraiya could not even doubt it. Well, Pervy Sage. Advertisement. Tsunade patted Naruto on the shoulder and comforted, don't worry, it's all thanks to you this time. If you hadn't turned into a tailed beast and entangled one-tail Shikaku, you would have deserved all the credit this time. This time you are Konoha's hero. We will publicize and prove it for you. One day you will be recognized by all the people. Naruto wiped the tears from his face. Thank you, Granny Tsunade. After Tsunade came to power, she took the initiative to promote Naruto's contribution to this incident, but she did not say that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. There is nothing that can be done about this. Even if the top management of Konoha admits that Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, the people will not recognize it. The idea that Naruto is a demon fox has been deeply ingrained. But it also slightly eased the conflict between Naruto and the people of Konoha. The attitude of the Konoha people towards Naruto changed from disgust to fear, but it was better after all. Then Hyuga Kai attended Tsunade's inauguration ceremony together with many high-level officials from the country, which was considered as giving Konoha enough face. On the third day, Hyuga Kai was about to leave Konoha, and many of the top 10 of Konoha were present to see him off. It's just that two Xiaoqiang were dragged to the land of rain by Hyuga. In their view, Qianba Muxio was once an enemy, but it did not hinder their friendship. Hyuga Kai said goodbye to everyone one by one, and Naruto took Hyuga Kai's hand and asked, Brother Mushu, how did you become the leader of Otagakure village? Hyuga Kai found it a bit incredible that Asura Chakra's correction ability is so strong. Is your dream still to become a Hokage? Naruto wiped the tip of his nose. Yes, I will not abandon my dream because of certain things. It is precisely because of the dark places in Konoha that I want to become a Hokage. Hyuga Kai nodded in agreement, but all the Yami in Konoha have been killed by him, so you probably have no chance. To become a Hokage, you not only need strong strength, but also need to be trusted by the people. Hyuga Kai answered Naruto this time without any selfish motives. Hyuga was inspired by Itachi's famous saying, "It is not the Hokage who is loved by others, it is because he is loved by others that he is the Hokage." Naruto nodded heavily, "I understand." Nara Shikamaru on the side was thoughtful. Hyuga smiled, "Then I wish you in advance to become Hokage as soon as possible. Thank you everyone, and send it here." Xiao Li waved his hand, "Well, I must seriously discuss with Mr. Mushiu next time. Bye-bye, Mushiu-kun." Hinata standing aside was a little sad. Mushiu did not say goodbye to him alone as he imagined. Just after several people turned their backs, Hyuga Kai suddenly stopped Hinata. "Hinata, can you see me off alone?" Hinata turned around in surprise, blushing, "Of course." Chapter 67 Intelligence Exposed, Nagato and Obito break up. Hyuga Kai and Hinata chatted for a long time outside Konoha, and agreed to take Hinata to visit Tien country if they had the chance. Hyuga opened his arms, "Why don't you give me a hug before leaving?" Okay." Hinata walked forward timidly and stretched out her arms, but she didn't dare to hug her. Hyuga showed a smile and took the initiative to reach out and take Hinata into his arms. "In the future, I have to be more confident when I am away. When we meet again, let me see a completely different Hinata, okay?" Hinata blushed with embarrassment and didn't know if she heard it or not, so she just nodded. Advertisement. Letting go of Hinata's petite body, Hyuga Kai took out a puppet bird that sent messages. "This is for you. This is my message tool. I have identified my chakra. As long as I give him the message, it doesn't matter whether I am in the ninja world. You can find me anywhere." Hinata happily took the puppet and held it in her arms like a treasure. "Remember not to tell anyone, this is a secret between the two of us." "Yet." Hinata nodded heavily. Hyuga waved his hand, turned around and left without looking back. Hinata was left standing looking at Hyuga Kai's back, and did not return until she could no longer see his back. When Hinata returned home, she saw Hanabi sitting on the cabinet at the door with her legs crossed, reading a book in her hand. "Sister is back, has she sent her little lover away?" Hanabi put down the book and joked. Hinata blushed and picked up the slippers on the floor and put them on her sister. "I just went to give them away." Hanabi repeated Hinata's words angrily, "I'm just going to send you off. Let's see how far it has gone, and let your smart sister help you come up with ideas. If my future brother-in-law is so strong, can I ask him about cultivation matters? Then revenge will not be a problem. Presumably he would not refuse the request of such a lovely sister-in-law like me." Hanabi suddenly thought of this and slapped her thigh fiercely, then jumped on her sister's back. "Wow, sister, you really found a good brother-in-law for me." In the Hokage office, Tsunade suppressed the anger in her heart. "Tell me why the entire ninja world is now publicizing the dark deeds of the third Hokage, and who leaked the information. The public's trust in Konoha continues to decrease, and now some people are proposing to cancel the old man's third Hokage title." Advertisement. It's a small matter that the old man is dead, but it is absolutely not allowed to affect the Hokage's honor. Someone suggested below, to suppress public opinion, the facts must be clarified. No matter that third Hokage has done many ridiculous things, his achievements cannot be erased. Now you can go to the Education Bureau to rewrite Konoha's textbooks and remove the ridiculous strongest Hokage. We must use a dialectical approach to look at the problem and rationally discuss the merits and demerits of the third Hokage. Tsunade nodded immediately, "Okay, just do it. This is indeed a safer approach." Rumors about Hiruzen Sarutobi are now spreading throughout the ninja world, and the dark history that was once suppressed has been uncovered. Some of the information is true and some is false. All the blame that was once placed on Danzo was now passed back to Hiruzen Sarutobi by Hyuga Kai. And Hyuga Kai, who was sitting on the puppet blowing the wind, slapped Hatcher, "I think Konoha has already caused a storm of public opinion. Naruto, this is my apology for plotting against you. These things in Konoha were all done by Hyuga Kai. Some people like to pretend to be good people when they get older. In the first half of third Hokage's life, he managed to become a shinobi hero wisely, but in the second half of his life, he was seriously corrupted by power. The hero in the title Nushiro does not mean that he is a hero, but that he is a traitor. Don't forget who used the war to destroy the Senjo clan and regain their power, who was the first to support the wood-style experiment, and who supported Danzo in establishing his roots and doing shady things. And one of the most important things began to spread in the ninja world, and that was the fact that Uchiha Obito was the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion. And the Kirigakure village immediately jumped out to accuse Konoha, and the matter of using genjutsu to control the fourth Mizukage broke out, testifying to the authenticity of this matter. The next step is to see Konoha's reaction. However, Hyuga thought that the result was already determined. Konoha must deny this matter and thus put a reward on Uchiha Obito as a traitor to Konoha. But what people are looking forward to is Obito's reaction. The evidence for guessing his true identity is so sufficient that even outsiders who don't know the truth find it convincing. And a big event is also happening in the Kingdom of Rain. Advertisement. In a secret room, all Pain Six Paths were present. Tendo Pain looked at the masked man in front of him and said, "Should I call you Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito now?" Obito's voice is still low, the name is just a code name. You only need to know that I am the mastermind of the plan. Tiendao Pain sneered, "No matter who you are, your deception has been exposed. You took advantage of us, and now we will no longer be manipulated by you." Obito's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly regained his composure. Our goal has never changed. It's all about achieving peace. Peace will be achieved by me. We can succeed without you. Akatsuki is an organization founded by Yahiko, not your tool. After saying that, Pain Six Paths turned and left, leaving Obito deep in thought in the secret room. He realized that his plan might no longer be able to proceed according to its original trajectory, but he would not give up easily. He has no way out, his reputation has been ruined, and he must continue to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito decided to take more covert actions and continue to implement his plan. As long as Nagato has not given up the Ten Tails plan, he has not failed. Although he was expelled from the Akatsuki organization, Kisame Makeki and Hyuga Kai were still there, so he could still implement it secretly. Nagato will never give up on these two cage-level combat capabilities. Thinking of this, Obito suddenly became very irritable. His plan was well implemented, but why did such a change suddenly occur? All of a sudden, everyone in the ninja world knew that the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion and the Kirigakura incident was Uchiha Obito. At this time, black and white Zetsu emerged from the ground. "Madara, what's going on over there with Nagato?" "We broke up. He said he would complete the Ten Tails plan on his own. Let's go back to the base first." The two returned to the underground secret room where Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara at the beginning, and Obito was sitting in Uchiha Madara's seat. Obito asked first, "Have you found out?" "Who found out my identity?" Black Zetsu said, "Anbu from Konoha. He guessed through the details of your and Kakashi's eyes that you controlled the Nine Tails Rebellion." "Really? Then where is he now?" Obito thought that such a smart person might be able to take advantage of him. Baiju smiled and said, "We have been eliminated by Konoha, what should we do next?" Obito said with a gloomy face, "It doesn't matter, Nagato hasn't given up the plan to capture the tailed beast yet. As long as he doesn't give up the plan, he will never escape from my grasp." Chapter 68 Returning to Tien Country, Family Approval. Konan asked Nagato with some confusion, "Why should we break up with Obito and use his power to complete the plan?" Nagato shook his head and coughed twice, "I feel that he is not the kind of person who desires peace. He definitely has other purposes." Konan did not continue to ask further, "Then should we kick Kisame Inakeki, Kai Hyuga and Uchiha Itachi out of the organization? They were all recommended by Obito." "Forget it, Obito's identity has been exposed and no one will trust him anymore. Let's just continue with our plan. It's just that we are missing an intelligence officer like Juju. We have to establish our own intelligence network. I will leave this matter to you, Konan." Advertisement. Clear. Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Hikari returned to the Land of Rain. As soon as they landed, they saw the Uzumaki mother and son, Uchiha Izumi and Hyuga Niji, who had already come out. Hyuga Kai greeted everyone and asked Niji, "Are you still used to living here?" "It's fine, except it always rains here." "It doesn't matter, everyone will move to Tien Country next. The climate there is similar to that of Fire Country." Hyuga asked with a smile, "What about your little girlfriend?" Nisi immediately became serious, "Brother, you should send me back to Konoha. Unlike me, my parents are waiting at home." Okay, I listen to you, send Tien back." Hyuga summoned a puppet flying eagle. "You can make your own arrangements." Hyuga Kai blinked, "Let's have a good farewell." Niji knew that this was his brother's bad taste again, "I know." Hyuga Kai then said to Uchiha Izumi, "Everyone is ready, we are leaving the country of rain." Yuhua nodded, "Everything has been packed." Xiang Phosphorus also carried his own suitcase. Hyuga Kai rubbed her red hair, "Are you sad?" Xiang Ling shook his head seriously, "Home is where Brother Qi is." Hyuga Kai plans to change his base camp. After all, the country of rain is Pain's territory, and the country of fields is really Hyuga Kai's base. It can be said bluntly that everything there is under the control of Hyuga Kai, and the next plan will continue there. Advertisement. And Obito has probably broken with Nagato, and he will not be tolerated by the Akatsuki organization. Just when a few people were preparing to leave the Kingdom of Rain on a flying eagle, there were many white papers flying in front of me and they gathered together into one person. The person who came was none other than Konan. "You don't need to leave the country of rain, you are just one of the people who was deceived by Obito." Unexpectedly, Nagato was quite generous, but Hyuga Kai didn't care. He yawned, "Whether you drive me away from Akatsuki or not, I will leave the country of rain." If you have any tasks then, continue to use the magic lantern body. Please contact me. Konan did not stop Hyuga Kai. Xiao welcomes a powerful person like you, not a conspirator. Hyuga smiled secretly. Conspirator, is he as big as me? He really doesn't like Uchiha Kenji. He has no ability to think for himself at all, but if he thinks about it carefully, he will not be plotted by Uchiha Madara for the rest of his life. Creating a genjutsu world, where everyone's dreams will be fulfilled in the perfect genjutsu world, and everyone you kill will be resurrected in their dreams, is the most ridiculous choice. For the peace of the ninja world, I am really honored. At this time, Hyuga Kai saw a flying eagle carrying Tianation's puppet leaving the Kingdom of Rain. Hyuga Kai instantly transformed her eyes into Sharingan and activated genjutsu to clear her memory of this period. The situation in the Land of Rain cannot be known to Konoha, at least not yet. He still hopes that the Akatsuki organization will continue to collect tailed beasts for him. Hyuga bid farewell to Konan and took his family on a puppet flying eagle to fly towards Tien Country, which is located in the north of the Fire Country and needs to cross the entire Fire Country. Several people also spent many days on the journey. When I first arrived in Tianziguo, I settled down all the people and arranged for a few people to stay. Black Zetsu approached Hyuga Kai. Obito has been expelled from the Akatsuki organization. Now he wants you to monitor the actions of the Akatsuki organization and continue to promote the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito, where are you now? In the base Madara-sama left, Uchiha Obito is still useful. There is no need to kill him now. Hyuga Kai narrowed his eyes. Dead people are always more useful than living people, but we don't want to start now. There will be opportunities in the future. Heiju said with a smile, then I'll look forward to your plan. Since cooperating with Hyuga Kai, he feels that the Moon Eye project has become extremely smooth. Hyuga Kai is very satisfactory in terms of strength and resourcefulness. I feel that I am getting closer and closer to rescuing my mother. It would be great if Hyuga Kaizeo was born 100 years ago and let him swallow the reincarnation of Asura Indra. My mother might have been resurrected by now. Advertisement. After Black Zetsu left, Hyuga Kai found Yakushi Kabuto who was continuing his busy research. What are your orders, Master Chi? Daobi said respectfully. To seduce Uchiha Sasuke in the name of Orochimaru and let him join us. Hyuga Kai stated his purpose. The reason for the failure of this plan was that he underestimated the power of Asura. Hyuga Kai never expected that just the reincarnation of Chakra would be immune to the ultimate eye technique of the 8,000 spears. Clear. Do it secretly. Hyuga Kita gave some instructions, but Kabuto Yakushi reassured him that his instructions were a bit redundant. Hyuga Kai took Hyuga Ningji to visit his research institute, where research-oriented talents gathered from various countries were gathered. The ninja world does not pay much attention to scientific research. Most of these people live a depressed life. Yakushi Kabuto draws these people under his command as soon as he mentions the research project. If Hyuga is given more than 10 years, he might be able to create clones, and then he might be able to create a cloned Satsuki army to let aliens experience the shock of technology. What do you think after seeing these? Hyuga said proudly. It's so shocking. It seems like the outside world is not in the same world as here. Niji exclaimed as he looked at the glossy screen. Hyuga explained, the first research project here is a ninjutsu called Destiny Resurrection, which is a forbidden technique that can resurrect the dead. In my plan, I will become a being beyond the Sage of Six Paths and resurrect you and my parents. Hyuga Kai once again used the name Sage of Six Paths. For people in this world, the strongest person they understand is Sage of Six Paths. Niji hesitated, would it be like the war with Konoha, which caused a large number of deaths? If my parents were here, they wouldn't want my brother to do this. Hyuga Kai didn't care, but the world will also achieve true peace. At that time, the entire ninja world will fight for one goal and people will begin to understand each other. There must be sacrifices along the way to accomplish any great goal. Even if the first Hokage quelled the troubled times, I was still standing on the corpses. Future generations will remember my achievements. Hyuga revealed his ambition and wanted his last family member in the world to agree with his ideas. Hyuga Niji hesitated for a long time, then nodded heavily, my brother and I will always be on the same front. Hyuga Kai rubbed his hair as before, then practice hard. Chapter 69 Hyuga Kai, Mouth Escape Mode. A few days later, in the Valley of the End on the border of the Land of Fire, Hyuga stood on the stone statue of Uchiha Madara and waited quietly for the arrival of the two of them. This was the site of the decisive battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The huge stone statues standing opposite each other are proof of the battle between the two. Hyuga Kai looked at the two people running from a distance. The person fleeing in front was Uchiha Sasuke, and the person chasing behind was Uzumaki Naruto. Here the drama of the breakup of close friends will be staged again, and the young couple fight together under the moonlight. The two started a taijutsu duel, and then Naruto entered the tailed beast coat state, and Sasuke also entered the curse seal state. Advertisement. But it is also obvious that Naruto's strength and speed are superior, and Sasuke's Sharingan can no longer keep up with Naruto's speed. Halfway through the battle, Sasuke's Sharingan evolved into a 3 Magatama. Correspondingly, he could control more power of the curse seal. Sasuke's body grew a pair of fleshy wings covered with dense scales, and his body was also covered with black scales. But accordingly, Naruto also used more power, not only mobilizing the Nine Tails Chakram more skillfully, but also using the Vajra seal lock of the Uzumaki clan. Finally shouting their names, Sasuke's lamenting Chidori collided with Naruto's Juji Raise Nan, Sasuke narrowly won, and Naruto fainted to the ground. Sasuke leaned down and stared closely at Naruto's face, but did not kill him for a long time. Sasuke forced himself to stand up and saw a dark shadow slowly walking from a distance. Under the moonlight, Sasuke could vaguely see the figure. "Are you sent by Orochimaru to pick me up?" Sasuke asked. "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is whether you desire power and whether you want to kill Uchiha Itachi." Hyuga Kai's voice was full of temptation. "In this ninja world, no one meets your requirements better than me." Sasuke's lips curled up when he heard this. "You're right, no matter who it is, as long as it can make me stronger. Don't you like the power I gave you? Isn't the power of the Sage Jutsu seal powerful enough?" Hyuga Kai's voice changed into Chiba Muxiu's voice. Sasuke's eyes widened when he heard this familiar voice. "Are you Chiba Kishu?" "It's me, it's not me. It's just one of my many masks. How about, have you considered whether you want to come with me? I'll go with you." Sasuke did not hesitate. He had seen Hyuga Kai's strength. Even Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, was not his opponent. This was a better choice than Orochimaru. Hyuga summoned a puppet flying eagle, jumped on the flying eagle, turned around and waved to Sasuke to follow. "Let's go." Advertisement. Sasuke looked back at Naruto on the ground and jumped up without hesitation. Sitting on the flying eagle, Sasuke looked at Hyuga Kai. "Who are you?" Now that he was close, Sasuke could roughly see Hyuga Kai's face. Hyuga Kai slowly said, "Hyuga Kai." He did not hide his identity. In his script, he wanted to be cleared in the end, so it didn't matter if he revealed his true identity. Sasuke's eyes widened, feeling that his worldview was a bit shattered. The person in front of him was actually Hyuga Kai? This man is also one of the instigators of the plan to destroy Konoha, and is now Konoha's staunchest ally. Can the world get any more upset? The person who wiped out the Konoha nobles and indirectly pushed the ninja world into war will actually become an ally of Konoha? Now this man has come to Konoha to take away himself, the descendant of Uchiha. The whole of Konoha, no. The entire ninja world is kept in the dark by this man. Sasuke was thinking in a deeper direction. Hyuga Kai changed his name to Chiba Kishu and approached Naruto with the idea of taking Naruto away. It's just that Naruto was deeply poisoned by Konoha, so he didn't complete it. So what is his purpose? Destroy Konoha, conquer the ninja world, or? You must be thinking about my purpose. Orochimaru wants your body to be revived, and what do I need from you? Why should I come to you, right? Hyuga Kai stood on the puppet flying eagle and looked at the moon in the sky. His clothes were fluttering, and he was full of strength. Sasuke was shocked, wondering if the person in front of him could see through his mind, but on the surface he still managed to stay calm. Not bad. Hyuga Kai gently looked back and observed Sasuke's anxious look. "Do you still remember what I told you? Death is not the end, and resurrecting the dead is not impossible." Sasuke seemed to have thought of something and immediately said hurriedly, "Are you talking about the ninjutsu that resurrects the dead? He also wants to resurrect his dead parents?" "Yes, in fact, our ninjutsu method of resurrecting the dead has been completed, but we can only exchange lives for lives." Hyuga's words were not surprising and he continued to speak. Advertisement. "In my plan, I will eventually gain power beyond the Sage of Six Paths, but accordingly our enemy will become the entire ninja world, so I need your power." Sasuke was a little hesitant in the face of such a grand plan. Now he thought about how to take revenge. Suddenly someone told you that your enemy is actually the entire ninja world. What would happen? Can I really become so strong? Hyuga Kai continued, "Do you know the former Uchiha Madara?" Sasuke replied, "The old ancestor who can rival Senju Hashirama, the Uchiha ancestor who has the legendary Manjiki Sharingan." Hyuga Kai boasted about Uchiha Madara. "Yes, it is the legendary Uchiha Madara, he has the eternal Manjiki Sharingan." Eternal. Sasuke's mind was full of doubts. Even he, Uchiha, didn't know these things. How could Hyuga know it so well? He only knew that Ataka's eyes were Manjiki above the 3 Magatama, but he didn't know that there was an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Yes, Manjiki Sharingan will cause the user's vision to regress every time it is used, and in the end the user will be permanently blind. Hyuga revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, scarlet patterns swirling in his eyes, confirming his statement. Suzuki looked at the pair of Mangeki and was even more surprised. Why does this Hyuga clan own Mangeki Sharingan? Hyuga Kai continued to ask, and he kept arousing Sasuke's curiosity, but Uchiha Madara's Sharingan is eternal and can be restored to the end no matter how it is used. Do you know why this is? Why? He transplanted his brother Uchiha Izuna's Sharingan, and the two Mangeki Sharingan merged to create the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Only then did he gain the strength to fight against Senju Hashirama. Suzuki suddenly understood why Itachi didn't kill him, and he clenched his fists. So, Uchiha Itachi wants my eyes just to obtain the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Hyuga said seductively, yes, this may be an opportunity for you. If you are strong enough, you may not be able to kill him and fuse his eyes to obtain the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. I understand. Suzuki stood up against the wind, please teach me how to practice. I must kill Itachi, fully assist your plan, and resurrect my parents. Hyuga Kai smiled, 3 years, within 3 years, I will let you surpass Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga Kai talks big words without scruples, but Uchiha Itachi will definitely let it slip when the time comes, and he just needs to play the role of Orochimaru and Obito. Chapter 70 Mandatory Mission. The mission to capture the tailed beast. Union Village. Hyuga Kai took Suzuki and Ninkai to a training ground and gave them a large number of ninjutsu scrolls suitable for them. You can practice here. Niji, you can follow my original path of ninjutsu. Suzuki, learn swordsmanship, lightning style, fire style, etc. I have prepared them for you. You should practice sparring before the start of training every day to prove your progress. Advertisement. If you have any questions, go to pharmacist Kabuto. He is your doctor and part-time teacher. It doesn't matter if your arm is broken, he can put it back for you. If you have a request, I can give you a steel arm, and the weak flesh and blood can be lifted up mechanically. We have many experts in this field in Union Village to ensure that the after-sales service is guaranteed. The two of them shuddered when they thought about how their limbs were mutilated due to training. Hyuga patted the two of them on the shoulders, you are all geniuses. Excessive control of you will restrict your talents. Such a barbaric environment is suitable for the growth of geniuses like you. The two of them nodded in unison, looking as if they had been deceived. Okay, I just have free time today so I can be your referee and watch your first competition. Okay. Nishi's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. This was the first time he had taken action in front of his brother, so he couldn't be at a disadvantage. Suzuki clenched his fists in his eyes, I can't lose this time either. When the two of them faced each other, Suzuki said, this is the second time we have competed, right? The last time was at the ninja school, when you graduated early. Of course I remember, you lost miserably. Niji mocked without changing his expression, trying to disrupt Sasuke's thinking. Yes, but these days are different. Suzuki said calmly without being tricked. Hyuga waved his hand and said, the trash talk session is over, let's start the competition. The two instantly opened their Sharingan and Byakugan, and first tested the ninja tools. Suzuki clearly has the upper hand when it comes to throwing ninja tools. Uchiha's throwing technique is clever and tricky, but it is impossible to hurt Niji who has no blind spots. Next came another taijutsu battle. Sasuke's fists were ignited with flames, and water flowed out of Niji's palms. Water gentle fist versus fire Goken. Advertisement. Tisk, 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 it seems that Kakashi also taught my fire ninja taijutsu to Suzuki. Sasuke's talent is really good, he should be able to use it skillfully in a short time. And Niji is not bad either. He actually developed the water ninja taijutsu following Hyuga's guidance, and the weird and unpredictable water flow can just be combined with gentle fist. Niji's chakra attributes are water, earth, and fire, and does not have the thunder and wind that Hyuga Kai is best at, but he also developed his own ninjutsu based on this idea. But in the physical battle, Niji has always been at the advantage, and Suzuki can only barely defend. Finally, it was ninjutsu's duel. Chidori condensed in Sasuke's hand and rushed towards Niji. Niji rotated his body at high speed and used Dekaiton to effortlessly block the blow. Then he got close to Suzuki again and ended the battle with his own taijutsu. The second fight between the two ended with Niji winning. It seems to Hyuga that as long as Suzuki has not evolved Mangeki, it will be difficult for Suzuki to defeat Niji. Watching the two of them finish the competition and quickly enter the training state, competing with each other, Hyuga nodded secretly and couldn't help but uttered a classic Kai pronoun, this is youth. At this moment, the Akatsuki organization ring on Hyuga Kai's finger felt slightly hot. Is this a mission? Hyuga thought about the significance of Nagato's sudden meeting, no, it should be about Obito. Obito has left as the invisible leader of the organization, and it will cause a storm no matter what. You guys practice seriously, I have something to do. Hyuga told the two of them and left the training ground. He came to the secret room alone, applied black nail polish, and activated the magic lantern body technique to appear on Gedo statue's fingers. Looking around, almost all members of the Akatsuki organization are present, except for one Zetsu who has been kicked out of the Akatsuki organization. The atmosphere of this organizational meeting was very serious. There was actually no chatting session that every meeting has, and no one spoke. The exposure of the masked man's identity this time is indeed a big blow to the Akatsuki organization and affects people's hearts. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Pain slowly said, "Everyone has arrived. You should have heard the rumors from the outside. The leader of the organization is Uchiha Obito. Now he and Zetsu have been expelled from the Akatsuki organization by me. Some of you were recommended by Afe, but I believe you were deceived by his one-sided words. But if you want to leave, I will never stop you. I only ask you to keep the organization's secrets, otherwise the leakers will be eliminated from anywhere in the world." Advertisement. Pain took the lead and wanted to scare everyone in the Akatsuki organization. His plan has not yet begun. The Akatsuki organization cannot be disbanded. All of a sudden, all 6 people on the field looked at Kai Hyuga, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Mikiha. Hyuga Kai was the first to express his position. "I joined the organization just to experience the power of 10 tails. Of course I will not leave until the plan is over." Everyone immediately turned their attention away from Hyuga Kai and looked at the other 2 people, waiting for them to express their stance. Konan in the corner also breathed a sigh of relief. After getting along for a long time, she also regarded Hyuga Kai as a friend and did not want to break with Hyuga Kai. Itachi and Kisame also expressed their positions one after another. In Hyuga Kai's view, this is a bit hypocritical. Itachi is purely a Konoha spy, and Kisame is a loyal follower of Obito's Eye of the Moon plan. But I am almost the same, just to plot against 10 tails. Pain nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, since the plan to capture the tailed beast continues, now we continue to assign tasks." The familiar task-taking process, but this time Hyuga Kai failed to fish again. Pain said, "Hyuga Kai, according to reliable information, 4 Tails Jinkriki has defected from Uegakure village and is now practicing in Muvi volcano in the north of Earth Kingdom. This is a great opportunity. No one knows the news except us. This time it is up to you to capture the 4 tails and capture the Akatsuki organization's first tailed beast. Didn't 4 tails capture 3 tails before they were captured in the original novel? Why did it happen so much earlier this time? But it doesn't matter, 4 tails Jinkriki Lao Zi is not an important person anyway. I didn't." Hyuga Kai also wanted to excuse himself by saying he didn't have any teammates. Pain seemed to have expected it. "This time Konan will be your temporary teammate." Okay, it seems I can't escape." Hyuga Kai had no choice but to agree. "Ha ha ha, Hyuga Kai, you actually go on missions sometimes." Deidara laughed loudly at Hyuga Kai. "You must know that the number of missions Hyuga has done since joining the Akatsuki organization does not exceed single digits." Pain said, "This is the first tailed beast captured by the organization. It should be done secretly so that the 5 major countries don't notice it." "I understand." Hyuga Kai said to Konan again, "I am not in the Kingdom of Rain now. I will probably be able to go to the Kingdom of Rain in the afternoon, and then we can go together." Konan nodded coldly without changing his expression. Chapter 71 Capture 4 Tails Jinkriki. After accepting the mission, it was time to chat, which is the favorite chat session among chatty chatters. Uchiha Itachi suddenly asked, "Who knows where Orochimaru is?" It seems that this is already known about Orochimaru abducting Uchiha Sasuke. After all, there is nothing that can be done. This matter is on the border of Konoha and the movement is quite loud. Konoha has not avoided this matter. Soon the news that Uchiha Sasuke, the last descendant of Uchiha, defected to Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone shook their heads. There was no trace of Orochimaru when Ju was here, and now that Ju is gone, there is no chance. Hyuga Kai suddenly said, "Orochimaru died in the Battle of Konoha and was reincarnated in another body. He cannot be reincarnated again within 3 years. At least your brother will be safe for 3 years." Advertisement. He said this just to make Uchiha Itachi feel at ease before he goes crazy, but he knew how terrifying it would be for Uchiha to go crazy. "Okay, thank you." Itachi thanked Hyuga sincerely. Hyuga responded with a smile, "No need. If Itachi knew that he had coaxed him away, would Sasuke come to me desperately?" "Hyuga Kai, where have you been recently? I haven't seen you attending meetings some time ago." Deidara asked curiously. "I went to Konoha and brought my brother back." Hyuga Kai was familiar with Deidara Scorpion again. The two chatted for a while and then cancelled the magic lantern body technique. Returning mentally to the sound secret room, Hyuga stretched himself and said, "I'm busy again." Hyuga Kai came outside and sat on the puppet flying eagle and flew towards the land of rain. 4 days later, on the wasteland in the northern part of the Kingdom of Earth, 2 figures sat on a puppet flying eagle. "Is that volcano in front of me the mighty volcano?" Hyuga pointed at the volcano in front of him that was still flowing with lava. Konan took out a map to compare the 2 people's positions. Yes, the intelligence said that he is practicing nearby. The neighborhood here is really desolate. There is only a small town 100 miles away. I don't know what this Jinkriki eats. Does it eat grain pills every day? Hyuga complained. Konan didn't reply but seriously activated his senses. Ninjutsu looked around for traces of Jinkriki. Advertisement. She really doesn't want to stay here for a moment anymore. The extremely dry and hot environment makes her, who has lived in the Kingdom of Rain since childhood, very uncomfortable. Hyuga thought of something and handed out a facial cream. I bought it in that town yesterday. All the locals use this. Thank you. Konan looked at Hyuga Kai seriously and took it solemnly, smearing it on his face. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnation eye and looked around carefully. When he looked towards the crater, he saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on it. He was wearing purple clothes and a red beard with a beard covering his forehead. This man was none other than lava-style Lao Ziai. Hyuga was secretly stunned. There wasn't much oxygen there anymore. Why was he breathing? He took a breath and then went out to change. Just stay up there and take care of him. Just leave him to me. Hyuga turned around and said to Konan. Konan formed paper wings behind his back. I'll go down with you. Your secret technique was restrained by him. Let's forget it. I can handle it myself. Hyuga Kai jumped off the flying eagle and fell freely towards the crater. When approaching the ground, Hyuga activated his Tensagen and stopped an inch away from the ground. Hyuga Kai walked towards the crater. Lava-style Lao Ziai, I'm here to arrest you. Lao Ziai also stood up slowly and looked at the unfamiliar Huoyun robe. Who are you? Xiao. Hyuga opened his hand towards Lao Ziai. Immediately, Lao Ziai felt a strong gravitational force rising, trying to pull himself into the hands of the person in front of him. Lava-style scorching river rock flow technique. Lao Ziai formed a seal with his hands, and instantly several magma balls condensed from the surrounding magma river and hit Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai had to change the gravitational force to the repulsive force to bounce away the magma ball that fell in front of him. The lava on the ground surged into the animation, and Lao Zi's whole body entered lava-style chakra mode. Your eyes can control gravity and repulsion, right? More than that, I will let you see its power. Hyuga floated in the air and ignited Cyan chakra, and 6 black truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. Lao Ziai now occupies a favorable location, all the magma here is available to him, and he can also use the power of the tailed beast. But I just hope that I can have more fun this time. In Lao Zi's spiritual world, Four-tailed Sun Gok saw the black truth-seeking ball floating behind Hyuga Kai and thought in surprise, that's the old man's truth-seeking ball. Is this the awakening of the reincarnation eye? No. That can't be the reincarnation eye. Advertisement. Four-tailed Sun Gok anxiously said to Lao Ziai, that guy has something fishy in his eyes. If we don't cooperate, we will all die here today. Lao Ziai was extremely surprised that the enemy in front of him could actually frighten the tailed beast so much. He solemnly said, I understand, please lend me your power. Can. Outside, Lao Ziai pulled out a red tail from his back, and his aura increased to another level. Have we reached cooperation? It's a pity that it's useless in the face of absolute strength. Hyuga Kai controlled 6 truth-seeking balls to fly in front of him, and immediately turned into 2 Fuma shurikens, and the truth-seeking ball shurikens were wrapped with lightning and hurricane. Go! Hyuga Kai shouted softly, and the truth-seeking ball shuriken was shot out quickly, with bursts of sound breaking through the air, and it rushed straight towards Lao Ziai. That thing can crack everything ninjutsu, Lao Ziai, must be blocked with natural magma. Four Tails shouted anxiously. Understood. Lao Ziai looked solemn, and a thick magma column suddenly shot up from the crater behind him and landed accurately in front of him. The truth-seeking ball shuriken hit the magma pillar hard, and the 2 attribute chakras of wind and thunder were continuously weakened. The truth-seeking ball also gradually lost its power, but its remaining powerful impact still made the truth-seeking ball shuriken pierce the magma and continue to attack Lao Ziai. Don't touch it, get out of the way. Four Tails' voice came. Although Lao Ziai had doubts, he still jumped up without hesitation, stepped back, and stepped firmly on the rising magma pillar. He formed a seal with his hands again, and Fire Yamanaka raised 4 more magma pillars, roaring like a fire dragon and rushing towards Hyuga Kai. Seeing this, Hyuga Kai had to withdraw the truth-seeking ball and raise a shield in front of him to protect himself. The black ball was hit by the magma pillars coming from all around. It's over. Lao Ziai said, no one could survive the impact of such turbulent magma. Don't let up. Four Tails warned. As soon as Four Tails finished speaking, 2 truth-seeking balls wrapped in Cyan chakra broke through the magma pillar in front of them. The truth-seeking ball shield was divided into 4, and turned into 4 truth-seeking balls wrapped in Cyan chakra again. Countless Cyan lasers were instantly fired from them, shooting towards Lao Ziai like raindrops. The laser tore through the blocked magma and stabbed straight towards Lao Ziai. Chapter 72 Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The tailed beast jade was torn to pieces. Lao Ziyi reluctantly raised a wall of magma in front of him to resist, but cyan rays of light kept breaking through the defense and falling on him. If you believe me, just jump into the lava behind you and I will protect you from death. Four Tails said solemnly. But Lao Ziyi hesitated. Even if he was a lava-style ninja and could master magma, he wouldn't be able to jump into the magma and swim. Four Tails' son Gok said, there is nothing wrong with it. The person in front of me wants me. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Lao Ziyi gritted his teeth. If he didn't listen to Four Tails, he would be caught soon. He might as well give it a try and die with dignity. Advertisement. FKU, FK your mother. Lao Ziyi cursed and jumped down into the volcanic lava behind him. Are you going to explode? Hyuga Kai is very familiar with such plots. Every time the good guys are on the verge of despair, they will make incredible moves, and when the villains relax their vigilance, they will suddenly attack. The volcano suddenly erupted, and the hot magma spewed out like a flood that broke a bank. The fiery red lava rolled and flowed, rushing into the sky with endless heat energy and destructive power. For a moment, thick smoke billowed out, covering the sky and sun, as if the end of the world was coming. The pungent smell of sulfur filled Hyuga's nose. In the hot magma, Lao Zi's body mutated and transformed into a complete tailed beast. Four Tails' son Gok bathed in magma and climbed out of the fire Yamanaka. Four Tails' huge body is covered with hot magma, exuding formidable power. Lao Ziyi and Four Tails merge into one, their eyes full of anger. Roar. A deafening roar sounded. It's a state that didn't appear in the original work. It's interesting. Hyuga opened his right hand and 6 truth-seeking balls slowly rotated in his hand as he accumulated strength. Konan's shout suddenly came from behind Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai, retreat, he has a good location here. Let's put the capture of Four Tails on hold for a while. Hyuga Kai didn't look back but gave Konan a thumbs up with his left hand to reassure Konan. A hole. Konan cursed secretly. The yin and yang chakra in Four Tails' mouth continues to condense, and a huge chakra gathers in his mouth. Advertisement. You will be my test subject. The cyan chakra on Hyuga Kai's body is rolling like boiling, and the rotation speed of the 6 truth-seeking balls in his right hand is constantly accelerating, and he can use the special skill of the reincarnation eye at any time. Tailed Beast Jade. The huge tailed beast jade rushed towards Hyuga, carrying unparalleled power. Jinlun, Reincarnation Blast. In an instant, the light was dazzling, like a silver sun rising suddenly. Hyuga Kai's body was shrouded in silver light, as if he was integrated with the light. As the silver wheel reincarnation explosion started, 6 truth-seeking balls rotated at high speed, forming a huge silver vortex. The silver vortex spread outward at an alarming speed, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart. The surrounding objects were swept into it and instantly crushed into powder. When the Jinren reincarnation blast came into contact with the tailed beast jade, the burst of power was even more earth-shattering. The tailed beast jade was like a toy that broke at the touch of a touch and was submerged under the attack. Four Tails' huge body was swallowed up by the silver light, and suffered the crazy cutting and impact of the whirlwind, with huge wounds constantly appearing all over the body. The whole scene is like a silver storm, carrying unparalleled destructive power, showing powerful and shocking power. Konan's face turned pale and his mouth opened wide. Is this the power that ninjutsu can do? Only Nagato's Rinnegan can do this, right? What kind of power does Hyuga Kai's eyes have? During the storm, Lao Ziyi suffered unbearable pain. The moment before he passed out, he apologized for Four Tails in his heart. Sorry, we lost. Four Tails sighed, with such power, we have done our best. The most powerful state of transformation into a complete tailed beast is still vulnerable to this person. Seeing that it was almost done, Hyuga Kai put away the truth-seeking ball, and Lao Ziyi was forced to exit the state of complete tailed beast transformation in midair and fell from the air. Hyuga once again channeled a puppet flying eagle to catch Lao Ziyi falling from the air, but don't let him fall into the lava. Hyuga flew forward and landed next to Lao Ziyi to check his injuries. He couldn't die before pulling away from the tailed beast. Seeing that he had completely fallen into a coma, Hyuga Kai felt relieved and ordered the puppet to fly back to Konan. Four Tails has been captured, let's go. Hyuga pointed at Lao Ziyi on the puppet's back. Konan nodded and suppressed his surprise. Let's find a safe place to escape the tailed beast. Hyuga Kai said, I'm afraid no one would have thought that a battle had just occurred here. There is no human habitation here for 100 miles. When someone arrives, they will just think that a volcano has erupted. Onoki thought that Lao Ziyi was on the run. Advertisement. This time we did it in a hidden way. There is a rocky mountain to the east, where we can dig a cave and channel the Gedo statue. Konan took out the map and said. Then let's go. The two of them sat on the puppet flying eagle and quickly reached the location on the map. Hyuga opened the seal and easily dug a cave. Konan took out a psychic scroll and unfolded it on the ground, took out a bottle of blood and dropped it on it, and then activated the psychic technique. After a huge burst of smoke, the huge Gedo statue appeared in the cave. Hyuga Kai jumped on Gedo statue's left little finger, formed a seal and activated the magic lantern body technique to contact several other people in the Akatsuki organization. After a while, the shadows of other organization members appeared on the Gedo statue one after another. Well, I didn't expect you to be able to complete it so quickly. This Four Tails Jinchuriki must be very weak. Deidara was the first to speak. Hyuga thought carefully for a while. Lao Zi became weaker compared to himself. It is indeed a bit weak, and the fight was very unsatisfactory. Konan, on the other hand, was full of question marks. She felt that there were not many people on the scene who could beat Jinchuriki like that. Only Konan witnessed the earth-shattering battle and how terrifying Hyuga Kai's attack was. If Hyuga Kai's attack was deflected downwards, she absolutely believed that the attack would flatten the entire volcano. I just said it, otherwise it wouldn't have ended so quickly. Scorpion was so sick of being stupid when he heard this. Deidara, I'm comparing myself to myself. In the Third Ninja War, Lao Zi and Five Tails Jinchuriki Han forced back Jiraiya in Golden Flash and Sunin. How can the Jinchuriki be weak? Deidara dismissed it. TCH, that's not much better. Hyuga, have you used my art this time? Let's use it next time when we have a chance. Hyuga laughed. Pain interrupted everyone's chat again. Quiet, let's start extracting the tailed beasts now. Everyone formed seals with their hands and activated ninjutsu at the same time. Sealing techniques: Magic Dragon 9 sealing bands. 4 purple dragons spit out from the Gedo statue and floated Lao Zi's package on the ground into the air. The tailed beast chakra on Lao Zi's body gradually transferred from his body to the Gedo statue. One of the golem's eyes also slowly opened, symbolizing the successful return of the first tailed beast captured by the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 73: The Konoha Mission. Hinata and Hanabi who arrived at the door. In Konoha village, in the Hokage office, Tsunade and 2 Hokage assistants are discussing matters related to aid to Otagakure village. Tsunade took out a list of entourage, handed it to the 2 Hokage assistants, and said, "This time, the leaders of the mission are Jiraiya and Narashikaku, and the accompanying personnel are Kakashi class and Yi Kurane class, and Anbu is sent to protect it secretly. The entourage is all Chiba Muxiu's friends when he was in Konoha, so it will go more smoothly." Mito Manabu immediately objected, "No, Jinchuriki cannot be an entourage." Transferring to bed, Koharu agreed, "Yes, the 2 little girls from the Hyuga family can't go either. They have an affair with the leader of the Otagakure village. The Byakugan blood successor must stay in Konoha." Advertisement. Seeing that they disagreed, Tsunade's attitude became tougher. She crossed her legs, licked her ears, and said, "I'm just a formality, not asking for your opinion. I'm not an old man. Since you don't agree, then keep it." Opinion. These are the people accompanying the Konoha mission. Tsunade stood up and walked out the door, saying, "I'm going to handle official business. Goodbye, old guys." The 2 old men were left in the conference room looking at each other. Damn it. Tsunade should not have been allowed to be Hokage in the first place. She would lead Konoha to destruction. Mito Katoen said angrily. "That's right. Cough cough cough." After going to bed, Koharu started coughing violently before he could finish his words. He was obviously very angry. They are now helpless against Tsunade. They thought that after Tsunade was ordered to become a Hokage in a critical situation, she would rely on the help of the 2 Hokages. However, it was all smooth sailing for Tsunade after she ascended to the position of Hokage. The daimyo of the Fire Country gave her the green light all the way. After learning that Tsunade was the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, not only were all the funds that had been refused provided granted, but a lot more was even given. Each family has long been fed up with the oppression of the Sarutobi clan, and has become a slave to Tsunade, acting like a loyal Hokage faction. Tsunade also successfully regained the position of director of Konoha Hospital by virtue of her medical skills, and used Kakashi's previous relationship with Anbu to establish her own direct Anbu. The Sarutobi clan was also very sensible, and took the initiative to reduce the family industry, give up its monopoly on all major areas of Konoha, and give profits to the Hokage. After absorbing the tailed beast, the Gedo statue was channeled back again, and Hyuga Kai and Konan left the cave and flew to the land of rain. Hyuga Kai wants to send Konan back first. As soon as Hyuga Kai arrived in the land of rain, he received a message from Hinata. The letter said that she was about to follow the Konoha delegation to the Otagakure village, and her sister Hanabi would also accompany her. Hyuga Kai quickly replied to a letter expressing his missing feelings. Advertisement. Then, he received another message from Kabuto Yakushi, asking if he was needed to receive the mission. Hyuga Kai replied and ordered Yakushi Kabuto to hide Suzuki and Niji, because once they appear, Chiba Kishu's identity will be exposed, and he will rush back to Otagakure immediately. A week later, outside the gate of Otagakure village, Hyuga Kai, several Yakushi Kabuto and many other high-level officials of Otagakure village were waiting for the arrival of the Konoha delegation. Hyuga Kai rushed back to Otagakure village a few days ago, but catching the tailed beasts and his party made Hyuga Kai feel a little angry recently, so he looked for springs and light every day, and he lived a very comfortable life. Now the Konoha mission has finally arrived at Otagakure village. Looking at the convoy slowly approaching in the distance, the boxes of goods are all filled with aid materials for this trip. The money is secondary, and there are still 10 an excellent teacher and a lot of scientific research equipment are all things that Union village lacks. Hyuga Kai looked at the leader, Jiraiya, and the others and immediately rushed up to greet him as if they saw the noble man. These are all my money-giving boys. In this way, it can be regarded as slightly making up for the loss of the Son of Prophecy's darkening plan. Hyuga Kai stretched out his hand and held it with Jiraiya. Long time no see, Jiraiya-senpai. Waiting for me to finish my business, cough. Jiraiya adjusted his tone. This time we are here to symbolize the friendship and mutual assistance between the two countries. A reporter took out a camera and took a picture, recording the scene of the two shaking hands. They have already thought of the topic. This handshake symbolizes the century-old peace and full cooperation between the two countries. The entourage from the two villages around him applauded violently. Jiraiya's lips moved slightly. How is it, are you embarrassed? Hyuga felt like a monkey in the zoo. Fortunately, I feel like an animal being watched. Jiraiya smiled and said, just get used to it, I don't like this part either. The two whispered, but in the eyes of reporters from both countries, it became a symbol of the upcoming cooperation between the two countries. Hyuga Kai also saw a group of familiar figures in the crowd. They were Naruto and Sakura from Konoha's Class 7, and Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino from Class 8. Behind him, pharmacist Kabuto has already begun arranging for people to receive the payment. This is a sudden windfall, enough for those researchers to play with for a long time. Advertisement. And the production line for producing puppets can also be started. In the past, Hyuga Kai had no money, but now with Konoha's funding, the production line can be started. Please, let me take some friends from Konoha to visit Otagakure village. Although Otagakure is not as prosperous as Konoha, it is still prosperous. Hyuga Kai made a gesture of invitation. Hyuga Kai led a group of people to the ninja school in Otagakure village. It was just a grassroots school not long after it was built. The first batch of students had already enrolled, but there were not many teachers, and the quality of teaching was really worrying. But it will be different soon. Konoha has supported 10 ninja school teachers who are all teachers with rich experience. Then came the Otagakure hospital, which shocked the Konoha delegation. This hospital was even more professional than Konoha's. With the cooperation of many experts and scholars, Otagakure hospital already has medical capabilities that surpass this era. Narashikaku praised, the hospital in your village is well equipped and extremely professional. He walked carefully and observed every place here, and found that the faces of the people here were always filled with smiles. As everyone passed by, the onlookers looked at Kyunyi Muxia with admiration and admiration. Moreover, the construction of Shangyian village is not like a newly established ninja village, with all facilities complete. Every detail shows that the leader Mushiu in front of him is not only a powerful ninja, but also an excellent leader. This is all the result of my assistant, he is an excellent medical ninja. Hyuga introduced to several people with a smile. It's all thanks to Master Mushiu's cultivation. Kabuto Yakushi, who had disguised his face, bowed slightly. While several people were talking and laughing, an Anbu from Konoha hurriedly came to Jiraiya and Narashikaku and handed the letter in his hand to them. Narashikaku took the letter and nodded slightly. Sorry, I may have to leave for a while. Please. Shikaku walked aside and read the above content carefully. Soon after he returned to everyone, his first sentence was shocking. Your Excellency Kishu, the ninja world may become unstable again. Chapter 74 An Unbeautiful Accident. Not everything goes as planned. Originally, Hyuga Kai thought that the arrest would never be discovered, but in the end, Iwagakure discovered it. Just before the Akatsuki organization discovered Lao Ziai, Iwagakure Enbu discovered him first. However, during the period when he went back to report the news. When Onamu took people back to Wuvai volcano, Lao Ziai disappeared again, which made him have to wonder whether Lao Ziai had been killed. And the only one who is most likely to be able to do this is Konoha. Although I don't know what means they used, it must be Konoha who secretly murdered Arjun Kriki. Just like Tsunagakure during the Third Ninja War, although it is not clear what method Konoha used to kill the third-generation Kazekage, it must have been Konoha's doing. Advertisement. In the conference room of Otagakure village, Konoha's Jiraiya, Narashikaku, and others sat opposite the top management of Otagakure village. Naruto and other following ninjas have been arranged to rest. Shikaku's expression was very solemn, and he said, according to reliable intelligence, Iwagakure village launched a surprise war and occupied the Kingdom of Grass as a buffer zone. Now it is possible to launch a war against the Kingdom of Fire at any time. He went on to say that this was not only a provocation to the Fire Nation, but also a test. If not handled properly, it might become the beginning of the Fifth Ninja War. Hyuga Kai didn't know the reason why Oniki started the war, and secretly complained in his heart whether Oniki was crazy. In the original work, Oniki did not start a war even when Konoha was at its weakest. Now that Tsunade and Jiraiya are back, why would he jump around? Hyuga Kai smiled slightly and said, "We in Otagakure village will abide by the alliance treaty and participate in this war as mercenaries." Luju praised him appropriately, "Your integrity is admirable. After all, this is a game between big countries, and if small countries participate, they are likely to be doomed. The country of grass is an example. It may be captured by the 5 major powers at any time, or it may be restored at any time. It exists only to survive as a war zone." Hyuga Kai asked again, "I don't know how many reinforcements Konoha needs. Do I need to take action?" Shikaku answered without hesitation, "As much as you want, it would be better if you could help me. We will hire every sound nin at a reasonable price, and provide supplies during the battle and pensions after death. Konoha is really rich now. It has taken over many of the original Sarutobi Shimura family's properties, and has received many financial aids from daimyo. I believe Konoha will definitely give a reasonable price. Please discuss relevant matters with my assistant." The last alliance contract between the two villages did not mention that hiring ninjas was a matter of price, so it could only be finalized temporarily by a few people. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai pointed at Tera Yoshihiko, the financial manager of Otagakure village beside him, and asked him to leave his amateur affairs to the experts and wait for the results. Then Hyuga Kai stopped talking and left the battlefield to the two of them. After a long heated discussion between Tera Wahiko and Shikaku, they finally finalized the various monetary issues for hiring Oto Ninja this time. In the negotiation, Hira Wahiko was in a relatively weak position, but considering that the other party was from the Nara family, Hyuga was satisfied that such a result could be achieved. Next, the two parties will further discuss the details of cooperation to ensure that Otagakure village can successfully participate in this war and provide strong support for Konoha. Hyuga Kai and Jiraiya were responsible for the final decision. "I wish us a happy cooperation." Another covenant was signed on the spot, and he shook hands with Jiraiya again, finalizing all matters. "Send the guests of Konoha to rest." It was almost midnight after the negotiation, and Hyuga Kai arranged for everyone in Konoha to go and rest. Hyuga Kai also yawned, but he couldn't rest yet. He still wanted to continue his plan to attack Hinata, but why did Hanabi come this time? She hadn't even graduated from the ninja school, so why did she come with her? "Just don't disturb my plans." After taking a shower, Hinata, wearing loose pajamas, sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes a little confused, and her mind was flooded with thoughts. The figure of Mushia-jun in the scene when they parted kept appearing in her mind. Hinata couldn't help but think wildly. After not seeing each other for such a long time, would Mushia-jun have forgotten her? Could he have someone new that he likes? Thinking of this, Hinata's heart became very heavy. Mushia-jun said that he wanted to make her more confident, but Hinata was worried that if Mushia-jun saw her current appearance, would he be disappointed? Her heart was full of contradictions and uneasiness. Hanabi's humming voice came from the bathroom, which was obviously different from Hinata's mood. Her current mood was indeed very beautiful. "I will officially meet my brother-in-law soon, and then I can ask him for advice and practice. Won't it be easy to take revenge by then?" She was indeed very satisfied to see her brother-in-law today. Not only was he in a high position and powerful, he was also handsome. What kind of standard male protagonist template is this? "When I am with my sister, the domineering leader of the neighboring village falls in love with me, sister. If the opponent is not my sister, then I will definitely take action." Hanabi thought. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, Chiba Kisha's voice came, "Does Hinata live here?" Hinata said in surprise, and ran over with bare feet, "This is it, Kisha-kun, I will come to the gate of opening right away." Advertisement. When Hinata opened the gate of opening, she saw Hyuga standing at the door with a smile on his face and his hands behind his back. Hyuga Kai tilted his head and said with a smile, "Hinata-chan, long time no see. Not long after we parted, Hinata has now grown her hair long, and her originally round baby face looks even cuter. She had just taken a shower, her cheeks were rosy and she exuded a fresh breath." Hinata thought about Hyuga Kai's words of encouragement and responded, "Well, Kisha-kun, long time no see." Hinata seemed to think that it was not good for the guests to stand outside, so she turned aside to make way for her. "Kushia-kun, please come in." Hinata, who was so overwhelmed by love, did not remember that she had a biological sister taking a bath in the bathroom, and she had no idea about it. Hyuga took a few steps forward and entered the room, and smelled the refreshing fragrance of Hinata. Hyuga Kai took out a red gift box from behind and handed it to Hinata. "Open it and take a look, the gift I prepared for you. Thank you, Mushiu-kun. Hinata thanked her seriously and carefully took the small red gift box with both hands. Gently open the gift box, and a necklace lies quietly inside. The silver chain shines with light, while a striking blue gemstone pendant hangs in the center. The gem exudes a faint blue light, as if it contains mysterious power and coquettishness and beauty coexist perfectly in it. Hinata felt panic the first second she received the gift. She quickly closed the gift box and tried to stuff it back into Hyuga Kai's hand. Hyuga Kai retracted his hand. This thing looks expensive, but it's not valuable at all. I condensed the gem with chakra. It looks very difficult. Hinata still thought, no, Mushiu-kun should take it back, it's too precious. Hyuga Kai retorted, there is no reason to return the gift you sent out. Hinata-chan can just keep it. Just as the two were arguing, a sound of pushing the door sounded in their ears. I've finished washing it too. Startled by the sound, the two of them looked back at the same time. I saw Hanabi, walking out of the bathroom naked, water dripping from her crystal, leaving clear footprints where her feet had stepped. Because water dropped into his eyes, he kept rubbing his eyes and could not see clearly what was going on in the room. Both of them forgot that there was another person taking a shower in the bathroom, and Hanabi couldn't hear the quarrel outside because of the sound of the shower. Chapter 75 Blue Pendant? Love Token? Although this scene was tempting, Hyuga Kai reacted quickly and immediately thrust the gift box into Hinata's hand, turning his back to show his innocence. Hanabi also wiped his eyes and opened his eyes. He immediately saw a strange man standing in the room, but he was still standing there naked. Ah! Hyuga only heard a scream, and then the sound of pushing the door open, and Hanabi returned to the bathroom. Sister! Why is there a man in the room? Hinata then realized that she had forgotten to remind Hanabi when she asked Hyuga to come in, which created the embarrassing scene just now. Advertisement. Sorry, Hanabi, Hinata didn't know what to say now. Hyuga Kai heard Hanabi's scream. He wanted to explain, but he felt that any words at this time might make things worse. Hinata was also very upset. She blamed herself for her negligence and felt guilty for Hanabi. After a while, Hanabi came out of the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe and a slight blush on his face. She looked at Hyuga Kai and then at Hinata, her eyes still full of doubts and dissatisfaction. Hinata took a deep breath, walked to Hanabi, and said timidly, Hanabi, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I forgot to tell you that Mushiu-kun is here. After hearing Hinata's explanation, Hanabi's expression softened slightly, but she still looked at Hyuga Kai with some disbelief. Hyuga Kai quickly nodded to express that what Hinata said was true. I actually didn't see anything. I just came to give gifts. Hyuga pointed at the red gift box in Hinata's hand. It was impossible not to see it. At that time, both of them looked at the bathing picture, and I also saw it very clearly. It's just that there's really nothing interesting to see. He has never seen Uchiha Spring, Uchiha Hikari, or Uzumaki, and none of them are as interesting as Hanabi. Hyuga broke the silence, I'm really sorry for causing trouble to you. I came here to give Hinata a gift, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the two of them, with a hint of apology in his eyes. Hanabi watched the two people sincerely apologize, and the dissatisfaction in her heart gradually subsided. She understood that this was just a misunderstanding, and her sister didn't mean it. Hinata smiled and said, looked at the gift box in her hand, and then handed it to Hanabi, this is the gift given to me by Mushiu-kun, do you want to see it? Wow, so beautiful. Hanabi opened the gift box and saw the necklace. Hyuga immediately said, this thing is not valuable. I condensed it with my own chakra. If my sister likes it, I will send you an exact one later. Advertisement. Is it really okay? This looks very expensive. Hanabi became very excited when he heard Hyuga Kai's suggestion and said excitedly. Of course, no problem, I can deliver it to you tomorrow. Hyuga said immediately. That's great, thank you, brother Mushiu. Hanabi said sweetly, looking like a well-behaved girl next door. Seeing this, Hyuga breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Hyuga Hanabi was still young and didn't have a strong concept of chastity, so a necklace was enough. Otherwise, your strategic plan will fall apart in the middle. This pendant was made and condensed using his own reincarnation eye and Sharingan eye power. Together with the curse seal planted in the bodies of the two people on the night of genocide, it can guide the thoughts and monitor the bearer. The daily source of maintenance only needs to absorb the wearer's daily overflow of chakra. This is the guarantee that Hyuga uses to promote the plan. Now that Hanabi also wants it, he can just follow the trend. Ahem, cough, cough. In view of your good performance, I decided to give you a chance to redeem your sins. Hanabi rolled his eyes, from tomorrow on, my brother-in-law must be responsible for teaching me how to practice. Hyuga Kai was in a bit of a dilemma. He had to discuss the war with Konoha and Uegakure recently, so he had to take one person with him to avoid any problems. Hanabi also added very considerately, I don't need my brother-in-law to teach me all the time. I just need to let me stay with my brother-in-law and teach me some knowledge about cultivation when I have time. Hyuga hesitated for a long time but nodded, then you must listen to me. Sigma yet. Long live my brother-in-law. Hanabi jumped up and let out a cheer. Hinata's face turned into a ripe apple again, and she muttered in a low voice, why do you call me brother-in-law? Hanabi poked Hinata's red cheek and returned the gift box to Hyuga for inspiration. Hyuga Kai put the necklace on Hinata, I think my sister is very happy to hear me call me that. Hyuga smiled softly, took out the necklace and put it on Hinata. This time she did not refuse. She smiled softly and said softly, thank you, Mushiu-kun. Hyuga gently stroked Hinata's hair and said, Hinata, you are so beautiful. This necklace was simply made for you. A trace of blush appeared on Hinata's face. She lowered her head and said shyly, Kushiu-kun, you are always so good at talking. Advertisement. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the atmosphere became particularly warm. Hanabi next to him looked like he was watching an idol drama and taking CP. What Hyuga didn't expect was the other side. After the disguise, Sasuke still met Naruto in another way. Normally, Sasuke would read some ninjutsu books after training. Tonight, he heard that Naruto also came to Otagakure village, and he also came to the street looking for a shop to have some midnight snacks. Sasuke was walking on the street and looked up when he saw a noodle shop. Business was booming here in the evening, and it was full of people coming for late-night snacks. I heard that this seems to be a noodle shop opened by that guy Hyuga Kai, and the signature dishes in it are all developed by him. Sasuke walked in and found a deserted corner. He picked up the menu and ordered a random dish of noodles. Not long after, the noodle bowl was brought to the table. Sasuke followed the example of the people around him and mixed the noodles with the sauce. He took a bite. The smooth and refreshing noodles were covered with sweet sauce and paired with very satisfying side dishes. I didn't expect that the dishes created by that guy Mushu are quite delicious, but that idiot Naruto probably won't like them. He will definitely order noodle soup. Sasuke thought. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door, Boss, what kind of food is there here? Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, and continued to eat noodles with his head down. Hello, can we sit here? Sakura came to Sasuke and said. Sasuke raised his head and looked around to see that there was still a place in front of him, just take it easy. Sakura, let's order this banh mian. That one can have a lot of toppings, boss. I want a fully prepared pan mian. Naruto said, pointing to the sign above his head. Sakura unceremoniously rejected Naruto's proposal, you order your own, boss, I want a beef noodle dish. No problem, I'll be fine in a moment. The boss responded and continued to work. I didn't expect to find such a great noodle restaurant in Otagakure. Naruto said excitedly as he smelled the fragrance on the tip of his nose and sat next to Sasuke. Kakashi also casually ordered a piece of ramen and continued to carefully watch the intimate paradise in his hands. Sasuke buried his head in eating noodles. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the scene in Konoha. Chapter 76 Beautiful Misunderstanding. In the next few days, Hyuga Kai was followed by a follower. Hanabi followed Hyuga Kai and asked Hyuga Kai various questions whenever he had free time. Days like this continued until the night before the Konoha mission was about to leave, and Hyuga Kai promised Hanabi to train alone for her. Hyuga Kai teaches Hanabi ninjutsu, taijutsu techniques, etc. step by step. Looking at Hanabi's almost crazy training, Hyuga standing in the distance couldn't help but be speechless. He worked really hard to kill me, but I'm afraid it was all in vain. Unless I made Satsuki from outside the world, I really don't know how to die. Advertisement. Thinking about things, his thoughts wandered away. After a long time, Hyuga Kai came back to his senses and thought that there were some things he still had to do. Hyuga Kai said loudly, Hanabi, let's get here today, you have to rush tomorrow. It's okay, I'll train for a while. Hanabi declined. Hyuga Kai, too much is not enough. If you train like this, you are only fishing for the best, and it will cause irreversible damage to your body. Okay. Hanabi closed her hands, ran a few steps to Hyuga Kai and asked curiously, brother-in-law, have I made much progress? Yes, you have made great progress, and you are already considered a leader at your age. Hyuga said in disbelief while handing out a bottle of water, replenish water, it has salt in it. 8-year-old Hyuga has become Konoha Anbu, while Kakashi is 6-year-old Chunin. And now Hanabi is only 7 years old and has just reached the level of a genin. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hanabi smiled sweetly and took the water bottle and drank from it. When Hanabi finished drinking the water, Hyuga squatted down and took out a necklace that was exactly the same as Hinata's and handed it to Hanabi. This is the necklace I promised you, for our lovely Hanabi. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hanabi took it with both hands and smiled like a flower. She looked at it for a while, how she liked it, and then handed the necklace to Hyuga Kai's hand. Hyuga asked in confusion, "What's wrong, don't you like it?" "No, I like it very much." Hanabi turned his back and said, "I also want my brother-in-law to help me carry it." "Okay, it's up to you." Hyuga then put the necklace on Hanabi. Advertisement. Hanabi turned around and posed a few times in front of Hyuga Kai. "How is it? Does it look good?" Hyuga praised, "It looks good and even cuter." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Hanabi suddenly came over and kissed Hyuga on the cheek. "This is a reward for my brother-in-law. Thank you for your teaching. This is also my first kiss." After saying that, she ran towards the outside of the training ground without looking back. Hyuga Kai looked at the back and smiled, "Interesting. There is an unexpected reward in conquering Hinata, which makes it even more interesting." Hyuga Kai stood up and stretched, when Kabuto Yakushi stepped forward and handed a plan to Hyuga Kai. "Sir, this is the plan that was discussed. If you think there is a problem, we will discuss changes with Konoha." Hyuga Kai took the plan and looked through it quickly, and concluded that the plan was to quickly occupy the Kingdom of Grassland and the territory close to the Kingdom of Fire to conduct border negotiations with the Kingdom of Earth. The best result is to pull the daimyo of the Kingdom of Grass who is taking refuge in the Kingdom of Fire to rebuild the Kingdom of Grass. Konoha wants the Kingdom of Grass to be its puppet. And Hyuga Kai leads the Sound Ninja to make a second move. Hyuga Kai's appearance fee is as high as 100 million rieng, and if he makes a move, there will be an additional fee. It's like money falling from the sky. Hyuga Kai returned the plan to Yakushi Kabuto. "No problem, just implement it according to this plan. Tomorrow, after seeing off the Konoha delegation, we will take the Oto Ninja to the border between the two countries." After Kabuto Yakushi reported various matters, he went back to his own research, while Hyuga returned to his room to prepare to try to connect with the two power gems. Hyuga Kaipan sat on the bed and opened his reincarnation eye, trying to contact the two gems worn on the necks of Hinata and Hanabi. Hyuga planned to see what Hinata was doing first, use the curse seal to lock Hinata's position, and establish a connection between the two pupil powers in the gem. In an instant, the scene where Hinata Gaki was facing appeared in front of him. The scene where he imagined that the clothes were wrapped and needed to be seen through with his eyes did not appear. I only saw the scene of Hanabi and Hinata having fun while taking a bath. Hinata's necklace was used, so the main perspective of the necklace was used, so it was facing Hanabi, and everything that should be seen and what should not be seen was seen. Hyuga coughed twice calmly. He was really a serious person, and this gem was also used for serious purposes. Then Hyuga Kai tried to establish contact with Hanabi's necklace and changed to Hanabi's main perspective and looked at Hinata completely. Hinata is still very promising, she has the potential of a big thunder. Advertisement. Hyuga nodded secretly, and then withdrew from the reincarnation eye contact. He also had to go back to find someone to defeat the fire, so he would go to Xiaoguang's place tonight. The next day, at the gate of Otagakure village, Hyuga Kai and many senior officials came to bid farewell to the Konoha delegation. Everyone said goodbye to a few people in Konoha. Hyuga Kai and Jiraiya shook hands again and chatted in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The lights of reporters around him kept flashing, recording the historic moment. Everyone thought that when the two of them were talking about family and country affairs, they were talking about the delicious food that Jiraiya had eaten in the past 2 days. From behind, Kurane looked at the necklaces around Hinata's sisters' necks and said in surprise, "Is this all given to you by Chiba Kishu?" Kurane was very surprised when he looked at the beautiful sapphire. This kind of orb should be very precious, so Kyanba Muxiu gave away 2 of them at will. "That's right, it's all because of my brother-in-law's beauty, right?" Hanabi said proudly. Kurane knocked Hanabi's little head, "It's indeed very beautiful, but I can understand giving it to Hinata, but why would it be given to you?" Hanabi instantly recalled the embarrassing things that night, her face turned red instantly, her eyes wandered and she did not dare to look at Kurane again. "Oh, don't ask, Sister Hong, it's just a gift." When Kurane saw this scene, she thought of Hanabi always following Chiba Muxiu these days, and immediately thought of something bad. Kurane gritted his teeth and said, "This guy. Hanabi is still so young, I'm going to give you an explanation." Saying that, Kurane took out a kunao and went to Chiba Muxiu to ask for an explanation. He was responsible for taking care of these 2 little girls after the Hyuga clan was exterminated, and he had long regarded them as his own daughters. Hinata reacted and immediately grabbed Kurane and explained what happened. But this still makes Kurane extremely angry, but he can no longer go to Chiba Muxiu for explanation. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on him. He had no choice but to squat down and teach Hanabi earnestly in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "You must cherish your body from now on, and you must not let others see your body, do you understand?" Hanabi blushed in embarrassment, "Oh, that was really an accident. Can you watch it if you have already seen it? Hanabi refers to Chiba would repair. That's not possible either. Yi Kurane refused sternly. I understand. Hanabi nodded in agreement. Chapter 77 War Puppet Production Line. After seeing off the Konoha delegation, Kabuto Yakushi came to Hyuga Kai and reported, everything is ready. As long as you give the order, the puppet production line can be started. Hyuga was in a great mood. He knew that his efforts were not in vain. Let's go and see my army of puppets together. Later, Yakushi Kabuto and Hyuga Kai took the elevator of the Otagakure Underground Research Institute together, went deep underground, and came to a huge underground workshop. In the workshop, rows of production lines are neatly displayed. This is a huge underground space opened up by Hyuga using the reincarnation eye. The huge production lines and puppet workers are ready to start operating. Looking at this magnificent production line, Hyuga couldn't help but raise his lips with satisfaction, and then gave an order to the researchers beside him, let's get started. Advertisement. Yes. Start transmitting power. 10 minutes later, the huge production line began to operate, emitting strong vibrations and rumbling mechanical sounds. The entire production line is driven by a combination of electricity and thermal energy, all of which come from underground magma. Hyuga activated the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion to cut through a large area of the ground and lead the magma here. The production workers are puppets who can work 24 hours a day. A few minutes later, the first batch of puppets of various colors were successfully shipped out of the factory, with complete military types. These were the results of careful design by many research and development personnel. Hyuga Kai and everyone came to the warehouse. Hyuga Kai opened his reincarnation eye and condensed the spirit ball to activate a war puppet at will. The puppet started to move instantly. Hyuga Kai casually ordered, jump up. The puppet holding the sword shield jumped up as expected. Squat down. The puppet squatted down again. Dance. Advertisement. The puppet began to twist its body irregularly again. Hyuga Kai is very satisfied with these puppets he made. He withdraws the spirit balls he made. Making spirit balls will put a burden on Hyuga Kai's own spirit. Unless necessary, Hyuga Kai must maintain a controllable number of puppets. Not bad, Kabuto, I'm very satisfied with these puppets. As long as your majesty is satisfied, I just don't know if you let us create so many puppets. If you want to drive them all, will it be harmful to your health? Kabuto asked with concern. Everything he does now is based on Hyuga Kai. If Hyuga Kai has any shortcomings, his dream will be over. Hyuga smiled and said indifferently, of course I know that I have already started to find the energy that can drive these puppets. Of course I will not take my own life as a joke. Hyuga Kai is talking about the dragon vein or the huge golden reincarnation eye on the moon. The dragon vein is now sealed in Lulin. The power of the dragon vein can only be effective in the territory of Lulin. Unless you have a way to dig into the country of Tien, you will hand over the lifeblood of the puppet army to others. The golden reincarnation eye of the Tsutsuki clan on the moon is Hyuga Kai's main target, and Hyuga Kai has made two preparations for this. One is to let his loyal partner Heiju lead his white Jew to search for the spring water under the Unicom moon. The second is the eye power gem on Hinata Hanabi. As long as the last Tsutsuki clan member on the moon, Tsutsuki Tonari wants to awaken the reincarnation eye, he must come to capture the Byakugan of the two. And he monitors the two of them at all times. As long as Tsutsuki Tonari appears, he will directly knock on the door and send him a golden wheel reincarnation blast to Chago Romo Hamura, and then bring back the huge golden reincarnation eye. Hyuga Kai then asked, with the funds from Konoha and the savings over the past few years to purchase materials from the Kingdom of Iron, how long can the production line cover be operated and how many puppets can be produced? Kabuto Yakushi said ambiguously, after deducting the necessary maintenance funds for Tien Country and Otagakure Village, we can probably manufacture 10,000 war puppets of various models. Hyuga Kai shook his head. This number is not very satisfactory. Black Zetsu has 100,000 white Zetsu, and he must at least have an army of 100,000 puppets. Although these are useless miscellaneous soldiers when enlarging to the Super Shadow level and 6 Paths level battles, if the plan changes, he can also directly launch a ninja war. Advertisement. There are only two ways for state power to obtain money: increase revenue and reduce expenditure. It is impossible to reduce expenditures. There are so many researchers at the Otagakure Institute who are applying for funds from the finance department every day for various projects. The financial manager, Ping Vian, is always going to the pharmacist to cry and complain. There is only one way to open source. Tianziguo has reached a maximum economic threshold under Yakushi Kabuto's concept of rejuvenating the country through science and technology. Unless the territory expands and the population surges, the upper limit has been reached, and it will be difficult to make any major improvements. The fastest way for a country's political power to make quick money is to follow the example of swastika and borrow debt from abroad. This is also the method that Hyuga Kai came up with. He borrowed money from others and had to pay it back, but he didn't need it. Then he would hold a hangmen banquet and call all the top officials of the country. Finally, he asked Uchiha Hikari to appear and use 8,000 spears to turn them all into Hyuga Kai's dogs. But there must be a legitimate name, and it will always be possible to deceive those big countries to save their face. Then I can also organize a federal government to bring all the surrounding small countries over to form a new country, and then control the top management of each country to provide money in the name of common armaments. At that time, it looks like a federation, but in fact Hyuga Kai secretly controls all countries. This matter happened to be carried out right after the war between Uchiha and Konoha, and he also happened to rely on this border friction to build his prestige. Speaking of this, I would also like to thank Konoha for giving me this opportunity. Hyuga Kai figured out the twists and turns, and told the plan to Yakushi Kabuto beside him. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses and said excitedly, then it starts from the country of iron, where the iron-producing country imports raw materials, and then the country of Taki, a country that has always maintained neutrality and is also very rich in resources. When he said this, he seemed to have seen the steady flow of funds pouring into the research laboratory of Otagakure village. Hyuga ordered, yes, but the prerequisite for this is to establish prestige in this war. Motoji Shinobi, send troops to the country of grass. A tall man following the two men immediately responded, yes. Motoji Shinobi, the leader of the Motoji clan in the Harada country, has reached the level of elite Jainin and has good commanding abilities. He was later recruited, brainwashed, by Hyuga Kai. After some modifications by the guys at the institute, with the help of the Sage Jutsu Curse Seal, it could barely reach the threshold of shadow level strength. Chapter 78 Raid on Yunyan Camp. 2 days later, inside the Hokage office in Konoha village. The first thing Jiraiya and others who rushed back from Otagakure came to Konoha was to come to the Hokage office to report on their trip to Otagakure to negotiate. How is the situation? Will Otoyan village send troops? Tsunade asked first. Jiraiya said proudly, I agreed. The leader of Otagakure, Chiba Kishu, personally led the team and set off shortly after we left Konoha. This is all my credit. In order to persuade him to send troops, Shikaku and I, but it's a waste of words. Okay, as soon as the reinforcements arrive, they will rush into the country of grass and confront Uchiha. Tsunade ignored his boast and slammed the table. Advertisement. And Shikaku asked, why did Uchiha suddenly launch a war against us? Isn't Uchiha recuperating? Asked here, Tsunade gritted her teeth, Jinkriki Laozi, who said we killed them, defected himself and still relied on us Konoha. Do you really think I am easy to bully? I launched a war against Konoha as soon as I came to power. Hearing this reason, Shikaku couldn't help but fall into deep thought, this shouldn't be the case. Onaki is a cunning master, a master who doesn't see rabbits and doesn't let go of hawks. How could he launch such a useless war? But now he can't think of anything wrong. Tsunade continued to ask, how is Otagakure village? Is it necessary to maintain an alliance? Ryuju told what he saw and heard in Otagakure, and what he saw was that Otagakure was prosperous. And Jiraiya also found a topic that he could talk about, and kept talking about how developed it was. Jiraiya thought about it and said, it's a pity that everything there is good, but it lacks some interesting industries, and Anbu from Otagakure always monitors me and doesn't let me go. You guy, hurry up and go to the front line to take over the battlefield. Tsunade's anger level is almost overflowing. She handles government affairs every day, while this guy enjoys delicious food in Otagakure. Jiraiya didn't hit him with a punch, he was just afraid of destroying the Hokage building again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiraiya quickly nodded and ran out of Hokage's office, I'll go right away. 3 more days later. Hyuga Kai brought 1,000 Otonin to the border of fire and grass to join forces with the Konoha ninjas led by Jiraiya. Hyuga Kai was in a good mood during the 5-day journey, because Konoha had to give a large amount of money as employment fees every day. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he looked at Kabuto Yakushi's list of expenses for the 5-day march, such as food and grass. Advertisement. At the same time, he secretly vowed to end the war here as soon as possible. These mercenaries are really expensive. Yakushi Kabuto finally said something that Jiraiya liked to hear. Since he came here, Jiraiya almost didn't kick him out. Jiraiya Dono, don't worry, Lord Mushiu said that for your sake, I will give him Yagit's a 95% discount. Jiraiya's face looked a little better, then let's settle the settlement together after the employment is over. Of course, I can still trust Jiraiya Dono's credit. Kabuto Yakushi said with a slight smile. Jiraiya said, we will launch a raid on Uchiha tomorrow. Please lead the Oto ninja leader Mushiu to proceed according to the plan. Certainly. On the other side, Hyuga Kai handed over all matters to Yakushi Kabuto, and he became the hands-off shopkeeper. Hyuga Kai circled the camps of the 2 armies and learned about the configuration of Konoha's army, 5,000 ninjas and 42 Jainin. Naruto and other new generation ninjas in Konoha did not go to the battlefield. You must know that those people are children of the Konoha ninja clan, so you won't drag them into the battlefield. And Naruto is Jinchuriki, so it's not yet time for him to take action. It's boring. I thought I could see Naruto killing people. Hyuga yawned and returned to his military tent. The next night, a large number of Otogakure elites led by Hyuga Kai lurked in the night. They were an ambush force, responsible for conducting surprise attacks on the flanks of the Uegakure formation after the two sides fought. No one could have imagined that just a month ago, Konoha Otogakure was still fighting for life and death, but now they would join forces to kill the enemy. In the darkness, Konoha's ninjas were seen rushing towards the Uegakure camp, but Uegakure's ninjas seemed to have been prepared and launched a counterattack towards Konoha. Fire-style lighting technique. A fireball rose into the sky and continued to burn, instantly lighting up the originally dark sky. Kill. Ha ha ha, you don't know, we have already prepared, brothers, kill these Konoha dogs. The Uegakure ninjas laughed wildly and rushed out of the camp to launch a counterattack against the Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas only resisted for a moment, leaving a few corpses behind and retreated backwards. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai saw a figure standing in the center of the Uegakure ninjas. He was tall and mighty, giving people a strong sense of security. According to the intelligence, he was Hoangtu, the son of Oniki, the commander of Uegakure. I really don't know how that guy Oniki gave birth to such a tall son. Did he just follow his mother? Hyuga secretly complained in his heart. The Konoha army ran directly in front of the Otogakure troops led by Hyuga Kai, but the Uegakure troops did not discover the hidden Otogakure troops, and they chased the Konoha army. Now, it was time for Otogakure to take action. Hyuga Kai patted Motoji Shinobu on the shoulder next to him, signaling him to take action. Motoji Shinobi stood up suddenly and turned on the flare. Go ahead, kill all these bastards. A red flare rose again in the dark sky. It's Otogakure's flare. Follow me and fight back. Konoha's ninjas shouted, turning around and fighting. The thousands of lurking Otogakure elites also stood up and headed down the mountain to kill. Only then did the Uegakure ninja realize that they had been trapped. It turned out that the intelligence sent back by the spy was wrong, and he was actually caught in a counter-siege. In the crowd, IWA Ninja Commander Hoangtu shouted loudly, break through to the west, there are no enemy troops there. The momentum of the charge of the IWA ninjas instantly turned to the west, and they fled like a tide. Hyuga Kai suddenly stood up and entered sage mode instantly. He pulled out two bone knives from his palms, jumped with all his strength, and smashed into the IWA ninja formation like meteorites, blocking their way to break out. With a loud noise, Hyuga stood up, and there were two corpses of IWA ninja at his feet. He pulled out the bone knife, and blood spurted out and splashed on him, making him look like a bloody Shura. Kill him. Upon seeing this, the surrounding IWA ninjas rushed towards Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai's eyes were cold and he ducked to avoid the attack. The bone knife in his hand danced, causing a bunch of blood splashes every time he swung it. Although Hyuga Kai was surrounded by heavy siege, he showed no fear. On the battlefield, the sounds of killing and shouts intertwined. Hyuga Kai shuttled among the rock ninjas like a ghost, and his bone knife became the enemy's nightmare. The blood dyed his body red, but it made him braver as he fought. Get out of the way. An angry shout rang out, a tall figure appeared in front of Hyuga Kai, and the rock-wrapped fist suddenly hit Hyuga Kai's face. Earth-style fist rock. This was Lois's move. Hyuga Kai didn't panic at all. Lois's movements were like a turtle in his eyes. Hyuga Kai lowered his body and avoided the attack. He shot bone bullets from his hands and once again harvested the lives of several IWA ninjas. Chapter 79 Captive Lois, The Unexpected Kakuzu. We have no grudges against your Otogakure village, so why are you so hard on each other? Hoangtu looked at his comrades beside him one by one, and saw Hyuga Kai's forehead protector tied to his arm fall down. He was not helpless. Said resentfully. The chakra snake bite on Hyuga Kai once again took away the life of an Uegakure ninja. There is no way, Konoha gave too much money. What price did Konoha give us? Uegakure will pay twice as much. Huang Tuxin said. He knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat the man in front of him. If he died, it wouldn't be a big deal, and the thousands of people behind him would also have to die. Hyuga stopped killing the IWA nin in front of him and let them pass by. One price, 3 billion, I will go back and fight Konoha now. Okay. Hoangtu agreed without any hesitation. Advertisement. At this time, Jiraiya, who was fighting in the distance, heard this and rushed to Hyuga Kai's side to persuade him, Your Excellency Mushu, you have to be trustworthy as a person, especially as a leader. If I improve by 20%, no matter how high I am, no more. Hyuga smiled, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Of course he couldn't do such a thing. He just wanted to take this opportunity to blackmail Konoha again, but Jiraiya didn't dare to bet on Hyuga Kai's credit, so he could only be forced to increase the price. Jiraiya's face became very ugly. He knew that he had been tricked by Chiba Muxio again, but he couldn't care so much anymore and had to deal with the situation in front of him first. Leave this Lois to me. Hyuga took a step forward and formed a seal with his hands. You are worth 70 million taels in Konoha, so please give me your life. Hyuga Kai condensed a bone drill wrapped in water and storm in his hand. Sage Art Bone Taki Pneumatic Drill. Huang Tu looked at the rotating bone drill and secretly gritted his teeth. If such an attack hits him, he will definitely die. I will stop him, and everyone will break out with all their strength. I can die, but I just hope that more people can break through. Hyuga Kai turned into a white light and pierced the Lois. Earth-style gossip-style technique. A huge rock giant rose in front of Lois to block Hyuga Kai. The bone drill wrapped in the two powers of Feng Shui quickly penetrated the stone man in front of him with extraordinary penetrating power. With a rumble, the stone man barely resisted Hyuga Kai and collapsed for a moment. Hyuga Kai passed through the stone man and appeared in front of Lois. Lois' eyes were firm and determined to die, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes, activating the chakra all over his body, Earth-style super heavy rock technique. The heavy fist of the Lois wrapped around the rock faced the unrivaled bone drill. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai felt the huge pressure from Huang Tu's fist. This punch was able to temporarily block his bone drill, which made him look at Huang Tu. However, Hyuga Kai's strength was superior after all. He just increased the power of the bone drill and finally broke through Lois's defense. The sharp bone drill shattered the wrapped rock and tore the Lois's arm into pieces. Huang Tu vomited blood and flew backwards, being seriously injured. Run away! Huang Tu shouted. The other Uegakuer ninjas took the opportunity to break out. They passed by Hyuga Kai, but he did not pursue them. His target was only Lois. You are a respectable opponent. Hyuga Kai looked at Huang Tu and said, but it is a pity that you are not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. After saying that, the chakra snake on Hyuga Kai bit Huang Tu. He was instantly comatose under the venom, but the wounds all over his body were stopped from bleeding instantly. There is no need to kill him. He is just a mercenary and cannot completely fall out with Uegakuer. By killing him, Uegakuer will fall out without Uegakuer. Selling the Lois to Konoha is the best choice. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in the distance, I'm a step late. Hyuga Kai turned around and saw that the person coming was actually Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu saw Hyuga Kai's face and took out the reward book from his pocket. Chiba Kishu, 10 million taels is a bit low, but it doesn't matter. He looked at the suspected dead Lois next to Hyuga Kai. I think Oniki will pay a good price for your body. Oniki actually hired a member of the Akatsuki organization to take action, which was really a generous move. Kakuzu took off the Akatsuki organization's windbreaker, and the four masks behind him emerged. It looked like he was going to use all his strength from the moment he got up. And Hyuga Kai looked at Kakuzu like this and secretly complained, are you so anxious to die? It's really hard for me to kill Kakuzu. Killing him would be a big blow to Akatsuki, so I have to find a way to scare him away. Hyuga Kai suddenly thought of something. He took the bone drill back into his body and pointed his hands at Kakuzu, wood-style tree-bound eternal burial. Countless branches suddenly stretched out from the ground and wrapped around Kakuzu like snakes, wrapping him tightly in an instant. Kakuzu felt an unprecedented fear in his heart, and those memories that had been sleeping for a long time were awakened again. Advertisement. This task is impossible. He didn't care who the person in front of him was, and the several masked clones beside him immediately used force to tear up the trees wrapped around him. Then, he withdrew the four masked clones, activated the teleportation technique, and arrived 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Hyuga smiled secretly. Sure enough, this was the psychological shadow after assassinating Senju Hashirama. He made the right bet. Facing Senju Hashirama's changing ninjutsu, Kakuzu inevitably has some psychological shadow, and he just bets on it. As for how to explain his wood style to Konoha, of course he has to blame Shimura Danzo. He has so many scapegoats, but this one is not the least of them. At the same time, Kakuzu stood in the distance, watching with fear that Hyuga Kai was not chasing him. The ninjutsu just now reminded him of a terrible past, and the fear that penetrated his bones still lingered to this day. The battle on the battlefield is basically over. The Uegakuer ninjas who succeeded in breaking out have already run away, leaving only those who failed to break out. The timid ones should surrender, and the courageous ones should commit suicide. All that was left was to clean the battlefield and bury the corpses, and Shinobu Motoji was very sensible and asked Oto Ninja to help Konoha clean the battlefield. Of course, the spoils of war will not be handed over to Konoha. They will all be cleaned up and waited for the guys from the finance department to come over and redistribute them. These are not things that Hyuga Kai needs to worry about. He only needs to quietly wait for the post-war negotiations. Jiraiya came to Hyuga Kai at this time, and he asked tentatively, the ninjutsu you just used is wood style. Wood style. Jiraiya asked again as if he couldn't believe it. He preferred the sage jutsu that controlled trees. That's right. As if to prove his words, Hyuga pointed his finger at the ground with a green light, and a sapling immediately sprouted from the ground. Once this thing is used, it cannot be hidden. As long as the trees that Hyuga Kai just summoned are brought back to Konoha and shown to Tsunadeheim, she will definitely be able to identify them at a glance. How do you know wood style? Of course you don't have to tell us if you don't want to. Jiraiya continued to ask. Hyuga Kai also pretended to be surprised. Ah? Don't you know? Senju Hashirama's cells were given to me by your Konoha Hokage assistant Danzo. Jiraiya was startled again. It's Danzo again, he has done so many things that we don't know about. Forget about the past, now there is another crime of leaking Konoha's secrets. With Danzo's death, his blame continues to increase. Chapter 80 Peace Negotiation, I-1. After that, Konoha quickly expanded its results and quickly occupied most of the country of grass. Onoki never expected that the Uegakure troops led by his son Huangta would be so shattered at a touch. Tuyin Village. Onoki looked angrily at the report in front of him. It recorded in detail the battle on the front line. Uegakure was defeated miserably, and his son Huangta was also seriously injured and captured. The initiator of all this was not just Konoha, but also the Otagakure village. Advertisement. Chiba Muxiu, where did he come from? Macabre Bone Pulse and Wood Style, two powerful blood successors actually appeared in one person at the same time. Wait, haven't the Uryuaki clan and the Senju clan been exterminated? Why did such a person pop up again? Picking up the peace agreement sent by Konoha on the table, Onoki had to think about the possibility of peace talks now. Damn it, first came Kimura Takia from Omegakure village, and then came Chiba Kisha from Otagakure village. Why are these geniuses from the little ninja village doing it to me? Onoki said angrily, tearing the report in his hand into pieces, as if he wanted to kill Kyanba Muxiu who was thousands of miles away. At this time, the door of Tsuchikage's office was pushed open, and Huangta's daughter Kuratsuka broke into Tsuchikage's office. Old man, you have to save daddy. Kuratsuka hugged his grandfather and kept shaking him. Onoki became even more irritable. I know, I'm thinking about how to rescue your dad. This is not a formal war in itself. He wanted to force Konoha to hand over Lao Ziai and plunder the land of grass. He didn't expect it to develop to this point. Then he was anxious to continue the fight and took his son with him. But it's so worthless. Then there is only one way, which is to negotiate and pay a ransom. Konoha. Otagakure. How come these two guys got involved? They were fighting you to death some time ago, and now they are here to help. Of course Onoki didn't know all the information, and he still had only a partial understanding of the relationship between the two villages. Alas. Onoki sighed and asked people to prepare various matters for the peace talks. In this peace negotiation, I am almost going to spit out the wealth I robbed in the country of grass. I am probably working in vain. On the other side, Hyuga Kai is still very comfortable. He has just received the final payment from Konoha, and the next step is to wait for negotiations with Uegakure village. Advertisement. At this time, Konoha asked Hyuga Kai how to master the wood style ability. They were willing to pay 1 billion to buy this method. Hyuga Kai only replied that he wanted to make this money, but this method can only be used by himself and is useless to ordinary ninjas. Reminiscent of the fact that wood-style ninjas did not appear in large numbers in Otagakure village, Konoha believed Hyuga Kai's statement. Hyuga found the daimyo of the country of grass whom the country of fire intended to support, and activated Mangekyou's ability to wash his soul to change his will, turning him into a daimyo who hated a powerful country. It's also convenient. Next is planning. Soon after, Hyuga Kai received a message from Konoha that the three countries were going to negotiate in the war zone. The reason why the two major countries came to Kayan is to eradicate foreign enemies from Kayan village. The three sides are Konoha village in the land of fire, Uegakure village in the earth country, and finally Otagakure village in the land of Hyuga. Hyuga Kai then ordered Motoji Shinobi to take the Otagakure troops and return to Otagakure village with money, and at the same time contact Yakushi Kabuto to ask him to arrange people to incite the emotions of the surrounding small countries and promote the wave of anti-big powers, so as to build momentum for Hyuga Kai's trip. Only Kimimaro and Yugo were left from the fighting force as Hyuga Kai's bodyguards on this trip, although Hyuga Kai did not need their protection at all. But this can be regarded as a necessary face-saving project. As the leader of a village, how can he not have guards? By the way, Kimimiro's problem of treating blood disease has been successfully overcome, and now Kimimaro is a quasi-cage level guard with all his strength. In the afternoon of the next day, Hyuga Kai and his two guards arrived at the designated peace negotiation location on time, where a simple conference room had been set up. He was the first to arrive. Hyuga Kai looked around and found no sign that anyone wanted to come and cause trouble for the Three Kingdoms meeting. Hyuga Kai found his own seat, which was the same seat as the other two major countries. Hyuga Kai was quite disappointed, otherwise he could have used the topic to his advantage. Soon after, Konoha's Tsunadeheim arrived second, followed by 2 guards, Narashikaku and Yamanaka Hiki. Hyuga Kai smiled and greeted, "Sir Hokage, long time no see." Tsunade did not take into account the current cooperative relationship between the 2 countries and said, "I don't want to see you. When I see you, I think of my money." As soon as Tsunade saw Kyanba Muxiu's face, he thought of the money he had just given away, and that Konoha had been severely blackmailed by him. This is a huge amount of wealth that can make even a gambler feel distressed. You can imagine how big the figure is. Hyuga Kai was not angry and just retorted, "Isn't the result bad? Not only did Konoha win the war, but it also caught a big fish for you." Advertisement. Thinking of this, Tsunade's mood improved slightly, and she could rely on the conditions of this victory to give Iwakaku a hard blow. But that was a foolish move. What Konoha wanted to do was to turn the country of grass into its own puppet and establish a country that was leaning toward itself, so that it could send troops to Iwagakure at any time. It was precisely because Hyuga Kai discovered this that he secretly controlled the daimyo of the grass country that the fire country wanted to support. In the end, Oniki arrived belatedly, and the escorts were his 2 apprentices, the future leg shadows Kuratsuki and Akatsuki. "Sorry, I'm late." Oniki apologized without any sincerity and sat down in his seat. When people get old and have inconvenient legs, they should prepare for retirement. Why bother to start a war to disrupt the ninja world? Tsunade said sarcastically again without being polite. "It's not like you Konoha first intended to get involved in the Earth Kingdom and rob and kill my Iwagakure Jinkraki." Oniki sneered. "Okay, everyone." Hyuga opened his mouth and said, "Today we are gathered here to discuss a plan for peaceful coexistence. Let the past be in the past, we should focus on the future." Tsunade and Oniki looked at each other, and both saw the unwillingness in the other's eyes. But they also understand that if the fight continues, the 2 countries will not be able to steal greater benefits. Kuratsuki next to Onoki stared at Hyuga Kai with hatred. After all, it was Hyuga Kai who shattered his father's arm. "Then, let's get started," Hyuga Kai said with a smile, a trace of imperceptible pride flashing in his eyes. Iwagakure plundered the country of Kusanagi and paid compensation to Konoha. Konoha hired Otagakure again, causing a lot of bloodshed. In the end, only Hyuga Kai made a profit, and both countries worked in vain. Even the daimyo of the grass country supported by Konoha was secretly controlled by Hyuga Kai. "I won twice, but you, the 2 major countries, owe me once. First of all, I have never seen your Jinkraki. Konoha's high-end combat power has not left Konoha, so how can we talk about robbing and killing Jinkraki?" Tsunade said firmly. "I would also like to ask you why Iwagakure invaded the country of grass and robbed the country of grass treasury? This is the real invasion and brings disaster to the ninja world." Oniki had already responded and produced a secret letter. "At this time, the daimyo of the country of Maegasa gave me a secret letter, asking me to lead the army to help them exterminate the traitors. It was my incompetence that failed to complete the task." As Onoki spoke, he shed a few crocodile tears. Hyuga Kai just rolled his eyes after hearing this, which meant that he was just making it up at will without any proof. Hyuga Kai really wanted to activate the art of reincarnation from dirty soil on the spot and identify it on the spot. "I think your killing of traitors is a fake act of robbing wealth, but it is real." Tsunade did not back down at all, wanting to overwhelm Onoki in terms of justice. Chapter 81 The Charm of Marketing, Hero of Justice Kyanba Muxiu. Hyuga Kai listened to Tsunade and Oniki, from the debate on justice to war compensation, profit distribution, and other issues. Konoha's demand is to rebuild the country of grass by itself, while Iwakaku's demand is to split the country of grass and establish small countries as strategic buffers. But Iwagakure, as the defeated party, is willing to pay a monetary price for this. Hyuga thought silently, "It's my turn." The negotiations are reaching a climax. Hyuga Kai suddenly stood up, slapped his palm on the table, and yelled at Oniki, "You Iwagakure invaded the land of grass first, we Otagakure and Konoha are here to uphold peace and justice." Advertisement. Your kingdom of earth is already a defeated country, and now you still want to use the kingdom of grass as a bargaining chip. Can a big country treat a small country as a plaything? Don't you, the earth country, even lose face? Then we Otagakure and Konoha are not vegetarians either. When Hyuga Kai spoke, he mentioned Konoha by the way to show that he was supporting his allies. Oniki snorted coldly and said, "It is not your turn as a small country to speak in the negotiations between big countries. What we do is truly for the peaceful development of the ninja world." Onoki was a little disdainful when he heard Hyuga Kai's childish speech. He was still too young, but it didn't matter if he was just powerful. Everyone in the ninja world has acquiesced that small countries are the battlefields and toys of big countries. Once Hanzo, the demigod of the rain country, also wanted to change the fate of his country, but he did not leave in embarrassment. There has been no movement in recent years. Hyuga sneered, it's really ridiculous. What you call peaceful development is sacrificing the interests of small countries. Then I would rather not have such peace. His eyes scanned the people present with firm eyes. Today, I speak on behalf of Otoyan village. We will never tolerate this kind of injustice. If you insist on doing this, our Otoyan village will defend it at all costs. The sovereignty of the country of grass. Hyuga Kai looks like a messenger of justice in the ninja world, vowing to fight for peace and freedom for the country of grass. Tsunade couldn't help but praise Hyuga Kai in her heart. Well done, this guy really does things for money. Onaki's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect Hyuga Kai to be so decisive. However, at this moment, Tsunade said, Your Majesty Mushiu is right, you Uegaku started this war, and now you are still trying to carve up the land of grass. This is absolutely impossible. The scene suddenly became tense. Both sides refused to give in and saw that the negotiations were about to break down. Advertisement. Humph, I think you just want to tear up this close peace and don't want peace talks. Onoki said angrily. Hyuga showed no sign of weakness. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. When Tsunade saw this, she knew she couldn't let the situation get out of control. Konoha didn't want a war. She quickly smoothed things over and said, Everyone, calm down. Our goal is to solve the problem, not to intensify the conflict. After Onoki was silent for a moment, he slowly said, Okay, then tell me your conditions. Tsunade cleared her throat. It's very simple. The country of grass must remain independent and intact, and you, Uegaku, must no longer interfere in its internal affairs. At the same time, you must apologize for this aggression and provide corresponding compensation. Konoha will have full power assist the country of grass to rebuild its country. Onoki frowned. Impossible. Konoha's assistance to the country of grass is false. I think supporting the puppet is true. Hyuga Kai, then Otogaku will help rebuild the country of grass. Our Otogaku village is willing to take on the important task of helping other countries. Tsunade also nodded to agree to Otogaku's proposal. The daimyo of Kusanagi had already leaned towards Konoha, so it didn't matter to them who would rebuild Kusugaku. Onoki pondered for a long time. His son was still in their hands. It would be better for Otogaku to rebuild the kingdom of grass than Konoha. Moreover, the kingdom of grass would not obey Otogaku. At most, he would find an ally for himself. The final point was he nodded, Okay, I accept your conditions. The negotiations continued, and the two parties began to draw up a peace treaty on the spot and make ceremonial divisions. The general terms were that the Earth country would pay compensation to Konoha, spit out most of the wealth it had looted from the Kusanagi country's treasury, and Konoha would return the prisoners in the war. Uegaku handed over a huge sum of money to Otogaku as funds to rebuild the country of grass, while Uegaku and Konoha acted as supervisors. A contract was newly released, and the interests were generally divided. Yunyan village vomited out all the loot it had eaten. Adding the war losses, it meant that there was almost no gain. Konoha village did not earn much from the compensation received minus the employment fees paid to Otogaku village and war losses. However, Hyuga Kai still made a lot of money. Konoha also undertook all the expenses, lost a group of ninjas, and the rest was pure profit. May peace last forever. Hyuga smiled and shook hands with the two. Onoki's face was full of displeasure. Hyuga Kai was half responsible for his failure this time. If he hadn't suddenly appeared on the scene, he might not have lost on the frontal battlefield. Chief Mushu, you are really young and promising. You can already stir up troubles at such a young age. Onoki praised against his will. Advertisement. After signing the contract, Hyuga Kai took Kimimaro and Yugo back to Otogaku village quickly, and left the rest to others. As for the work arrangements for rebuilding Kusanagi village, it was all left to his subordinates. There was no need for Hyuga to teach him how to profit from it. The materials for rebuilding Kusakure are of course purchased from Otogaku village, which will drive the development of Otogaku's economy. What you have to do is the really important part, which is to build momentum for yourself. Within a few days of Hyuga Kai's return to Otogaku village, a wave of opposition to the 5 major countries arose in various small countries. The 5 major countries are the source of instability in the shinobi world and the source of pain for small countries. The ninja leader of Otogaku, Chiba Kishu, angrily criticized Onoki during the peace negotiations between the Fire Country and the Earth Country, which spread throughout the ninja world. Many civilians believe that Kyanba Muxiu is a hero who is not afraid of power and stands up to the leaders of great powers. And his heroic deeds on the battlefield spread throughout the ninja world, killing ninjas from great powers like ants, easily defeating elite ninjas from great powers such as Jiraiya and Lois. In an instant, Kyanba Muxiu's name was packaged as an endorsement of resistance against the great powers and the spiritual leader of many people. Rain Country. Pain, who was far away in the kingdom of Rain, looked at Chiba Muxiu and the information in front of him as if he was seeing a confidant. Finally, someone saw clearly the veil of hypocrisy of that great country. Konon, get ready, I'm going to recruit this ninja myself. Pain said. Nagato felt that Kyanba Muxiu could definitely understand his ideals, and the intelligence revealed that he was very powerful, which just met the recruitment conditions. The reactions of the 5 major countries were different. Most of them were dismissive. No matter how much momentum they built, could they surpass Hanzo? The former demigod was not as majestic as he was. He was the savior of small countries and the hero who resisted big countries. But now I don't know where I am in the corner. Only the stupid civilians of small countries will believe in such a savior. Chapter 82 The Future Federal Government of the Ninja World. Kyunyi Muxiu's prestige is at its peak, and his name has been regarded as a god by many people in small countries. Hyuga Kai then took the next step in implementing the plan and sent out banquet invitations to high-level dignitaries from neighboring countries in the name of the daimyo of Tianakuni. On the surface, it was a gathering of nobles, but in fact it was the hung-men banquet organized by Hyuga Kai. He invited the famous names and high-ranking dignitaries from the Kingdom of Taki, the Kingdom of Iron, the Kingdom of Waves, and the Kingdom of the Moon. Among them, the only ones who could be named were General Mifune of the Iron Kingdom and Shibaki, the leader of Takigakuer village. These 4 countries were selected by Hyuga Kai and Kabuto Yakushi after discussions. After the integration, the 5 countries are connected. Advertisement. Not only can resources be shared, but the resources are also relatively abundant. The only other option is the country of grass, which has just experienced a war and will be difficult to recover in the short term and will only become a liability. In the Daming Mansion of Tian Country, the banquet began, and the top officials from various countries were drinking and having fun. The 5 daimyo sat around a table, and the daimyo of the Kingdom of Iron said, "Where is your leader of Union Village? Why can't I see him? He has been very popular recently. I'll be there soon, I'm dealing with some official business." The daimyo of Tian's Higuo held a fan, lightly covered his lips, and took a sip of sake. "To be late for such an important occasion is really lacking in etiquette," said the daimyo of the Land of Waves. Hyuga Kai in the dark saw that all the guests had arrived, and knew that it was time for the protagonist to appear. Hyuga walked into the banquet hall with Uchiha Hikari, who was holding a crystal ball in his hand. Seeing Hyuga Kai's arrival, the daimyo of Ta no Kuni pointed at the wine pot and said, "Chief Mushiu is late, he must punish himself with 3 drinks. Hyuga smiled slightly, "We'll talk about the fine drinking later, let's get down to business first." Yes, what Leader Mushiu said is right. There are some things to finish first. A trace of enthusiasm flashed in the eyes of Tian's Higuo's daimyo. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Iron realized that something was wrong. Big deal? Isn't today a noble banquet? The name of Tian's Higuo explained, "Of course it must be in the name of a noble banquet, otherwise how could those big countries let us get what we want? Let me explain." Hyuga took a few steps forward and came to the center of the banquet. Everyone looked over. "I am here to help everyone. Small countries like us have been living under the oppression of big countries. Only by uniting can we get rid of the control of big countries." Hyuga instantly possessed the drama spirit and entered the character. He looked around and continued with firm eyes, "We can no longer sit still and wait, we must take action. I believe that as long as we work together, we will be able to achieve our goals." Advertisement. Whispers began to appear in the crowd, some expressed doubts, while others showed excitement. "Those big countries will not sit back and watch our alliance. They will definitely stop us and break this alliance." A voice asked. Hyuga took a deep breath and said, "First of all, we need to establish closer ties and cooperation. We can jointly develop strategies, share resources, and support each other. Secondly, we need to cultivate talents and improve our own strength. Finally, and most importantly, we must have the courage to resist the oppression of big countries and defend our rights and interests." One person said sarcastically, "To put it simply, you actually want us to be a tool to fulfill your ambitions." Hyuga showed a regretful smile, obviously his mouth was not able to convince so many people. Hyuga Kai pointed at the crystal ball in Uchiha Hikari's hand and said, "Everyone, please look here." Everyone at the banquet unconsciously looked at the crystal ball. The scarlet Mangeki Sharingan appears in Uchiha's light eyes, and is accurately projected into each person's eyes through the crystal ball created by the research department. The most powerful pupil technique, 8,000 spears, was activated and the consciousness of everyone present was forcibly tampered with. Hyuga Kai spoke again, "Please review my proposal again. Don't think about it anymore, just do it." "Yes, I have long disliked those big countries." The crowd suddenly became excited, as if they would fight against the 5 major countries in the next second. "It's a bit much," Hyuga thought to himself. Hyuga pressed his hands and signaled them to calm down, "Don't be impulsive. We must first strengthen ourselves before we can compete with the 5 major countries. At present, we have to hide and strengthen cooperation secretly. My assistant will tell you what to do next." As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, a person came outside the door, and it was Kabuto Yakushi. Hyuga Kai patted Kabuto on the shoulder, leave it to you, integrate the 4 countries. Advertisement. The light reflected under his glasses, no problem, Mr. Chi, then what should we name this country? The federal government of the ninja world. Hyuga said the name without even looking back. Hyuga walked out of the banquet hall, knowing that he no longer needed to worry about it. In 1 year, Yakushi Kabuto was able to integrate the 4 countries and then announce the establishment of the federation. Next, we only need to wait for the suppression by the 5 major countries. Until one big country could not bear the pressure and launched a war against the federation, Hyuga finally forced the 5 major countries to recognize this new regime and became the 6th largest country. I just need to wait. What Hyuga Kai didn't expect was that he would welcome a different guest tonight. Hyuga Kai was sitting on a chair, with Uchiha Hikari next to him grilling meat for Hyuga Kai, and putting pieces of meat to Hyuga Kai's mouth. Can't I still enjoy myself after working for the peace of the ninja world for more than 10 years? These big names really enjoy themselves, no wonder they have to be willing to resist those big countries and have no ambition at all. There are only a few people who are tortured by big countries like the daimyo of grass country. Most of them can turn a deaf ear to what is happening outside the window and only want to play with women. No matter how the country falls into war, they can continue to enjoy it. Hyuga Kai was enjoying Uchiha Hikari's costumes. Suddenly, he noticed 2 familiar chakras breaking into the courtyard. They did not hide their whereabouts at all, and entered the courtyard from the main entrance. The visitors were Pain and Konan, whom they had not seen for a long time. After thinking about it for a while, Hyuga realized that their purpose was to recruit him. Chiba Muxi, whose name is well known in the ninja world, and the title of hero of a small country will naturally attract the attention of Nagato, who also hates big countries. Thinking about it, Hyuga put his hand in front of Uchiha Hikari and helped her change her appearance. After all, they had seen Uchiha Hikaru when they were in the land of rain, so they couldn't reveal their identity. Hyuga stood up, walked out of the room, came to the courtyard, and looked down at the 2 people standing in the courtyard. A visitor is coming. Hyuga started to hold the wine glass with his hand, drank the wine in the glass gracefully, and said slowly, "Come in only if you are not invited, I'm afraid you 2 are bad guests." Chapter 83 Xiao's second invitation, Ghost Lantern City. "Kyanba Muxiu, am I here to invite you to join Akatsuki?" Pain said coldly. Hyuga showed great interest, "Xiao? It sounds a bit familiar. I have investigated, aren't you a rebel ninja mercenary organization? You actually want to recruit me, a ninja village leader, to join?" Pain said, "It's just a phenotype. Akatsuki's power can lead the ninja world to peace." Hyuga sat on the stairs, his interest aroused. "Peace, a word I haven't heard for a long time, then what is your price, and why do you want me to join you?" Sure enough, he became interested as soon as he heard about peace. The man in front of him was also a young man who had the same dream as Akatsuki, Nagato thought. Advertisement. Pain continued, "You want to build a 6th country to protect civilians, right?" When Pain came here, he only needed to go to the banquet to know Hyuga Kai's purpose. However, Hyuga Kai arranged Jane in there and could not detect Pain Konan's infiltration. Hyuga's eyes burst out with murderous intent, "Now that you know my secret, you are not afraid that I will kill you now?" Pain raised the corner of his mouth, but was not corroded by the vast killing intent at all. "You won't do this. We have the same dream." "The same dream?" Hyuga restrained his murderous intent and smiled disdainfully, "What a wonderful lie, how many people have fallen under the dream?" As an online author, the author has deep experience. How many authors who love words have fallen on the road to becoming gods, alas. Pain said slowly, "Let me tell you a story, maybe you can find yourself in it." Hyuga Kai's heart sounded alarm, and his reason told him that the person in front of him wanted to escape him, wanted to find the common ground between him and himself, and then let him become his subordinate. This is such a familiar routine. Isn't this the script of my routine, Uchiha Hikari? In the land of rain 27 years ago, there were 3 children. They met in the war-torn rain country, depended on each other, and shared the yearning for peace. In order to realize the ideal of peace, they founded Akatsuki, but they suffered repeated setbacks and were jointly persecuted by Hanzo and Danzo. The death of his friend made him realize the cruelty of the ninja world, so he decided to use the power of tailed beasts to plunge the world into pain in order to achieve a different kind of peace. Only when everyone feels the pain will they fear war and achieve true peace. Pain slowly told this story, appearing extremely patient. If it had been anyone else, he would have directly launched the Vientiane heavenly command to persuade him. Our ideals are somewhat contrary to each other. What I want is to unify the ninja world and let there be only one voice in the ninja world, instead of letting it fall into pain. Advertisement. War is the continuation of politics, and politics is the concentrated expression of economics. When benefits are unevenly distributed, a war is needed to reshuffle the cards. No war is initiated by Konoha, just because he holds the greatest interests. Your understanding of war is too shallow. Pain gradually fell into deep thought after hearing Hyuga Kai's words. Hyuga stood up and said, "But, it doesn't matter. As long as your chips satisfy me, I can join you." Pain woke up from his thoughts and said, "I can help you repel the encirclement and suppression of the big powers and help you establish the 6th largest country." Hyuga Kai applauded, "Okay. If that's the case, then capturing Four Tails must be your fault." "That's right. Then let the master who captured Four Tails help me. I'm quite interested in him." Hyuga Kai directly named him and wanted to take action himself. "Okay, I'll tell him if he's interested." Pain continued. "Just tell him that I have what he wants." Hyuga Kai said, "As long as you can help me build a 6th largest country, there is no harm in joining your organization." "Konan, give him the Akatsuki organization's items." Pain said. Konan threw a seal scroll towards Hyuga Kai. He was caught by Hyuga Kai with one hand. "Inside are the communication tools and clothing of the Akatsuki organization." Pain said, "The master you want will also arrive soon." After saying that, the two of them walked out of the yard without stopping. "Walk slowly," Hyuga Kai said as he returned to the house and opened the seal scroll. The items inside were similar to those given to him when he first came to the Akatsuki organization. A ring codenamed Shien, nail polish, and 3 ninjutsu scrolls, which are the magic lantern body jutsu, the phantom dragon 9 forbidden technique, and the elephant turn jutsu. Now that I have joined the Akatsuki organization again, doesn't it mean that I will have a shadow clone for future meetings? But there is also an advantage. This time I can use all my strength. Chiba Muxiu's vest is a bit weak. It didn't take long for Hyuga Kai to wait for a message from Pain, hoping that he would carry out the task of helping Chiba Muxiu establish the 6th great nation. Advertisement. In this regard, Hyuga Kai finally showed his interest in Kyanba Muxiu and readily accepted the task. Next, Hyuga Kai will wait for the next battle to begin. Hyuga Kai, who returned to Otagakure village, received new information. Wuvai, the lord of Annihilating city in the country of grass, contacted Hyuga Kai and wanted to become the new leader of Kusugakure village in the name of Jainin, the original grass hidden village. Ghost Lantern City is a prison jointly established by the 5 major countries. It houses countless criminals. Most of these people are powerful and are imprisoned there if they disobey discipline. A good cannon fodder team. Hyuga Kai thought that these criminals could be pulled away by the 8,000 spears to form a cannon fodder team. As for the bliss box in Oni Lantern Castle in the original book, Hyuga Kaijuo guessed that it was probably just a ninja tool used by the Sage of 6 Paths in ancient times to seal special powers. Anyone who can be sucked into it will be assimilated into a monster called Satoru. Although the people sent in are assimilated into monsters, they will still retain part of their consciousness. Hyuga Kai touched his chin. Maybe this power can also be used. When the time comes, he can send a white Zetsu in to control the time. When he is almost assimilated, he will be brought back. Maybe Hyuga Kai will have an extra war weapon. Looks like we have to go again. Hyuga stretched and took Uchiha Hikaru on the road to Ghost Lantern City. Hyuga Kai also once asked Uchiha Hikaru whether using 8,000 spears to plant marks on so many people at once would consume a lot of eye power. The use of the 8,000 spears pupil power is minimal, and combined with the projection crystal produced by the research laboratory, it can even control countless people with one use. Soon after, the two came to Ghost Lantern Castle and looked at the giant great prison located in the sea. Hyuga Kai determined that it was the legendary Ghost Lantern Castle and the box of bliss was inside. Hyuga Kai and Uchiha Hikaru landed in front of the gate of Ghost Light City. Because he was using the identity of Chiba Kishu, he could not use the puppet flying eagle, so he flew in Sage mode. Sage Jutsu took Uchiha Hikari with him. Hyuga Kai landed in front of the gate, and immediately several Kusagakure ninjas stood in front of Hyuga Kai. "Who are you?" Hyuga Kai said, "I am Kyanba Muxiu. This time I came to Wuvai to discuss various matters related to rebuilding Kusanagi." The eyes of several grass ninjas were bright, thinking that the legendary Kyanba Muxiu would only send his men to discuss. "I came here to discuss this in person." As expected of Kyanba Muxiu, the hero who resisted the big country, he had nothing to say about treating the small country. "I just didn't expect that the legendary Kyanba Muxiu really looked like a kind-hearted young man. Please come in, Master Mushu, we will report it right away." The prison door slowly opened, and Hyuga walked into the Ghost Lantern City with a smile and a nod from the two of them. Chapter 84 Box of Bliss. Hyuga was led to the living room. In front of the living room, he was looking forward to a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Wuvai. There was also a little boy beside him, who must have become Satoru in the original work. "No dirt. Mr. Mushu is coming, why don't you tell me in advance so that I can be prepared," Wuvai said. Hyuga Kai continued to maintain his character and said, "I came here as soon as I heard about your wishes. Since Kusanagi is going to be rebuilt, this is a good thing. It also strengthens the power to resist the great powers. Wu Wei laughed, ha ha ha, Mr. Mushu really understands me. I just want to strengthen our strength so that we will no longer be bullied. Now Wu Wei's own son has not yet been sent to the box of bliss because of his ambition. He is still an ambitious person. Advertisement. Come in quickly. Wu Wei stretched out his hand in an inviting gesture. Several people entered the living room and sat down. Hyuga Kai looked at the young man beside Wu Wei and asked with a smile, the Prime Minister next to Mr. Wu Wei must be your noble son, he is indeed very handsome. This is Kwanzaa Wu Zhao, I've met Uncle Mushu soon, don't you admire Mushu-kun the most? Wu Wei said. Uncle Mushu. Wu Gu bowed, admiration flashing in his eyes. Hyuga Chi originally planned to let Uchiha Hikaru behind him use the 8,000 spear to brainwash him, but it seemed that he would not use it. This Wu Wei seemed to be a ninja who hated a big country. It can be seen from his son, and the two of them, as ninjas of the Kingdom of Grass, almost became slaves of the subjugated country. It was only after Hyuga Kai's words at the peace conference that they argued for the re-establishment of the Kingdom of Grass. The respect in the eyes of these two people cannot be fake, so it would be better to let them present the box of bliss themselves with a lot of effort. Hyuga smiled, since you call me uncle, how can I not have a greeting gift? Hyuga Kai took out a secret scroll and a sound ninja tool. Thank you Uncle Mushu. Hyuga Kai said, let's go out and play. Your father and I will talk about something. Good. Seeing Muzan walk out of the living room and there was no one around, Hyuga Kai felt relieved and talked with Wu Wei about cooperation in rebuilding Kayan village. Hyuga Kai probed his attitude towards the 5 major countries in subtle ways. Advertisement. Humph, the 5 major countries are all the same. They all regard the small countries as ants and only care about their own interests. Wu Wei knocked on the table angrily. Seeing that the heat was almost over, Hyuga Chi sat down and said, I plan to establish a federal country composed of small countries. I wonder if you are interested in joining. Wu Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Mr. Mushu, please speak. Hyuga Kai smiled slightly, knowing that he had taken the bait. He repeated what he said to the dignitaries of various countries at the banquet, which made Wu Wei very excited, as if he had completed the grand blueprint described by Hyuga Kai. If this can succeed, we will be comparable to the 6th largest country among the 5 major countries in just 10 years. Hyuga Kai shook his head slightly, there are no 10 years, we only have 1 year. After 1 year, we must have a beautiful victory to shock the 5 major countries, otherwise we will just be the playthings of the 5 major nations. Wu Wei was a little desperate when he saw Hyuga Kai describing the grand blueprint. 1 year, only 1 year, this is impossible. We can only assemble the ninja army by uniting all the small countries around us to defeat a big country. Yes, this does not guarantee that every country will work together. Hyuga smiled, since I said it, nothing is impossible. As Hyuga Kai spoke, he took out a scroll from his arms, opened it, and showed it to Wu Wei. The signatures of most of the dignitaries of the 4 small countries were written on it. I have secretly united the Kingdom of Taki, the Kingdom of the Moon, the Kingdom of Waves and the Kingdom of Iron, and are integrating the forces of the Federation so that the full combat power of the 5 countries can be unleashed during wartime. Hyuga Kai opened the scroll to more places, leaving a larger blank. I wonder if the country of Grass and the village of Grass Hidden are willing to join this big gamble. Wu Wei fell into thinking for a long time, and finally he bit his finger and wrote his name on it. If you succeed, you can get rid of the control of the big country. Even if you fail, you will continue to be the dog of the big country. Even the seeds of such resistance are gone. It will be buried from now on. Okay, now that Mr. Wu Wei has joined us, we will be even more powerful. Hyuga Kai said. I wonder what our Cao Yin can do for the Federation. Wu Wei asked. He had just joined the Federation when he wanted to do something. We have united so many countries, but we still lack a war weapon that can rival the tailed beast's war weapon. Hyuga Kai revealed his purpose and wanted to lure Wu Wei into revealing the secret of the box of bliss. Although Takigakuer has a 7 tails, you can directly use Sharingan to control the tailed beast at critical moments. Wu Wei was lost in thought, and after hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and revealed the secret in his heart. If Master Mushu can ensure that the country of Grass will receive equal treatment as other countries after the establishment of the Federation, I am willing to hand over a treasure from Kayan village to you. Wu Wei has already put on a respectful speech. He knows that the country of Grass has nothing now and joined later, so it is easy to be squeezed out. He wants to use this in exchange for greater benefits for his country. No one in Kusanagi village can use that thing. It requires a tailed beast level chakra to open. It is better to send him out to seek greater benefits. Advertisement. He was betting that Hyuga Kai's reputation would not turn against him and kill people to seize the treasure. Hyuga said solemnly, okay, I swear on my honor. Wu Wei let out a breath, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He made the right bet. Thank you, Mr. Mushu, please come with me. That thing is in the secret room. Wu Wei led the way, while Hyuga Kai followed behind. That thing is called the Box of Bliss. According to legend, it is a weapon of the Sage of Six Paths. In ancient times, Kusakakura village almost unified the ninja world with this treasure. If it can drive other chakra, the user's wish can be realized. Wu Wei told the information he knew, and then laughed at himself. But this is 80% just speculation by some predecessors. If it was really that powerful, the country of grass would not be nearly destroyed. Hyuga Kai didn't reply, watching Wu Wei press the books in the study room, and the secret passage appeared in front of the two of them. Hyuga walked quickly and walked in front of Wu Wei. Lord Mushu, it's better for me to walk in front. The shallow line is to reassure Hyuga that there are no traps here. It's okay, I can't wait to see that treasure. Hyuga showed extraordinary magnanimity. Wu Wei was a little touched. It was the first time we met that he trusted me so much. He was worthy of being called a hero. He secretly sighed that he had found a good boss. Arriving at the innermost part of the secret room, Hyuga Kai saw the huge black box surrounded by 4 distorted human faces of joy, anger, sorrow, and a sealing mask containing powerful power. Hyuga Kai put his hand on it and felt a huge suction force trying to suck away Hyuga Kai's chakra. This thing may indeed be able to solve the problem of war weapons. Hyuga turned around and said. Wu Wei immediately showed an excited expression, it would be great if I can help the Federation. Next, I want to take this away, no problem. No problem at all. Hyuga Kai put his hand on it to send a reverse psychic spell, and the huge box of bliss was sent to Raiji Cave, where Hyuga Kai dug a warehouse for himself, and no one would touch it with Xianya guarding it. Chapter 85 The Monster That Feels Emotions Satoru. Next, someone will come to you to discuss rebuilding Kayan village and coordinating various federal matters. How many prisoners are there in Ghost City now? Hyuga asked. A total of 275 people. Hyuga smiled calmly, okay, take care of them, this year will be their last time. Understood. Wu Wei's expression remained unchanged, understanding that these prisoners would become the Federation's nourishment. Advertisement. Most of these 275 prisoners are Chunin, most of them are ninjas from the 5 major nations. They have made great achievements and then made big mistakes. The mistakes were not serious enough to kill them, so they are all imprisoned here. And Hyuga Kai will now execute them, but Hyuga Kai will let them turn into nourishment for the Federation. The one-time Sage Jutsu Curse Seal developed by the research laboratory, combined with the heroic water of Takigakure village, can raise every Chunin to the Jainin level in a short time. The water of heroes is the most precious treasure of Takigakure village. It is produced by the holy tree of Takigakure village. It only produces a little bit every 100 years. Heroic water can increase the user's chakra amount tenfold, but will overdraw the user's lifespan. It's just that there isn't much of this thing in Takigakure village. It must be diluted before it can be used by more people. This kind of thing should be left to the guys at the research institute. They will definitely be very interested in the hero's water. The one-time Sage Jutsu Curse Seal can directly let people master the power of Curse Seal too, but it will harm the user's body, causing irreversible damage. Combining the two, they will become the most terrifying army, 275 Jainin. Even the 5 major countries alone will not have so many Jainin combat capabilities. This can also be regarded as one of Hyuga Kai's trump cards. In the original work of the 4th Ninja War, the 5 major nations sent nearly 90,000 troops in total, plus the remaining ninjas in each village totaled 100,000. Even if Jainin picked 1 out of 1,000, the total number of Jainin from the 5 major nations would only be 1,000. Note, not counting the Iron Kingdom warriors. After leaving Ghost Light City, Hyuga returned to Rika Cave first. He planned to use his reincarnation to see what was in the box of bliss. Open the reincarnation eye and look through the sealed box of bliss, and you will see the endless darkness inside. Advertisement. In an instant, Hyuga Kai felt endless anger, anger that wanted to destroy the world. But Hyuga Kai was not obscured by the anger. He calmly closed his reincarnation eye and calmed down his emotions again. Ichikashima Him's voice came from outside, and she flew into the warehouse unsteadily. I heard from Zinya that you are here, come and play with us. When she walked into the warehouse and saw the black box of bliss, she suddenly fell to the ground. The box of bliss, how come you have this thing? Ichikajima Hime got up and looked at the black box. Hyuga asked, you know this thing, can you tell me its origin? No, this is our Longdi cave. Hyuga interrupted her, I recently studied a new gameplay, but I just don't know if you are interested. Ichikashima Hime immediately changed her tone, of course, it can be said that this is no secret in the 3 great immortal lands. It is said that this is an item from the ninja sect era. At that time, there was a forbidden place that could give people power, called the Land of Paradise. Humans who wanted power were bewitched by it and turned into monsters that caused disaster. Later, they were discovered by Sage of Six Paths and sealed into this box of bliss. Hundreds of years ago, this thing was once again opened by an ambitious human to cause trouble, but in the end it was sealed by the three great immortal lands and the human masters at the time. Anyone who enters it will be devoured by him and become a monster that can feel an emotion. If the emotion this person felt most in the first half of his life was fear, then this person will be able to feel people's fear. I see. After saying that, Hyuga kept his promise and taught Ichikashima him a way to play cards, and also taught her the skills in it. After leaving Ryuji Cave, Hyuga Kai took Uchiha Hikaru back to Otoyan village. Hyuga Kai came to the underground seal prison, where a powerful sealing circle was built. If you don't have permission, once you enter this giant great prison, you will be suppressed by a powerful seal, regardless of whether you are a living or dead creature. It usually stores the leftover items from the Institute's failed Frankenstein research. This place is built underground imitating Konoha's sealing chamber, but there is no second Hyuga here to steal the treasure. Soon after, a large number of researchers came here. It was Hyuga who asked Uchiha to inform them that they had found the ninja tool of Sage of Six Paths. In addition to scholars of occultism, when they heard this, even the researchers of biology people were attracted. Lord Mushu, can you let us see that thing? Advertisement. The crowd gathered around Hyuga Kai, and they couldn't wait. Hyuga Kai was not angry at being urged, this group of people are like this, they often make offensive actions because of research. Hyuga smiled, everyone, please exit this sealed room first, that thing is very dangerous. Okay, let's go outside and take a look. The crowd quickly retreated to the sealed room and watched through the iron fence. Hyuga channeled the huge black box, with a twisted human face on each side, and a sealed mask on the face. Hyuga explained, I have verified that there is a mysterious power sealed in it. That kind of power does not belong to chakra. People or things entering it will be corroded into a monster named Satori. Hyuga Kai repeated Ichikashima him's words, causing many scholars to think and discuss. The purpose of my research is to control his power. At this time, a white Zetsu rose up from below and stood beside Hyuga Kai blankly. Scholars around this thing also know that Baiju has replaced the human body as their most important experimental material, and biological laboratories have even begun to artificially cultivate Baiju. When Hyuga Kai saw that all the side dishes were ready, he opened his hand to the box of bliss without hesitation, and the huge chakra from his body poured into it. The seal slowly came into contact, and the four-sided seal mask fell off and fell heavily to the ground. Baiju walked up to the box of bliss under the control of Hyuga's enlightened spirit ball and said blankly, I want power. The big mouth on the box of bliss suddenly opened, and a powerful suction force suddenly erupted to swallow Baizetsu into it. The suction force turned to Hyuga Kai and wanted to suck Hyuga Kai into it. This. I didn't feel the slightest chakra fluctuation. This really does not belong to the same power system as chakra. The scholar outside exclaimed. Hyuga Kai gently used a few suctions, and a black chain emerged from the void to wrap the box of bliss. With the seal left by Sage of Six Paths, the suction force suddenly stopped. Hyuga Kai's spiritual connection with Baizetsu was also severed. After waiting for a minute, Hyuga released the shackles of the seal and made a wish to the box of bliss, I want White Zetsu to come back. The mouth on the box of bliss opened again, and Baiju walked out of it. His original white body turned black, and his body was covered with black scales. His fangs and claws had completely changed. This is only the result of 1 minute. If it takes longer, his variation will be greater. Chapter 86 The Establishment of the Ninja World Federal Government and its Promise to the People. This white Zetsu was already low-minded, and now it had turned into a mindless beast, roaring and charging towards Hyuga Kai. Chains came out of the void again to bind the mutated Baizetsu, and Hyuga Kai condensed a spirit ball in his hand and sent it into Baizetsu's chest. Hyuga Kai wanted to control Baizetsu's soul, but found that Baizetsu's already weak soul had been completely annihilated and turned into a mindless beast. No matter how powerful the reincarnation's mental control is, it cannot control a soulless individual, and genjutsu can only be used on living creatures. He no longer has a soul and is completely controlled by the box of bliss. Now what I want is a war weapon that can be used, so I want you to research a way to control Satoru. Hyuga Kai clapped his hands, and the seal on the ground the mask completely sealed the box of bliss again. Advertisement. With another wave of his hand, several ninjas immediately pushed aside the onlookers and sealed the mutated white Zetsu. You can study these things, but I will see the results within 3 months. Hyuga Kai is not worried that those scholars will release the contents of the box of bliss, which requires a huge chakra. Except for Hyuga Kai himself, no one in the entire Otagakure village can open it again. Clear. Yes, Lord Kai, can I see that monster now? This group of scholars was excited to hear about powers other than chakra for the first time. They wanted to see what made Baiju possess such powerful power in an instant. Okay, this is just your test subject, just don't kill him. Hyuga smiled, waved, and left. The small sealed prison was instantly filled with people, all wanting to find out. In the end, a senior scholar finally calmed down the situation and gave each laboratory a fair distribution. How to research is not what Hyuga Kai has to do, he just needs to wait for the results. A year later, Kabuto Yakushi finally completed the integration of the land of fields, the country of Taki, the country of waves, the country of iron, the country of grass, and the country of the moon. All preparations have been completed, the 6-nation coalition armies are all ready to go, Satoru can enter the battlefield at any time, and the prisoner army has also completed its brainwashing work. This time Hyuga Kai no longer hides, directly summons the daimyo and dignitaries of the 6 countries to go to Otagaku to participate in the founding ceremony, and will also spread to every corner of the 6 countries through newspapers and radio. The traditional national situation will be replaced, and the daimyo will become the symbol of the country. Next, the federation will abolish the rights of the daimyo and be responsible for every citizen. Advertisement. Hyuga became the leader of the country, called the head of state, and decided national affairs through parliamentary elections. The parliament is just a superficial appearance. It is impossible for Hyuga Kai to transfer power now. Before he can complete his plan, he must have absolute control over the country. Although Hyuga Kai delegates power to various departments on weekdays, Hyuga Kai maintains absolute control over everything. Early the next morning, Hyuga Kai stood on the high platform with many people from Otagaku village underneath, and behind him were the daimyos of the 6 nations. The microphone in front of you reaches every place the broadcast can touch in real time. Hyuga Kai held a microphone in front of him. We, the ninjas from various small countries, unite here today to announce the establishment of the Ninja Federation to resist the oppression and rule of the big countries. We are well aware that for a long time, big countries have exploited and oppressed small countries by virtue of their strong strength and resources. This unfair situation must be changed, and our Ninja Federation will uphold, forget it. Half of the time, most people in small countries are uneducated, and no matter how much they say, it is not as good as a promise. I pledge on my honor to every citizen of the Federation that within 3 years, each of you will have enough to eat, your children will be educated, and you will be free from the oppression of the great powers. I will be your leader from now on, and I will be responsible for every citizen of the country. Hyuga made an unceremonious promise to him, saying that Tien's Higuo is an example. He has fulfilled his promise and only needs to continue to implement these policies. The simplest promise was exchanged for the strongest cheers, covering every place that the broadcasts in 6 countries could reach. Long live the Federation! Long live the Führer! They have no doubt that Hyuga Kai's promise cannot be fulfilled. This year, the economic and technological support from Otagaku village has given them a taste of the sweetness. The yield of rice can be so high, and the new technology can be so easy to use. Coupled with the propaganda about Kyunyi Muxiu as the savior of the small country, in their eyes Kyunyi Muxiu is like the reincarnation of a saint descended from heaven to save them, the messenger of sage of 6 paths. These are all rumors spread among the people. Because they have not spread to the 5 major countries, they do not care. Those arrogant leaders of major countries also disdain these rumors, but they will pay the price for their arrogance. Several intelligence officers from other countries who were hiding among the people felt their hearts palpitate when they looked at the excited and fanatical eyes of the people around them. This information must be sent back immediately. Advertisement. In the dark, several Otagaku Enbu watched several people leave, but did not stop them. Next, Hyuga stood on the high platform and enjoyed the cheers of the people. He wanted to wait for the battle to establish the country. Hyuga announced the founding of the country in a big way, and the news spread to the 5 major countries in an instant. The reactions among them were varied, and most of them were hostile to the Federation. There is no doubt that the Federation established by Hyuga Kai will completely shake the interests of the 5 major countries. Konoha village. Tsunade's first reaction when she heard the news was to quickly hold a meeting to discuss countermeasures against this new regime. We must send troops to destroy them quickly, before their country is stable. A radical ninja said without hesitation. The establishment of the Federation has already wrapped Konoha in it. If a war breaks out, we will be attacked from all sides. Someone from the peace faction also said, we are in an alliance with its leader Chiba Kishu. In the future, he will also resist many wars from the Kingdom of Earth for us. And Konoha can no longer withstand the devastation of war. The 2 factions argued endlessly. Tsunade was also undecided for a moment. She looked at Nara Shikaku, who was the most likely person to come up with an idea. Nara thought for a moment, there is actually no need for us to rush to launch a war against the Federation. Some people are more anxious than us. The only gap from the Kingdom of Thunder to the outside world has been cut off by the Federation. The Kingdom of the Moon has joined the Federation. For the Kingdom of Thunder, it is like being blocked from home. A war will inevitably break out between the 2 countries within a month. If the Kingdom of Thunder defeats the Federation, we can also get some benefits from this carnival. Someone immediately asked, so what if the Federation won? Someone immediately rejected this possibility, impossible. The Federation has just been established. How can it have the strength to compete with big powers? Jiraiya suddenly said, I know Chiba Muxia very well. If he does something, he will definitely have a trump card. He has definitely been prepared for today's situation. Shikaku continued, then establish diplomatic relations with them and continue to maintain an alliance. One person stood up, impossible, how can we explain it to the daimyo? The daimyo asked us to send troops immediately. Tsunade nodded and made the final decision, I agree, this is indeed a safe way. I will explain it to the daimyo. Chapter 87 Epic Dungeon Encirclement and Suppression by Two Countries of Wind and Thunder. Konoha 11 Xiaoqiang looked at the content from the Ninja World Times. The country of Tien joined forces with the country of Waves, the country of Grass, the country of Taki, the country of Iron, and the country of the Moon to establish the federal government of the Ninja World. Chiba Muxia established this country. The head of state, in charge of all military and political affairs. The Ninja World Times was established by Hyuga Kai. His 2 lifetimes of experience made him extremely clear about the importance of controlling public opinion. Advertisement. The newspaper opened in every corner of the ninja world within a year, and communicated remotely through radio stations and other equipment. Is Brother Mushiu already a famous name? Naruto looked at the contents of the newspaper with some confusion. Shikamaru discovered the problem, no, this is more powerful than the daimyo. Military and political affairs are all things. The country of fire is separated from military and political affairs. Now Kyanba Muxiu is not only a daimyo, but also the shadow of a village. Shikamaru translated in the simplest language for the few people present. That's it. Brother Mushiu has become the head of state. I can be like him anytime. Naruto looked at the picture of Hyuga Kai in the newspaper picture and stood on the high platform to respond to the cheers of the crowd. He also wanted to recognized by the villagers of Konoha. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and complained secretly in his heart, this is 100 times harder than becoming a Hokage. I don't know how the daimyo of the 6 countries agreed to give up all their rights and concentrate on making a vase. I don't know what he thought of. Shikamaru felt a little cold all over. Did Chiba Muxiu use genjutsu? Is this a shameful act and used genjutsu to control the daimyo of the 6 kingdoms? Aren't you afraid of the 5 major powers' joint encirclement and suppression? No matter what, the daimyo of the Land of Fire will definitely be very angry. He is afraid that Hokage will learn from Kyanba Muxiu and become the head of state. Hinata, on the other hand, looked at the photo and was secretly fascinated. Mushia-jun had climbed to a height that was difficult for her to reach, and she had to work hard to practice. Uegakur. The old god Tsuchikage Oniki was lying on the chair. Even if the Federation was established, it would not border him and would not pose a threat to him. On the contrary, our old friend, the Kingdom of Thunder, is blocked at the door. They have probably started to gather their troops now. The gateway to the Kingdom of the Moon must not be handed over to others. Faced with the request from the daimyo of the Earth Kingdom to send troops to annihilate the Federation, he planned to start a month of war mobilization to let the daimyo see their sincerity, wait for the results, and then see if he should add insult to injury. One side starts. Sand-hidden village. Cho could only sigh after looking at that piece of information. Even if he wanted to go to war, he would be powerless. Cho temporarily assumed the position of acting as Kazekage's agent after 4th generation Kazekage was killed. Advertisement. Tsunagakuer is now as weak as ever, not only due to the death of the 4th generation Kazekage, but the daimyo of the Land of Wind has also reduced its funding. They have had to cut most of their expenditures to maintain the original number of ninjas. At this moment, a person entered Kazekage's office excitedly, Cho-sama, the daimyo has promised that we can increase military spending, but we need to send troops to the Federation. Okay. Cho stood up suddenly. This war must be fought. Even if he loses, he must send troops, let alone a new regime. Contact Union Village for me to discuss jointly sending troops. Kirigakuer. Terumi Mei looked at Hyuga Kai's handsome profile in the information and licked her lips. He is a good man, but it is a pity that he will die soon, otherwise he would be a good choice. After saying that, he threw the information aside and concentrated on handling government affairs. The Kingdom of Water is far away from the mainland, and those disturbances will not affect it at all. Terumi Mei wants them to fight, so it is best to break up the kingdom. Union Village. 4th Raikage AI holds the information sent back by the spy in his right hand, and holds a dumbbell in his left hand. He keeps raising and lowering it. He relies on these actions to suppress the anger in his heart. But in the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. He held the dumbbell in his left hand and slammed it down, making a big hole in the specially made floor. Send troops, we must attack the Kingdom of the Moon. Killer Bee sang a rap on the side. I often hear my brother say that he is a hero, but this time he faced us and made him a hero and turned into a bear. You are not allowed to go. This time I will lead the troops myself. AI refused his brother's request without hesitation. This time the enemy should not be underestimated. He had truly seen Kyunyi Muxia's strength. Okay, brother, you are always like this, so I can only continue to practice. Killer Bee did not get entangled this time. He decided to sneak to the front line, bypassing the people who were watching him. Azabi came from the door. Sir Reikage, a message from Tsunagakuer village. Give it to me. AI took the letter and saw the content, and Cho agreed to send troops together. Humph. Tell her that she doesn't need to worry about the Kingdom of Thunder. Now quickly organize the army and send troops to the Kingdom of the Moon in a week. Yes. Advertisement. 3 days later, inside the Federal Conference Room. Hyuga Kai and many federal senior officials looked at the map of the ninja world in front of them. There was still no movement in Konoha, but Tsunagakuer and Kumagakuer had already organized their armies. The Federation now had to fight on 2 fronts. Defeating the armies of the 2 countries is not difficult. The key is how to win a beautiful victory to shock the 5 major powers and force them to recognize the status of the Federation. Pocket. Master Führer. Kabuto Yakushi followed Danzo's example, and one arm was completely wrapped in a sealing bandage. You will be responsible for the war with Tsunagakuer and command an army of 5,000. Wuyuvi leads the prisoner army, and the institute will plant a one-time Sage Jutsu curse seal for each prisoner equipped with diluting hero water. Follow the order. Medicine Master Do Wuyuvi and others obeyed the order at the same time. Kabuto Yakushi not only relied on the power of technology to create an organ for himself to absorb natural energy, but also mastered part of the power of the Box of Bliss. He actively infected his arm with the Box of Bliss and gained the power to command enlightenment. To put it bluntly, Kabuto Yakushi's current strength is comparable to that in the original work. Even if one tail comes, he will still be able to fight. He can release Hyuga Kai by handing him the battlefield of Grass Country, 300 Janin-level prisoner troops, plus the monsters in the Bliss Box. In the face of the reduced armament of Tsunagakuer village, it is more than enough. Regardless of the absolute advantage in high-end combat power and equipment, Tsunagakuer can only have some advantages in low-end combat power. After all, big countries are better at cultivating ninjas than small countries, and they can't improve the level of these ninjas within a year. I will personally lead the troops in the Moon Kingdom battlefield. Mifune will lead 2,000 samurai troops and Motoji Shinobu will command 4,000 ninjas. Seven Tails Jinkriki Fu also needs to be brought along. Shibuya, the former leader of Takiyan village, said worriedly, Sir, I'm afraid. Before he could finish speaking, Motoji Shinobu immediately stepped forward and lifted Shivuki's collar. Are you questioning the head of state's decision? Don't dare. Hyuga Kai said coldly, Motoji Shinobu, let go of Representative Shivuki. The council wants everyone to express their thoughts. We can understand that Shibaki is worried about his companions. Don't worry, I can guarantee her safety. The battlefield in Moon Country is the real highlight. What they have to face may be 2 Jinkriki who can fully transform into tailed beasts, and a Reikage, as well as the average strength of the Kumagakuer troops. But in this war, Hyuga Kai has unparalleled self-confidence. If there are no accidents, he will directly go to the big position and Jinren reincarnation will sweep the audience. Chapter 88 The Battlefield of the Kingdom of Grass, the Galloping Monster Army. Master Kabuto, how are we going to fight this war? Wuyuvi asked. Kabuto is Master Muxiu's right-hand man, so of course he deserves his respect. Kabuto smiled and said, of course we ran over it all the way. What Mr. Muxiu gave us were all disposable consumables. We just need to use them all. The prisoner army can reach Janin's strength in a short time, and can only reach its full strength when used on the frontal battlefield. As for the monsters created by the Box of Bliss, even if Kabuto Yakushi controls them, it is difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, and Satoru can only rush into the pile of enemies. Yakushi Kabuto's idea was also very simple, just kill the 2 armies directly. Advertisement. Early the next morning, 15 5-meter-high black coffins were rolled out of the Federal Army camp. Several Federal ninjas erected the coffins directly towards the Tsunagakuer defense line, and then ran back to avoid them. This strange behavior quickly attracted the attention of several patrolling Tsunagakuer ninjas, who quickly reported it. Chomaki and other Tsunagakuer senior officials immediately went to the front line to check the situation and organized the ninjas to gather to prepare for the battle. Behind Cho was a kid, the dark circles under his eyes were somewhat reduced, it was Gaara who had grown up. The murderous aura in him has restrained a lot, and Cho has kept him with him since he came to power. As an insider of Gaara's tragedy, Cho also wants to resolve the hatred in his heart for him. And she really likes Gaara very much. He has many similarities with her grandson, the same genius and the same loneliness. After telling Gaara the truth, coupled with Chiyo's love for his relatives, this also made Gaara's gloomy murderous intention a lot less. That's a sealed coffin, and what it contains should be their secret weapon. A Tsunagakuer observed. Inform the entire army and prepare to fight. Cho also saw something strange about Black Coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of Black Coffin's coffin suddenly slammed down, and more than a dozen strange-looking monsters appeared. Some are covered with feathers and have 5 claws, some are covered with scales and have 3 heads, with only one mouth on the head that constantly opens and closes, which is extremely weird. Just looking at it makes one's hair stand on end. What is that? Several sand shinobi, who were of poor mental quality, were trembling a little. Monster, monster. Those people in the Federation can control monsters. Those monsters smelled the human scent in the air, turned around and ran towards the Federal camp behind them. Look, they are going to kill those Federation ninjas. Just when they were excited, the next scene made them hit rock bottom again. At this time, a man walked out of the Federal camp, revealing a black arm. The arms were covered with mouths full of fangs that were constantly opening and closing. The mouth was so dark that it was difficult to see what was going on inside. This person was Kabuto Yakushi. As soon as he appeared, the 15 monsters immediately stood still and stopped moving. Advertisement. Kabuto Yakushi pointed forward, and 15 terrifying monsters rushed towards Tsunagakure's defensive position. Following closely behind, an army of 300 prisoners appeared in front of people. The faces of these prisoners were filled with extremely enthusiastic smiles, as if they were full of anticipation and desire for the upcoming battle. Each of them holds a mysterious potion in their hands. For the Federation. Giving our hearts. Accompanied by the passionate slogans, no one showed any hesitation, and they all raised their heads and drank the potions in their hands. In an instant, a powerful energy burst out from their bodies, and the originally calm atmosphere instantly became violent and passionate. The amount of chakra in their bodies soared, increasing by 3 times in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, an even more astonishing scene happened. Red light flashed out from the surface of their bodies, forming sage jutsu seals of different shapes and exuding a mysterious aura. These curse marks were embedded in their skin like ancient runes, shining with a heart-stopping light. In this brief moment, the prisoner army completed its integration with Sage Jutsu's second plan. Their bodies began to undergo various strange and terrifying changes, some grew sharp claws, some had huge wings on their backs, and some were wrapped in flames. They are like legions from hell, which makes people's hair stand on end. Long live the Federation! Long live the Führer! Facing this terrifying army that kept shouting long live, even those experienced Tsunagakure ninjas couldn't help but feel palpitations. Such a strange and powerful force is too appalling. 300 people went straight towards the 7,000 strong Tsunagakure army, their faces full of fanaticism. Monsters, monsters! Some young genin who had just graduated from school turned pale with fear, and their legs were weak. Some even became incontinent due to excessive fear, an unknown liquid flowed from the crotch of their pants. Such a horrific scene is undoubtedly an unbearable nightmare for these fledgling young people. Gaara, take action, even if you can't kill them, you have to stop them. Cho looked at the respectful Tsunagakure army behind him with an extremely ugly expression. How can this be done when the morale of the troops has already dropped even before the battle began? Gaara jumped in front of all the sand shinobi. It's that monster. Granny Cho is really wise, she just wants to use monsters to fight monsters. It wasn't just sand shinobi who shouted. Gaara in front had a somewhat gloomy look in his eyes, but he kept making seals on his hands. Advertisement. Quicksand Falls. A wave of sand rising from Gaara's feet was tens of meters high, majestic, and breathtaking. Wherever the sand waves go, everything is submerged in the ocean of sand, and nothing can stop it. In an instant, the prisoner army was submerged under the yellow sand, and the ground was directly lifted by the yellow sand by 2 meters, but this had no effect on Wu. They easily pulled out their legs and stood up and continued to rush towards the Sand Shinobi defense line. Sand Shinobi's momentum has been revived. It turns out that these people just see it as useless. Cho-sama is wise. That's great. They're all bound by Gaara. Only Gaara was extremely surprised when he felt the movement in the sand, and they were about to break free. Several members of the prisoner army climbed out of the sand constraints with strength, and the comrades beside them immediately broke free one after another with great ease. Ha ha ha, those bastards actually want to restrain us like this. Kill them. These prisoners laughed and charged. Although they were brainwashed by the 8,000 spears, their fighting instincts and cruelty were still there. The momentum of Tsunagakure's army once again fell to the next bottom. At this moment, the 15 heads of Satoru created by the Box of Bliss were less than 100 meters away from the defense line. Seeing this, Cho ordered without hesitation, release ninjutsu immediately. In an instant, countless powerful wind escape ninjutsu swept out like a violent storm, but these Satori seemed to have no intention of dodging at all, and they collided directly with them. What is shocking is that so many and incredibly powerful wind release ninjutsu only left some insignificant wounds on these monsters. Immediately afterwards, Satoru slammed into the defense line of Tsunagakure village with great force, tearing it apart easily. The defense line was as vulnerable as paper under Satoru's impact. Then, like a ferocious giant beast, Sator rushed into the army of Hidden Sand Village and started a bloody and cruel massacre. Wherever they went, flesh and blood were everywhere, and victims were everywhere. The whole scene was too horrible to watch. Immediately afterwards, a mixed army of 5,000 ninjas and samurai swarmed forward. Cho watched as his men fell one by one. Summoning the Chikamatsu 10 guards was irreparable. Those 300 ninjas turned out to be Jainin, and the defense line had been ruthlessly shattered against such an army. Where did the Federation find so many Jainin? Retreat! Retreat quickly! Cho yelled and gave the order to retreat. There is no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Tsunagakure's attack failed miserably in less than 2 days. In this battle, Tsunagakure's army was ruthlessly crushed, and 3,000 ninjas died. They were no longer able to launch an attack and fled back home in embarrassment. Chapter 89 On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Thunder, absolute power wipes out everything. The methods used on the battlefield of Moon Country must be different. I don't know how powerful Cloud Hidden Village is compared to Wind Country. Baiju found out that Union Village sent nearly 8,000 troops this time alone, and they were all trained by Union over many years. What Hyuga Kai has to do in this battle is to use his own strength to crush them and let them know what it means to resist rice. Just before the entrance to the canyon connecting the Moon Country, all Kumagakure troops stopped to rest and wait for Enbu to finish exploring the situation ahead. Advertisement. Report to Reikage-sama, there is no ambush in the canyon ahead. A Kumagakure Enbu appeared next to Reikage AI and reported. Is the investigation clear? AI asked again. Enbu assured, there is no one at the top of the canyon or at the exit. Yo! Yo! The ambush canyon is empty. The stupid Federation is doomed. Killer B began to improvise again. UBD. Please be quiet if you're with me. AI punched his brother and slammed him into the rock. Enter in 4 waves, 1 team and 2 teams, and immediately establish a defense line after passing through the canyon to cover the follow-up troops passing through the canyon. AI gave the order. Although he looked reckless, in fact, it was rough and detailed. Hidden in the clouds, Hyuga Kai appeared in his true form, wearing a white robe that he often wore. He saw 2,000 people leaving the team and was about to go through the canyon first. It seems that Guy Reikage is not stupid. Hyuga raised his lips slightly and smiled easily, but it doesn't matter, no matter how many soldiers come, it won't matter. His eyes suddenly changed, and the originally dark pupils turned into the Tensagan eye as blue as the Milky Way. His whole body was wrapped in boiling Saiyan chakra, and 7 truth-seeking balls shining with mysterious light appeared behind him. In an instant, he entered the reincarnated eye chakra mode. The surrounding natural energy seemed to be attracted in some way and converged on Hyuga Kai. He entered sage mode again, and the 2 powerful forces were perfectly integrated in him, and the momentum exuded from his body was like a hurricane that blew away the surrounding clouds. I saw 7 truth-seeking balls behind Hyuga Kai, wrapped in the Saiyan chakra of the Tsanjikan. They rotate at high speed and merge and compress into an even larger truth-seeking ball. A dazzling light burst out from Hyuga Kai's body, and he held the truth-seeking ball containing huge power in his hand, as if he was holding the whole world. His figure gradually rises in the light, and he will stand in the sky. This gorgeous scene was also discovered by several ninjas, and Hyuga's figure coincided with the sun. Advertisement. The sun has turned blue. It's really Saiyan. Hearing the shouts of his subordinates, Reikage put his hands on his eyes and looked towards the sun. No, someone is inside. Several sensory ninjas discovered something was wrong. High in the sky, Hyuga Kai held up the Saiyan truth-seeking ball, and a huge beam of light rose into the sky. Many Kumagakure ninjas stared blankly at the terrifying scene in the sky, as straight golden light tore the sky apart. I'm here to play the Song of Doom, and the golden wheel will be reincarnated and explode. Hyuga Kai's voice resounded in the ears of every Yunrin, and the golden light in his hand rained down divine punishment on Kumagakure's troops without any hesitation. A huge golden light beam fell from the sky, streaking across the earth like a light of judgment. Wherever the light beam passed through the canyon, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The 2,000 Kumo ninja who were crossing the canyon didn't even have time to cry out in fear, and were completely wiped out by this blow. Hyuga Kai's attack will not end like this, the beam of light is still moving towards the Kumagakure camp. The ground was cut open as easily as paper, huge cracks spread quickly, and smoke, dust and mud rose into the sky. Disperse quickly, quickly! Reikage shouted loudly. Run! He didn't even need to order. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, Yun Ninja could no longer maintain his formation and fled towards the surrounding area. There are still some people. However, it was too late. The golden light beam was like an indestructible torrent, destroying everything in its path. The Union camp was turned into ruins in an instant, and screams could be heard one after another. Some cloud ninjas who tried to resist were also involved and were instantly wiped out. With just one strike, Kumagakure lost more than 2,000 men. Reikage stared at this disastrous scene with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that a person had such terrifying power. Hyuga stood on a high place and calmly looked at the tragic situation below. There was no mercy in his eyes, only coldness towards the enemy. Hyuga Kai's figure slowly fell on the ground. Reikage AI, Killer Bee, Wooden Golem, Tutai, Darui and Nozomi appeared in front of Hyuga Kai and surrounded Hyuga Kai in the middle. Tutai opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen the person in front of him somewhere before. The 8 tails Jiki inside Killer Bee also recognized the truth-seeking ball behind Hyuga Kai like the 4 tails. Advertisement. That's actually a truth-seeking ball. I can actually see this thing in this era. Jiki reminded, you can't be his opponent. The black ball behind that man is called truth-seeking ball. I once saw it behind Sage of 6 Paths. Who are you? Federation Ninja, why do you have to work hard for the Federation? Why don't you? Reikage suppressed the anger in his heart. Hyuga Kai said coldly, My Hyuga Kai, I have been entrusted by the leader Mushiu to repel Kumigakure's army. If Kumigakure insists on attacking and makes it difficult for me, then I can only use my strength to solve the problem. Dode suddenly opened his eyes, and he knew who the person in front of him was, the Konoha Anbu during the Kumigakure Konoha peace talks 10 years ago. And he was also the rebel ninja of Konoha who wiped out the Hyuga clan. Hasn't he not appeared for a long time? Why did he suddenly appear here? After saying that, Hyuga Kai also no longer waited for Reikage's reaction, took off and left here. As soon as Hyuga Kai finished speaking, he jumped into the air without any hesitation and walked away quickly, as if he didn't care whether Reikage would respond. The survivors of Union Village stared at his retreating figure with horrified faces, their hearts filled with endless despair and fear. They couldn't help but ask themselves, is that really the strength that a ninja can possess? Such terrifying power is far beyond their cognitive scope. It is unimaginable that there are people in this world who can be so powerful. Everything just seemed like a dream, and only the ground being torn apart in front of me continued to prove the authenticity of the incident just now. Lord Reikage, are we still marching on? One person asked tentatively. AI's facial features were twisted into a ball because of anger. He had never felt so powerless before. This was an absolute crushing in terms of strength. He hasn't felt like this since he became Reikage. Withdraw troops. Yes. After the crowd around him dispersed, Killer Bee came to AI alone, his face full of seriousness. Brother, Zyoba just told me that the black ball behind Hyuga Kai is called the truth-seeking ball, and Zyoba only plays in Sage of Scene behind 6 Paths. What, you mean that guy already has the strength to rival Sage of 6 Paths? AI said in surprise. I'll ask Zyoba again. Killer Bee said. After a while, Killer Bee said with an ugly face, at least it's impossible for us to defeat him, and it's even difficult to even hurt him. AI sat on a stone in disbelief. He did not doubt 8 Tails' guess. 8 Tails had more knowledge than any of them. Chapter 90 The 6th largest country in the ninja world, the 6 Nations Conference. On the other side, Hyuga Kai brought 7 Tails Jinchuriki to the cave. Knocking it unconscious, Hyuga Kai began to pull away the tailed beast, and only a part of the tailed beast chakra in his body was used to maintain Jinchuriki's life. In the transparent seal barrel, the shrunken 7 tails kept hitting the seal wall. After seeing that he couldn't break through, he looked at the human in front of Hyuga Kai. What do you want to do? Someone wants to resurrect 10 tails and needs your power. Hyuga Kai only left these words, his eyes turned into Sharingan, and he controlled 7 tails. Advertisement. He soon handed this to Nagato as part of the deal with the Akatsuki organization. He also needs someone to resurrect 10 tails for him. In 2 almost crushing victories, Tsunagakure village was easily defeated by the monster army, while Kumigakure was repelled by 1 person. News of the victory in the war spread like wildfire, almost throughout the entire ninja world in just a few days, and the Federation achieved 2 de facto victories. The people of the Federation rushed to tell each other and spread joy. The people of these small countries never thought that their country would defeat the army of a big country. And Hyuga Kai's 2 almost crushing wars reached everyone's ears in the form of newspapers. Konoha village. Tsunade looked at the information in her hand. All Tsunagakure and Kumigakure's troops were repulsed within a week, and the Federation's losses were no more than 1,000. How is that possible? She handed the information to Shikaku, Jiraiya, Kakashi and others in front of her in disbelief. Everyone felt unbelievable when they saw the intelligence. A country composed of a group of small countries that had been established for less than a month could easily defeat the armies of the 2 countries. Even a country like the Kingdom of Wind cannot possibly be matched by those small countries. We must re-examine the relationship between Konoha and the Federation. Shikaku said. Yes, let's put aside the matter of sending troops for now. Tsunade said. Advertisement. But this Hyuga Kai has not shown up for a long time. This time he killed 2,000 Kumigakure troops. The reason was a commission. Shikaku put his chin in his hand and thought, based on his personality profile, he is not a quiet person. He is definitely planning something. No matter what it is, we in Konoha need to be vigilant. Shikaku pulled out a photo from the intelligence, which showed the earth torn apart by the attack. With his strength, if he attacks Konoha, we will definitely not be able to stop him. Tsunade felt a slight headache. The old man has left me so many messes, I can't finish them one by one. There was a knock on the door, and Shizun's voice said, Tsunade-sama, a message from the Federation. Enter. Shizun walked into the Hokage office. Let's just talk about it. Understood. A week later, the head of the Federation Chiba Kishu invited Tsunade-sama to join the Six Nations talks, hoping to set the negotiation venue in Konoha. The same summons was also sent to the other four shadows. Rain Country. Pain looked at the information in his hand and fell into deep thought. Is it true that what Chiba Muxiu said is right? Unifying the ninja world is the right way. Thinking of this, he immediately rejected the idea. Haha, even if he temporarily unified the ninja world, problems such as infighting over benefit distribution would arise again. Even greater wars will occur again. In ancient times, the goddess Uma once unified the ninja world, but she was betrayed and killed. His path will not be wrong, and only by making the ninja world feel pain can there be peace. He picked up the 7 tails sent by Kyanba Muxiu and prepared to let Gedo statue absorb the 7 tails. A week later, at the negotiation table in the Hokage building, the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages gathered together, and Hyuga Kai appeared on the negotiation table in the name of Chiba Kishu. Long time no see, everyone. Kyunyi Muxiu and the 5 of them greeted each other. Speaking of which, he has some conflicts with everyone here except Kirigakure, who is represented by Terumi Mei. He has defeated Konoha, killed Tsunagakure, beaten Uegakure, chopped Kumagakure, and has almost cleared the dungeon of the 5 major ninja countries. Advertisement. Haha, we have nothing to say. I just regret that I didn't join forces with Konoha to kill you that day. Reikage AI did not give Hyuga a good look, and all the 2000 Kumagakure died indirectly in his hands. Cho also echoed, it's not too late now. Why don't we join forces and kill him directly? You must have received the order from the daimyo to destroy the Federation, right? They wanted to intimidate Hyuga Kai in order to gain an advantage in subsequent negotiations. Hyuga Keiko did not accept this. He smiled slightly. We are all fighting for our respective people and countries, and we are here to seek peace. We don't want a war. I will only appear if the 5 major countries are aggressive. The interests of our small country cannot be guaranteed, and the people are living in dire straits. It is the will of every federal people to unite to fight against the enemy. This is the will of the people. I am here today to tell you that what our federation has to do is to protect the interests of those small countries. Yes, we can recognize this country, and we can also recognize your position as a neutral country, but you must admit that you are not the head of state, but the name of this country. Onaki said. This time he wants to dig out the roots of the federation. If Hyuga Kai admits that he is the daimyo of the country, his legitimacy will be shaken and his actions will become aggression. Hyuga Kai's face was solemn and he refused. Impossible, my rights come from the recognition of every citizen, not ridiculous feudal rule. Recognize? Those daimyo don't think so, right? I think those daimyo are controlled by you using genjutsu. Cho also cooperated with Onoki, and the 2 immortals joined forces for their own interests. You can send ninjas to the former Diaming Mansion to check whether they are controlled by genjutsu. After Hyuga turned around, a golden light seemed to appear. These are just the evil roots created by you. You have been resentful for the oppression of small countries for a long time. Even if I, Kyunyi Muxiu, are not there, there will be others who will come forward. If you still persist in your stubbornness, then we can only meet on the battlefield. Hyuga Kai immediately talked about their pain points. They did not dare to start a war. On the surface, the strength displayed by the Federation was too strong. Unless the 5 major powers joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the Federation. The strength shown by Hyuga Kai alone is something they cannot match. Although it is impossible for Chiba Muxiu to be able to call Hyuga Kai all the time, there is no guarantee that he only needs to take action once, and his village may have to say goodbye. If there are no problems, I hope you will put aside your hostility and cherish this hard-won peace. I just want to use this place to declare the status and philosophy of the Federation. Reikage, regarding the border issue, we maintain an attitude of communication. We can sell some no man's land on the border between the 2 countries to the country of Thunder as a buffer zone between the 2 countries. Whether the country of Thunder builds outposts has nothing to do with our Federation. He doesn't need so much no man's land. It's better to let the Kingdom of Thunder buy it, and he can also sell favors and lower the neighbors' vigilance. Generally speaking, the negotiations are still developing in the direction imagined by Hyuga. The 5 major powers were forced to recognize federal status and establish diplomatic relations.